Sword Dragon Transformation, providing great help to Fan Yuan. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Inside the Super Gu formation, He Lu Lan, Shi Nu, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Ing Wu Xia were at 4 spots, defending against Bai Ningbing. Howl howl howl. The Super Gu formation was activated, intense winds blew, ice blades shot out, encircling the 4 Gu immortals. With Ing Wu Xia leading and the 3 immortals helping, they resisted the Super Gu formation's pressure. Even though they were in a difficult state, the formation was still quite stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunxing. It was Bai Ningbing, but only her upper body was present, her lower half was like smoke. Bai Ningbing appeared and charged towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was the weakest among the 4 immortals. Bai Ningbing chose to attack him. It was the right choice. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly retreated. In the battle earlier, he had already seen how powerful Bai Ningbing's attacks were. He suffered a lot due to it. If not for the other immortals' help, he would have died already. Change! Shi Nu go! Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing's predicament, Ing Wu Xia quickly commanded. A white light appeared on all 4 of them, before a deep eerie sigh was heard in the sky. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunxing had changed locations, swapping as Shi Nu faced Bai Ningbing's attack. Shi Nu grunted, defending against it. Tai Bai Yunxing was behind Shi Nu. Seeing this, he quickly used his Cloud Path Immortal Gu to heal him. Bai Ningbing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She is in control of many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu that Bai Xiang had. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for us. Damn it! Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually had the humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method. Wasn't this method completely eliminated by Duke Long? How could he have missed this? Also, during the battle earlier, I sensed something in my luck. Fan Yuan actually raised his detection method to this extent. Even if I hide inside an immortal aperture now, he would still discover me. Ing Wu Xia was facing huge pressure. Bai Ningbing betrayed them and was getting stronger every minute. Ing Wu Xia and the rest were desperately trying to defend against her. They could not leave. On the other hand, Fan Yuan knew where they were. But Ing Wu Xia had the information that Fan Yuan possessed rank 8 battle strength. If he got here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven could not block the immemorial Desolate Beast Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. This meant that Fan Yuan could appear at any moment. Ing Wu Xia would not even be surprised if Fan Yuan showed up suddenly at the next moment. Bai Ningbing, stop it. Fighting would harm us both, only working together will bring benefits. Since you are now a Dragoman, you are qualified to inherit the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In the past, the Dragon Men were extremely powerful with a large number of Gu immortals. They managed to create Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Men went extinct, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has been secretly hidden in a certain area of Eastern Sea. My Shadow Sect knows roughly where it is, but only someone who has used the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method to become a Dragon Man Gu immortal can inherit it. If you work with us, Dragon Palace will be yours. Ing Wu Xia shouted. Bai Ningbing had no reaction. The Super Gu formation was continuing to attack unceasingly. Ing Wu Xia was stifled. He called out, Bai Ningbing, it will be too late if you don't stop. A great enemy whom we both know of is coming. He has a rank 8 level upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, and has already used luck path methods to find out our location. I am not lying to you, our luck vibrated earlier, you must have sensed it too, right? Bai Ningbing snorted, transmitting. I would like him to come here. I want to cooperate with him, even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, so be it. Ing Wu Xia was anxious, he yelled. Aren't we clear what kind of person he is? You are playing with fire. You will get burned to a crisp in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing sneered. This is our business, it has nothing to do with you. The 4 of you should just die here. Ing Wu Xia had a flash of inspiration. I know, you want that rotation Gu in his hands? That's right, you used the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method but turned into a dragon lady. You want to become a man, you need to solve the origin of the issue. I have the Gu worm that you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time since the Super Gu formation attacking Ing Wu Xia had activated, it showed signs of slowing down. Chapter 1241. Journey in Black Heaven. Zhao Lianyan stood at the top of the immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, looking outside. Only to see that Black Heaven was covered in darkness, a dark veil was shrouding the surroundings. But there was light. Small specks of blurry lights appeared in Zhao Lianyun's vision, they seemed far away. Black heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were all huge, every layer of the heavens would have the collective size of the 5 regions. But because of Rinzhu and his 10 children, only black heaven and white heaven were left now. We finally got past the heavenly wind Qi wall and entered black heaven. This is black heaven? It seems peaceful. The surrounding Gu immortals started conversing. There were more people on this floor than Zhao Lianyun and Bu Jinzi. We entered black heaven. Wei Lingyang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Right now, the 3 immortal Gu houses changed their positions again. Edge Link Camp was at the lead, flying in front, while Canary Pavilion and Wind-Sweeping Building were at its sides respectively, slightly towards the back. The other rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals have never entered black heaven before, they did not know the dangers. Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon and Bai Qintian were very clear about them. The immemorial 9 heavens were usually places only rank 8 Gu immortals could enter and explore for resources. There were special rank 7 Gu immortals like Feng Jiuge and Chu Du, they could enter but at a high risk. Regardless of anything else, after entering black heaven, the 3 immortal Gu houses became much slower. Furthermore, the immortal Gu houses no longer shined brightly, they were gray and dusty, like 3 lifeless rocks. The surrounding Gu immortals' discussions came to a stop. The entirety of this floor and wind-sweeping building went into silence. It was completely silent. The first impression that black heaven gave to Zhao Lianyun was that it was really huge. It seems that we were quite lucky, Bai Qintian said. We should remain careful, the journey has just started. Myriad Tidal Dragon kept up his vigilance. Wei Lingyang suddenly said, Careful, there is a beast group ahead. The 3 immortal Gu houses went even slower now, even with such a strong lineup. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were careful and moved with vigilance. Loud sounds soon entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. What are those things? It seems like a group of boars. Many Gu immortals leaned on the windows, looking outside. Soon, the immortals gasped in succession. With the power of the immortal Gu houses, the Gu immortals could see past the dark veil, noting that a large group of boars were below them. Pigs were flying in the sky. Was it quite funny? No, the Gu immortals had different feelings. They were all shocked. These are astral wind flying heavenly boars, my goodness, there are so many. It is hard to imagine that each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient desolate beast that has rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. It is rare to see one in the 5 regions, but here there are hundreds. Thankfully, desolate beasts have low intelligence, they do not have the intelligence of humans. The Gu immortals felt gladness amidst their shock. These astral wind flying heavenly boars were snorting loudly as they flew in the sky. Under the immortals' gazes, the leading boar king who had the largest body suddenly charged and stomped its feet into the heavenly wind Qi wall. Immediately, the astral wind flying heavenly boars behind the boar king did the same. They were agile like flying fish, they had agility incomparable with their boar bodies, they charged into the heavenly wind Qi wall. Soon, the large group of astral wind flying heavenly boars vanished from sight. Bu Jinzi stood beside Zhao Lianyun, sighing. Nature is wondrous and incredible. Us Gu immortals have such difficulty passing the heavenly wind Qi wall. But for these astral wind flying heavenly boars, it is incredibly easy. The heavenly wind Qi wall is like water for fish in the sea. At this time, a voice said, Actually, long ago, Gu immortals of the past had realized this. They eliminated the astral wind flying heavenly boars and used the immortal materials gathered from their bodies to refine Qi Path immortal Gu. These Qi Path immortal Gu were useful in helping the Gu immortals pass the heavenly wind Qi wall. Bu Jinzi and Zhao Lianyun turned around, only to see a young male Gu immortal as beautiful as a female. He stood before them quietly, smiling. Bu Jinzi's eyes shined, he recognized this person. The young male Gu immortal cupped his fists and greeted. I am Yui Yizi from Ancient Soul Sect, greets to Senior Bu Jinzi, and Spirit Affinity House's current generation Fairy Zhao. Yui Yizi, you may have rank 6 cultivation level, but you are extremely talented. Often, rank 7 Gu immortals would approach you to refine immortal Gu, or research immortal Gu recipes. You are one of the top rank 6 Gu immortals. Bu Jinzi replied with a praising tone, but most importantly, he was explaining this to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun obtained a phantom aperture and placed Love Gu inside. After intense training, she finally joined the circle of Gu immortals. She was not very familiar with Central Continent's Gu immortals. Hello, Yui Yizi. Zhao Lianyun nodded at the young Gu immortal, before asking, "Since you said that, why did we not use those immortal Gu when we passed the heavenly wind Qi wall?" Yui Yizi laughed. "That is because the era where Qi path was strong is over. Right now, countless Qi path Gu recipes are lost, and Gu materials used to refine them have gone extinct. Think about it, how many people can enter the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all Gu immortals can only explore this place after reaching rank 8. Thus, having such an immortal Gu has little effect on them to begin with." Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her understanding. At this time, clamors could be heard from the immortals by the windows. Zhao Lianyun turned around and looked, only to see that a huge patch of black clouds narrowly moved past wind-sweeping building. Black clouds are very common in Black Heaven. The ones we are seeing are among the smallest in Black Heaven. The real giant black clouds are like floating continents in the sky. Deep within the black clouds, there are terrifying fierce beasts or plants. Yui Yizi explained. Even these smallest black clouds took several minutes for the 3 immortal Gu houses to fly past. Yui Yizi was really knowledgeable. He knew many things that even the rank 7 Gu immortal Bujinzi was unsure of, and could explain them clearly. He answered almost all of Zhao Lianyun's questions. The two conversed more as time passed, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. In the following journey, the 3 immortal Gu houses encountered several black clouds along the way. These black clouds were not very evident in Black Heaven. Without a strong investigative killer move, one would unknowingly fly into them. The black clouds were like lone islands in the sea. The surface of the black clouds and even the interior were not empty. There were living beings residing there. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful. They did not move their immortal Gu houses into the black clouds. They would rather take a detour and spend more time to avoid the clouds. But sometimes, even when you avoid trouble, trouble still comes to you. Hissing could be heard as a large group of dark venomous snakes flew out of the black clouds, attacking the 3 immortal Gu houses. These dark venomous snakes were all desolate beast level, while the king snake was an ancient desolate beast. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snake group. Wei Lingyang was surprised. Fight or retreat? Bai Qingtian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat. We should avoid fighting to preserve our battle strength. The journey ahead is very long. But retreating won't be easy. These are dark venomous snakes. Inside another immortal Gu house, Myriad Tidal Dragon transmitted. The dark venomous snakes held grudges. Once they lock onto prey, they would not give up. The 3 immortal Gu houses flew rapidly, but even after a distance, the dark venomous snake group still trailed behind them. Not only this, more and more dark venomous snakes were emerging from the black clouds. So many snakes! That black cloud is like a snake den. I wonder how our 3 rank 8 lords will deal with this. In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 immortal Gu houses after all. That's right, these dark venomous snakes have poison path Dao marks, and their snake guts are the best immortal material to refine healing immortal Gu. The Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu houses talked to each other, expressing their views. But the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals continued to escape. They did not follow their wishes to fight. They continued flying like this. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals tried to avoid as they retreated. In their following journey, they encountered another group of dark venomous snakes. The size was even larger than before. Other than that, they even encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were huge like bears. They had terrifying mouths. But most importantly, their numbers were huge, far greater than the dark venomous snakes. The bear mosquito group was very large. On one occasion, the 3 immortal Gu houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes. They had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacked at once. What did that mean? It was terrifying. After that battle, the Gu immortals who wanted to fight all shut up. They realized how dangerous Black Heaven was. Thankfully, they had 3 immortal Gu houses and the protection of rank 8 Gu immortals. Otherwise, they would all die under the attacks of the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while more, they started seeing starlight ahead. Above a black cloud, there was star fragment grass growing with countless insect groups living on top of the grassland. The 3 immortal Gu houses stopped for the first time. Several Gu immortals were sent out to harvest the star fragment grass and other resources. Did you all feel it? Wei Lingyang transmitted. That's right, this journey in Black Heaven is especially smooth. I have never encountered this when exploring Black Heaven. Bai Qingtian sighed. Myriad Tidal Dragon continued. Perhaps the most crucial thing currently in saving Ma Hong Yun is Zhao Lian Yun's existence. It affects our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens normally float randomly. They have no fixed pattern. Even heavens cannot interfere with their movement. Whatever we encounter is up to luck. Wei Lingyang nodded. I think so too. Chapter 1242. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Above the vast sea of clouds, a person was standing still, looking at the clouds move as he remained silent. This person wore an azure gold suit of armor, his beard extended to his chest. He was a muscular man with an old appearance. It was South Desolation Immortal. Ah, Yao Huang, pay respects to Lord South Desolation. A figure emerged. It was Yao Tribe's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around and said while smiling, "We are both rank 8s, just treat me as a friend, no need to be so polite." Yao Huang bowed reverently. In terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation, you are far beyond me. In terms of seniority, I am a descendant of countless generations below you. How can I be so rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing. You are good, but it is a pity that our Huang Jin bloodline is dwindling. In this huge northern plains, outside of Longevity Heaven, you are the sole rank 8 Gu Immortal that belongs to a Huang Jin tribe. Prince Feng Xian was a member of Gong tribe, but from South Desolation Immortal's perspective, he was an outsider in terms of bloodline. Back in my generation, there were 4 rank 8s in the Huang Jin tribes. One of them was known as the Tiger God. He had incredible might. He was thought highly of by the people and was a potential seed to ascend to rank 9. Unfortunately, he died in Black Heaven. Time is merciless. The Huang Jin bloodline is declining every generation. South Desolation Immortal showed deep disappointment in his eyes. Yao Huang could not speak. Yao Huang was not qualified to speak such criticism of the Huang Jin bloodline. Only South Desolation Immortal had the right to comment on it. And he was expressing a fact as well. Yao Huang had nothing to retort. It was like this: Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes were degrading, they were lacking talents. In contrast, lone and demonic cultivators were rising up with large numbers of geniuses, like Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Chu Du, and that Lu Guanyi as well. However, Ancestor Giant's son had anticipated this situation. South Desolation Immortal suddenly said, causing Yao Huang to feel great shock. Oh? Ancestor Giant's son lived in the medieval antiquity era. He could predict this future situation? Even though our ancestor cultivated luck path, his wisdom path capabilities were not low at all. Furthermore, luck is uncertainty in essence. Ancestor created luck path. He naturally learned the true meaning of change in this world. After he created 88 True Young building, he proclaimed that this building was bound to fall one day. When it did, a great era would begin. It was a sign of changing times. South Desolation Immortal added. Yao Huang was shocked. Is that so? What was a great era? It was a great era if an immortal venerable or demon venerable could come into existence. South Desolation Immortal sighed deeply. Ancestor Giant's son spent a lot of effort and set up many arrangements to help his descendants and preserve strength. He wanted to ensure that they would be part of the wave in this great era's storms and tides. In the worst case, he wanted to ensure that his bloodline would be passed down intact. Yao Huang hesitated. No matter how weak our Huang Jin bloodline becomes, we must be able to defend ourselves, at least. Northern Plains is still under our control, and even if we are useless, there is still Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Longevity Heaven might be strong, but it is just the immortal aperture of our ancestor. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court has the immortal apertures of 3 immortal venerables, and all of the members of Heavenly Court have contributed their own grotto heavens throughout history. How can Longevity Heaven's foundation compare to Heavenly Court? Like right now, Central Continent came to invade us. They sent 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. Does our Huang Jin bloodline possess such strength? Yao Huang was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent invaded? South Desolation Immortal did not explain, he said. Follow me. Saying this, he flew to the sky. Yao Huang quickly followed after him. The 2 immortals flew through the heavenly wind-chi wall, getting into Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, Yao Huang headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, Yao Huang was shaken. Black Heaven is such a dangerous place. Even though I explore it often for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey without any obstacles before. Don't tell me Lord South Desolation has a map of Black Heaven? But the truth was, maps did not work in the immemorial 9 heavens. The clouds that were in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. Some were in specific locations, but those were rare and few. The Central Continent group had a relatively smooth trip, but they still encountered trouble like the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar group, the Dark Venomous Snake group, and other problems. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang met with absolutely no issues. They were safe and sound, as if they were strolling in their own garden. Alright, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped flying. Yao Huang also slowed down, stopping beside him. He felt a little strange. This place was empty, without a trace of wind. Why was South Desolation Immortal stopping here? At the next moment, South Desolation Immortal answered him with an action. His body shined with golden light, like a fragment of the sun. Yao Huang had to close his eyes in response. Yao Huang's heart jumped. Black heaven was dark and eerie. This action of creating strong light would attract the attack of countless fierce beasts. Even though he became alert, no beast groups came attacking. Is this really Black Heaven? Yao Huang wondered. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's Immortal Killer move was completed. A grand dark gold palace appeared out of nowhere, revealing its majestic appearance. Yao Huang had never expected an Immortal Goo house to be hidden here. But he quickly realized what this palace was. He became extremely agitated as he called out. This is Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace? Calamity Luck Altar, 88 True Young Building, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. These were the 3 Immortal Goo houses that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable owned during his life. 88 True Young Building was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was kept in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. There clearly are deep intentions. But what was he planning? Yao Huang continued to guess as South Desolation Immortal turned around to look at him. Follow me. Yao Huang followed South Desolation Immortal, entering Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Both of you have arrived. Inside the hall, there was one person. He sat on a cushion. He was not formed from will. He opened his eyes as lightning flashed in his eyes. Golden radiance shone brightly. Yao Huang saw this and shuddered. Huge waves were churning in his heart. Ancestor Giant Sun? Howl! The wolf group called out, chasing after the 3 Immortal Goo houses. These wolves had long and slim bodies. They had black eyes, claws, and fangs. They were emitting cold glints of light. Most amazingly, they had no fur on their bodies. They had black and shiny leather armor that were very tough. This was a Night Heavenly Wolf group. The size was huge. There were over 10,000 Night Heavenly Wolves. Each Night Heavenly Wolf was a desolate beast. Wolf Kings were ancient desolate beasts. There was even a Wolf Emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape, we are surrounded. To think that the Wolf Emperor has a wild rank 8 Immortal Goo that can conceal traces. A wolf group of this scale is not seen often in Black Heaven. We actually met one. The 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Ling Yang shouted. Charge towards the northwest. Edge Link Camp opened a path in front. Its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a huge charging horn. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced into the wolf formation, creating a huge hole as several hundred desolate beast Night Heavenly Wolves died. The Immortal Goo house charged into the wolf group, as Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building followed close after it. The huge battle was dangerous and terrifying. The Wolf Emperor attacked during the battle. Its huge hill-like claws sent the Immortal Goo houses flying. Thankfully, each of the Immortal Goo houses had a rank 8 Goo Immortal inside. The 3 Immortal Goo houses could display their might and kill countless wolves. The wolf group's encirclement tactic was at an incredibly profound level. Even though the 3 Immortal Goo houses charged ahead, they could not break out. Eventually, the Wolf Emperor howled and retreated with the other wolves, causing this bloodbath to end. The wolf group had sustained losses that were too huge. The Wolf Emperor did not want to weaken it any further, thus it left. The 3 Immortal Goo houses were extremely damaged. A great number of Goo worms were destroyed, including 3 Immortal Goo. The 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals also worked up a sweat. They were in difficult conditions. Their immortal essence expenditure was immense. Why is it that the closer we get to Northern Plains, the harder it becomes? We have already encountered 5 Night Heavenly Wolf groups. We also met dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes. It seems like countless beast groups are trying to kill us. Forget about these beast groups. The most important thing is that we cannot encounter any black-white overturning clouds anymore. That time, this wind-sweeping building almost failed to come back. Let's rest first and fix the immortal goo houses, Wei Lingyang said. The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped, when countless lights illuminated an enormous surrounding range. It resembled the blooming of countless flowers. The sparks were light red and looked like countless overlapping petals of flowers, but inside the flames there were dark spots. Oh no, this is a special phenomenon of black heaven, black lanterns, blind fire nurtures inside them. Do not look at them! Bai Qingtian shouted as he shut his eyes. But it was too late. Many goo immortals only took one look before they lost their sight. Inside the 3 immortal goo houses, screaming and shouting could be heard. It was chaotic. Zhao Lianyun was quite lucky. She was facing the interior of the goo house as she spoke to Yue Yizi. Yue Yizi looked at the blind fire from the black lanterns, feeling his vision weakening rapidly as it turned blurry. He quickly shut his eyes. He was very knowledgeable, but many goo immortals were not. Some were leaning on the windows as they looked around. They saw at least 10,000 blind fires. Their vision turned completely dark, losing the ability to see anything. The 3 immortal goo houses quickly escaped hurriedly. Black lanterns did not cause any physical damage. Unlike wind or rain, the immortal goo houses charged through them as they quickly left the black lanterns behind. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals counted. At least 3 people permanently lost their sight without any ways to recover. 7 had severely weakened vision. It greatly affected their battle strength, but it could be salvaged at a high price. Some healing immortal goo were needed to be sent through Treasure Yellow Heaven. We just left the wolf group and wanted to rest, when we encountered black lanterns, while at the center of them. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A swarm of ants were approaching. Each ant was a goo worm. Nether ant goo. Nether ants open a path. There has to be a soul beast army of hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Run, quickly run! The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped when they were forced to flee again. Chapter 1243. A Favor. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was overwhelmed with shock. He could not believe it. High South Desolation, pay respects to Immortal Venerable. At this time, South Desolation Immortal greeted respectfully. This unfilial descendant greets ancestor. Yao Huang was shaking from excitement. He quickly knelt down on the ground, tears flowing over his face. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Stand up, my main body has already died. I am merely a corpse sitting before you now. Yao Huang raised his head in shock. After inspection, he finally saw that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in front of him was not alive. He was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Goo, all souls in this world could remain in the realm of the living. Since then, zombies appeared. Gradually, when goo immortals realized they had insufficient lifespan, they would become immortal zombies. It was their best alternative. Even though Heavenly Court was against it and tried to stop it, they could not resist the desires of humans. More and more immortal zombies showed up in the 5 regions. Ordinary goo immortals could become immortal zombies. There was no reason why Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not do the same, right? Thinking of this, Yao Huang's doubts vanished. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie continued to explain. Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant will left inside this body. But Yao Huang was still very excited. Undeniably, you are the source of our Huangjin bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself, all of the Huangjin tribes would end their conflicts and be united as one. The entirety of Northern Plains would belong to us Huangjin tribes again. But Giant Sun Immortal Zombie shook his head. My main body died long ago. I only left a corpse behind. I did not manage to surpass rank 9 and attain eternal life. What is the point of showing myself? I will just be a laughingstock. Furthermore, my body only has 1 attack left. If I move even slightly, it will fizzle out. Just 1 attack? Yao Huang was shocked. The admiration and excitement in his eyes did not fade at all. Even if Ancestor can only attack once, it will definitely shake heaven and earth, and make the sun and moon pale in comparison. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie laughed. That is naturally the case. But don't count on it. I set Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here to defend Northern Plains. But I left this body behind for another reason. I need to return a favor. A favor? Yao Huang was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became an immortal zombie and stayed in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for 300,000 years just to return a favor. Who was it? Who could make a great immortal venerable owe a favor? And this favor was so huge that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to do this. Yao Huang was very confused, but Giant Sun Immortal Zombie did not explain it, he said. Right now, Central Continent invaded, but I cannot fight them off. Don't count on me, it all depends on you too. Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression. Central Continent's Gu Immortals might have a strong lineup, but we have Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, myself, and Lord South Desolation. Don't worry, Ancestor, I will defend against these people at all costs, even if I have to give up my life. I will do so without hesitation. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie looked at Yao Huang before shutting his eyes, returning to an inactive state. At this moment, he seemed to have become a statue. He no longer spoke. Yao Huang did not know why, but South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder. Come with me. The two immortals left the main hall, going to the hall behind it. Yao Huang was still excited from earlier. Please give me orders, Lord South Desolation. I will do whatever it takes. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was created by Ancestor Giant Sun personally using the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor Giant Sun had great foresight. He placed Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace here for 300,000 years, suppressing this area until now. Do you know what Heaven and Earth Luck is? Yao Huang was dazed, muttering, Heaven and Earth Luck. South Desolation Immortal did not wait for a response, he smiled. A person has their own luck, a beast has its luck, a blade of grass also has its own luck. Any life form has luck. Other than that, rocks, rivers, they all have luck. And for the entirety of this heaven and earth, there is also heaven luck and earth luck. The Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance deciphers the profundities of heaven and earth, researching them, using them, and changing them. Forget the fact that there are 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals who brought 3 immortal Gu houses with them. Even if they doubled in numbers, once they came here, they were goners. I did not call you here for you to risk your life. You are the only rank 8 Huangjin bloodline descendant outside of Longevity Heaven. Huh! Yao Huang was shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued. I have little lifespan left. After surviving for so long, Lifespan Gu stopped working on me. Next, I want you to see how I manipulate this immortal Gu house, and eliminate these Central Continent Gu Immortals. After I die, you will inherit my position as South Desolation. Yao Huang stared with wide-open eyes, shouting, Lord South Desolation. Wind-sweeping building was silent inside. The black lanterns were like wind, rain, and lightning. They were a unique type of phenomenon in Black Heaven. They were not unprotected, but the black lanterns appeared too suddenly. And most importantly, when they appeared, Canary Pavilion, Wind-sweeping building, and Edge-Link camp were right at the center of countless black lanterns. Normally speaking, when rank 8 Gu Immortals explored Black Heaven, if they saw any black lanterns, they would avoid them from afar. This time, the Central Continent Gu Immortals had just escaped the Night Heavenly Wolf group. They relaxed and did not expect the black lanterns to appear. Thus, many Gu Immortals were heavily injured as a result. At the top of Wind-sweeping building. Father! Your eyes? Rank 6 Gu Immortal Shijingi had tears in his eyes as he sobbed. His father was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. To think that he was one of the 3 who went blind. When the black lanterns appeared, he was using an investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was very useful, but that resulted in him losing his vision instead. It was confirmed that from now on, Shirgu would no longer be able to see. He would be a blind man that could never use his eyes again. But Shirgu was calm. He stretched out his arm, patting Shijingi's head, saying, So what if I lose my sight? I have many methods and countless investigative killer moves. Even if I lose my vision, I can still cultivate and fight. What is the matter? But... Shijingi lowered his head and gritted his teeth, almost at the point of crying. My son, don't cry easily. Gu Immortal cultivation is full of dangers. As long as we are still alive, we should continue charging ahead. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like listening to stories? Think about those protagonists. How did they live? Shirgu said softly. Shijingi nodded. Father, I understand. Even the rank 7 Gu Immortal expert Shirgu lost his sight from this. Zhao Lianyun looked at this as her heart shook. She felt that this immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, was not so safe after all. But she soon thought of Ma Hongyun. Hongyun, wait for me. No matter how dangerous and hard this is, I will find you and rescue you. Zhao Lianyun cheered herself on as determination shone in her eyes. Yuez, how are you? Zhao Lianyun asked the young Gu Immortal beside her. This refinement path Gu Immortal had been sitting on the ground with his eyes shut after seeing the black lanterns outside the window. He had been using an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyun's question, Yuez did not stop his immortal killer move. He spoke without opening his eyes. Thankfully, I realized early on and shut my eyes. If I was a bit slower, I would not be able to heal myself. Yuez did not speak anymore. He stopped talking. Cold sweat was still remaining on his forehead, as he experienced lingering fear. Gradually, the Gu Immortals became silent. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, they were enveloped with a solemn mood. Outside the immortal Gu house, there were soul howls. It was disturbing to the ears, even if the immortal Gu house was dampening the effect. Bujinzi looked outside worriedly. Oh no, we are encircled by a soul beast army. Zhao Lianyun heard this and looked outside, only to see countless nether ant Gu surrounding the 3 immortal Gu houses, like waves of black river currents. Chapter 1244. Star Cloud Storm. Outside there were countless nether ant Gu, with the figures of soul beasts among them. They were truly a massive army. The shocking thing was that their auras were joined together like a group of mountains. They would be incredibly powerful once they moved, like a tsunami that crashed down with endless might. Not just the size of the soul beast army, but also the fact that there were many ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The Gu Immortals could also sense the auras of many wild immortal Gu. 5 immemorial soul beasts! We have just left the Black Lanterns, and now a soul beast army is here. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals conversed secretly. They were having a bad feeling regarding how the situation was developing. Their luck was too bad, it was very suspicious. Wei Lingyang said grimly. It seems that we need to consider the worst-case scenarios in our trip from now on. Damn it! Bai Qintian clenched his fists. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, the door of life and death became much weaker in absorbing souls. Many strong souls are able to stay in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ascended, the world changed in that great era, and soul beasts appeared. Many souls even directly turned into soul beasts. Right now in immemorial Black Heaven, soul beasts are rampant in great numbers. When can we eradicate them and return the world to its rightful form? Soon, Myriad Tidal Dragon added. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, most of the immortal zombies in the world were destroyed. These were Fate escapees that were meant to die. Now that they are dead, the difficulty of refining Fate Immortal Gu lowered drastically. With Granny Shah repairing it now, even without success thou marks from infallible blessed land, we are still making huge progress. Wei Lingyang shook his head. Take note, the Soul Beast Army is coming. The matter at hand is to try and escape from the Soul Beast Army. Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed. The best way is to use Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive method, the killer move that pairs with divine concealment, ghostly concealment. Rumors has it that the Gu Immortal who possesses this immortal killer move would not be detected by soul beasts at all. But now, let's use my Dragon Flow escape. But in this case, I need to bring myself and 3 immortal Gu houses with me, along with many Gu Immortals. Once I use this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days. The 3 immortals discussed and decided to use Myriad Tidal Dragon's method. Dragons roared! Countless flying dragon phantoms appeared in the air, encircling the 3 immortal Gu houses. The white dragon phantoms were like a long river, an uncountable number of dragons made of light, grand and unstoppable, charging forward with the 3 immortal Gu houses. The Soul Beast Army howled, blocking them with multiple layers. But Dragon Flow escape was incredible. By charging relentlessly, an opening was forcibly created as the 3 immortal Gu houses escaped from the dangerous Soul Beast Army. The Soul Beasts moved quickly. The army did not give up, it followed closely behind. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate Dragon Flow escape. He had to grit his teeth and continue fueling it. Both sides chased for 6 hours, until the Soul Beast Army gave up. Its attention was drawn to a group of dark venomous snakes. I'm spent. I need to rest for 7 days before I can do anything again. It will depend on the rest of you now. Myriad Tidal Dragon had a pale expression, his face turned white, his originally vigorous eyes were filled with traces of blood, like he was completely exhausted beyond his limits. After stopping the killer move Dragon Flow escape, Myriad Tidal Dragon fell backwards as he sank into deep sleep. His eyes were shut as he snored. His snore was special, it sounded like the roaring of dragons. As he slept, a thick fog appeared around his body. The thick fog started to form into a cocoon. 2 hours later, the cocoon thickened and turned into a pale white dragon egg. We are free from those soul beasts. It was really dangerous. The killer move earlier seemed to be from one of the 3 rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon's method. It was truly grand and majestic. I was completely in awe. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, the Gu immortals were cheering and praising. But Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had fallen into deep sleep. They had lost one of their 3 rank 8s. But the journey was still around half done. The 3 immortal Gu houses slowed down as the Gu immortals inside tried to repair the immortal Gu houses. In the next 2 hours, the Central Continent Gu immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They either retreated or fought, using the might of the immortal Gu houses to move forward. Bai Qin Tian's heart suddenly shook, his lips curled into a smile as he said, "Lord Wei Ling Yang, I found a huge field of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away from here." "Is that so?" Wei Ling Yang let out a breath of air. "Then we will rest there." The 3 immortal Gu houses turned around and flew away. In a while, all 3 immortal Gu houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. "Where is this? Are we safe?" Zhao Lianyun looked outside in shock. Especially when she saw her Gu immortal companions leaving the immortal Gu house to move freely on the heaven-attached fungi. Yue Yizi smiled as he explained. The immemorial 9 heavens have their own special points. Like the Black Lantern phenomenon, it is unique to Black Heaven. But in the 9 heavens, there are some common aspects, like the astral wind flying heavenly boar, or this heaven-attached fungi. This fungi only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi is a rank 6 immortal material. Most importantly, it has to grow on its own without any foreign Tao marks. Other life forms and even rocks cannot exist here. Thus, once we see a field of heaven-attached fungi, we know it is a safe place to rest at. Alright, I have to go out now and collect some heaven-attached fungi. This is a rare opportunity. Yue Yizi quickly left wind-sweeping building. Zhao Lianyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungi. She had just become a Gu immortal. It had been too little time. She did not know the importance of cultivation resources. She was only thinking of how to save her lover Ma Hongyun. A moment later, there were no Gu immortals left in wind-sweeping building. "Are you not going to collect some heaven-attached fungi?" Zhao Lianyun looked at Bujinzi, asking this. Bujinzi smiled. "The sect ordered me to protect you. I will not leave you for even a second." Zhao Lianyun was understanding towards this. "Then I will go down as well." Bujinzi shook his head. "Thank you for the thought, but even if we are standing on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them. That would only distract me. If anything happens, it will be too late to regret it." Zhao Lianyun heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly, "Thank you." Bujinzi shook his head. "No need to be so polite. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. My duty is to protect you." Zhao Lianyun sighed, leaning on the window as she said gloomily, "To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous, but there is such a safe place here. It shows that Heaven always leaves a way out. We will definitely succeed in this trip." "Right." Bujinzi did not hesitate, he answered. "Of course." But he suddenly dragged out his words in a strange tone. At the same time, Zhao Lianyun saw that there was some starlight shining far away. This was not the blind fire from black lanterns, of course, the color was different. This blue starlight resembled countless diamonds embedded on black silk. It was distant and unforgettable. Zhao Lianyun squinted as she sighed. So beautiful. Very dangerous. According to the records, this size. Bujinzi turned pale, he said in a trembling tone. Zhao Lianyun became alert. What? She had just asked when the warning and orders of rank 8 Gu Immortal by Qintian came. Outside the Immortal Gu house, Gu Immortals were rushing back in a panic. Wei Lingyang's gaze was like an eagle. He looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression. What a huge star cloud storm! Millions upon millions of stars were flying now. Some shooting stars had long trails left in the night sky, among which were huge stars. Some were island-sized, while some were as large as a piece of land. Between stars, there were countless starlight specks, like the weaving of a web of lightning. The star cloud storm was a phenomenon unique to immemorial blue heaven, but due to historical reasons, immemorial blue heaven shattered and large numbers of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, there were star cloud storms in black heaven as well. This is the first time I am seeing a star cloud storm of this scale. Bai Qintian had an ugly expression. Now it seems, this heaven-attached fungi field was a trap to lure us to rest here. Chapter 1245. Watching a meteor shower with you. The star-cloud storm's range was too huge, it was fast and powerful. The 3 immortal goo houses from Central Continent could not escape from it. The stars flew over endlessly. Lightning clouds were rumbling as starlight shot out continuously. It was a magnificent sight, but one could only feel weak and helpless, expressing nothing but shock at this. I will charge ahead with Edgelink Camp, the rest of you follow me. At the crucial moment, Wei Ling Yang decided this. The 3 immortal goo houses flew towards the star cloud storm. The huge immortal goo houses were like tiny ants in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth was growling loudly. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale, swallowing the 3 Central Continent immortal goo houses easily. The 3 immortal goo houses were unable to satisfy the appetite of this star cloud storm. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building was shaking intensely. Zhao Lianyun could not stand stably, she fell to the ground. Outside the window, countless glaring starlight specks were shining in, turning the entirety of wind-sweeping building blue. Zhao Lianyun felt like she was on a plank in a stormy sea. She was enduring the might of the tides and strikes of lightning. Her mouth was dry, she was scared. Even with goo immortal battle strength, she could not resolve this problem. She could only rely on the immortal goo houses, on the 3 rank 8 great experts. Zhao Lianyun did not know that among the 3 rank 8 goo immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon was sleeping now. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under Bai Qingtian's control. The situation was better than Canary Pavilion. But even so, Bai Qingtian was covered in sweat. He was concentrating and did not dare to relax his mind. He moved wind-sweeping building and traveled in the star cloud storm, continuously avoiding the huge stars. These stars moved quickly. If wind-sweeping building crashed into them, it would suffer huge damage. Even though wind-sweeping building was an immortal goo house, and would not break apart from just a few stars, in this situation, once wind-sweeping building loses control of its movement, it would slow down and be hit by endless number of stars. If that happened, it would be destroyed inside this star cloud storm. Everyone would die. Goo immortals are powerful, and immortal goo houses are useful, but against the might of heaven and earth, we are still minuscule and insignificant. Bai Qingtian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time. Wind-sweeping building finally got hit. A hill-like star crashed into wind-sweeping building with the ferocity of a storm. Wind-sweeping building's entire size was less than 10% of the star. But it was an immortal goo house, it was sturdy. It was the star which shattered instead of wind-sweeping building. But the impact of the star's collision sent wind-sweeping building flying far away through brute force. The 3 immortal goo houses were working together and flying alongside each other earlier, but now, the other 2 immortal goo houses dodged the star while wind-sweeping building was pushed away from the group. Bai Chen! Quick! Wei Ling Yang's voice could be heard. But in this star cloud storm, fragments were everywhere. The uncountable number of star path Dao marks were disrupting the information path communication method of Wei Ling Yang and Bai Qingtian. Bai Qingtian could only hear a short and incomplete message. But he knew what Wei Ling Yang wanted to say. Wei Ling Yang wanted him to try and catch up with them. In the star cloud storm, Wei Ling Yang could not stay behind or even have any strength to reinforce Bai Qingtian. Because around him, Canary Pavilion also needed to be taken care of. Bai Qingtian had to rely on himself. Let's do it! Bai Qingtian shouted. His eyes shone with endless brilliance. His rank 8 aura surged like a tornado. Wind-sweeping building shone with a jade-green light, which quickly turned into fierce winds rapidly. The winds moved and howled shrilly. These deep green-colored winds joined together, forming into a strong and sturdy tornado pillar. Immortal goo house wind-sweeping building stabilized, the surrounding stars were all pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method! Yui Yizi was roused, his eyes shone with light as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It was completely peaceful here, as if they had left the terrible tsunami and landed on a shore. The goo immortals inside wind-sweeping building erupted into cheers. Zhao Lianyun had just crawled up from the floor when a huge star crashed into the tornado wind pillar, before breaking in and assaulting wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Qingtian had a timely response. He controlled wind-sweeping building and lowered their altitude. This huge star grazed past wind-sweeping building. Some goo immortals by the window could see that at the moment near collision, the star had countless holes on the surface. they could be seen due to the close proximity. The goo immortals who were normally graceful and elegant screamed again. They were like mortals who were experiencing natural disasters. Wind-sweeping building moved with difficulty inside the star cloud storm. Even though this immortal goo house used its strongest method against the star cloud storm, it was not enough. Some huge stars approached forcefully, directly crashing into the tornado wind pillar. And between the stars, there was a chaotic magnetic field. These fields repelled, attracted, and crushed wind-sweeping building. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge those stars while under the might of these magnetic fields. Thankfully it was the rank 8 goo immortal Bai Qingtian holding the fort. Any rank 7 goo immortal would falter for sure. However, even Bai Qingtian was covered in sweat. His rank 8 immortal essence was rapidly expended. His expenditure far surpassed any battle he had ever had. This will not do. This star cloud storm is too huge. I do not know when I can escape. Bai Qingtian had a thought as he ordered for the goo immortals to send their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The goo immortals quickly contributed their efforts, including Zhao Lianyun. She had a phantom aperture, but she had refined immortal essence stones before and accumulated some immortal essence. Boom! 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 From time to time, huge stars would crash into the wind pillar. Most would be dodged by wind-sweeping building, but some still hit. The magnetic fields were everywhere, like a cruel giant toying around with wind-sweeping building. Inside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals did not speak. They were infusing their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building wholeheartedly. The atmosphere was tense. Every time a giant star crashed, many goo immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyun's heart was in trepidation. She had never been faced with such danger. She would not be surprised if she died at the next moment. Hongyun, Hongyun. She thought of Ma Hongyun's name. Each time she mentally muttered it, her heart returned to peace slightly. After countless times, Zhao Lianyun's mental state became completely peaceful. Hongyun, you had once risked your life for me, do you know? I am doing the same now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I am coming to save you. When I meet you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce and dangerous beyond your imagination. It is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun recalled the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyun's father had died in the battlefield. She was all alone, forced to marry someone else. She had to rely on Ma Hongyun. On a small mound. It was night time. Ma Hongyun was lying on the grassland with her. Lady Xiaoyun, quickly look, it's a meteor shower! Ma Hongyun pointed at the sky as he shouted. Boring, you brought me here to see this? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. What is so nice about this? Guh. Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I don't find it nice either, but they said that to make a girl happy, I need to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, in northern plains, we can often see meteor showers at night. Zhao Lianyun mentally sighed, thinking, I am so old already, I am afraid only young girls would like this. Wait a minute, my body is still young, I am still a young girl. At this time, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiaoyun, after looking at this meteor shower, has your mood improved? Zhao Lianyun mentally sighed once again. She said in a coaxing tone, I am much better now, I am so happy, look, this meteor shower is so beautiful, huh? Ma Hongyun's body shook, he quickly waved his hand. Lady Xiaoyun, don't say that, I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyun stood up in an instant, stomping at Ma Hongyun. Learning how to woo women out of all things, and you want to flirt with me, you are actually flirting with me. Ma Hongyun was screaming out in pain from getting kicked, shouting, Lady Xiaoyun, stop it. What is flirting? I have done no such thing. If I did something wrong, I will change it, okay? Stop kicking me. Zhao Lianyun ignored him as Ma Hongyun rolled around from getting kicked. Eventually, Zhao Lianyun worked up a sweat. She placed her arms at her waist as she looked at the scurrying Ma Hongyun, laughing smugly. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and thought, Lady Xiaoyun is finally laughing. As expected, the meteor shower made her mood better. Gasp. But it is so painful for me. Her memories flashed right before Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyun had started smiling. Hongyun, after I save you, I will kick you countless times to celebrate it. Zhao Lianyun thought. Right at this time, love goo inside her phantom aperture actually emitted a profound aura on its own. The aura was colorless and formless, it spread rapidly. Ordinary goo immortals could not sense it, but Bai Qingtian's body shook, his eyes shone with brilliance, he subconsciously thought. Is this the power of love goo? Chapter 1246. Spaceless Tunnel. Every moment in the star cloud storm was hard to endure. After a long time, a certain goo immortal in wind-sweeping building realized something, saying, "Everyone. For some time already, there have been no stars crashing at us." As he said that, the tornado pillar surrounding wind-sweeping building vanished instantly. The immortals saw that in the calm dark night, far away, the star cloud storm was moving away with imposing might. Wind-sweeping building was silent for a moment before exploding with cheers. "We made it! South close, even with an immortal goo house defending us, being an immemorial black heaven still poses a danger of dying. Thanks to Lord Bai Chintian, otherwise we would have died in this star cloud storm." The goo immortals talked with great joy. Bai Chintian had a hazy gaze, he thought. "We were able to escape the star cloud storm all thanks to Zhao Lian Yun's love immortal goo." At the crucial moment, love goo emitted an aura that led Bai Chintian towards the correct direction. Bai Chintian controlled wind-sweeping building. He followed this direction and quickly escaped from the star cloud storm. And within the star cloud storm, star path Dao marks were filling the area. With conflicting Dao marks, Bai Chintian's methods were very ineffective. Bai Chintian's expression was still gloomy. "We have already escaped danger, but Wei Ling Yang does not have love goo. I wonder if they are still struggling inside the star cloud storm." After losing contact with the other two immortal goo houses, Bai Chintian did not continue on his journey. He moved around the area, searching for them. Thankfully, half a day later, he successfully contacted Wei Ling Yang. Wei Ling Yang led Canary Pavilion and charged through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They had left the star cloud storm after Bai Chintian, but unfortunately, they were ambushed by a Sky Chief Beast group. After being informed of this, Bai Chintian manipulated wind-sweeping building, bringing the goo immortals with him to rescue them. After getting to the ambush site, the goo immortals saw Canary Pavilion and Edge Link Camp. They gasped loudly. These two immortal goo houses were surrounded by Sky Chief Beasts. Sky Chief Beasts lived in basically all of the immemorial 9 heavens. Each Sky Chief Beast was at least a mutated Beast King. They were on par with ordinary Beast Emperors. And the kings of each Sky Chief Beast group were Desolate Beast level. Beast Emperors among them were at least ancient Desolate Beasts. Within this Sky Chief Beast group, there were 100 ancient Sky Chiefs, and over 1,000 Desolate Beast Sky Chiefs. The remaining Sky Chief Beasts were overwhelming in number. They were uncountable. Edge Link Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the center, surrounded by countless Sky Chiefs. Even though they defended themselves, they were heavily damaged and were in great danger. Bai Chintian could not waste any more time. He charged ahead with wind-sweeping building. At this time, both sides could communicate again. Wei Ling Yang immediately moved Edge Link Camp towards Canary Pavilion and Wei Ling Yang, cooperating with them to break out of the encirclement. The Sky Chief Beast group roared loudly. The sound waves were like a tsunami. It was shocking. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Countless immortal killer moves were sent out like fireworks, displayed among the Sky Chief Beast group. The Sky Chief Beast group died in batches after batches, but they were quickly replaced with even more beasts. The Sky Chief Beast group was too huge. It did not mind such losses. And those Desolate Beast Sky Chiefs and Ancient Sky Chiefs could last much longer in battle. During this time, Edge Link Camp suddenly burst with strength. Silhouettes of sharp horns were formed, shooting out in all directions. This was an incredibly strong attack in which even Desolate Beast Sky Chiefs would be unable to withstand. Even Ancient Sky Chiefs did not dare to take the attacks head-on. Wind-sweeping building created a jade wind pillar again, as Canary Pavilion emitted the cries of 1,000 birds. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together, opening a path within the Sky Chief Beast group and meeting at the convergent point. Next, the 3 immortal goo houses turned around and fled. In a few minutes, they were free from the pursuit of the Sky Chief Beast group. "The situation is horrible," Bai Chintian and Wei Ling Yang communicated in a grim tone. "The 3 immortal goo houses are heavily damaged. Half of Canary Pavilion is completely unstable now. We need to rest and recover. Myriad Tidal Dragon is unconscious, and my immortal essence has already been depleted by more than half." Immortal essence affected the goo immortal's battle strength to a great extent. Bai Chintian used more than half of his immortal essence, so did Wei Ling Yang. Even though immortal goo houses were powerful, they consumed a lot of immortal essence. This was why Fang Yuan had never planned to construct any immortal goo houses. Even though he knew most of graceful chaotic dual stages composition, and also the entirety of Sacred Feather City's structure, But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence anymore. With his own immortal essence, he could not sustain the use of an immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses used too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 goo immortals could sustain the consumption alone. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals had to work together to display their might fully. Most importantly, the Central Continent goo immortals still had half the journey left. It seems we can only use Spaceless Tunnel now, Wei Lingyang said grimly. Bai Qintian was stunned before nodding, agreeing. That is the only way to cross half of the distance and reach our destination. The two rank 8 goo immortals were determined figures. The greater the setbacks, the greater their fighting spirit. They had never thought of retreating. And their encounters might not have been expected, but Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path goo immortal fairy Ziwei had already prepared other plans for them in advance. Spaceless Tunnel was one of them. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 immortal goo house, the experiences of Central Continent's 3 immortal goo houses could be seen by Yao Huang. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. All that happens within immemorial black heaven, the direction where the lightning storms go, cannot be affected by even heaven's will. But Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace can interfere with it. This is an invincible defense. With this palace, who can invade northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited. His tone was heated and he had great admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm now. With Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace here, nobody can think of invading northern plains. South Desolation Immortal laughed. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace has been stationed here for 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply affected immemorial black heaven. Even immemorial white heaven has been influenced. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyan, saying, Heaven and earth luck is so incredible, then all living beings' luck cannot be lacking in comparison. But now, fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo's user is in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. Yao Huang had no other options against old ancestor Shui Hu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw the power of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace and the sorry states of these 3 Central Continent Immortal goo houses. Thus he was moved and wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Ma Hongyun has our Huangjin bloodline, and is a descendant of ancestor Giant Sun. There is no problem with him getting fortune rivaling heaven goo. It will not be easy for old ancestor Shui Hu to snatch it away. Yao Huang was worried. That old ancestor Shui Hu has already been refining it for so long, with just fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo's power, can it really make the refinement fail? South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Of course not, even though fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot resist the rank 8 goo immortal old ancestor Shui Hu. Furthermore, he has the aid of Lady Wan Shou, one of the 4 great refinement path experts in northern plains. Do you think my longevity heaven has done nothing? We will not let fortune rivaling heaven end up in the hands of others. We made our arrangements long ago. If old ancestor Shui Hu cannot find them, he will not succeed in this refinement. Yao Huang realized that longevity heaven had taken action long ago, but its method was too impressive. Everyone was deceived, even Shui Hu and Wan Shou could not notice. Amazing, truly amazing. Compared to longevity heaven, even old ancestor Shui Hu was toyed in our palms. Yao Huang was truly impressed in his heart. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again. He felt that South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable. He truly had the demeanor of a senior. But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression changed suddenly. South Desolation Immortal was confused. He called out, What happened? These Central Continent goo immortals vanished all of a sudden. Chapter 1247. Water Path Grandmaster. This. Where are we? Zhao Lianyun looked outside, expressing shock on her face. But this time, even the knowledgeable Yue Yi could not answer her. Bu Jinzi, who was in charge of Zhao Lianyun's safety, said in an uncertain tone, This unique phenomenon, is it Spaceless Tunnel? The 3 immortal goo houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edge Link Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving inside a huge tunnel. This tunnel was blue in color, with rainbow-colored threads that extended forward in the path. These rainbow-colored threads were lined around the blue tunnel walls. They were dazzling and beautiful. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yue Yi asked. Bu Jinzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be familiar with it. Me? Zhao Lianyun was confused. She did not know why Bu Jinzi would say this. Bu Jinzi sighed, saying, because Spaceless Tunnel is a unique immortal killer move created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Inside the dream. This disciple greets Master. Fan Yuan knelt on the ground, paying respects to the female Gu immortal in front of him. The female immortal gave a murmur of acknowledgement before saying, I am Jing Miao Zi, I cultivate Water Path. Even though you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your understanding and aptitude. Pass this test, and you will become my true disciple. Please tell me, Master. Fan Yuan said respectfully. The female immortal waved her sleeve and the dream realm changed. Fan Yuan was standing in front of a jade pool. This jade pool was extremely green and calm, like a huge piece of jade. A rumbling river is water. The sea is water. The calm jade pool is also water. Water path is deep and profound. I personally cultivate the path of calm water. Step into the pool, and the moment you can stand on top of it without using any goo worms, I will accept you as my disciple. Fan Yuan stared with wide-open eyes. He was hearing this for the first time. He said, Master, if I do not use goo worms, I will be like a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on top of the water surface? That is your problem. The female immortal waved her sleeve, vanishing in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan frowned. He walked around the jade pool. After several rounds, he stepped into it. Plop! With a soft sound, he fell into the water directly. He quickly climbed up the edge of the pool. He was completely soaked. It was a sorry sight. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated before using the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. But this time, the all-powerful Unravel Dream did nothing. There were no changes. Fan Yuan sighed internally. It was useless indeed. Sigh, this is problematic. Not long ago, Fan Yuan's luck path attainment level had risen. He could easily raise Qi Luck's sensation to a new level. Therefore, the location of Yingwu Xia and gang was exposed. They were in southern border. Fan Yuan realized this and started to make preparations, raising his strength and borrowing immortal goo from Wu Clan. However, he met with a problem when he wanted to leave. If Fan Yuan left, Wu Clan would have no rank 7 goo immortals holding the fort at the Super Goo Formation. With Wu Clan initiating the immortal opportunity business, the situation was quite severe. Without any experts around, the other clans could easily find trouble with them. Wu Yong agreed readily to lend Fan Yuan Wu Clan's immortal goo, but he did not agree to the matter of leaving. Wu Clan had many goo immortals and had a huge force, but their territory was too big. They needed a lot of manpower. They had few goo immortals, causing them to be short on people. Some jobs could not be transferred easily, like Fan Yuan's role of defending the Super Goo Formation. Not many people in Wu Clan could do it. Even if they had strength, their political abilities were a concern as well. Fan Yuan gave the request of leaving his assigned position. Wu Yong felt a deep headache. But Fan Yuan was insistent on it. Wu Yong had to relent and change the roles of the other goo immortals. But this matter had huge implications on the others. Wu Yong said that a lot of time was needed. Fan Yuan had to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fan Yuan encountered a superb dream realm. There were all sorts of dream realms that were constantly changing. There were realistic dream realms and also strange ones. Fan Yuan would normally choose realistic dream realms to explore. The strange dream realms were hard to decipher. Fan Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, Jing Miaozi was a disciple of Shui Ni. This dream realm's owner is the disciple of Jing Miaozi, her true disciple. That can only be one person, the Water Path great expert famous in history, Sea Calming Lord. In Central Continent's history, there was an immemorial desolate beast that caused falling heavenly river to change directions, resulting in a tsunami that swept the lands. Central Continent's central area was flooded and the tsunami to the east was overwhelming. Back then, Heavenly Court Goo Immortal Sea Calming Lord stood up and used several immortal killer moves to return falling heavenly river to its rightful direction. The sea level returned to normal. He had incredible methods. My killer move Unravel Dream is usually effective, but it had no effect here. No wonder, no wonder. This was not the first time Fan Yuan was using Unravel Dream. But this time, even after using it several times, the dream realm was unmoved. Fan Yuan thought about it. Most likely, this dream realm was too powerful. Killer move Unravel Dream only used a rank 6 core immortal goo. It could not unravel this dream. The strength of a dream realm was not closely related to the crucial person in the dream realm. For example, Fan Yuan had once explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. He used Unravel Dream there and achieved great success. But now, Fan Yuan's Unravel Dream could not unravel Sea Calming Lord's dream realm. Sea Calming Lord was only rank 8, he could not match star constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm was not closely related to their cultivation level or strength during their lifetime. As for what relationship there was, Fan Yuan had no idea. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan was not adept at exploring dream realms either. His main focus was on his blood path cultivation. Fan Yuan did not study dream realms deeply, but he knew something: the stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Remembering this, Fan Yuan's interest in this dream realm rose again. Wu Clan has not redistributed the roles yet. I want to borrow Immortal Gu, but Wu Yong would not let me have them until he finishes the new role distribution. In that case, for this period of time, I should research in this dream realm. In the following days, Fan Yuan calmed down and went to explore the dream realm again, allowing him to stand on the surface of the water without using any goo worms. On the surface, this seemed impossible, because without using any goo worms, the Goo Master was no different from a mortal. Of course, this was different from Fortune Rivaling Heaven, or Black Boar Goo, which carved down marks onto the Goo Master's body. There are water path goo worms like water walking goo. They can allow the Goo Master to carve water path down marks on their feet and allow them to run freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with the dream realm's task. This dream realm did not allow the use of water walking goo. Even if it could be used, Fan Yuan would not use it, because he knew that this problem was not about the task at hand, but himself instead. As for solutions like freezing the surface of the water and standing on it, they were ideas that dodged the question. They did not target the true essence of this problem. Like what Jing Miaozi had said, she is testing my aptitude. This is a realistic dream realm. Sea Calming Lord must have passed it. There is no reason that I cannot. After all, my water path attainment level is at Kwasa Grand Master. Fan Yuan continued to try. He had fallen into the pool many times. If ordinary mortals ended up in this dream realm and fell into the water once, their souls would dissipate on the spot. For Goo immortals, falling inside several times would weaken their souls to a great extent. Fan Yuan's soul foundation was deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he could fall into the water 17 to 18 times before his soul reached its limit. At this time, Fan Yuan would use Guts Goo to heal himself. Guts Goo was a mortal goo, but it originated from a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. It was very effective. Fan Yuan had such a strong aid, he continued to work hard and started to have a feeling. This feeling could not be expressed with words, it was mystical. Fan Yuan tried again. When he stepped onto the water surface again, plop, he fell into the water again without doubt. When he climbed ashore, he saw his master Jing Miaozi standing by the pool, looking at him. Jing Miaozi spoke furiously. What aptitude is this? Such a simple test, but you still can't pass it until now. You are not fit to be my disciple. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. No, master, I did it. Like what you said, I have to stand on the water surface without sinking. I have already done it. Jing Miaozi smiled from extreme anger. She pointed at the water on Fan Yuan's body. Then what is this? Fan Yuan shook his head. This is nothing. The pool of water in my heart is calm and unmoving. I am already standing on it. Looking down, I can see my own reflection on the clear water surface. Jing Miaozi's anger and smile vanished gradually. She looked at Fan Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, Not bad, from today onwards you are my official true disciple. At the next moment, the entire dream realm vanished. Fan Yuan returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene? Fan Yuan was shocked. But soon, his shock turned into extreme joy. Wonderful, my water path attainment finally reached Grand Master level. Earlier, Fan Yuan's water path attainment level was at Quasi-Grand Master level. He seemed close to Grand Master, but he was actually still very far from reaching Grand Master. But now, this distance was passed as Fan Yuan became a true water path Grand Master. Succeeding transformation path, strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path, Fan Yuan had finally become a Grand Master of a sixth path. Chapter 1248. Ing Wuxia's objective. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Not here. Not here either. So strange, why did these Central Continent Goo immortals vanish without a trace? South Desolation Immortal was no longer as composed, his calm smile vanished, sweat was covering his forehead. He continued to manipulate Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, inspecting everywhere, but he could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Yao Huang was also dazed. He asked quickly, "Lord South Desolation, do I need to do anything?" At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Zombie's voice resounded. "This is Spaceless Tunnel." South Desolation Immortal was even more shocked now. Central Continent's Gu Immortals possessed this immortal killer move of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? But Giant Sun Immortal Zombie denied it. No, they are just using the Spaceless Tunnel left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Spaceless Tunnel. A space path immortal killer move. In the past, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had roamed the entire world to look for a way to return home. Undeniably, he was the Venerable who had traveled the most in this world compared to the others. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had covered almost every area in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable felt that a person was too small, and the Gu Master World was too big, thus he created Spaceless Tunnel. This immortal killer move could shorten his traveling distance greatly, and hasten his exploration speed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had gone missing long ago without a trace, but portions of his Spaceless Tunnel killer move left behind in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were still in existence even now. They seemed to be able to last forever. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had never stopped researching Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was different from the other Venerables, he was an otherworldly demon. From this point, Heavenly Court would not ignore him. Spirit Affinity House possessed the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. They let Zhao Lianyun inherit it. This was a fruit of Heavenly Court's research regarding Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When Central Continent's Gu Immortals found this spaceless tunnel, they could use a corresponding method and shorten their travel distance. Then where does this spaceless tunnel lead to? South Desolation Immortal reacted, realizing the key to this problem. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie answered, "I cannot find out either. This is the work of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable after all." When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive, he had suffered a loss in a Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the creator of Luck Path, but against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he did not have any strong methods to deal with his arrangements. South Desolation Immortal was silent. Yao Huang was stunned. What could they do? Giant Sun Immortal Zombie answered, "Since they used the spaceless tunnel, we only need to wait for them to reappear." Yao Huang asked, "This means that Central Continent's Gu Immortals can appear at any place? If they appear in Northern Plains directly, what should we do?" Central Continent's Gu Immortals were in a distressed state and lost a lot of their battle strength, but they were still very powerful. 3 Immortal Gu houses and 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals, along with many Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, as well as the Rank 9 Love Gu. If this lineup appeared in the base of any Super Force Huangjin tribe, the ones to lose would definitely be the Huangjin tribe. If these Central Continent Gu Immortals appeared in my Yao tribe. Thinking of this, Yao Huang felt uneasy. "Please guide us, Ancestor." South Desolation Immortal sought help. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie chuckled. "My descendants have their own fortune. Fortune and disaster coexist, they can be interchanged. This is Northern Plains calamity, but it can be turned into Northern Plains blessing. My main body died long ago, this is not my era. Go and work hard for the future, regardless of failure or success. Turning the calamity into a blessing, that will depend on your actions." Giant Sun Immortal Zombie said that before returning to silence again. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Fan Yuan was holding an ordinary Gu material. He casually threw this Gu material into the stove. The flame in the stove was burning, but it was emitting coldness instead. The fire inside the stove was very special. It was not orange, it was pale white and blue. This was a cold flame. Soon after, the cold flame extinguished all of a sudden, leaving no traces behind. From the stove, a Gu worm flew out. This Gu worm looked like a mosquito larva. It was thin and brown with a little green inside. It was wide and big. When it floated towards Fan Yuan, its body retracted and expanded. It was quite special. This was a Strength Path Gu worm, obviously a mortal Gu. But its name was Pulling Water. This made it a little special. Fan Yuan already had Pulling Water. It was a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu. But this one was a Strength Path Mortal Gu. pulling water goo could emit a mysterious power to allow the goo master to manipulate water currents like rivers and streams. This pulling water mortal goo's effect was naturally far below the rank 6 pulling water immortal goo. But Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Why? Firstly, immortal goo were unique. If Fan Yuan used 2 immortal killer moves that needed pulling water immortal goo at the same time, what would happen? With mortal pulling water goo, Fan Yuan could use a great number of mortal goo to temporarily replace pulling water immortal goo in the killer move. Thus, even though a goo immortal may have the immortal goo version of a certain goo, that did not mean they did not need the mortal version as well. Secondly, Fan Yuan's attempt succeeded because his water path attainment had reached Grandmaster level. Pulling water goo might be a strength path goo worm, but it was also related to water path. All along, even though Fan Yuan was a strength path Grandmaster, he could not deduce the recipe of pulling water mortal goo. Now that his water path attainment level reached Grandmaster, he did not even need to deduce it, he could instinctively detail the mortal goo recipe. Everything happened naturally. Water path Grandmaster. Fan Yuan started to feel the benefits from many aspects. Not just goo recipes, there were also killer moves. Fan Yuan had a lot of water path accumulations in his 500 years of life. He had water path killer moves and water path goo recipes. Now that he recalled these details, he had a brand new sensation and deeper understanding. This was an incredible feeling that could not be described with words. Formerly, he was standing below the tower, observing the bricks of the tower. But now, he was at the top of the tower. The sights were completely different. Even though my attainment level rose drastically and it cannot be evaluated easily in material terms, my strength has grown immensely. Especially when I already had 5 Grandmaster attainment levels. The paths of these Grandmaster attainment levels can work together and influence each other, forming an even greater benefit for me. No wonder everyone went after dream realms so desperately in my previous life. Fan Yuan recalled back then, his focus was placed on his blood path cultivation. Of course, he had reasons for that. Firstly, Fan Yuan's circumstances were not good at that time, he constantly faced strong enemies, he needed great battle strength. Secondly, Fan Yuan knew nothing about dream realms, he did not have exploration methods like Unravel Dream. Exploring dream realms was a huge risk that he did not need to take. Thirdly, as Fan Yuan recalled his memories now, Heavens will quite likely was interfering in the circumstances. When Fan Yuan was about to further explore his water path Grandmaster attainment level, and see what benefits he had obtained, Wu Clan finally sent a rank 7 Goo Immortal over. This Goo Immortal brought Wu Clan's instructions, as well as the Immortal Goo that Fan Yuan borrowed from Wu Clan. Fan Yuan quickly completed the trade, leaving the Super Goo formation. He flew northeast without stopping. Just now, the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had personal reasons to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. If it were an ordinary Wu Clan Goo Immortal, Wu Yong would investigate further. But this was Wu Hai, even if Wu Yong asked, he would likely not get an answer. Thus, he wisely chose not to pursue it. Fan Yuan went through the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his immortal aperture, resting temporarily. During this period, he stayed inside the sovereign immortal aperture and practiced his killer moves, getting familiar with his new immortal goo. The closer he got to the crucial time, the more steady Fan Yuan was. He decided to use this chance to killing Wu Xie, and eliminate this threat. He wanted to prepare amply. When Fan Yuan saw that the time was ripe, he stored his immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing his plan that had been set for a long time. Chi Luck Sensation. Fan Yuan had just activated this killer move, when, out of his expectations, he found that Wu Xie and the rest had left southern border, returning to Eastern Sea. Good, it will be easier for me to strike in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan had no hesitations, he flew to the sky, towards his targets. Wu Xie and the rest were flying above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying with them. Their relationship had changed, she was an equal ally now. A few days ago, Wu Xie took out Yang Gu, curbing Bai Ningbing's killing intent. Wu Xie used this chance to seek cooperation with Bai Ningbing. But Bai Ningbing was not the same as before, she expressed that she would rather give up Yang Gu to kill Wu Xie and gang. Wu Xie spoke with a glib tongue. By listing the problems involved, he managed to convince Bai Ningbing to establish a new alliance agreement with him. Bai Ningbing got back Yang Gu. She knew that Fan Yuan had the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was a big threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in Baixiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fan Yuan could easily enter the Grotto Heaven. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Baixiang Grotto Heaven, they instead would give Fan Yuan clues to find it. At this time, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly. Yingwu Xia, you said that you have a way to deal with Fan Yuan, but we are all the way in Eastern Sea now, and are still traveling. What method is it? Say it directly. Yingwu Xia laughed. To deal with a rank 8, we need another rank 8 existence. Eastern Sea is not our destination, we are going to Northern Plains. You mean Shadow Sect's remnant force in Northern Plains still has a rank 8 existence? Bullshit. Bai Ningbing snorted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it in Etian Mountain? Yingwu Xia smiled bitterly. The timing was not right. And the timing is right now. It is a great opportunity now. Northern Plains and Central Continent are engaging in battle over fortune rivaling heaven. By going to Northern Plains now, we are heading towards the center of the commotion, Snowy Mountain blessed land. Taking fortune rivaling heaven, using the rank 8 battle strength to kill Fan Yuan, and take back the sovereign immortal body. Yingwu Xia laughed as he said this, turning around to look behind him. He is coming. Chapter 1249. Reappearance of Ghostface. While speaking, Yingwu Xia felt the luck on top of his head shaking intensely. Earlier, Fan Yuan elevated Qi luck sensation greatly. Even if Yingwu Xia hid inside an immortal aperture, he could not evade detection. But Yingwu Xia was not someone who passively waited for death. He thought about it, and decided to make use of this. Previously, he had tried to conceal himself and his aura. Now that this was not possible, Yingwu Xia decided to strengthen the luck sensation instead. Everyone had their luck connected. Fan Yuan could use this to activate Qi luck sensation and find them. Then Yingwu Xia could also do the reverse. Thus, Yingwu Xia had researched a brand new Gu Worm combination recently to use his own luck's vibration to deduce his distance from Fan Yuan. Yingwu Xia named this immortal killer move Luck Vibration Distance. This way, Fan Yuan's familiar face could not be used. It could not deal with Yingwu Xia's methods. Yingwu Xia was a split soul of spectral soul, even though he lost his memories. After getting replenishment inside the River of Time, he did not lack attainment level. Attainment level was the most important thing. Precisely because of Yingwu Xia could think of new Gu Worm combinations at any time, to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course he had to have enough attainment level, and the creation needed to be given time for experimentation and practice. Get into formation! We will use the tactic we discussed to repel Fan Yuan. Sensing that Fan Yuan was getting close, Yingwu Xia ordered this. The 5 Gu immortals stopped moving, assembling their formation. After successfully convincing Bai Ningbing to join the alliance, Bai Ningbing's inheritance in Baixiang Grotto Heaven also caused Yingwu Xia's group to rise greatly in strength. This immortal level Gu formation was the powerful method used to trap Yingwu Xia and gang earlier. Now, Fan Yuan was going to be the one facing it. He's here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. She was the owner of Baixiang Grotto Heaven. Her wealth rose drastically. She had very useful immortal Gu, and her investigative methods were far superior than before. She surpassed Yingwu Xia, He Lu Lan, and the others, becoming the first person to notice Fan Yuan's traces. The other 4 immortals looked at where she directed, only to see that waves were forming at the southern sea area. A sword dragon was moving its body, flying past the clouds nimbly. Its sharp dragon horn was piercing towards the sky. Its scales were shining with silver light. Its dragon claws were sinister and sharp. Its dragon teeth were glowing with an eerie cold light. Yingwu Xia and the rest were ready to face this strong foe. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Do you dare to enter our formation? Fan Yuan saw Bai Ningbing. Even though she was a dragon lady now and was even more beautiful than before, her overall appearance was still similar. Fan Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not think that he would meet Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not met for a long time. Even during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Bai Ningbing was not involved too deeply. They did not meet. After 3 Kings blessed land, Bai Ningbing betrayed him and Fan Yuan separated from her, until now when they met again. But everything had changed already. The 2 surviving young Gu masters from Qingmao Mountain were now Gu immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius with a bleak future, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, had become a rank 6 Dragonman Gu immortal, and owned by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's experiences were even more bountiful. He had first become the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and after causing havoc in northern plains and destroying 88 true young building an imperial court blessed land, he went to Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Western Desert. Eventually, he appeared during the Battle of Etion Mountain and took away the fruit of Shadow 600,000 years of preparation, sovereign immortal fetus goo. Using this immortal goo, Fan Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. He grew at an unthinkable speed, being a rank 7 goo immortal already. Using Dream Realms, he even became a Grandmaster in 6 paths. The two were known as the Black and White Demons during their time in Southern Border as Goo Masters. They had worked closely together, but this time, their reunion was as enemies. Good, I will kill you as well. Fan Yuan was filled with killing intent. He roared as he shot out his dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp. As a bright light, it traveled rapidly and reached Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge, she smiled lightly. At the next moment, the sword light dragon breath landed on an invisible wall of light, dealing no damage to her. The Goo formation able to trap Ing Wuxie and the others was naturally not simple. Goo formation? Fan Yuan thought. At this point, he did not have many ideas. Formation path. Fan Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even during the 500 years of his previous life. It was like this. To break the Goo formation, he either needed to have formation path attainment, or use wisdom path deductions. Fan Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a useful wisdom path immortal goo that could deduce the flaw in this Goo formation. It would not be easy. The sword dragon flew in the sky, observing without advancing. Ing Wuxie and the rest were inside the Goo formation, awaiting Fan Yuan's attack. At once, Fan Yuan was filled with thoughts on how to deal with this situation. The other party set up a Goo formation. This means that they cannot conceal their traces, but are already able to find out my location. In the probing earlier, it can be seen that this Goo formation is not simple at all. Since they set up this formation, they must have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship is still better than a plank. After such a short time, Ing Wuxie already possesses such a method. Fan Yuan did not attack rashly. He could not decipher this Goo formation. He would have to be an idiot to charge in recklessly. But there was a possibility that Bai Ningbing and gang were putting up a front. This Goo formation might be weak on the inside and only strong against a direct attack. Thus, Fan Yuan had to continue probing. While Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxie's group were fighting, inside Black Heaven. Inside the spaceless tunnel. 3 immortal Goo houses were traveling slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel as he sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method is truly unthinkable. He has already vanished for so long, but this immortal killer move created 300,000 years ago can still be used effectively. If I was not experiencing this myself, I would not believe it. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you are awake, we will not stay any longer, let's go. It turned out that the Central Continent Goo Immortals could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, but they purposely stayed inside to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used an immortal killer move to escape and fell into slumber. After he woke up, Central Continent's Goo Immortals regained their full strength with 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals. The 3 immortal Goo houses moved quickly. This was the final bit of distance in the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Goo Immortals were enthusiastic. They were focused and awaiting the future battles. Hong Yun, hang on, I am coming! Zhao Lian Yun's eyes shone with determination as she prepared herself mentally. But right at the final part of the tunnel, a change occurred. A giant ghost face suddenly appeared, obstructing the 3 immortal Goo houses, completely blocking the entire spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals were still shocked when the ghost face opened its mouth, roaring without emitting a sound. As it roared, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless Dao Mark fragments of the spaceless tunnel flew everywhere. A terrifying space crack spread out like a spiderweb. Crack! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Goo Immortals found that the tunnel that they were in broke into countless pieces, like a shattered mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Hang on! Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Goo houses to their limits. However, even the 3 immortal Goo houses were weak and fragile. As if they were planks facing a tsunami, there was nothing they could do. At once, the 3 immortal Goo houses which had been together were separated and scattered by the space path chaotic currents. A giant hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast's mouth, devouring everything around it. Myriad Tidal Dragon controlled Canary Pavilion. he did not even last several breaths of time before this hole devoured it, vanishing without a trace. Wind-sweeping building and Edgelink Camp were hanging on desperately. Edgelink Camp was like a bun getting shaved layer after layer by the space path Dalmark fragments. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal goo houses looked so fragile here. Spaceless Tunnel was thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods, there was the power of 2 Demon Venerables here. The Central Continent Goo Immortals did not expect that the Spaceless Tunnel shortcut they were using was a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, when the medieval antiquity era's thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven, he left behind Spaceless Tunnel. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable failed to refine Love Goo and left behind many methods. Then in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have noticed the former's plan, or because of some other reason, he left behind an immortal killer move here as well. Duke Long did not understand these venerable secrets, even Fairy Z-Wei could not deduce such a thing. Right now, the Central Continent Goo Immortals were facing the threat of getting wiped out. Am I going to die? Will I die here? No, no! I need to save Hong Yun. How can I die here? Help me, please help me, Love Goo! Zhao Lianyun cried out in her heart. As if sensing her unwavering love and determination, Love Immortal Goo started to shine with an immensely bright light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Lianyun at the center. Boom! Wind-sweeping building had completely broken apart. The Goo Immortals were screaming loudly, activating their defenses. But many people did not last for even a few breaths of time before they were cut into pieces by the space path chaotic storm. Only Zhao Lianyun was covered in a thin layer of light, completely protected. Not just that, this layer of light was expanding to the 4 people around her. A hole formed before Zhao Lianyun's eyes. At the next moment, Love Goo emitted a strong force and entered the hole with Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Goo Immortals. Their vision changed. Where is this? Zhao Lianyun realized that she was standing on firm ground. This is naturally Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a voice said. Chapter 1250. Inside and outside the formation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Zhao Lianyun cried out in surprise. She raised her head and saw a female Goo Immortal in front of her. This person was lying on a cloud bed. She wore a silk dress. She had an ordinary appearance, but her blue hair was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that flowed from her head down to the cloud bed and covered the surface. The female immortal saw that Zhao Lianyun's emotions were not a facade, and asked, finding it somewhat strange. It seems you 5 did not intentionally barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? 5? Zhao Lianyun looked around her, and only then did she find she was in a large hall and she was not alone. There were 4 of her Goo Immortal companions from earlier. The 4 also woke up around the same time. Zhao Lianyun had just recently become a Goo Immortal, but she essentially recognized these 4 Goo Immortal companions. The most familiar one was Bu Junzi. He was a Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Goo Immortal who was tasked to protect Zhao Lianyun. Yui Yi. This young handsome Goo Immortal came from Ancient Soul Sect. Although his cultivation was only rank 6, he had a high refinement path attainment, and was widely acknowledged for it. Shi Jingyi was similarly a young man, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He had been at the top floor of Wind-Sweeping Building with Zhao Lianyun just earlier, and although Zhao Lianyun had not talked with Shi Jingyi, she had seen his father who had become blind from the blind fire. This gave her a deep impression. The final one was someone Zhao Lianyun did not know, and it was the first time she had seen him. However, Shi Jingyi clearly knew this person. He immediately ran to this person's side and greeted. Senior Mu Linglan, how did we appear here? This person was Mu Linglan, a waterpath Goo Immortal coming from Spirit Butterfly Valley and having rank 7 cultivation. I am also baffled. Space suddenly shattered and threw you 5 out. The female immortal spoke lightly. Entering Snowy Mountain Blessed Land without permission, I am still waiting for you people to clear my doubts. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This place is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Shi Jingyi called out. He looked outside the window and saw the snowy white world outside, and in the distance were more than 10 snowy peaks standing loftily. At the same time, Shi Jingyi discovered he was currently in a hall on one of the snowy peaks. Central Continent's Goo Immortals quickly reacted. Bu Junzi ran to Zhao Lianyun's side, tensely looking at the female immortal before them. If I am not wrong, you are Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 9th Peak Lord, Hair Mistress. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Hong Yun is here. Zhao Lianyun's eyes let out bright light. The female immortal straightened her upper body, revealing a solemn and nervous expression. So you really came from Ma Hong Yun? That's right, hand over Ma Hong Yun! Zhao Lianyun shouted. Herr Mistress took a deep glance at Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hong Yun is not at my place. If you want to find him, you probably need to charge to the first peak. But that peak has Lady Wan Shou and old ancestor Shui who staying guard. You five probably won't even be able to make a ripple. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shi Jingyi told with clenched fists. Even if I die here, I am going to save Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun was resolute. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. Us five are only the first to reach here. There are still rank 8 Gu immortals behind us. Although your snowy mountain blessed land has the territorial advantage, you only have one rank 8 Gu immortal in the end. Mu Linglan was bluffing. In truth, the outcome of the Gu immortals who remained in the spaceless tunnel boded ill rather than well. It might be that the only people who were saved were their group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and under Zhao Lianyun's obsession, the 5 Gu immortals directly arrived at Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Herr Mistress's expression slightly changed. She was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while the group before her had the numerical advantage and there were also 2 rank 7s present. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Herr Mistress was at the 9th peak. She had never expected her peace would abruptly be broken, and 5 Gu immortals would appear in front of her without any warning. I will be the main attacker, the rest of you retreat to the back. Mu Linglan secretly transmitted his voice. He shouldered responsibility and stepped forward. Herr Mistress saw things going awry, quickly stretching her arm. Wait, we are friends, not enemies. What do you mean? Bu Jinzi stopped the eager Mu Linglan. Herr Mistress, you think I will willingly lay down my life for old ancestor Shui Hu? For his own private interests, old ancestor Shui Hu forcibly commanded us to gather immortal materials. We have suffered a lot but are helpless in front of old ancestor Shui Hu's might. As a matter of fact, I had already wanted to surrender and was thinking of when Northern Plains' righteous path Gu immortals would attack, but I had never expected the ones to come would be all of you from Central Continent. I don't want to fight with you. You want to find trouble with old ancestor Shui Hu, I welcome you to do so. Eh? It was like that. Bu Jinzi and Mu Linglan glanced at each other with some doubts. Herr Mistress continued. Since you are attacking Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered relevant information. I won't hide from you, there is already discord within the members of Snowy Mountain. Old ancestor Shui Hu has become crazy in his desire to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and completely disregarded the feelings of us, the Snowy Peak Lords. Regretfully, we are under his control and cannot rebel. We can only wait for external forces to help us. Central Continent's 5 Gu immortals did not speak. They had not expected such a development. Mu Linglan spoke. Since you want to surrender, just this information won't be enough. Join our ranks and then we can be sure of your sincerity. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly. If I could attack, I would have already rebelled. You do not have to probe. Would you believe me even if I joined you? There is not only one way to help you. I am willing to tell you of the defense arrangements of Snowy Mountain. Oh? Speak. Mu Linglan nodded. Herr Mistress gazed at the 5 immortals in front of her, before speaking slowly. Old ancestor Shui Hu has recklessly modified Snowy Mountain blessed land to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Not long ago, he invited Sun Ming Lu to arrange a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful. With the Snowy Peak Lords as the formation cores, it links to Reverse Flow River. The invaders have to charge through each peak. And the Peak Lords guarding each Snowy Peak would receive the Gu formation's amplification. Rank 6 cultivation can display rank 7 strength. On the other hand, the charging Gu immortal would be greatly suppressed. With this contrast of strengthening and weakening, every Snowy Peak is a difficult hurdle. Even if rank 8 Gu immortals come, unless they can destroy this Gu formation, they will have to spend some time in here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Linglan asked. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly again. All my words are true. If you don't believe, you can test me. Good. Mu Linglan flicked his sleeve, and a wave of water appeared in the air and rushed towards Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress did not panic. She slightly willed and a strand of hair suddenly sprang up, turning into a dam that blocked the wave. Mu Linglan frowned. He saw through the issue with one attack, and did not make another move. The other 4 Central Continent immortals looked at each other. Just like Herr Mistress said, she could display rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Ling Lan himself was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but his attack was weakened greatly. His powerful offensive method was actually blocked easily by Herr Mistress. This Gu formation is too powerful, Shi Jingyi exclaimed in shock. Bu Jinzi directly questioned. Then where is the flaw of this Gu formation? Herr Mistress shook her head. I am not familiar with this Gu formation, but over these days of feeling around, I have some experiences that I can tell all of you. First of all, the Gu formation isolates what is inside from outside. You cannot even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Currently, only old ancestors Shui who can contact us Snowy Peak Lords, while the Snowy Peak Lords cannot communicate with each other. Secondly, each Snowy Peak Lord is a formation core of the Gu formation. We can seemingly only defend from our main halls at the peak and are unable to leave our peak. This point is my guess, but it should be pretty accurate. Finally, it is time for you guys to die. Herr Mistress's expression suddenly changed. Her blue hair suddenly rose up to entangle the 5 Gu immortals. Mu Ling Lan was vigilant the whole time, instantly flying out of the hall. With Bu Jinzi's help, Zhao Lianyun was also able to escape. Inside the hall, the dense blue hair quickly wrapped around Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi, forming 2 thick blue cocoons. Treacherous witch! Attack! Mu Ling Lan was alarmed and furious. Before he spoke, Bu Jinzi and Zhao Lianyun had already attacked. Rumble! The 9th snowy peak emitted thunderous noises. The battle had instantly started. Eastern Sea. Dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot at the Gu formation, shaking the whole Gu formation. Fan Yuan is too careful, he is not entering the Gu formation, what do we do now? Bai Ningbing asked Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia sighed, transmitting his voice. I had planned to use this Super Gu formation to match against Fan Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, and probe his exact strength. Who could have expected him to only attack from afar, not giving us any opportunity at all? A concealed sword was the most terrifying. Fan Yuan naturally could rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to move through space and get inside the Gu formation. But if he did so, he would be revealing the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle only had rank 6 power. How could Fan Yuan reveal his own weakness? Although we have the Gu formation's protection and are secure, Fan Yuan has the initiative. He is using a transformation path killer move, while we are using the Super Gu formation. Our immortal essence is expending at an extremely fast rate. Bai Ningbing spoke. Shi Nu requested to battle. Why don't I go out to battle and lure him in? Bai Ningbing disdainfully sneered. Fan Yuan is a crafty old scoundrel. How could he be provoked by you and rashly enter the Gu formation? Shi Nu furiously glared at Bai Ningbing. Then what do you think we should do? Forget it. Ing Wuxia spoke. Wait for me to make some arrangements, and leave behind a cover to confuse him. We will then quietly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place. As long as we make haste, we will reach Northern Plains and meet with the rank 8 Gu Immortal. That would be the time to turn around and deal with Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was heavy. You asked me to arrange this Gu formation only to give it up. Forget about the mortal Gu, but you want me to give up the immortal Gu used in it as well? Chapter 1251. Herr Mistress Battle. These are just a few immortal Gu. So what? Ing Wuxia spoke in a profound voice. As long as our plan succeeds, all your losses can be compensated. Being able to let go is the mark of a wise person. Moreover, we are not just abandoning them senselessly, instead we are leaving them behind to confuse the enemy and get some precious time for ourselves. Bai Ningbing snorted. Why do I feel like you are intentionally weakening my strength? You are thinking too much. The enemy is outside. You can also choose to stay behind and personally control this Gu formation to help us delay the enemy. Ing Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with sharp light, before finally nodding. I shall go with your plan then. It was not that she did not want to fight by herself, but facing such a powerful Fan Yuan, she did not have any confidence in winning. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. 9th Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 immortals were plotted against by Herr Mistress. They were all wrapped around like cocoons by her blue hair. What killer move is this? My immortal essence is rapidly being consumed. Ah! Yu Yizi suddenly shouted, his whole body suddenly burned with bright flames. But the fire was actually not able to burn the blue hair, instead, large amounts of water vapor emerged from the hair, drenching Yu Yizi. My fire is earth furnace fire, Even melting rank 7 goo material only is a matter of minutes, but it actually cannot burn even a single strand of this hair. Yui Yizi was extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, it is useless. My move is blue hair constriction. The longer the time taken to activate it, the stronger it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui, who began refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think of it, and you will know how long a time it has been. Herr Mistress lay down on her bed again, laughing heartily. Moreover, I did not completely lie to you. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is indeed already covered in a super goo formation. My battle strength has reached rank 7 in here, while all of you have been weakened. Surrender obediently and allow yourself to be captured. Maybe you will still have a chance for survival. Humph, you are too simple-minded. Right at this time, an illusory shadow flew out of a blue cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but this phantom figure had strangely passed through the cocoon. The figure shortly turned from phantom to solid. It was none other than Spirit Affinity House's rank 7 goo immortal, Bu Jinzi. Herr Mistress's expression sank. So there was a phantom path goo immortal. No wonder you can escape my blue hair constriction. While she spoke, a huge amount of blue hair shot out from the ground, hard as needles, supple as snakes, and shot towards Bu Jinzi. Bu Jinzi smiled brightly. You are still too inexperienced to be able to hurt me. He again turned into phantom form, this time entering another blue cocoon. The goo immortal inside this cocoon was Zhao Lianyun. Right now, she was activating her immortal killer move to guard against the cutting and strangling of the blue hair. Bu Jinzi came to her side suddenly, giving Zhao Lianyun a fright at first. I will count to 3, deactivate your defenses and follow me. Bu Jinzi put his hand on her shoulder, as he instructed this. Zhao Lianyun thought, if I stop my defensive killer move, would I not be shred into pieces by the blue hair? However, she thought again. Bu Jinzi would absolutely not deceive her, and decided to believe in him. At the next moment, she let go of her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The blue hair immediately moved towards her, but Zhao Lianyun had already turned into phantom form. Then, both phantoms rushed out of the blue hair cocoon. Herr Mistress finally paled with fright. Bu Jinzi cultivated phantom path. It was normal for him to be able to turn into phantom. But it was unusual to be able to turn others into phantom as well, and even being able to affect those he had turned into phantom. Phantom path goo immortals were very few in number. Bu Jinzi was no doubt an exceptional talent among them. It was because of these methods that Spirit Affinity House was confident in him being able to ensure Zhao Lianyun's safety. After Bu Jinzi rescued Zhao Lianyun, he repeated the same thing, rescuing the other 3. The 5 Central Continent goo immortals then started to surround and attack Herr Mistress. However, even with 1 against 5, Herr Mistress was not at a disadvantage. Blue hair coiled around her whole body, dancing around like snakes and at times, standing up like a wall, as it dissolved all the offenses of the 5 goo immortals. She clearly has only rank 6 cultivation, but actually has rank 7 battle strength. I have also found there are indeed traces of a super goo formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Get out of my way, let me attack. Mu Linglan moved away from the 4 immortals, and activated his immortal killer move. Howl! Wolf howls resounded. 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared from thin air and charged towards Herr Mistress while brandishing their teeth and claws. Herr Mistress's hair wall was broken again and again, and was unable to stop the water wolves' offense. She quickly rose up and broke out of the ceiling into the air. The 5 Central Continent goo immortals immediately flew up to give chase. Herr Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was rather strong, Zhao Lianyun's side had the numerical advantage. Herr Mistress's offense lowered as she started to defend more. Most of her blue hair was destroyed, the remainder had curled up into a ball that firmly protected her. This immortal killer move is truly terrifying. It can absorb and release energy. A portion of our immortal killer moves are absorbed by it, and released back against us. Even my snake wave stab cannot pierce through this hair ball. Mu Linglan was solemn. Bu Jinzi suddenly transmitted his voice to Mu Linglan. Mu Linglan's expression shook. Let's try again then. He accumulated energy for a while before suddenly pointing out his right index finger towards the continuously revolving blue hair ball. At the next moment, a water snake half a foot long flew out from his fingernail. The small snake was lifelike, completely formed from water and was deep blue in color. The water snake was extremely fast, but right now, under Mu Linglan's control, it intentionally flew slowly. At this moment, Bujinzi suddenly used his immortal killer move, turning the water snake into phantom. The water snake was easily able to pass through the hair ball and appeared in front of Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress turned pale from the shock, quickly activating her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned into solid, breaking open Hair Mistress's defense and piercing straight into her heart. Hair Mistress gave a sharp screech as her soul escaped out of her body. The hair ball detonated, a huge number of short hairs shot out everywhere like sharp arrows. Central Continent's 5 immortals could only concentrate on defending themselves, and let Hair Mistress' soul escape. We won! Hair Mistress is dead, only her soul is left now. Shi Jingyi was extremely excited. Good teamwork. Bujinzi and Mu Linglan looked at each other and smiled. These 2 rank 7 Gu immortals had made the biggest contributions in defeating Hair Mistress. First, Bujinzi rescued them from the cocoons, then Mu Linglan was the main attacker. Yue Yizi, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi were only supporting figures. The battle ended, the 9th peak turned silent. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and soon came to a consensus. They would first retreat and wait for the other forces from Central Continent to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they go against the whole of Snowy Mountain? Forget about other Gu immortals, just old ancestor Shui, who alone was an opponent they could not beat. However, the 5 immortals found they were unable to leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was a public blessed land. The whole blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation arranged here. Even Bujinzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, we don't have a formation path Gu immortal among us. If we had a formation path great expert, maybe we could decipher the profundities of this Gu formation. Mu Linglan wrung his hands in disappointment. There had been multiple formation path Gu immortals specially mixed in among the Central Continent Gu immortals sent. Unfortunately, because of the unexpected collapse of the spaceless tunnel, not even one formation path Gu immortal was among this group of 5. The 5 Central Continent immortals helplessly found that even though they defeated Hair Mistress, her soul escaped, while they were trapped in the 9th snowy peak, unable to escape from this super Gu formation. What should we do? They looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could they not feel pressure? This was the enemy's base. The rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui who could crush them with just his fingers. Did you all find something strange? We have already been here in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land for a while now, but no one has actually come. Yue Yizi suddenly spoke. The other 4 immortals had the same feeling. It is indeed strange. We have invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and battled Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge, but besides Hair Mistress, no one else has appeared. Our fight with Hair Mistress was not a short one, but no other Gu immortals came to reinforce her. Old ancestor Shui who did not appear, it could be because of a rank 8's pride. But the other Gu immortals should have allied and besieged us. There is no way they are holding back now. Mu Linglan, Bujinzi and Yue Yizi pondered over this, and felt it was odd. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, Love Gu suddenly activated. A powerful immortal Gu aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a majestic aura caused the other 4 immortals' expression to change. What a powerful aura! Is it a rank 9 immortal Gu? I remember this aura appeared in the spaceless tunnel as well. So it was you who protected us. Mu Linglan, Yue Yizi and Shi Jingyi stared at Zhao Lianyun, dumbfounded. Zhao Lianyun, however, did not have control over her body. Her eyes had rolled back, showing her whites. Her legs were a foot above the ground. Her head was slightly raised, and she was emitting chuckling sounds. Don't disturb her, this is Love Gu's power. Bujinzi quickly spoke. Love Gu? Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal Gu was actually brought here by Zhao Lianyun. The other 3 immortals were extremely shocked. Bujinzi smiled bitterly, as he explained to them. After a while, Zhao Lianyun woke up. I know all the secrets of this Gu formation now. The 4 immortals were joyous. This was because of Love Gu. Mu Linglan's eyes were wide open. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Quickly explain it to us. Bujinzi urged. Chapter 1252. Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This formation is called Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. It was set up by Sunming Lu, using over 10 immortal Gu. The crucial point is it irrigates the water of Reverse Flow River, thus it has extremely astonishing power. Zhao Lianyun explained in a heavy voice. Love Immortal Goo had activated of its own accord, using up large amounts of immortal essence in Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture. It had all sorts of effects, and this time, it had let Zhao Lianyun directly obtain the origins and history of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Reverse Flow River? That legendary Reverse Flow River? Yu Yi's eyes opened wide. Right, it is the Reverse Flow River recorded in Zhu Dot. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Stated, Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River were the three obstacles inside the door of life and death. Back then, to save his eldest son, verdant great son, Renzu had traveled to Obsession Death Domain but had failed. Renzu could only pass through the three obstacles, to revive once again. In the end, Renzu had passed Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but had failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Who could have thought it was an old ancestor Shui whose hands? Bu Jinzi sighed. Mu Linglan spoke. Supposedly, in the past, thieving heaven demon Venerable had relied on ghostly concealment to enter the door of life and death, and move Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley out, but was unable to take Reverse Flow River. I never expected Reverse Flow River to be taken by someone as well. Mu Linglan was a supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This ancient sect was most skilled in information gathering, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets. This group of immortals soon accepted this fact. Since Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not that strange for Reverse Flow River to appear as well. The main thing now is how to break this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Bu Jinzi emphasized. But Zhao Lianyun shook her head. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even a rank 8 Gu immortal will be trapped and not be able to extricate themselves. Although there are no rank 8 immortal Gu used in this Super Gu formation, this Super Gu formation perfectly utilizes Reverse Flow River, which allows it to display endless might. Zhao Lianyun explained slowly while the other four immortals listened speechlessly, no longer having the intention to break the formation. This Super Gu formation has completely remodeled Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, using the 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores to form a solid defense. If a Gu immortal charges into the formation, they would be forcibly sent to different snowy peaks depending on their cultivation. If it was a rank 7 Gu immortal, they would be sent to the snowy peaks with rank 7 Gu immortals to fight. If it was a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would be sent to old ancestor Shui Hu. Herr Mistress' words had some truth and some lies, and were not completely nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed amplify the strength of the Gu immortal in the formation cores. It could let rank 6 Gu immortals have rank 7 might, and while it could not let rank 7 Gu immortals have rank 8 strength, there would still be a tremendous boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation also imitated Regret Pool, having some mysterious abilities of Time Path. The truly wicked thing was any Gu immortals that died within the formation would be considered as sacrificing their life to this formation, helping Lady Wan Shou, who was in the center of the formation, refine Ma Hongyun. No wonder when we killed Herr Mistress, her body and immortal aperture turned into ashes and disappeared. Although her soul escaped, her soul must have already dispersed completely due to this formation. Who could have thought Sun Ming Lu could actually construct such a level of Super Gu formation? Such a powerful formation, even the 10 great ancient sects might not be able to match it. Sun Ming Lu is Northern Plains' publicly recognized #1 formation path Grandmaster. According to rumors, he has an unyielding nature and highly values ties of friendship. He did not associate himself with the demonic path. Earlier, old ancestor Shui Hu had put down his pride and invited him repeatedly, but Sun Ming Lu did not yield to such an expert. In the end, he was touched by old ancestor Shui Hu's love for Lady Wan Shou, and helped Lady Wan Shou construct a refinement path Gu formation. But from the looks of it now, creating such a wicked refinement path Gu formation, this Sun Ming Lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed. That means, if we go out of this snowy peak, we will be forcefully separated and have to fend for ourselves? Bu Jinzi asked. Zhao Lianyun nodded. It should be the case. We appeared here because of Love Immortal Gu's strength. Love Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu, its might surpassed the whole Super Gu formation, so it could make the 5 Gu immortals appear at the 9th snowy peak together. However, right now, Love Gu did not activate. This group of 5 would be separated by the Gu formation once they stepped out of the range of this snowy peak. Bu Jinzi frowned deeply. This was extremely bad news. He was given the task to escort Zhao Lianyun, to protect Zhao Lianyun as well as Love Gu. But now, this super goo formation would separate them, and there was nothing he could do. How about this, Fairy Lianyun, enter my immortal aperture? I don't believe this super goo formation can influence my immortal aperture? Bu Jinzi hesitated before making up his mind. The immortal aperture of a goo immortal was their greatest secret, and normally they would not let others enter. However, Bu Jinzi knew the significance of this matter, and decided to make a sacrifice, letting Zhao Lianyun in. They could only do this because Zhao Lianyun did not have a true immortal aperture. Hers was a phantom aperture. Heavenly Court's phantom aperture had advantages as well as disadvantages. A disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, goo worms and will, but could not be managed and developed like normal immortal apertures. It also had to be replenished at set intervals of time, and could not last forever. An advantage was that it could store immortal goo of any rank, just like Zhao Lianyun currently could store love goo, and not have to worry about this rank 9 immortal goo bursting the immortal aperture. However, after attempting it, Central Continent's goo immortals found that they could not even open the entrance to their immortal apertures. Clearly, Sun Ming Lu had considered this issue when he constructed this super goo formation. This flaw was not in the goo formation. The goo immortals fell into an awkward situation. They had gotten rid of Hair Mistress, but they themselves were trapped here. But there was good news: they did not need to worry about any reinforcements, or the rank 8 old ancestors Shui Hu making a move against them. Because in this super goo formation, each snowy peak lord guarded one peak, and could not leave it. Any rank 8 goo immortals whom invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not fight rank 6 or rank 7 snowy peak lords, and could only fight old ancestors Shui Hu. This rule restricted old ancestors Shui Hu as well. Old ancestors Shui Hu could not make things difficult for rank 6 and rank 7 invaders. The reason for this rule came from Reverse Flow River. Humans aspired to move up the social ladder, while water flowed downwards due to gravity. These were rules of the world. With rank 8 as the high point, and rank 7 and rank 6 as the low, the higher ranked goo immortals could only look for those of similar level or fight with stronger goo immortals. In the whole goo formation, the first snowy peak was the highest point. The invaders must move on to other peaks and could not leave. This was the might of Reverse Flow River. Recorded that even Rin Zhu was not able to successfully emerge from the river. But this Reverse Flow River was, after all, only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Ming Lu used the plentiful Dao marks in this secluded domain to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. And as the main parts of the formation, old ancestors Shui Hu and the Snowy Peak Lords were also unable to go against this rule. If it was not Reverse Flow River, and was one or more other immortal goo, the goo immortals could control the formation by themselves and create an environment favorable to themselves, instead of being in such a rigid situation like now. But regardless, even though there was this flaw, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was a solid fortress, easy to defend but hard to attack. With this goo formation helping him, it was no wonder that old ancestors Shui Hu felt extremely confident, and did not hide the commotion of refining fortune rivaling heaven goo. Even if he wanted to hide it, he might not necessarily be able to. The crucial thing was that he was not afraid of goo immortals attacking. Instead, he was even waiting for them, because the goo immortals who died in the goo formation, whether it be enemies or his own side, they would turn into fuel which would help him refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. Since that is the case, we might as well stay here and wait for the response from our reinforcements, Bu Jinzi suggested. This suggestion was approved by the other Central Continent goo immortals. They were now familiar with the details of this goo formation, but it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyun frowned, but she did not argue. After all, Ma Hongyun was at the first peak, that was the center of the goo formation, used to refine goo. Even if Zhao Lianyun and the group charged through the many snowy peaks and reached the first peak, they would have to face the rank 8 goo immortal old ancestors Shui Hu. Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. We have discovered a small group. South Desolation Immortal breathed out deeply. Ah? Where? Yao Huang asked. They actually ran right inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Strange. South Desolation Immortal was uncertain. Although he knew Central Continent goo immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he was not aware that an unexpected mishap had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought he could find the majority of Central Continent's forces, but he only discovered a small group. However, this discovery included Zhao Lianyun, an important person. Love Immortal Goo. The reason South Desolation Immortal woke up was due to this. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang frowned. Not all the Central Continent Gu Immortals have appeared? South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Maybe this is their plan of luring enemies, but whether it be rank 8 Gu Immortals or Immortal Gu houses, there are none of them. Yao Huang's frown became deeper. Just like when Fan Yuan confronted Ying Wuxie, he did not take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but it had instead caused Ying Wuxie to be even more apprehensive. The situation of Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortal was largely similar. If the Central Continent Gu Immortals had all appeared, they would be able to use all their strength to deal with them. However, only 5 people appeared, which instead caused South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang to not understand what the Central Continent Gu Immortals were planning. Was this some kind of sinister plot? Are they brewing some special plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it before deciding. Let this group of Central Continent Gu Immortals fight with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land first. The important thing is still the larger portion of the Central Continent group. Until this larger portion appears, we will just watch the events from the side. Okay. Yao Huang nodded, but was guessing inwardly. Lord South Desolation is aware about the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This is not Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace's ability. Does our side have an insider in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Chapter 1253. Courting Death, Eastern Sea. The sword dragon kept on breathing out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath struck the Gu formation, causing the Gu formation to truly sway. Something is not right. Ying Wuxie and the others are not fools. Their immortal essence expenditure while activating this super Gu formation is far greater than mine. But they are actually maintaining the stalemate without retreating and letting me attack. Do they have some other plan? Fan Yuan was attacking furiously. Although he was not able to break the formation, he firmly held the initiative. Thoughts were surging in his mind and had not stopped even for a second. They should know I have the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Are they not afraid of me using the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to penetrate space and enter the formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap to deal with my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or could it be that Sixth Hair has already learned from Lang Yilan's spirit that my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped attacking, and dived inside the sea. While under the sea, he waited for a reaction from Ying Wuxie's group while activating an immortal killer move. She Lux Sensation. They are indeed all inside the Gu formation. Fan Yuan relaxed. It seems I was thinking too much. Fan Yuan continued to attack the Gu formation, but he gradually discovered the Gu formation was only passively defending and there were no signs of Ying Wuxie, Bai Ningbing or the rest. Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought and stopped attacking again. Right now, he was holding the initiative, and he could choose freely whether to attack or not. On the other hand, the enemy was defending and in a very passive situation, not knowing when Fan Yuan would attack, and they had to maintain the Gu formation all the time, which consumed their immortal essence. Fan Yuan stopped his offenses, and besides maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not need to use up any immortal essence, thus his expenditure was even lesser. The silent confrontation lasted for an hour. Fan Yuan gradually realized the fishy situation. The Gu formation was like a deep pool, and no commotion was visible inside. The enemy was actually firmly deciding on maintaining this stalemate with Fan Yuan. Ying Wuxie seems to have some other motive that requires the safe environment created by the Gu formation. No matter what, I cannot let him continue smoothly. I should quickly take action and destroy the formation. It seems I can't continue to hide this trump card. I need to use it early. Ying Wuxie's plan had come into effect and Fan Yuan's Ji Lux sensation was misled. But Fan Yuan still had sharp judgment regarding the situation. He firmly acted without hiding any trump cards. If it was earlier, Dragon Breath would be his strongest weapon, but it was different now. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded over an enormous surrounding distance. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Ying Wuxie's vision suddenly changed, and when his vision was stable, he was already at the regional wall. This was Eastern Sea's blue water regional wall. It was deep blue, and was like a giant screen that connected heaven and earth, expansive and boundless. The 4 Gu immortals, Tai Bai Yunxing, had entered He Lu Land's immortal aperture, standing in front of the vast and mighty regional wall were as small as ants. Once they entered, the ancient battle formation could not be used, and they could only move by themselves. Because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves in the regional wall would shake their immortal apertures, The ancient battle formation would cause this even more, and the backlash would be extremely big. Just as they were looking at the regional wall, Ing Wuxia's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously looked back, her eyes letting out sharp light as she stared at the direction they came from. The Gu formation has been broken. Bai Ningbing spoke in a heavy voice. So quickly? He Lulan was also moved. She thought of when she was trapped, and compared it to how quickly Fan Yuan had broken the formation. Even if she was inside and he was outside, it clearly showed his terrifying battle strength. Did he use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Fan Yuan had broken the Gu formation, but did not discover anybody and was not able to obtain any Gu worms. Once the Gu formation was broken, the Gu worms would all self-detonate. How could Bai Ningbing leave behind resources for the enemy? Although the losses were huge, the scene when Fan Yuan attacked had been shown to them. In a battle between Gu immortals, information was a crucial and very important factor. Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxia and the group naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Fan Yuan used a completely new killer move. It is probably a recent creation of his. Ing Wuxia spoke. This killer move is terrifyingly powerful. Bai Ningbing's expression was heavy. Unless we have a method which targets it, we won't be able to last a few breaths of time even if we combine our strengths. What? He Lulan took a sharp breath. Even the silent and expressionless Shirnu was visibly terrified. Ing Wuxia knew the situation was far from good. He had arranged the formation and planned to delay for time. Although his plan succeeded, he had not expected it to delay him for just such a short period of time. They would have to spend some time in passing the regional wall. The crucial thing was that the nature of the sovereign immortal body made it so that the sovereign immortal body could travel through regional walls freely without any restriction. Ing Wuxia naturally already knew about this. The Super Gu formation was forcefully broken. Fan Yuan has discovered we are not there. He will definitely use Chi Lux's sensation again and search for us. If we enter the regional wall, even if I consider the best-case scenario, according to Fan Yuan's previous speed, he will certainly be able to catch up to us. We would then have to fight with him inside the regional wall. So, should I not enter this regional wall? Ing Wuxia began to let out cold sweat. His heart felt like it was pressed under an enormous weight. Ing Wuxia judged the situation. He clearly knew his side was already on the brink of life and death. Even though they were not under attack right now, if they did not handle the following situation properly, they would be in danger of dying. And whether they could get out of this danger or not would depend on his plan. The heavy pressure weighed down on Ing Wuxia's shoulders. This did not concern only his survival, it also concerned the Gu immortals beside him. Alright, Ing Wuxia did not care about the safety of the Gu immortals beside him. He did not even fear his own death. But if he died, who would save the demon venerable's main body? Shadow Sect was in ruins currently. He was the only hope left. How could this be? How could Fan Yuan's battle strength rise to such a level in such a short time? He cannot even use Wisdom Gu. How did he make deductions? Could it be that he gained some powerful wisdom path methods? Deducing immortal killer moves could not be done in a matter of days. Fan Yuan's trump card was too abrupt, catching Ing Wuxia off guard. I have already used up the method to confuse the enemy. If we enter the regional wall, we will definitely have to fight Fan Yuan. Our side is at a great disadvantage. Ing Wuxia was very clear on this. Using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fan Yuan did not have such a restriction. The 5 regional walls were the perfect places for him to fight. Even rank 8 Gu immortals might be in a bad situation. Because when rank 8s entered the regional walls, they would face much more restriction than rank 6s or rank 7s. Naturally, rank 8 Gu immortals moved through Black Heaven or White Heaven, and would not stupidly travel to and fro through the regional walls. If Ing Wuxia persisted on entering the regional wall, undoubtedly, he would be taking a huge risk. Fan Yuan had shown his trump card, even without counting the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Just this trump card alone made Ing Wuxia feel he could not go against Fan Yuan. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Ing Wuxia suddenly had a thought, secretly glancing at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt the alliance was an extremely good decision. At the same time, he also felt some emotions. Who could have thought he would actually have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this moment? This was truly, what goes around comes around. The trajectory of fate had countless changes. He, the Grand Ing Wuxia, would actually have to rely on Bai Ningbing, who had been arranged as a pawn before. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? It has not been long since she inherited Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Wu Xie did not have much confidence as he thought on it. He then thought, but if don't enter the regional wall now, we can only wander around in Eastern Sea. Omnidirectional travel is also not a method that can be used repeatedly and requires some time before it can be used again. If so, we will sooner or later be found by Fan Yuan. More importantly, this is Eastern Sea. All the Gu immortals on my side are of other regions. Wu Xie's physical body was a Western Desert immortal zombie. Bai Ningbing was a Southern Border Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were from Northern Plains, and Shirnu was from Central Continent. There was not one Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Foreign region Gu immortals would be marginalized in other regions and even be hunted. Although this was not too common in Eastern Sea, one should not forget that Fan Yuan was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Sovereign immortal body. It could completely blend into any region and become a Gu immortal of that region. When the time comes in which both sides battle, and Eastern Sea Gu immortals appear, and Fan Yuan had the upper hand, it goes without saying that the Eastern Sea Gu immortals would help Fan Yuan. Few people would provide help when one desperately needed it, but there were many who would add fuel to the fire. So if we stay in Eastern Sea, we might not only be facing Fan Yuan, but other Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well. Wu Xie smiled bitterly. After experiencing many setbacks, he had matured immeasurably. Thinking through all elements comprehensively, it was incomparable to the past. Moreover, Fan Yuan still has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. We must go to Northern Plains. Snowy mountain blessed land is our only hope. We can use the rank 8 Gu immortal to kill him. After considering everything, Wu Xie finally made a firm resolution and flew straight into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from far away. Trying to enter Northern Plains? This sword dragon was Fan Yuan's transformation. Everything was like Wu Xie expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not discover any trace of Wu Xie and the rest. How would Fan Yuan not understand that the other side had made a ploy to escape? Fortunately, he had not hesitated to expose his trump card and forcibly destroyed the Gu formation, otherwise he would still be in the dark. It seems that although Chi Luck's sensation can detect the target, it can also be misled. Then this target I am sensing, will it also be false? If it was false, Fan Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only clue. But if it was real? Hee. I can get rid of you all in the regional wall. All of you are actually traveling in the regional wall in front of me. You are courting death. Chapter 1254. Love becomes the problem. Waiting was often long and difficult to endure. Shi Jingyi was unable to sit still, pacing back and forth in the large hall. Yu Yizi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He spoke with dissatisfaction. Can't you rest properly? Don't move back and forth. Shi Jingyi yelled. I have already rested enough. Sigh, how long do we have to wait? Until the other group arrives. Bu Jinzi spoke. If they don't come, do we continue waiting forever? Zhao Lianyun frowned. She was also somewhat impatient. When fighting with her mistress, the 5 immortals were all wholeheartedly focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were cooped up in here, every second became unbearable. Zhao Lianyun was feeling even worse, like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Jinzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun spoke again. You must have some thoughts. All of you have seen and even personally gone through the final moment in the spaceless tunnel. Do you think that perhaps the other Gu immortals have died there? Impossible! Shi Jingyi was the first to refute it, as he glared at Zhao Lianyun with anger. His father, Shi Ge, was among those Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun's words were like predicting his father's death. Zhao Lianyun ignored Shi Jingyi's attitude, continuing. You are all aware that we came here because of Love Gu's power. But the other Gu immortals did not get such help. Even the immortal Gu houses were on the verge of destruction at that time, let alone Gu immortals. If there are no reinforcements, how long do we wait for? The other Gu immortals had slight changes in their expressions. They actually had such worries, but it was just that they did not take the initiative to speak up. Now Zhao Lianyun had brought up this topic. Bu Jinzi thought and spoke in a deep voice. Your speculation is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second group of Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun continued. But can the second group of reinforcements reach here? You have all experienced the difficulties and dangers we faced on our way. Can Spaceless Tunnel still be used a second time? Even if it can be used, can we be at ease using it again? Bu Jinzi firmly stared at Zhao Lianyun's eyes, and spoke solemnly. You need to believe in our sect, Zhao Lianyun. You are Spirit Affinity House's fairy. The sect is your biggest backer. If you don't believe in even the sect, who can you trust? Zhao Lianyun sharply sensed Bu Jinzi's displeasure. But she disregarded it, and continued. Even if the sect sends reinforcements and they reach here, what about the time? When will they arrive here? What price will they have to pay? Will there be mishaps again? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent. Bu Jinzi was silent. He was unable to retort to Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of air. In short, I don't want to wait any longer. You have to wait even if you don't want to. Bu Jinzi frowned in anger. He stared at Zhao Lianyun. Both did not retreat and were fixated on their own stance. Zhao Lianyun's eyes were soon filled with mist. She moved her sight and looked the other way. If, during this time, Hong Yun is killed, what would we do? Can you make a guarantee? In truth, Zhao Lianyun was feeling more and more afraid as she waited. What she was afraid of was not her own safety. Instead, under the situation where the reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this time, Ma Hongyun was harmed by old ancestor Shui Hu and successfully used as a goo material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, this would be Zhao Lianyun's lifetime regret. In the future, when she recalled it, she would be filled with extreme regret. Regret that she had once been so close to Ma Hongyun, charging into Snowy Mountain blessed land, and fate gave her a perfect opportunity but she did not take it. The blurry view of the first peak could be seen from the 9th peak. It was such a short distance, but she just kept on waiting here, losing the final chance. Zhao Lianyun did not want to see such a thing happening. That result would make her feel sadness and pain that was worse than death. The other three immortals did not find it convenient to meddle in the quarrel between Zhao Lianyun and Bu Jinzi. After all, it was Spirit Affinity House's internal matter. Bu Jinzi retorted. Even if you don't want to wait, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you are able to defeat other Snowy Peak Lords, don't forget that you will have to face old ancestor Shui Hu in the end because Ma Hongyun is kept at the first peak. I know. Zhao Lianyun clenched her fists, her voice becoming sharper. But you said as well that before old ancestor Shui Hu, we will have to deal with the other 10 or so Snowy Peak Lords. We can get rid of them first. In any case, rank 8 goo immortals cannot act against us in this goo formation. With this, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the first peak, saving time and energy. Bu Jinzi was furious, his expression turning dark. Then I will speak frankly, this super goo formation amplifies the enemy's power while weakening us. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the formation and transported to other snowy peaks. Will each of you be able to fight them alone? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I led the main attack. What help can you 3 rank 6s bring? Bu Jinzi spoke bluntly. But the 3 rank 6 goo immortals were not able to retort because what he said was a fact. Zhao Lianyun lowered her head in silence for a while, before she raised her head and said, Then I am going to use love goo again. Bu Jinzi scoffed. Who do you think you are? Will love goo listen to you and allow you to control it? Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not able to refine love goo. That is because he did not receive the acknowledgement of love goo. Zhao Lianyun retorted. So what you are saying is that all the other fairies of Spirit Affinity House were useless? Not even one of them was able to control love goo? Bu Jinzi sneered. How would I know without trying? Zhao Lianyun was persistent. Bu Jinzi laughed, and was just about to speak when Zhao Lianyun had already taken action. She called out in her heart. Love goo, oh love goo, please display your might. Take the 5 of us to another snowy peak. Love goo did not even budge, as if it was dead. Zhao Lianyun was unwilling to give up. She continued to pray and beg in her heart. Bu Jinzi noticed Zhao Lianyun's stillness, and was about to speak, but right at this moment, love goo's aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body and, at the same time, bright radiance covered Zhao Lianyun. The other 4 immortals were extremely shocked. All of their eyes were wide open as they stared fixedly at this sight. Mu Linglan could not help but say, This. It seems like the time when we left Spaceless Tunnel and appeared at Snowy Mountain blessed land. It was this aura and also the light. Continue, don't stop. Shi Jingyi urged. At the next moment, the light moving around Zhao Lianyun seemed to act on its own, as it spread towards the other 4 goo immortals. Like this, we can charge our way towards the other snowy peaks. Maybe it can directly take us out of Snowy Mountain blessed land. Shi Jingyi was hopeful. Bu Jinzi's mouth was wide open, unable to say a word at this moment. The shock he felt was much more intense than the others. Love Gu cannot be controlled, this is absolutely true from history. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was left without options. But why? Why? Why is Love Gu so obedient in Zhao Lian Yun's hands? Could it be that Zhao Lian Yun is the strongest fairy in the whole history of Spirit Affinity House? No, it is more likely because of her status. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons and Love Gu complement each other? Others cannot control Love Gu, but an otherworldly demon is an exception. Countless thoughts welled up in Bu Jinzi's mind, like surging waves in the sea. While he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly ruptured and turned into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole let out an unimaginable suction force, forcibly dragging in Bu Jinzi. A person as strong as Bu Jinzi, a rank 7 Gu immortal, was unable to do anything and was directly dragged in, disappearing from the spot. At the same time, the same thing happened to other Gu immortals. In the blink of an eye, this large hall was empty and silent. We have left the 9th snowy peak. Bu Jinzi held feelings of shock, as he sized up his surroundings the moment his feet landed on solid ground. This was similarly inside a large hall. But this hall was different from the previous one. The previous hall was decorated and beautiful, and seemingly emitted feminine aura, while this hall was majestic and grand, with a masculine air emanating from it. Which snowy peak is this? Bu Jinzi had this thought. But shortly afterwards, his expression suddenly changed, as he shouted, "Damn it!" He found that he was the only one in the whole hall. The other 4 Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen. He sobered himself up. Looks like I was overthinking it. Zhao Lian Yun might be an otherworldly demon, but how can she control Love Gu? Love Gu is still unreliable and has countless abilities. Who knows when it will act up? I was sent here. What about the others? Where are they? It would be best if they were together. Zhao Lian Yun would be slightly more safe then. But if Zhao Lian Yun is alone? Bu Jinzi did not dare to continue thinking. Right at this time, an inky black shadow crept near him from the ground and silently attacked him. Bu Jinzi's instincts set off warning signs. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a viper, extremely fast, and within a breath of time, it had pounced towards Bu Jinzi's feet. Turn Phantom. At the crucial moment, Bu Jinzi used his specialty as a Phantom Path Gu immortal, turning into phantom form. The shadow helplessly passed through him, reaching behind Bu Jinzi. Chapter 1255. Zhao Lian Yun's death? Clap, clap, clap. A series of claps could be heard. It is indeed Phantom Path. A Gu immortal showed himself. This person was tall and well-built, with residues of a beard on his face. His eyes had no white color, being completely black. The most eye-catching thing was he had a skin-like black cloak draping behind him. Bu Jinzi's pupils shrunk slightly as he recognized this person. Since the Central Continent Gu immortals had come to save Ma Hong Yun, how could they not have information on Snowy Mountain blessed land? So it is Shadow King? Bu Jinzi lightly spoke, pointing out the other Gu immortal's identity. At the same time, he also realized he was now at the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain blessed land. Previously, this 7th peak's owner had been Shuesong Zi. However, after Shuesong Zi died, a demonic path Gu immortal joined of his own accord, and it was this person. In fact, Snowy Mountain blessed land was a place which Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals were attracted towards, especially those demons who were wanted by Huangjin tribes, needing to find a reliable backer like old ancestor Shui Hu. Perhaps there were also some Gu immortals, wanting to prolong their lives, who joined Snowy Mountain blessed land because of Lady Wan Shou. Naturally, because old ancestor Shui Hu was refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, it caused the morale of the members of Snowy Mountain blessed land to drop. Shadow King looked at Bu Jinzi and laughed. You guys from Central Continent truly came running into death. It isn't certain who dies yet. Bu Jinzi sneered. Is that so? Shadow King suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow, pouncing towards Bu Jinzi. Rumble. At the next instant, muffled explosions resounded from the 7th snowy peak. The large hall shook, large amounts of snow that had accumulated on the mountain rolled down, forming a small avalanche. Different from what Bu Jinzi had expected, Zhao Lian Yun was not alone but also was not with all the other immortals. 12th peak. Both sides had already started fighting. Oh? 2 little ants, humph, see how I step on you and send you to death. The 12th Snowy Peak Lord called out, and stepped fiercely with his right leg. The 12th Snowy Peak Lord had transformed into a giant with the head of a bull and body of a human. His 2 legs had also turned into thick and firm bull legs. Bam! The bull leg stomped, creating a deep pit. The Peak Lord had powerful might. The 2 Central Continent Gu immortals quickly retreated. One was Zhao Lianyun, and the other was Shi Jingyi. Zhao Lianyun was slightly pale. The enemy was a giant, while she had limited battle experience. This no doubt created strong mental pressure on her. Shi Jingyi had rolled away on the ground, barely dodging the bull leg. He was clenching his teeth. Damn it! He turned around and stood up from the ground. Take this! Lel. Shi Jingyi opened his mouth, flicking his tongue like a fast mechanical spring. With every flick, a crimson sword light shot out from the tip of his tongue at an extremely fast rate. Zhao Lianyun was speechless for a moment. Normal people could only curl up their tongue, some might not even be able to do that. It was the first time Zhao Lianyun had seen someone's tongue actually contracting and darting forward like a mechanical spring. The crimson sword light was extremely sharp. The 12th Snowy Peak Lord had transformed into a giant which had thick skin and a sturdy physique, but the crimson sword light opened up holes all over his body. So painful! The 12th Peak Lord cried out in pain, and raised his arms to protect his head. For a moment, he could only defend and could not attack. All his momentum from before was suppressed. So powerful! Zhao Lianyun praised. Naturally, this is my vital immortal Gu, Sword Tongue Gu. Shi Jingyi flicked his tongue, sending out crimson sword light, while also replying to Zhao Lianyun. The strange thing was that his voice was clear even then. Are you a sword path Gu immortal? Zhao Lianyun asked. Ah, no. I cultivate information path, Shi Jingyi replied. Speaking while still fighting, so you are so strong. Zhao Lianyun had a new level of respect towards Shi Jingyi, this person who had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and was somewhat lacking in brains. I have sworn to defeat all the evils and demons in the world. Shi Jingyi looked quite pleased and smug. Don't be so happy! The 12th Peak Lord roared. Boom! An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his giant body. The majestic aura shot everywhere, creating a huge air wave. Not good! It is an immortal killer move! Defend! Shi Jingyi and Zhao Lianyun defended with all their might, but it was of no use. The air wave was extremely powerful. The 2 were like a pair of small toys, easily sent flying. With the 12th Peak Lord at the center, the floor tiles of the hall started flying all around, turning the whole scene into chaos. Thump thump, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi crashed into the walls, throwing out mouthfuls of blood. Their whole bodies were suffering from intense pain, their internal organs were bleeding and their bones were fractured. With one attack, the 12th Peak Lord had completely turned around the slight disadvantage, and now had the upper hand. This is a chi path killer move! How could it be so powerful? Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi endured the pain and struggled to stand up. The 2 were sent flying and were quite far from each other right now. How was it? Did you like my Zhao Dinyo's immortal killer move, Rising Heaven Bull Chi? You are young and also powerful. Unfortunately, my battle strength is amplified in this formation, and it has risen to rank 7 level. How can you possibly compete with me? Ha! Zhao Dinyo laughed loudly. His laughter filled the hall like a huge wave. Watch as I stomp you to death. Suddenly, Zhao Dinyo stopped laughing, gazing malevolently at Shi Jingyi. He bent his waist and knees and suddenly jumped towards Shi Jingyi like a small hill. Rumble! A loud crashing sound echoed as Zhao Dinyo pressed Shi Jingyi to the ground. Shi Jingyi! Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. This was a horrifying sight, being crushed by the heavy Zhao Dinyo. Would Shi Jingyi not be turned into meat paste? But the next moment, Zhao Dinyo's back protruded up. Shi Jingyi stood up from below, lifting Zhao Dinyo up with his hands, and with a yell, he actually pushed Zhao Dinyo away. This was like a small rabbit pushing away a lion. This unimaginable scene caused Zhao Lianyun to open her eyes wide. What? My transformation has the weight of a desolate beast bull. You actually pushed me away? Even Zhao Dinyo found it unbelievable. Shi Jingyi was coughing up blood. After pushing away Zhao Dinyo, he knelt down on the ground, extremely tired. This is the power of justice. Shi Jingyi spoke with difficulty. Don't speak, you are coughing up too much blood. Zhao Lianyun called out. Bullshit justice. Zhao Dinyo pulled himself together and charged towards Shi Jingyi again. He was extremely huge, but right now, his speed was like the wind, not fitting with his body size at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Dinyo was right in front of Shi Jingyi. "Ah, look at the power of my justice!" Shi Jingyi shouted, and actually collided head-on. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Lianyun felt pain in her body just from hearing the sound. Shi Jingyi was like a small ball that was thrown far away, coughing up large amounts of blood. Then, like a broken sack, he fell to the ground, his blood dyeing the path red. "I will kill you!" Eh? Zhao Dinyo was just about to rush forward and give a fatal blow to Shi Jingyi, but he had just stepped forward when he found his whole body was tied by a bright silver chain. At the other end of the chain was Zhao Lianyun. She had already been preparing to activate her immortal killer move. Unfortunately, real battle was different from practice, especially this intense atmosphere which caused Zhao Lianyun to fail twice in activating her killer move. But it was fortunate that Shi Jingyi had stalled for time, and Zhao Lianyun finally succeeded on her third attempt. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Cough cough, thank you, this killer move is really beautiful. Obtaining precious time for a breather, Shi Jingyi crawled up from the ground, coughing up blood in between his words. "Don't speak, you are still coughing blood." Zhao Lianyun was worried for him. You don't understand, I cultivate information path. By continuing to speak, I can heal my injuries. The louder I shout, the more powerful my attack becomes." Shi Jingyi spoke of the reason. "Little girl, you are annoying." Zhao Dinyo roared and exerted strength from both of his arms, trying to break the chains on him. But no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to break these chains. "Since it's like this..." Zhao Dinyo gave a malevolent smile, activating the killer move Rising Heaven Bull Chi. Boom! An intense explosion shook the hall. The surging air wave erupted once again, and this time, it sent the ceiling of the hall flying. Clang clang! Crisp sounds echoed as the silver chain broke into countless pieces. Before these chain fragments touched the ground, they turned into specks of silver light and disappeared completely. Zhao Dinyo used his main killer move to destroy the life-locking silver chain, and was free now. On the contrary, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi were struck by the air wave again. Both coughed out blood as they fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Damn it! Shi Jingyi wanted to climb up, but his whole body was on the verge of breaking apart. As for Zhao Lianyun, she had already fallen into a stupor. Her injuries were worse than Shi Jingyi's. Because life-locking silver chain was forcefully broken, Zhao Lianyun had suffered backlash. Adding on Zhao Dinyo's immortal killer move, her injuries had worsened. She had rank 9 Love Immortal Gu, but from the start of the battle, she had not seen Love Immortal Gu being activated. Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled, even if it showed its strength, it might not necessarily be the correct solution to the problem. Darkness. The stupefied Zhao Lianyun felt she was floating amidst boundless darkness. This is the feeling of death? So this is death? I must be the biggest failure of a transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of an irrelevant side character. Let me just go down like this. After I die, I won't have to feel so exhausted and anguished anymore. Chapter 1256. For the sake of love and justice. As she was thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly heard a sound coming from the darkness. This sound was calling out her name. Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun! Who is calling for me? I hear my name. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? I remember, isn't this my voice before I lost it? Zhao Lianyun suddenly recalled a scene of the past. It was during the time of the imperial court contest. Zhao Lianyun's father had died and she was treated as a political chip for an arranged marriage. However, she went against this fate by relying on Ma Hongyun. In just a short while, she had turned from a wealthy young miss to an orphan. One day, Ma Hongyun brought her to a valley. Look, I found a good place for you. Ma Hongyun looked pleased. Zhao Lianyun gazed around, but when she discovered this was just a common small valley, her mouth uncontrollably twitched. What is special about this? Isn't it just a normal valley? There is not even nice scenery. What are you saying? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide. Valleys are very rare in northern plains. Here, let me teach you. Shout at the valley with your name, and the valley will reply to you. Like this. Ma Hongyun took a deep breath, then yelled to the valley. Zhao Lianyun! An echo soon came from the valley. Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun helplessly rolled her eyes. Foolish people are the happiest. What is strange about echoes, I truly haven't seen anyone as dense as you. Ha! Ma Hongyun rubbed his hair. Others have said I am an idiot. I am truly an idiot. How could I be as smart as Lady Xiaoyun? But when I felt sad in my childhood, when I was teased by others and no one played with me, I used to run to the valley near my home, and shout at the valley. I call my name once, and the valley will reply back to me once. When I call again, the valley will reply again. It played with me, never abandoning or ignoring me. Unless my voice was not loud and clear enough. I saw you were not feeling happy recently. There's probably no one to play with you, right? I have to be beside the young clan leader and cannot accompany you all the time, so when you are unhappy, come to this valley and play with it. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She looked at Ma Hongyun, who had an earnest expression. A feeling of pity rose in her heart. This Ma Hongyun is so silly, but he is not bad at heart. He must have lived a very sad life since a young age. Even now, when he works under young clan leader, he is scolded frequently. But I have never seen him cry in sorrow. He is always smiling the whole day. Forget it, let me play with you then. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun took a deep breath and called at the valley with her name. Ma Hongyun was so happy he almost danced when he saw Zhao Lianyun following his words. That's wrong, you should shout louder, be louder. Zhao Lianyun shouted once again. Ma Hongyun shook his head. You are still not loud enough, the valley can hear you only if you are loud. It is not responding to you now, because it is not able to listen to you. Zhao Lianyun took in a deep breath, and shouted with her loudest voice. Zhao Lianyun! The valley replied, Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun laughed heartily. Zhao Lianyun also felt very refreshed, all her sadness seemed to have decreased and her mood also brightened. Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun! In the darkness, the voice shouted constantly. Zhao Lianyun, what are you doing? Don't be lost. Zhao Lianyun, you are not alone. Heaven and earth is with you. As long as you shout loudly, heaven and earth will hear you. Zhao Lianyun, wake up. There is someone who is still waiting for you to rescue him. That person once stood beside you, accompanied you to watch the stars, accompanied you to call out to the valley. Go help him. Go help him. He must be feeling lonely now, or maybe even afraid. Shout loudly, send out your voice, let him know you are coming. Let him know he has to persevere, let him know he has hope. Yes. I will save him. How can I fall here? Zhao Lianyun suddenly opened her eyes. She had woken up from her stupor. The moment she woke up, she found her whole body was burning with a pale blue light. This blue light was let out by love immortal Gu. Zhao Lianyun's injuries rapidly recovered, and her condition was soaring. The blue light also shone towards the surroundings. Zhao Dinyo retreated step by step, his face filled with horror. Ah, what is this light? It is heavier than a mountain. This aura, what immortal Gu is this? Shi Jingyi was similarly bathed in the light. He suddenly stood up, feeling inexhaustible energy within him. His injuries had already disappeared, and his condition had reached an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Zhao Lianyun, leave this to me now. All you evildoers, I will strike you down. Take my fist of justice. Shi Jingyi shouted loudly. The louder he shouted, the more powerful his immortal killer move became. A giant fist of light rose up from his body and struck towards Zhao Dinyo. Boom! Like the roar of thunder, Zhao Dinyo's defensive methods were broken. A bloody hole appeared in his wide chest from which one could see the wall behind him. Aye! Zhao Dinyo's eyes gradually lost their luster, before he fell down. Bam! His body collapsed on the ground, no longer moving. Several breaths of time later, his body, soul and immortal aperture turned into pure energy that was absorbed by the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Haha, justice prevailed. Shi Jingyi raised his fist and yelled. Zhao Lianyun smiled from the side. Northern Plains, Licorice Regional Wall. Dragon roars resounded throughout the surroundings. Ingwu Xie. Where do you think you are going? It was Fan Yuan in sword dragon form, who had finally caught up to Ingwu Xie and the group, under Qi Lux Sensation's guidance. Ingwu Xie and the group immediately turned around and faced Fan Yuan, their expressions extremely solemn. Ingwu Xie had said Fan Yuan would catch up to them, so the five immortals were already mentally prepared for it, and not panicked. Right now, they were waiting for the start of this vicious battle. The sword dragon roared, opening its mouth wide, revealing fangs that were sharp like spears and very ferocious. Its eyes were ruthless and cold, emitting bone-chilling killing intent. Without saying any nonsense, Fan Yuan directly charged forward. To kill! If you want to go against my lord, you must go through me first. The loyal Shirnu took a step forward, standing in front of the group, and raised his right hand. A tall and thick rock wall immediately rose up and formed an obstacle. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, the rock wall was pierced through repeatedly. Fan Yuan had used his dragon breath. The extremely sharp rays of dragon breath shot forward and gathered into a rain of sword light that pierced through the rock wall, moving towards the 5 immortals. He Lu Lan gave a cry, breathing out small fire birds from her mouth. These small birds could act on their own. They moved towards Fan Yuan's dragon breath. The fire birds collided into the dragon breath, turning into balls of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry bird? Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method. He had not expected He Lu Lan to use it. The external appearance of these fire birds made Fan Yuan think of blazing heaven demonis. Back then during the battle in Eastern Sea, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, along with Shark Demon, Subai Man as well as the one-finger flow shark, were unable to beat Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis' immortal killer move, Angry Bird, had left an extremely deep impression on Fan Yuan. But the fire birds He Lu Lan used were different from the true Angry Bird. After He Lu Lan's Strength Path Immortal Goo were sent to Fan Yuan, she suffered from a lack of Strength Path Immortal Goo to support her battle strength. In Eastern Sea, she then chose to cultivate Fire Path, which was not complemented by the Strength Path Dao marks in her body. She possessed a Fire Path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demonis met He Lu Lan, she secretly handed her Fire Path inheritance to He Lu Lan. Blazing Heaven Demonis felt extreme guilt towards He Lu Lan, and thought of every way to compensate her. He Lu Lan received the Fire Path inheritance, and had not cared about it originally, feeling she would not use it in her whole life. But who could expect the way events unfolded? Under strange coincidences, she chose to focus on Fire Path. Naturally, she did not have even a trace of Fire Path Dao marks in her. But she possessed all the immortal goo of Blazing Heaven Demonis. This matter would have to be traced back to before the Battle of Etian Mountain. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance, using the countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to further the progress of refinement. Zombie Alliance was underneath Shadow Sect from its establishment, and was controlled by Shadow Sect. It was just that many immortal zombies did not know of this fact despite joining Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had gone all out in establishing super goo formations to protect immortal zombie corpses. But in truth, this was a perfect excuse and a way to keep them in captivity. Using this chance, Shadow Sect assassinated all the immortal zombies. It did not matter if the dead apertures of the immortal zombies existed or not, but the immortal goo in them were all safely stored. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal goo were all still hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Ingwu Xie and He Lu Lan were far away in Eastern Sea, but there was still Sixth Hair in Northern Plains. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden in the depths of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair quietly sneaked in and used his methods to take away all the immortal goo of Blazing Heaven Demonis, sending them to Ingwu Xie. After Ingwu Xie refined them, he gave them to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan already had Blazing Heaven Demonis' true inheritance, and with the immortal goo as well, she could almost replicate all the methods of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fan Yuan did not know of this before, but now that he saw these fire birds, he immediately had a pensive look. The sword-light dragon breath continued to be breathed out. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly acted and added the protection of cloud rings around the other goo immortals. Chapter 1257. Ruthless Sword Dragon. Tai Bai Yunxing mainly cultivated Time Path, but man as before and landscape as before were traded to Fan Yuan, so he chose to cultivate Cloud Path. He already had a foundation in Cloud Path, and with Shadow Sect not lacking on Cloud Path true inheritances, the defensive method he used right now was quite good. However, after Tai Bai Yunxing placed the cloud ring around his allies, his expression turned pale. When Do Immortals used their immortal killer moves inside the regional walls, their immortal killer moves would tremor. Using the immortal killer move 5 times caused Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture to tremor 5 times, inflicting huge losses. Interesting. Fan Yuan smiled sinisterly. His dragon body moved in a zigzag fashion and lightly flew to the sky. Ingwu Xie and the rest looked somber. In this regional wall, every movement of theirs was performed with difficulty, having to constantly resist the formless repulsion and attraction forces. On the contrary, Fan Yuan could move easily and freely. Fan Yuan flew high above, immediately gaining control of the situation. He looked down from above and moved around, breathing out dragon breath constantly. Sword light fell down towards the heads of the 5 immortals like rain. "Defend, don't split up, we can't fight him alone!" Ing Wuxie shouted loudly, reminding everyone. Seeing the sword light falling towards them, Ing Wuxie suddenly roared, letting out an incomparably sharp screech. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Soul Howl's power completely covered the sky, but did not affect the surrounding Gu immortals in the slightest, showing Ing Wuxie's outstanding control. Fan Yuan's offenses were immediately suppressed. The sword light dragon breath clearly stopped for a moment, before quickly recovering. "Since I am going against Shadow Sect, how could I not have prepared against Soul Path attacks?" Fan Yuan sneered inwardly. He was already mentally prepared. However, he did not have a method to protect his soul against Soul Path Immortal Gu, so he was hit by the attack and affected. But his soul's foundation was extremely robust. He was completely able to endure the attack of Soul Howl. It would not matter even if his soul was injured because he had Guts Gu. "Damn it!" Ing Wuxie cursed while blocking the sword light dragon breath. He knew Fan Yuan had Guts Gu. Guts Gu was only Immortal Gu, but it came from Danghun Mountain, and was beyond ordinary. A secluded domain of heaven and earth like Danghun Mountain had an enormous amount of down marks. The total surpassed even rank 9 Immortal Gu. However, secluded domains of heaven and earth had scattered down marks, though they could be of the same type and closely linked together. While rank 9 Immortal Gu were fragments of the Great Tao, they could be controlled by a Gu Immortal to bring out mysterious powers. Rank 9 Immortal Gu and secluded domains of heaven and earth could not truly be compared and evaluated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword light fell down like rain. The 5 immortals were stifled. There were traces of sword cuts everywhere on the ground. The 5 immortals naturally did not like being suppressed like this. The best way to deal with such a focused attack was to separate and dodge. But if they did that, Fan Yuan would have the chance to attack them separately. But the 5 immortals would not take being beaten down passively. Nu had finally finished his preparations as he activated an immortal killer move. Rumble. Muffled sounds echoed continuously, earth shook, a large hand made completely from soil and rocks rose up from the ground. The large hand spread open and slowly hovered above the 5 immortals' heads, protecting Ing Wuxie and the others under its palm. The thick back of the hand took on the sharp dragon breath. Despite the large earth path hand being badly mauled and showing signs of being destroyed, He Lu Lan had finished preparing her killer move using this chance. She stretched out her right arm, her 5 fingers together with no gaps between them, as she thrust it at the sky. Boom! A burning crimson ray of light erupted from between her fingers, and with breakneck speed, it pierced through the whole large hand and rushed towards Fan Yuan. This immortal killer move was astonishingly fast, and it was concealed by the large earth path hand. If Fan Yuan was even the slightest bit inattentive, he would definitely be struck. However, this ray of fire did not hit Fan Yuan, and was easily avoided by him lightly moving his dragon body. It actually did not hit! He Lu Lan's heart sank. 3 breaths future vision. He Lu Lan did not know that Fan Yuan had such a time path investigative killer move. Strange, He Lu Lan is a strength path Gu immortal and is using fire path methods, but she is actually not impeded by the conflict of Dao marks. It should be from Shadow Sect's methods. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lu Lan's efforts were in vain, and instead gave away some of her details. Soon, the large earth path hand collapsed, and the sword light dragon breath continued to rain down. However, the 5 immortals were no longer as hurried before, each used their immortal killer moves to defend against the sword light rain. Then how about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Fan Yuan firmly held the initiative, easily using another immortal killer move. Time path, your beast summoning. Roar! A tiger-shaped your beast answered the summoning and appeared in the regional wall, helping Fan Yuan battle. Fan Yuan threw large amounts of mortal Yer Gu, raising the morale of the tiger Yer beast as it charged towards Ing Wuxie and the group. Nu felt bitter. The sword light dragon breath was already difficult to cope with. Now there was an ancient Yer beast worsening the situation. This Yer beast could similarly move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the cloud beasts. The cloud beasts were life forms of white heaven and were not native to the 5 regions. thus they were not restricted by the regional walls. While the year beasts which lived in the river of time were similar. Allow me. Ingwu Xie stepped forward, and used an extremely similar method. Soul Path, Soul Beast Summoning. In the past, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had created Soul Path, thus Shadow Sect was most proficient in Soul Path. Hei Fan could think of summoning year beasts, how could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Ingwu Xie's method was extraordinary, summoning 3 ancient soul beasts at once. My soul beasts are not influenced by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Ingwu Xie's complacency did not last long because he saw that Fan Yuan had already rushed forward. The sword dragon snaked around, flying extremely fast. It grabbed forward with its dragon claws, directly destroying a soul beast's head. Its tail whipped, severing the thigh of another soul beast. It breathed out, dragon breath pierced through the 3rd ancient soul beast. Fan Yuan's sword dragon transformation had outstanding battle strength. The main thing was that Fan Yuan also had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move on him, Ghostly Concealment. This made any soul beast unable to sense his existence. Thus, with Fan Yuan's battle strength surpassing the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts unable to sense him, Fan Yuan had huge superiority when fighting the soul beasts. These soul beasts could not even react before they were severely injured by Fan Yuan. Fortunately, soul beasts did not have a clear weak point on them, otherwise they would have been completely destroyed by Fan Yuan. But even so, the soul beasts had clearly thinned, becoming increasingly transparent. Ingwu Xie's expression was unsightly, but he simply watched as Fan Yuan destroyed the 3 ancient soul beasts without making a move. Ingwu Xie inwardly thought, "It doesn't matter, even if you kill these 3 ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use the killer move again and summon another 3 ancient soul beasts. What is found everywhere in the door of life and death? Souls and soul beasts." But at this time, Fan Yuan suddenly gave up on attacking the ancient soul beasts and activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan's speed suddenly erupted, leaving behind an afterimage in his original spot. Fast. 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 Tai Bai Yunxing could not react at all and was struck by Fan Yuan's claws. The cloud ring protecting him directly collapsed, his stomach was torn open and his large intestines spilled out. He did not die. Fan Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use Dragon Breath. After all, the Dragon Breath was the most powerful weapon of his sword dragon transformation, but at the crucial moment, a layer of ice had sealed his mouth out of nowhere. Fan Yuan could not open his mouth, thus he chose to use his claws. But his speed was too fast and rushed, Fan Yuan could not use his full strength. As a result, most of the strength of his claws was offset by Tai Bai Yunxing's cloud ring, and Tai Bai Yunxing thus was barely able to survive. "It is Bai Ning Bing!" Fan Yuan exerted strength, forcibly opening his dragon mouth, breaking the ice on it. Fan Yuan looked back, his speed was too fast and right now, he was already a few li away from the 5 immortals. Bai Ning Bing was guarding in front of the 4 immortals. Her icy blue eyes emitted cold light as she stared at Fan Yuan with no fear. "Quick, quick!" Hei Lu Lan grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's leg and dragged him to the rear. Then, she sat down and used healing methods, but unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunxing's injuries were severe, and for the moment showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was difficult to heal. Because of the conflict between Dao marks. Once Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation injured someone, it would leave behind large amounts of sword path Dao marks. This was very hard to endure for Tai Bai Yunxing's fragile human body. "Oh, if I had manas before, it would not be so troublesome." Saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing fainted, his life hanging by a thread. This was after Hei Lu Lan used all her healing methods. Damned Fan Yuan, his true target was Tai Bai Yunxing. Ingwu Xie's expression was ashen. He could see Fan Yuan's thought process. Fan Yuan was entangled against the soul beasts on the surface. But ever since the battle began, he had been searching for an opportunity. He had probably marked Tai Bai Yunxing as his target since the beginning. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing was the weakest among the 5 immortals. Always pick out the weakest enemy first. Tai Bai Yunxing cannot be counted on now. Ingwu Xie's expression was heavy. How long had it been since they battled? There was already a casualty on his side. How should they deal with such a strong Fan Yuan? Huh! At this moment, Fan Yuan was surprised, feeling something wrong. He stretched out his dragon body, but astonishingly discovered that his dragon scales were covered by a layer of thin ice, who knows when it formed? Bai Ningbing's gaze is strange. Fan Yuan immediately reacted. If we want to force back Fan Yuan, we need to first restrict his speed. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with cold light. She had clear judgment of the whole situation. Chapter 1258. Fan Yuan vs. 5. Despite becoming an immortal just recently, Bai Ningbing had some advantages over normal Gu immortals. First of all, she possessed one of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, which was the best for cultivating ice and snow path. Similarly to He Lu Lan's great strength True Martial Physique, her Dao marks surpassed most rank 6 Gu immortals in the same condition. Secondly, she had become the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. She obtained Bai Xiang's true inheritance, and had all the Gu worms left behind by Bai Xiang, among which were rank 7 immortal Gu as well. However, there were no rank 8 immortal Gu. Bai Xiang's status in history was slightly inferior to He Fan. But the joint forces of the 5 Xiangs surpassed He Fan by a lot. Bai Ningbing's flaw was that she was not familiar with the immortal Gu and the immortal killer moves. She often failed when activating them, which caused danger of backlash. Nurture, use, and refinement using Gu was one of the 3 important aspects of Gu master cultivation. To get familiar with her gains, Bai Ningbing had to spend a long period of time in practicing them. As such, she was a long way away from being able to use them freely in real battle. But, at this time, Bai Ningbing's flaw was effectively concealed. Because she had Wu Xie, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Shi Nu beside her. Because of their protection, Bai Ningbing had the time to use her immortal killer move unhurriedly. Fan Yuan's information regarding Bai Ningbing was lacking. On one hand, he thought Bai Ningbing was like Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan, whose battle strength rose after receiving benefits from Shadow Sect. On the other hand, Fan Yuan had used Ji Lux's sensation many times before and had sensed Bai Ningbing, but he could not know matters concerned with Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and so on. Fan Yuan had thus greatly underestimated Bai Ningbing's true battle strength. If he knew of the truth, he might not have chosen Tai Bai Yunxing as the first target, and marked Bai Ningbing instead. But Fan Yuan had always lacked information path methods, so how could he know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven? Fan Yuan had been reborn, but he was not all-knowing. Bai Ningbing's gaze could actually freeze any targets in her sight, slowing down their mobility. This was Bai Xiang's method. After Fan Yuan realized the strangeness, he immediately took measures, flying back and concealing his traces. Visibility was very poor in the Licorice Regional Wall. After Fan Yuan flew back, he immediately disappeared from Bai Ningbing's sight. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth. Fan Yuan was an old fox, seeing through the limits of her move in just a short while. Even with such a trump card, he doesn't force himself to take risks. Unfortunately, we have especially formulated a battle tactic for this. Bai Ningbing felt regret. The move Fan Yuan used to break the Super Gu formation in Eastern Sea was so powerful that it gave chills to Wu Xie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. On the way, they had discussed about defensive measures against this method of Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan did not use that move the whole time, making the prior preparations of Wu Xie and the rest useless. Unfortunately, I have only just obtained Bai Xiang's true inheritance. This killer move has its limits, but other killer moves can be used together with it to make up for this limit. Bai Ningbing had barely been able to activate this killer move. If she tried to activate another immortal killer move on top of this, she was almost certain to fail. Bai Ningbing was not Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could do many tasks at once and use multiple immortal killer moves at the same time, but Bai Ningbing had very low attainment in this aspect. Fan Yuan had retreated and hidden himself, but he still held the initiative and upper hand. Under this situation, Bai Ningbing could not take the risk. Once she failed, their arrangement would be in disorder, creating a weakness which Fan Yuan could exploit. Bai Ningbing understood Fan Yuan very well. He absolutely would not give up such an exposed weakness. Even Bai Ningbing was in deep admiration of Fan Yuan's ability to grasp opportunities in a fight. Fan Yuan's scales have been frozen by my gaze. Once he recovers, with his speed, it will be difficult for me to lock onto him with my sight. Bai Ningbing pondered. Fan Yuan's burst of speed in ancient sword dragon form was astonishing by itself. Adding on sword escape and his sword path Dao marks, even the rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kun Xing had died at his hands. Bai Ningbing knew she had been able to use her freezing sight earlier because Fan Yuan was unprepared. Now that Fan Yuan was on guard, when he used that astonishing speed again, this immortal killer move's effectiveness would decrease drastically. It seems I can only change my tactics. Bai Ningbing immediately decided. She had no choice but to change. Previously, when Fan Yuan showed his speed, he had almost killed Tai Bai Yunxing. If Bai Ningbing did not change her tactics and continued to use freezing sight, the one to die might be her. The situation was perilous. Bai Ningbing retreated behind Shi Nu while saying to Ing Wuxie, "Protect me, I am going to use that move." Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxie had formed a new alliance, and with a formidable enemy in front of them, both sides had informed each other of some of their trump cards. Thus, Ing Wuxie understood without needing Bai Ningbing to explain. He nodded solemnly. "Okay, use that move, let us take care of your safety." He immediately commanded Shi Nu. "Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you need to protect Bai Ningbing." Shi Nu was loyal to Ing Wuxie. He immediately nodded at this command with no hesitation. "Relax, he has been hit by my freezing sight. According to the flaw you mentioned of the sovereign immortal body, if he does not have a specific method to counter it, he will need about a dozen breaths of time to recover completely." Bai Ningbing spoke with confidence. Ing Wuxie nodded. "That's good then." He did not doubt Bai Ningbing. Bai Xiang's methods had their own originality. It was not easy to specifically target an immortal killer move. Often, one had to fight numerous times, getting familiar with the immortal killer move, and go through a long period of deduction to create a method that countered the immortal killer move. There was a low probability of Fan Yuan having a method to counter it. But right at this time, in the sights of the five immortals, a white ray of light flashed by. "Careful! It is the dragon breath! Defend, protect Bai Ningbing and Tai Bai Yunxing!" Rays of sword light dragon breath attacked, recreating the previous sword light rain. For a moment, Ing Wuxie and the group had their hands tied dealing with them. Bai Ningbing was using all her concentration in activating her immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yunxing was unconscious from the severe injuries. As such, for the remaining three other immortals, the pressure on them had amplified suddenly, and they did not even have enough strength to strike back. Fan Yuan circled around Ing Wuxie and the rest from afar, breathing out dragon breath. Rays of sword light dragon breath shot from all directions towards Ing Wuxie and the others. His sword dragon body was still covered in thin ice. Bai Ningbing's freezing sight was quite effective. Naturally, the main reason was Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Despite transforming into an ancient sword dragon, his Dao marks still did not have repulsion to different Dao marks. This created a disadvantage. Like when Bai Ningbing's freezing sight affected Fan Yuan, it would not be weakened by Fan Yuan's Dao marks, and could strike with all its might. Fortunately, the ancient sword dragon had a tough body and strong vitality, otherwise a human body might have been directly frozen to death. Fan Yuan was breathing dragon breath, suppressing Ing Wuxie and the rest, while quickly recovering. He was influenced by the freezing sight, but healing was also rather easy. Because his Dao marks did not have repulsion, even using mortal methods repeatedly could display effect. It was not like Tai Bai Yunxing, whom, after being injured, could not be healed easily. Fan Yuan continuously breathed out dragon breath, probing and suppressing Ing Wuxie and the others. He quickly discovered Bai Ningbing was being heavily protected by Ing Wuxie and the others. Unless he made his way in through brute force, he had no other routes to get to Bai Ningbing. Activating an immortal killer move, huh? Fan Yuan thought heavily. Since she was being so greatly protected by Ing Wuxie and the others, Bai Ningbing was definitely preparing an extraordinary immortal killer move. Thus, as soon as he recovered, he directly dived in. He was not restricted in the Licorice regional wall and could move freely. When he burst with his speed, even Fan Yuan himself was not able to have complete control. It was simply like a white ray of light. Ing Wuxie and the rest did not even have time to call out when Fan Yuan penetrated through their defensive lineup and charged in. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat, almost failing her killer move's activation. He Lu Lan was heavily injured. Her left arm was completely gone, and even her left torso was injured. The injuries were so frightening that one could see her ribs. Blood spurted out like a fountain and soon accumulated into a pool below He Lu Lan. The injury was covered with Dao marks, causing the blood to flow unceasingly. If this continued, He Lu Lan would be the first person to die. Under this critical situation, He Lu Lan immediately chose to transform into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could bear this level of injury. The warm and bright red blood immediately turned into cold and gloomy green blood. Blood was still flowing outside, but the speed had reduced by countless times. He Lu Lan knelt on one leg, taking huge gasps of breath, but her lips were curled up. she was actually laughing. On the other hand, Fan Yuan got a peculiar feeling. I was actually hit. Not bad from He Lu Lan. The dragon claw he used to rip apart He Lu Lan's left arm still had traces of flesh and blood. Right now, this flesh and blood slowly turned into a blood-colored fire, which followed Fan Yuan's dragon claw to his scales. Immortal killer move, flesh, blood, fire. This fire used flesh and blood as the fuel. As long as there was flesh and blood, the fire wouldn't stop. Without any methods to counter it, it simply would not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood were, the brighter and more powerful the fire would become. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation had instead become the perfect target for flesh, blood, fire. However, Fan Yuan reacted extremely quickly. He immediately dispelled his transformation killer move and returned to his human form. He activated a time path healing immortal goo, man as before. Chapter 1259. Fan Yuan vs. 5. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were expended. The next moment, the blood-colored fire completely disappeared and Fan Yuan went back to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is effective only on human bodies. When I transform to other living beings, I cannot directly use man as before. This is quite inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has quite a big restriction in terms of time. Fortunately, I have my investigative killer move, 3 breaths future vision. Fan Yuan inwardly sighed as he activated another immortal killer move. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of Fa Yuans converged to create a vast human tide that charged towards Ing Wu Xie and the rest. How can this be? He actually recovered so quickly? He has already gotten rid of blood, flesh, fire? He Lu Lan was extremely surprised. Fan Yuan's counterattack was too quick, and it still carried strong momentum, making He Lu Lan's heart sink to rock bottom. He Lu Lan knew Fan Yuan had man as before. But man as before had rather stringent requirements regarding time. Even Fan Yuan would only survive by a hair's breadth. After he was struck, he would have to first discover his state, then dispel his transformation killer move. During this time, he might hesitate before he finally used man as before. Activating this immortal goo, furthermore, required some time. Under such a situation, He Lu Lan thought if it was herself instead of Fan Yuan, it would also be very difficult to get rid of this blood, flesh, fire. Fan Yuan was not clear of He Lu Lan and Bai Ningbing's methods. Likewise, He Lu Lan similarly did not know that Fan Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could let Fan Yuan see anything wrong that would happen to him 3 breaths earlier. Because of this, Fan Yuan had much more time to react and take action accordingly. In short, He Lu Lan was heavily injured but only managed to slightly affect Fan Yuan. Red date immortal essence was consumed, but Fan Yuan was rich and his financial condition was rather good, thus, he did not care about this small expenditure. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Ing Wu Xie howled, countless phantoms of Fan Yuan around him burst at once. Immortal killer move, Spike Forest. Shirnu stamped his right leg, countless spikes rose up from the ground, piercing through thousands of Fan Yuan's phantoms. Then, Shirnu called out, the earth spikes shot to the air, instantly clearing large amounts of phantoms in the air. This move hit a second stage within, and was extremely effective, almost completely destroying all of Fan Yuan's phantoms. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu, he was the cornerstone in this battle. Without his protection and contribution, how could Ing Wu Xie and the rest last until this moment? Your turn next. Fan Yuan transformed back into a sword dragon, laughing sinisterly inwardly. Roar! At this moment, the tiger year beast beside him roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fan Yuan. Although it had been fighting all along, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were on guard against it, thus it was not able to assist a lot and instead suffered many injuries. The tiger year beast was not loyal to Fan Yuan. This could not compare to Ing Wu Xie's soul beast summoning. Once the year beast suffered severe injuries, it immediately retreated, penetrating space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Fan Yuan activated this killer move again. This time he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Although year beast summoning could only summon 1 year beast each time, there were many year beasts in the river of time. If one left, he just had to summon another. The sheep ancient year beast stampeded towards Ing Wu Xie and the others. Shirnu gave a deep roar. His body suddenly bulged, turning into a giant that was as big as the year beast. He stood stably and countered it, using his profound fighting techniques to throw the year beast to the ground. Boom! The sheep ancient year beast fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremor for a while. The year beast quickly stood up, and furiously charged towards Shernu with its horns. Shernu sidestepped smoothly while grabbing the curved sheep horns at the same time. The two giant beings tangled together, at a deadlock for the time being. On Fan Yuan's end, the amount of dragon breath he used was reducing. He was starting to feel a burning pain in his throat, as if his throat was about to emit smoke. Dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest weapon. Even a true ancient sword dragon would not be able to continue using dragon breath more than 20 to 30 times. However, Fan Yuan had already used his dragon breath over 100 times, reaching the limits of his physical body. If he continued breathing out, his throat would be damaged, and the sword-light dragon breath's power would reduce by a huge extent. The battle had lasted up until now. The tiger year beast had retreated from severe injuries, and now Fan Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. Although he had become a rank 7 Gu immortal, with red date immortal essence, his battle strength rising sharply and reaching the upper level among rank 7s, the enemies he faced were also not minor characters. He Lu Lan was a formidable person with a great strength true martial physique. She had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain, her Dao marks increasing by a lot. At the same time, she also had blazing heaven demoness true inheritance along with her immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark eye soul physique, and had changed into the mysterious dragon man, grasping Bai Xiang grotto heaven and obtaining Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to say anything about Ing Wu Xie. He was one of the main split souls of Spectral Soul. He once had the 11th extreme physique. He was the final hope of Shadow Sect, with astonishing attainment in Soul Path, and although his attainment in other paths was unclear, they should not be low. At least, it was the case for Luck Path. Shernu was a Rockman. This race innately had rich Earth Path Dao marks, and with Shernu cultivating Earth Path mainly, it could be they complemented one another well. The most useless was Tai Bai Yunxing, but even so, this old guy was becoming sharper as he grew older. He mainly cultivated Time Path, but perfectly dual cultivated Cloud Path as well, and with the immortal Gu on him, his Cloud Ring's defensive ability was quite remarkable. Although the majority of these 5 was rank 6, they were similar to Fan Yuan when he was rank 6, with battle strength that reached rank 7 level. And right now, these elites with outstanding disposition had allied and were working together, adding on the constant support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources and methods emerging one after another. They were stronger than a lone Yi Lui Kun Xing and were even more difficult to handle. When Gu immortals battled, they could not rush things. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, immortal killer moves were endless in number. Some were extremely mystical, some were powerful and unconstrained, some were tyrannical, and some were sinister and strange. Fan Yuan was fighting alone against 5, and was firmly holding an advantage, while Ing Wu Xie and the others were exhausted by just dealing with his attacks, and were unable to turn the situation around. Damn it, he has not used that move even now! Ing Wu Xie thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed down from his nose. Ing Wu Xie wiped the blood using the back of his hand, but the green blood flowed down again. Damn it! I have been using immortal killer moves repeatedly, and have been bearing so much backlash that even this immortal zombie body is showing signs of reaching its limits. Even I am like this, the others must be in even worse circumstances. Ing Wu Xie gazed at his allies, and saw they were all pale and their states were worsening. Fan Yuan was unrestricted here, but they were not. They not only had to steady themselves constantly, resisting the repulsion and attraction force in the regional wall, they also had to fight Fan Yuan at the same time, using many immortal killer moves which caused heavy losses to their immortal apertures. My side has Shadow Sect's remaining resources. It is normal for our battle strength to rise rapidly. But Fan Yuan's battle strength also rose so quickly. This speed is too astonishing. Even us 5 allied together are not his match. The more Ing Wu Xie thought, the more apprehensive he felt towards Fan Yuan. And in the depths of this apprehension was a trace of fear. Right, it was fear. Ing Wu Xie was beginning to feel afraid. He could not help but admit Fan Yuan was strong. He was even more afraid of Fan Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate! Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing the killer move all along, suddenly gave a cry. A soaring aura rose up from her body. Ing Wu Xie was immediately filled with joy as he looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded! Bai Ningbing's appearance had a great change right now. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a 5-meter giant. She had 3 heads, 6 arms, and bare feet. Her body was covered in ice armor, and frost aura flowed around her, like a long ribbon was revolving around her. She stood on 2 frost clouds that emitted light hints of blue. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang! Fan Yuan, come fight me! Bai Ningbing gave a shout, and suddenly sped up like a white light passing through the air. She had changed her defensive stance, taking the initiative to attack. Let our old and new enmity be resolved today. Fan Yuan's dragon eyes narrowed, and without dodging, he charged head-on. A silver light and a white light passed by each other. The inertia from their speed was too powerful. Whether it be by Ningbing or Fan Yuan, they each flew far away. A light injury. Fan Yuan slightly looked down and saw a long but shallow sword mark on his body. The dragon's scales along the sword mark were all cut, some even broke through the dragon's skin, letting out some blood. By contrast, Bai Ningbing was much more miserable. There was a hole in her chest, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not bleed. Cold air flowed on massively, restoring her back to normal in a blink of an eye. Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move is rumored to be undying. Even if there is only a nail-sized fragment remaining, the user can immediately revive and recover back to normal. Because after the Bai Xiang transformation, the body is no longer a flesh and blood body. Instead, it becomes a certain mystical life form. Ing Wuxia was inwardly excited. Sure enough, as the battle went on, Bai Ningbing's performance was like Ing Wuxia estimated. She was not Fan Yuan's match. But relying on the Bai Xiang transformation's special characteristics, she could immediately recover back to normal. Most of Fan Yuan's attention was absorbed in fighting with Bai Ningbing. As the battle continued, even Fan Yuan felt exhausted. After all, his was a flesh and blood body, while Bai Ningbing was still energetic and lively. Just as Fan Yuan intended to give up on Bai Ningbing and target Ing Wuxia and the rest. It is time! Ing Wuxia suddenly cried out. Auras of countless goo worms rose from his body. He looked at Fan Yuan and spoke, Lead soul into dream. Chapter 1260. Lead soul into dream. Fan Yuan got a shock when he heard Ing Wuxia say, Lead soul into dream. Lead soul into dream was a rare and powerful dream path immortal killer move. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream had made even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep, trapped within a dream realm. Fan Yuan was also struck by this move in the Battle of Etian Mountain. If not for Heaven's will working secretly, he would have surely died. In this current time period, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, let alone Dream Path killer moves. One skilled to dominate all. Facing lead soul into dream, Goo immortals were basically defenseless. Fan Yuan was not an exception. He had unraveled dream, but he also had the sovereign immortal body. Facing lead soul into dream, even if he spent only an instant in the dream realm, it was very likely there could be various changes during that instant, and he might even die. Fan Yuan immediately soared up, retreating without hesitation. While retreating, he had doubts in his mind. Back then, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream was very powerful because of many immortal goo as well as the amplification from the 11th extreme physique. Right now, could Ing Wuxia have those immortal goo to form lead soul into dream? Fan Yuan did not know the exact details, but he was aware that Ing Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body absolutely lowered the power of this move by several levels. Fan Yuan quickly got a long distance away from Ing Wuxia and the rest, but still did not see himself falling into a dream realm. Was Ing Wuxia only trying to trick me? Fan Yuan just had this thought, when the scenery in front of him changed. Southern border, in his first life. Qing Mao Mountain was already destroyed from Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Fan Yuan threw himself in with a merchant caravan, earning primeval stones while continuing his cultivation. The merchant caravan had reached a certain valley, when suddenly, 2 groups of bandits rushed from in front and behind. Kill! Protect the goods! The caravan was in a great uproar. In an instant yells resounded throughout the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, while the other was the caravan escorting the goods. The young Fan Yuan was mixed in the merchant caravan, clenching his teeth, panicking at the sudden ambush. This is a dream realm. I am trapped in a dream realm. The confusion from just entering the dream realm disappeared quickly, and Fan Yuan immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. However, right at this time, he inexplicably exited the dream realm and returned to reality, his ancient dragon body still in the regional wall. What's going on? Fan Yuan just had this question, when his vision changed once again. He found he had once again entered a dream realm. This dream was a continuation of the previous dream. In the valley, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting a bitter battle. Strange, there should not be any bandit hideouts here. The young master of the merchant caravan was looking down from his carriage in the center, puzzled. The steward beside him was maintaining defense while replying. Right, this trade route is an old route. Who knows where these mountain bandits came from? The young master snorted. The strongest demonic path gu masters among them are only rank 2, our defense is rock solid, we don't need to fear them. Young master's right. We will make sure these bandits remain here forever. The steward gave a malicious smile. Right at this time, a rumbling noise came from above them. The young master, the steward, and others quickly looked above. The sight immediately caused a great fright. Countless boulders were rolling down from above the valley. The caravan was right at the base of a cliff, and these giant boulders were falling down right towards them. The power was not inferior to a rank 2 gu master's attack. Countless figures could be seen above the cliff. They were all mortals, but with meticulous planning and correct battle tactics, these mortals showcased the battle strength of rank 2 gu masters. Quick, retreat! The young master's face was pale. It is too late. The steward called out miserably. The boulders smashed onto the caravan's gu masters. In an instant, the merchant caravan suffered many casualties, and the demonic path side's morale was greatly raised. Damn it! Fan Yuan shook his head fiercely, escaping from the dream realm again. This is indeed leads soul into dream, but it is incomplete. It can send me into a dream realm now and again, but it can't keep me trapped in there. However, this is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were vigilantly looking at their surroundings, but even after guarding for a while, they did not see Fan Yuan. There were also no attacks coming towards them. He retreated? He Lu Lan spoke, somewhat disbelievingly. Bai Ningbing gazed at Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie heaved a long sigh. Sigh. Such a pity. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ing Wu Xie had secretly reconstructed Lead's soul into dream. During the time in Eastern Sea, Ing Wu Xie gave immortal gu to He Lu Lan and others. He naturally had even more gains. But even until now, he was only barely able to assemble Lead's soul into dream. Ing Wu Xie had intended to use Lead's soul into dream when Fan Yuan activated that trump card. However, Fan Yuan did not use that trump card at all. Fan Yuan would need a long time to activate that trump card, which would give Ing Wu Xie a very good opportunity to make a move. If Fan Yuan was struck by Lead's soul into dream at that time, he would be trapped in a dream realm. Even if it was only for an instant, it would still lead to failure in activating the Immortal Killer move. The stronger an Immortal Killer move was, the greater the injury the Gu Immortal would have to bear after they fail in activating it. There was no doubt that if Fan Yuan was trapped in the dream realm when he activated that killer move, he would fail and suffer a severe backlash. Ing Wu Xie explained it in detail. Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan and the rest also felt regret. However, in the situation earlier, Ing Wu Xie had no choice but to use Lead's soul into dream prematurely. If he still did not use it, Fan Yuan's successful attack would result in a qualitative change, causing the battle situation to shift greatly, which would finally result in their deaths. Ing Wu Xie had a very sharp and accurate judgment of the situation. Looks like Fan Yuan won't be able to attack for the moment. We should leave quickly. Lead's soul into dream is not complete, its effect will continue to decrease with time. Ing Wu Xie gave the command. The 5 immortals set off immediately. However, they had not walked far when Fan Yuan once again recovered and attacked. The dream realm's interference was becoming smaller and smaller. Fan Yuan was not willing to let Ing Wu Xie and the others slip away from right under his nose, so he immediately began his chase. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The 4 immortals were harried by Fan Yuan. It was already difficult to move in the regional wall, but with Fan Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Careful! Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not react in time, and only heard a muffled sound as stone debris hit him on the head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved me, thank you! Fan Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard nearby, and immediately reacted. Just now, he was almost hit by a falling boulder, but Uncle Big Beard had acted in time, destroying the giant boulder before it could reach Fan Yuan. Kid, don't be so hungry for battle, protect yourself properly, Uncle Big Beard said with a concerned tone. Right at this moment, from the center of the caravan came the caravan steward's sharp scream. Men, come quickly and protect young master! Out of nowhere, 2 rank 3 demonic path Gu masters had already charged into the center and were surrounding the owner of the merchant caravan, that young master who had once humiliated Fan Yuan. The young master was in a dangerous situation. Even the righteous path Gu masters were afraid. "Wait here, I will go help." Uncle Big Beard spoke this before quickly rushing to the center. The dream realm appeared again and again. Fan Yuan was having a tough time. The dream realm greatly influenced him, and he was only able to display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But looking at the battle situation, it was much more unfavorable to Ing Wuxie and the rest. They were clearly able to sense that the dream realm's influence to Fan Yuan was becoming smaller. And they were still unable to leave the regional wall. "All of you go ahead, I will hold him back." At the crucial moment, Shirnu stood up. Immortal killer move, land boundary. His whole body emitted frightening cracking sounds, as cracks started appearing everywhere on his body. At the same time, with him at the center, an enormous surrounding area of space underwent a mysterious change, being cut off from the space further out. Fan Yuan wanted to retreat, but at the critical moment, the dream realm started, making him miss the chance to escape the range of the killer move. Fan Yuan sent out dragon breath, but the sword-light dragon breath disappeared like smoke before even flying 5 to 6 steps of distance. Fan Yuan charged with his dragon body, but was actually unable to leave. Chapter 1261. Blood Path Demonic Immortal. "You are looking for death." His dragon eyes stared at Shirnu. Shirnu raised his head to look at Fan Yuan, shouting, "Master, leave quickly! Leave! Shirnu, I will remember your loyalty." Ing Wuxie took a deep glance at Shirnu, before leaving. He took the other 2 immortals and quickly retreated. Because Shirnu risked his life to hold back Fan Yuan, Ing Wuxie and the others were able to smoothly leave the Licorice regional wall and enter Northern Plains. The moment they stepped on the grass of Northern Plains, Ing Wuxie took out Tai Bai Yunxing from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up, but his injuries were extremely severe. His life was still in danger. Combining the 4 immortals' power, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and disappeared from the spot. Inside the dream realm, the battle had already concluded. The attacking demonic path bandits were all dead. The merchant caravan did not have it easy as well, as they suffered many casualties and injuries. Corpses were littered everywhere in the valley and blood filled the area. "Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together! Wake up!" The young Fan Yuan was beside Gu Master Big Beard, looking at the terrifying injury with shock and panic. Someone save him!" Fan Yuan shouted, his voice somewhat hoarse. But nobody came. Fan Yuan quickly ran to the young master. "Lord, Uncle Big Beard was injured while saving you. He is going to die. Please save him." "He cannot be saved. The injury itself is not a big problem. The main thing is that he has been struck by a poison goo. We have no way of saving him." The young master shook his head and gave a rueful smile. "No, you have a way. Weren't you also hit by the same poison goo?" Fan Yuan persisted. The young master's expression sank. "You want me to use a precious goo worm for a mere outsider? Do you know this kind of healing goo worm can only be used for a limited number of times? But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you," Fan Yuan argued. "Even if he did not save me, I have Father's secret guards who would have ensured my safety." The young master sneered, waving his hand at Fan Yuan. "Get lost now. How could my healing goo worm be used on ants like you guys?" Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and stared at the young master with clenched fists, not moving from his spot. "Are you looking to die?" The young master was getting furious. "Fan Yuan." At this time, Gu Master Big Beard woke up and softly called out. Fan Yuan shook, quickly turning around and running to Big Beard's side. "Uncle Big Beard, you are awake." Fan Yuan was surprised and happy. "Don't oppose, young master, you will be the one to suffer. Don't keep on begging. How could such a precious healing goo be used on people like us?" Big Beard smiled mockingly. "But uncle, your injuries." Fan Yuan was very upset, choking as he sobbed. Plop. Shirnu powerlessly dropped to the ground. He looked at the sword dragon hovering in front of him, and laughed. "I succeeded. Master was able to escape, haha. Shadow Sect won't be defeated, long live Spectral Soul, ugh!" Fan Yuan grabbed him with his claws and forcefully crushed him to pieces. Loosening his dragon claws, rock fragments and debris were scattered over the ground with no signs of Shirnu's original appearance. "You're merely dying, what was the point of yelling?" Fan Yuan sneered, picking up the most crucial piece from among the rock fragments. He then flew out of the licorice regional wall and returned once again to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial piece of rock to the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside began to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and formed a blessed land outside. Fan Yuan did not wait, instead activating Qi Lux sensation to check the locations of Ing Wuxia and the others. Fan Yuan immediately discovered that Ing Wuxia and the rest were already extremely far away from him. Humph! They used that ancient battle formation? But so what? You will all die at my hands sooner or later. But this location, it seems to be in that earth trench under Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan returned to his human form, slightly frowning. Of course, he was familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's earth trench. Dark Flow Giant City was still hidden there. Unfortunately, no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Ing Wuxia and the rest to enter it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were besieged, but Northern Plains Zombie Alliance is still hidden in the earth trench. Looks like Ing Wuxia and the rest will once again go through a period of growth. This was an expected situation. Dark Flow Giant City's cultivation resources included all sorts of immortal goo from Northern Plains immortal zombies. However, Shirnu was already dead, and they were injured. If they fought again, even if it was in Northern Plains and not the regional wall, Fan Yuan would still have the upper hand. Shirnu's blessed land had formed. Fan Yuan entered it but was unable to subdue the land spirit. His attainment in Earth Path was only at master level and not Grand Master, thus he could not annex this rank 7 blessed land and could only leave it for the moment. Inside the dream, there was a kind of medicinal herb said to be able to relieve Goo Master Big Beard's poison. The young Fan Yuan chose to sneak out of the caravan and climb the cliff to pick the medicinal herbs growing there. The cold mountain wind blew at him, causing his body to shiver greatly. The cliff was steep, and a careless step could lead to a brutal death. I will definitely get the medicinal herb and treat Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life. How could I not repay this debt of kindness? Persevere, Fan Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff. Fan Yuan was breathing roughly as he stretched out his arm, and after several attempts, he finally picked out a medicinal herb. At daybreak, with a basket full of herbs and ragged clothes, he returned to the camp. Alright, this dream realm is finally over. Fan Yuan woke up from the dream realm. He finally got rid of the dream realm's interference. This dream realm was not completely without benefits. The dream path materials inside surpassed Fan Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, the basket of herbs Fan Yuan carried were actually all dream path goo materials. If I dreamed by myself, there's no way I would have had such huge harvests. Could it be that Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream is not only an offensive ability, but is actually a killer move to get dream path goo materials? Fan Yuan pondered over this as he flew. Without the dream realm's interference, he once again began to chase after Ing Wuxia. Even if Ing Wuxia ran to the ends of the world, Fan Yuan would give chase to nip this great problem in the bud. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't use love immortal goo again. You have already paid the price and are now unable to speak. If you continue using it repeatedly like this, I really don't know what kind of price you will have to pay next. Shi Jingyi tried to persuade. Zhao Lianyun shook her head, her gaze firm and determined. In the dangerous battle with Zhao Dinyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its might. But that time, Love Immortal Goo did not take immortal essence as the price. Instead it seized away a certain thing from Zhao Lianyun. This thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the battle, Zhao Lianyun was unable to let out any sounds. She was not even able to make crude grunts and noises that mute people could make. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. I cannot just wait here and watch from the sidelines. So what if I can't speak? I can still converse with all of you through goo worms. It is not a big problem. Zhao Lianyun transmitted her voice to Shi Jingyi. Shi Jingyi sighed, unable to say anything, and could only let Zhao Lianyun act on her will. This time, however, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo showed no signs of budging. Helpless, Zhao Lianyun could only walk out of the 12th Snowy Peaks range, along with Shi Jingyi. Once they walked out of this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another snowy peak, separated from Shi Jingyi. Different from before, there were sounds of an intense battle on this snowy peak. Who is fighting here? It should be either Yui Zi, Bujin Zi or Mu Linglan, right? Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy, as she quickly rushed towards the peak. She soon reached the hall at the peak. The stench of blood assaulted her nose. Inside the Crimson Hall, a gorgeous young Gu Immortal was fighting a bitter battle with a Snowy Mountain Gu Immortal. It was Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yue. Yue, hold on, I am coming to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted her voice. Yue was both surprised and happy, quickly replying. Be careful, this is a genuine Blood Path Demonic Immortal. What? Blood Path? Zhao Lianyun got a huge fright. She looked at the enemy with dread and wariness. Chapter 1262. Golden Sun Spear. Blood Path Gu Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as Blood Path's characteristics, any person who cultivated Blood Path would be judged as a demonic path member in the 5 regions. In the battle between the alliance of Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe against the allied Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have brought in a strong reinforcement. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du had immediately refused with not the slightest bit of hesitation. It was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. If he collaborated with a Blood Path member, his side would be judged as demonic path, and all his painstaking effort would go down the drain. However, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was a gathering point of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals. It was not a tribe or a sect. Whether it be a tribe or a sect, both had the characteristics of nurturing its members, and both had mortal members as well. However, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was an entity formed and linked purely through benefits. Zhao Lianyun arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak after leaving the 12th Snowy Peak. The demonic path Gu Immortal guarding this place was called Zhao Pu. He was wearing hemp clothes and cloth shoes, he was bald, had an ordinary appearance, and was of a middling stature. He was standing at the center of the hall, while Yue was retreating back again and again, until he reached the edge of the hall. His whole body was bathed in blood, his injuries were frightening. When Zhao Lianyun saw this companion, she was almost unable to recognize him. Yue was a pretty and delicate-looking man, but right now, it was like he had fallen in a boundless sea of blood and was pulled out by someone. His other abilities are normal, but he has one Blood Path Immortal killer move that is extremely powerful. When activating it, all of his blood splashes out before turning into a stream of blood. Once the stream of blood touches your skin, you will start bleeding, and as time passes, the bleeding will continue to worsen. You need to be careful. When Yue saw Zhao Lianyun in the middle of the fight, he quickly warned her. I understand. Take a rest first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another person is here looking for death. Zhao Pu stood at the same spot without moving, his hands folded across his chest. He let out a sinister smile, revealing his dense and sharp teeth. A demonic and bloodthirsty aura pounced forward. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been preparing this move since earlier. Under the consumption of immortal essence, auras of large numbers of goo worms rose from her body, and a silver light covered her. Clang clang. A series of chains clashing against each other could be heard coming from within the silver light. Shortly afterwards, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light. The 6 chains were bright silver and extremely nimble, as they moved around Zhao Lianyun, forming a strong defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through intensive training, and after the life and death battle with Zhao Dinyo, she seemed to have been reborn. Her every move was decisive and did not have an inexperienced air like before. The 10th Snowy Peak Lord Zhao Pu noticed Zhao Lianyun activating her killer move, but actually did not stop her and simply watched her. Zhao Lianyun saw this, and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain! Immortal essence was expended once again, as a patch of deep blue formed above Zhao Lianyun, above the dome of the hall. Swish, swish, swish. Countless meteors were falling from the sky, raining down like an army of arrows. It was a majestic sight. These meteors were extremely thin and small, like countless hidden weapons, but their power was majestic as they fell down like a storm that could not be avoided. If Zhao Pu kept on staying still, he would be turned into meat paste by these tiny meteors. He indeed did not dare to be so prideful. Suddenly a large bloody cloud floated above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that firmly protected Zhao Pu. The fallen meteors were blocked by the bloody cloud, but the bloody cloud's volume was shrinking at a visible speed. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, as his body shot towards Zhao Lianyun like a red ray of light. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook, subconsciously taking a step back. The silver chains moving around her reacted faster than her. One of the chains shot out towards Zhao Pu like a charging dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged and chose another direction to attack. But at almost the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction again. This repeated a few times. Zhao Pu shockingly realized these silver chains could attack on their own. These chains could be said to have both attack and defensive properties. Not to mention how agile these silver chains were, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is pretty good. Zhao Pu could not see any results. He did not continue trying and retreated some distance, using his methods to replenish the thinning bloody cloud. This was natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were chosen specifically for Zhao Lianyun by Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court. They were especially suitable for a beginner like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, the injuries from backlash in the case of failure were also not severe. The main thing was that these killer moves were extremely refined. The meteors continued to fall down in torrents. Zhao Pu was constantly replenishing the bloody cloud above him. Yue Yizi was in a corner, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not answer. She silently continued to prepare for a third immortal killer move. It was just that these two killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain, were the ones she had practiced the most. This third move was slightly more complex than these two moves. During the normal training, Zhao Lianyun only had to spend some effort to activate it. But in a real battle, she found she had to use a lot more effort. Although, right now, with the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain, the environment was similar to the training field, her mental state was not the same. Her few attempts had already ended up in failure. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know immortal killer moves cannot be used easily? The more you use them, the more chances where you will expose a weakness. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu smiled sinisterly and pounced forward. But this time, when he had reached halfway, he opened his mouth wide. Boom! An enormous explosion occurred. Zhao Lianyun felt the blood throughout her body shaking violently. A little less than half of the goo worms that had soared up in Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture fell down again because of the disturbance. Among them, many mortal goo were destroyed. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but also had sound path methods which caught Zhao Lianyun unprepared. Even Yue Yizi, who had been healing himself, was affected. Like this, Zhao Pu continued to attack Zhao Lianyun from all sides while Life-Locking Silver Chain ensured her safety. Zhao Lianyun did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move due to all sorts of interference from Zhao Pu. She was filled with a sense of powerlessness, thinking, "This guy is indeed like what Yue Yizi described him as. He has a number of methods which are all ordinary and cannot break my Life-Locking Silver Chain. But he is extremely troublesome. He has all kinds of methods emerging one after another, causing me to repeatedly fail in activating the killer move. This won't do. I need to continue to persevere." Zhao Lianyun firmed her resolution and continued to attempt activating her immortal killer move. Maybe due to being obstructed too many times and failing many times, it instead tempered her will and strengthened her conviction. Finally, her eyes suddenly let out a piercing sharp light. Zhao Lianyun then stretched out her right arm and spat at her right palm, spitting out a chain of fire. The fire stopped at her palm. At first it was only a fireball hovering over her right palm. But with Zhao Lianyun continuing to spit out fire, the fire in her hand began to inflate. It was quite strange. This fire was not inflating as a whole, but it was its left and right side that were enlarging. Soon, a staff of fire formed in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The staff grew until it was the side of an adult's arm. The burning flames on the staff began to shrink. Several breaths later, the raging fire was completely gone, as it condensed into a staff that seemed to be cast from crimson bronze. Zhao Lianyun closed her mouth before suddenly opening it, letting out a shrill scream. "Strike!" Following her voice, a golden ray of light immediately shot out from her mouth and struck the fire staff. Chapter 1263. Blood Drain. The fire staff completely absorbed this golden light. The golden light quickly moved around in the fire staff before finally stopping at the head of the staff, gradually turning into a sharp spear. Right now, the fire staff had changed into a short crimson golden spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear had finally activated successfully. "It is time for you to die." Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of air. She was filled with confidence. Her right hand slowly raised the golden sun spear and pointed at Zhao Pu, her willpower soaring high. Zhao Pu was solemn as he fixed his gaze at the golden sun spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand, praising it. "Impressive spear, Both its temperature and radiance are well restrained. Once it bursts out, it will definitely be terrifyingly powerful. But he suddenly changed the subject, revealing a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. He said to Zhao Lianyun, "Don't you feel anything strange right now?" "What?" Only then did Zhao Lianyun sense something warm was flowing down the sides of her lips. She lightly wiped with her left hand. It was blood. Who knew when she had started to bleed? "This is?" Zhao Lianyun's pupils immediately shrunk to pin size and her body started shaking. "This is my killer move, blood drain." He. Zhao Pu laughed loudly. "This can't be. You clearly." Zhao Lianyun had only spoken a few words, when blood started to flow out of her mouth, dyeing her white teeth red. "Ha ha ha, you want to say that I did not show any signs of activating an immortal killer move? Actually, I had already activated it, I only changed the method." Zhao Pu laughed. Could it be the rumored technique split move? Yui Yizi cried out in shock, his eyes wide open. Zhao Pu glanced at him. "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Gu masters nurtured, used, and refined Gu, no matter which aspect, they were all very profound and deep. Refining Gu involved all sorts of refinement methods. Using Gu naturally was also the same. Among immortal killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For instance, the consecutive moves of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She could use 2 or more Fire Path immortal killer moves one after the other, achieving a stronger effect in the end. Another example was Fan Yuan's variant moves. Myriad Self, formed from the convergence of Enslavement and Strength Path, could produce large numbers of Strength Path phantoms to battle. But Fan Yuan was able to create a variant move, Myriad Self First Style, Strength Path Giant Hand. This variant move used Myriad Self as the foundation, but was able to produce an offensive effect that Myriad Self could not achieve by itself. And the method Zhao Pu was using right now was a split move. If he directly activated Blood Drain, it would definitely be sensed by the highly vigilant Zhao Lianyun, and she would either disturb him or evade. However, Zhao Pu split this immortal killer move into multiple parts, and used them as he fought. After he unleashed all of these split moves, he achieved the effect of Blood Drain. The advantage of this method was clear. There was no indication of the move being used, which made it impossible to guard against. Damn it! So he had been hiding and pretending. He attacked multiple times but did not break my life-locking Silver Chain's defense. It was actually because he was secretly plotting. Right now, Zhao Lianyun found that she was not only bleeding from her mouth, blood was starting to flow continuously from her nose and ears as well. Her eyes were also filled with some traces of blood, causing her vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart thumped loudly as she recalled Yui Yizi's appearance. I was still hit by that move. If it continues like this, would not I end up the same way as Yui Yizi? He is truly crafty. In her agitation, Zhao Lianyun threw the golden sun spear towards Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was extremely vigilant against Zhao Lianyun's fire spear. Zhao Lianyun's shoulder had just started to move, when he had already begun to move. The golden sun spear did not have the ability to lock onto the target, but it was extremely fast, brushing past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu got a great fright. The golden sun spear pierced through the hall, shooting towards outside the hall before it exploded. A boundless heat wave swept over all directions. The dazzling golden light and the flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this small sun disappeared completely. Such power, if it truly struck me. Zhao Pu's body was soaked in cold sweat. Fortunately, they have already been struck by my move. Oh. Yui Yizi inwardly sighed, and walked towards Zhao Lianyun, prepared to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was downcast, her morale falling sharply. She had very little real battle experience. Her state of mind was easily influenced. This immortal killer move, Golden Sun Spear, was a valuable advantage, but now it was wasted by her. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at Yui Yizi. Yui Yizi's injuries showed no signs of getting better. Zhao Pu laughed. Did you think I was intentionally letting you off when I let you rest and heal? As long as you are hit by my move, unless I personally cancel the effect, normal methods won't be of any use. You have already tried. Do you see any effects? But I am quite benevolent. I will allow you both to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, giving me your immortal goo. I will take you as my slaves and spare your lives. Stop dreaming! Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, refusing Zhao Pu's Invitation. Zhao Pu ignored her and laughed. The battle is decided. Are you still unaware of your situation? A wise person submits to circumstances. You are still young. It is over if you die, but you will still have hope as long as you live. Yu Yizi sneered. I am indeed unable to heal my injuries and can only let the blood continue to flow. But I have made some gains. I have already deduced that as long as we kill you, the injuries on our body will heal by themselves. Huh! Zhao Pu's expression slightly changed. He sized up Yu Yizi once again. Kid, I have changed my opinion about you. Yu Yizi was a genius refinement path Gu Immortal, having extremely deep attainment level and refinement path. Even rank 7 Gu Immortals often discussed Gu refinement matters with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yu Yizi was not only proficient in Gu refinement, he also was skilled in deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were close to each other, and could coordinate with each other. Yu Yizi was able to deduce the truth from his injuries along with Zhao Pu's various behaviors. We must kill him before all our blood is drained. If he doesn't die, we will die. Yu Yizi transmitted his voice to Zhao Lianyun. They were already forced into a dead end. They had no options other than to fearlessly charge ahead and kill the enemy to have the right to survive. Charge! Zhao Lianyun called out, and charged forward without hesitation. Conceited brats, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, and valiantly charged forward, fighting as 1 against 2. Both sides went at each other, either yielding a step. Life-locking silver chains shuttled back and forth. Zhao Pu had a bloody cloud above him and 1 below his feet. He avoided 3 chains and immediately spat blood towards the 3 chains coming from behind. The blood dyed the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of blood. 8 refinement gates, 3rd gate hand gate open. Yu Yizi took the chance to palm strike towards Zhao Pu's back from afar. Immediately, 2 exquisite palm silhouettes struck Zhao Pu's back with incredible speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood suddenly splashed out from his back and covered his injuries. A slightly surprised expression flashed past his face, as he thought. Strange, why is this kid's attack much stronger now? Yu Yizi might be a refinement path Gu Immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he was given some time, he could target his opponent's weaknesses properly. Especially his immortal killer move, 8 refinement gates. It could change according to the situation and unleash some properties that were specially effective against the enemy. Yu Yizi and Zhao Lianyun knew they had no way to retreat, and instantly burst out with remarkable battle strength. Chapter 1264. Crying, screaming. If humans stake their all, their danger would naturally increase explosively. In contrast, the blood-path demonic immortal Zhao Pu was not willing to fight to the death. He just needed to delay some time, and he could obtain victory. As such, for a moment, Zhao Pu was instead suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was much greater than these 2 immortals of Central Continent. He was extremely slippery, moving around all the time. Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi did everything they could but could not catch him at all. As time passed, the situation inclined towards Zhao Pu. Yu Yizi was the first to weaken in his attacks. He had been struck much earlier than Zhao Lianyun and had suffered much greater injuries. Now, because of the high blood loss, he fell unconscious. Your friend might have died from blood loss. You are next. You also don't have much time. Why aren't you attacking more frequently? Zhao Pu laughed. Zhao Lianyun was in low spirits. She knew Zhao Pu was intentionally provoking her to disturb her mind, but she was unable to calm her mind and became more and more agitated. Blood had started flowing out of her eyes. Her sight was completely blurry and red. More terrifyingly, blood was not only pouring out of her 7 orifices, but also from the countless pores on her body. Damn it! Damn it! An intense dizziness constantly attacked Zhao Lianyun. Her whole body was starting to shake and waver. Finally, Zhao Pu sent a long-ranged attack which sent Zhao Lianyun flying. She fell to the ground and rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun pushed the ground with her hands and tried to stand up, but she had lost too much blood and had no strength left in her. She could not even prop her body up anymore. It's over. Zhao Pu folded his arms across his chest, as he walked slowly towards Zhao Lianyun and looked down at her. Blood. It was flowing out continuously from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood had formed around her. Zhao Lianyun had become a blood-soaked person in this pool. Blood was flowing down from her eyes along with her tears. Is it over? This is where I fall. Blood. I am not in the least bit afraid this time, Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun recalled a scene of the past. That was during the fighting for imperial court. Zhao Lianyun had lost the protection of her father, and was unwillingly turned into a political chip to be married to Wei tribe's young master, and had no choice but to rely on Ma Hongyun. During one battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a falling arrow. Blood flowed. I am going to die, so painful! I am going to die! Zhao Lianyun was lying inside a carriage, screaming and crying. Don't make a fuss, Lady Xiaoyun, you are not going to die. This is only a little injury. Ma Hongyun proficiently dressed her injury while consoling her. Blood, so much blood! Don't you know I get dizzy at the sight of blood? I have never suffered such a heavy injury. Zhao Lianyun groaned. How could you be so squeamish? Injuries are normal for people of northern plains. Many times the scars are a source of glory and symbol of our feats. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you know how to comfort people? Sigh, how could I be so unlucky? Ha! Ma Hongyun laughed loudly, carelessly using a bit more strength. Zhao Lianyun cried out in pain. Ah! Be softer. Also, what are you laughing at? I have suffered such a serious injury, and you seem to be very happy. Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand, but was still laughing. I'm not gloating, it is just that I feel Lady Xiaoyun is truly cute. You normally act like an elder, and fill people with awe. But only now do I truly feel you are a little sister younger than me. You are getting truly arrogant. Zhao Lianyun was just about to erupt, when suddenly, Ma Hongyun touched her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was dazed. For some reason, she got a feeling of warmth. Ma Hongyun ignored her. There is no fever, this is good. Lady Xiaoyun, you cannot be so squeamish. Suffering some injuries and letting out some blood is nothing. If you scream so loudly again, people will ridicule you. Her recollection ended here. Ridicule? You should not be able to ridicule me now, right? You brat. I really used up all my blood to save you. It is truly strange, I actually willingly sent myself to death for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do this. Such thoughts emerged in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Die. Zhao Pu gave a loud shout and pierced forward with his hand like a sharp knife. A fatal blow. If this battle struck true, it would pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like tofu. But right at this time, an intense radiance burst out from Zhao Lianyun's body. The radiance was so glaring that Zhao Pu had no choice but to close his eyes and step back. This is... Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura. So powerful. Ah! Zhao Pu let out a miserable cry. His whole body did not budge in the light. Soon, he was like the melting snow under a hot sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Immortal Gu showed its might once again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains, in the depths of Earth Trench. Ing Wuxie, where will you hide now? Fan Yuan's sword dragon form roared in the Earth Trench, his voice, filled with killing intent, resounded everywhere. Relying on Qi Lux's sensation, Fan Yuan had moved at extreme speed and finally reached here. From within the darkness, a giant city slowly rose up. Ing Wuxie was standing on top of the giant city. I have been waiting for quite some time. Ing Wuxie spoke, his gaze tranquil and his tone indifferent. Humph! Shirnu is dead, you want to fight me with just you four and this mortal Gu house? Fan Yuan sneered. Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked majestic, but it was only a mortal Gu house, not an immortal Gu house. It was not easy to form an immortal Gu house. Shadow Sect possessed many immortal Gu, but they also could not casually upgrade Dark Flow Giant City to an immortal Gu house. If they had an immortal Gu house, Fan Yuan would feel a lot of apprehension. Because the power of an immortal Gu house increased with the amount of immortal essence expended. Fan Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to control graceful chaotic duel stage and shined in the Battle of Etian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal Gu house, and it was absolutely not enough to put fear in Fan Yuan. Then what if you add me? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but he was an old acquaintance of Fan Yuan. It was the spy Shadow Sect had inserted in Langye Sect, Refinement Path Gu Immortal 6th Hair. Fan Yuan's gaze became slightly dark. Fan Yuan did not think much of 6th Hair's strength. But 6th Hair and Fan Yuan were members of Langye Sect, Both of them had an Information Path Alliance agreement. This made it extremely inconvenient for Fan Yuan to go against Sixth Hair. With just slight carelessness, he would suffer the backlash of the Information Path Alliance agreement and be injured. However, Fan Yuan had mentally prepared for Sixth Hair's appearance. Die! Fan Yuan swung his dragon tail, directly charging forward. Dark Flow Giant City quickly moved back, and at the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and large numbers of Yiksha octopuses closed in. Your status has already made Fan Yuan hesitate. We just need to delay some time, and we can use omnidirectional travel again. Ing Wuxia patted Sixth Hair's shoulder. Lord, you should go take a rest, let me handle this. Sixth Hair said to Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia nodded and entered Dark Flow Giant City. It was a slaughterhouse. Despite there being large numbers of Yiksha octopuses, they were not a match for Fan Yuan. The ancient sword dragon raised a bloody storm, rampaging around the battlefield. Dark Flow Giant City was within his sight, but Fan Yuan did not dare to carelessly use dragon breath. It would be bad if he killed Sixth Hair by mistake. It would be himself who would suffer instead. He might even be counterattacked by Ing Wuxia and the rest due to that and lose his life here. Ing Wuxia and the others were in a bad situation, but Fan Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the upper hand, but was not yet able to turn it into crushing dominance. Especially when there was Bai Ningbing, who could turn into the Baixiang state, and Ing Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation and the latter's lead soul into dream was incomplete. Information Path. When can I be free from its restrictions? Fan Yuan was vexed. Information Path was a pain that had repeatedly troubled him. Fan Yuan had also tried hard, but lacking fortuitous encounters, he had not been able to solve this issue. Sixth Hair presided over the battle. His strategy was not to win, but to not make any mistakes. Chapter 1265. Nightmare Demonic Cults. After Fan Yuan killed the wave of Yiksha octopuses, wall-climbing demon apes started to appear. These apes similarly were beasts of Earth Trench, not inferior to Yiksha octopus. After this wave of wall-climbing demon apes was eliminated, Fan Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups were probably all controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance Division. For example, Yiksha octopuses probably belonged to the rank 7 Immortal Zombie Dragon Commander Yi Chao. The Zombie Alliance divisions in other regions were all besieged. Only on Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's end did they rely on Earth Trench to remain until now. Not only these desolate beasts, looking at He Lu Lan's performance earlier, there probably are immortal goo as well. If so, I will have to re-evaluate the battle strength of Ing Wuxia and the others. However, it is not possible to grasp immortal killer moves in a short period of time, with just immortal goo, when there is conflict between Dao marks. Fan Yuan analyzed the situation while fighting. At this time, a large group of horse desolate beasts galloped towards Fan Yuan. These horses were extremely strange. They had a pair of sheep horns on their heads. Their whole bodies looked like they were burnt charcoal. They were letting out dense smoke from their noses and their tails and limbs were burning with a dull red fire. Ha! Dream Path Desolate Beast Nightmare Demonic Cult! Fan Yuan was stunned, before recognizing it shortly afterwards. So it seems, Nightmare Demonic Cults had already appeared during this time period. Moreover, in such high numbers. Fan Yuan was greatly joyous. Nightmare Demonic Cults were a Dream Path Desolate Beast. This desolate beast was extremely common during his first life of 500 years. But now at this time, it was extremely rare. Fan Yuan thought this horse had yet to appear. Times changed, humans were changing and the world was also changing. Many goo materials were extinct, leading to the decline of Strength Path, Chi Path and other paths. Similarly, many new goo materials were constantly formed. Dream Path. This path had just begun to flourish near the end of Fan Yuan's first life. At present, the goo immortals were all researching it. Although they made some gains, they were extremely small and almost could not be considered anything. Only after a few hundred years would many Dream Path goo materials start to appear. Nightmare Demonic Cults were one of them. Fan Yuan had thus believed Nightmare Demonic Cults did not exist at this time. But this group of Nightmare Demonic Cults made him realize his estimation was completely wrong. Good thing I was wrong! I must get these Nightmare Demonic Cults! Fan Yuan was extremely happy. What did Dream Path Desolate Beasts signify? Large amounts of Dream Path goo materials. Why was Fan Yuan painstakingly going deep into his own dreams? It was to gather Dream Path materials. If he had these nightmare demonic colts, Fan Yuan could cut the meat of these desolate horses and refine large numbers of Dream Path Mortal Goo, and even Dream Path Immortal Goo. When he was exploring the giant dream realm and southern border, why could he not use Unravel Dream as much as he liked? Why did he have to plan carefully every time he used it? Simply put, wasn't it because he did not have enough Dream Path Mortal Goo? The efficiency of refining Dream Path Mortal Goo alone was truly too low. These nightmare demonic colts are all mine! Fan Yuan started to capture these nightmare demonic colts. His ancient sword dragon form was extremely fast, maneuvering around these nightmare demonic colts with no obstruction. Fan Yuan was trying to knock these nightmare demonic colts unconscious, and then raise them in the sovereign immortal aperture. However, Shadow's sect had clearly prepared for it, and had made some arrangements on these nightmare demonic colts. Fan Yuan tried hard, but finally discovered he could not capture these nightmare demonic colt alive. At most, he could kill them and obtain their corpses. But even so, Fan Yuan had a huge harvest. After killing these nightmare demonic colts, Fan Yuan then slaughtered the next few waves of desolate beast groups, among which were ancient desolate beasts as well. Fan Yuan's battle strength was already at the upper layers of rank 7, whether it be the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer move, they were not a threat to Fan Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City did not have an endless supply of desolate beast groups. After a while, Fan Yuan had killed all the beast groups, and he spent some time in breaking the battlefield killer move, wrecking Dark Flow Giant City. However, a lot of his time had still been wasted. Ing Wuxie and the others had already left. Sixth Heir had remained behind, like Shirnu, to hold back Fan Yuan. Sixth Heir's cultivation could not compare to Shirnu's, but he had a huge advantage. He looked at Fan Yuan with no fear. "Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? Wait till I kill Ing Wuxie and let you fall into despair and suffering." Fan Yuan gave a sinister smile, as his dragon body ascended and flew out of Earth Trench. The ashen-faced Sixth Heir was left behind, along with the ruined Dark Flow City. Northern Plains was extremely huge, even though they had omnidirectional travel. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was at the extreme northwest. Omnidirectional travel could not be used continuously. While Ing Wuxie was hurrying towards Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fan Yuan caught up to them once again. "Let's see who will help you this time." The ancient sword dragon rushed over. "Lead soul into dream." Ing Wuxie activated his immortal killer move. Fan Yuan was hit again. However, this dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break the dream realm and return to reality. "What is going on?" Fan Yuan immediately sensed something fishy. This was somewhat beyond what he had expected, causing him to suffer a minor loss. Ing Wuxie laughed. "I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic colts earlier. Do you think these Dream Path Immortal materials can be taken so easily? I will give you advice, don't chase us. If you continue chasing, even if you have the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, you will lose your life." "Humph, crafty guy." Fan Yuan snorted. Regardless of what intention Ing Wuxie had, whether it was provocation or probing, Fan Yuan decided to give up chasing for now. The dream realm was constantly pestering him. He had to get through the entirety of the dream realm. Only then could he be completely free of worries. Undoubtedly, Lead Soul into Dream was truly troublesome. Even though Fan Yuan had unraveled Dream, he could not resolve it in one attempt, and had to pass through all the stages of the dream realm. Inside the dream southern border dawn. The wet dew and the dense cloud-like mountain fog produced a depressing feeling. The merchant caravan did not continue moving. Moving in this dense fog on the mountain was very likely to create problems. The young Fan Yuan was sitting beside a simple bed. Goo Master Big Beard was lying on the bed, and was already on the verge of dying. "Fan Yuan, thank you for the medicinal herbs." Goo Master Big Beard spoke with an extremely weak voice. Fan Yuan was feeling extremely stifled, as he sobbed. "Uncle Big Beard, you will get better." Goo Master Big Beard shook his head. "How could I not be clear of my injuries?" "Don't cry, child, crying is of no use to us. I was once young like you, and had big dreams. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too bad, and I finally sank into this current state. Hee hee. This world is too big, while we are too small. When I was a child, I wanted to be a grand hero, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was a youngster, I wanted to be a clan leader. When I was an adult, I was satisfied with becoming a clan elder. When I was a middle-aged man, I was exiled from the clan. I felt that I could live by myself just as well. I was satisfied with just raising my goo worms and myself. Do you know what I want now? Fan Yuan wept softly. What? I just want to quietly lie down inside a quiet room and slowly recall the past, until death comes to take me. Goo Master Big Beard had a self-mocking expression. Then should I leave? Fan Yuan did not know what to do. Leave. Let me be here alone. I don't want others to see my dying appearance. Goo Master Big Beard said. Fan Yuan slowly stood up and hesitantly walked to the door. At this time, Goo Master Big Beard spoke once again. You must have read. There is a chapter which tells the story of the mini-men walking out of ordinary abyss. We are all mini-men, and we all want to walk out of ordinary abyss. Oh. You must continue on, Fan Yuan. Continue living, continue persevering. It is a pity that all my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. To us minor characters, crying is of no use, no one will hear us even if we shout, we can only persevere by ourselves. Persevere until you accomplish great feats, become extraordinary. Either that, or embrace death. Chapter 1266. I love him. Did we win? Zhao Lianyun had to use quite some effort to climb out of the blood pool. Her injuries were severe, and she was blacking out. Fortunately, Zhao Pu was already dead, and the blood-drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi also dissipated. If it did not dissipate, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi would undoubtedly follow Zhao Pu to death. Huff, huff. On the other side, Yu Yizi was breathing roughly, standing up while leaning on the wall. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young goo immortal was dazed and turned pale. Lien. Fairy Lianyun. Your face. No. Your body. Yu Yizi's eyes were wide open, and he stuttered, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun felt strange, transmitting her voice. What's wrong with me? She lowered her head to look at herself. The first thing she saw were her hands. A pair of old and skinny hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart gave a jolt as she found she had unknowingly become an elderly woman. Her back was bent, wrinkles covered her body, her sight was blurry and her hair had turned white. What's happening? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed her hair, easily pulling out strands of white hair. Her strong hair roots had degraded and become loose. Yu Yizi spoke with a heavy voice. It is probably love goo. Love goo consumed your lifespan to burst out with the terrifying power that could directly kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed and at a loss. Anyone who turned from the prime of their youth to an old and frail person the next moment would definitely receive a huge shock in their mind. Yes. Yu Yizi nodded and consoled. But you don't have to worry, you can restore your youth by using lifespan goo. Normal goo immortals might not be able to gather lifespan goo, but you are different. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect will definitely provide you lifespan goo. Zhao Lianyun did not reply. She was feeling complicated emotions. Shock, disappointment, disbelief, dazedness. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before transmigrating, she had not experienced becoming this old. After a while of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered from the shock. I will continue going forward. Old age doesn't matter, Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Zhao Lianyun gazed at the distant first snowy peak through the window, her gaze becoming resolute once more. You cannot continue! Yu Yizi was shocked, quickly walking over to Zhao Lianyun and holding her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful, but it is not stable. Maybe it will take your lifespan the next time as well. If so, you will definitely die. Yu Yizi persuaded. So what if I die? The old Zhao Lianyun looked at the young Yu Yizi with a slight smile. Her smile was not even a little beautiful, but Yu Yizi was dazed. Then, Zhao Lianyun softly drew back her arm. She clearly did not use much strength, but Yu Yizi felt a formless strength attacking his heart, letting him voluntarily release his hand. He then quietly stood on the spot, looking at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, looking at her walking towards the outside of the hall with heavy and aged steps. This scene was ordinary and nothing strange, but Yu Yizi felt an intense tremor in his heart. He even subconsciously held his breath, as Zhao Lianyun's weak receding figure imprinted deeply in him at this moment. What kind of spirit is this? For her love, she is willing to make sacrifices, unafraid of death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands without you. All right, let me follow you. At worst, this life will be paid to you. Yu Yizi was not old, he was still hot-blooded, and after firming up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun. There was not much immortal essence left in her phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was also worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would spend what little remained of her lifespan. As such, she chose to walk down the peak. Under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she alone went to another snowy peak. There was still a large hall at the peak, and the atmosphere was quiet. There was a battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked to the hall, finding the inside of the hall in ruins. Signs of an intense battle were everywhere. Fairy Lianyun? A voice suddenly transmitted to Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed, before shortly recognizing the voice as that water-path Gu Immortal, Mu Ling Lan's voice. This is the 8th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I fought with the owner of this peak, Xiao Fei Fei, and now, we are both wounded. We are both hiding right now, healing our injuries as quickly as possible. You need to be careful, don't be hit by her ability. She has an immortal killer move which can cause the target to continuously lose their memories. Just as he finished speaking, a ray of strange light flew and struck Zhao Lianyun's forehead. No! Mu Ling Lan quickly called out. Every time you lose your memory, the related memory will float in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend yourself, don't use any immortal killer moves. That would be even more dangerous. If you forget an immortal killer move by any chance, you will suffer the backlash from the immortal killer move. Persevere, wait until I heal my injuries and recover some strength to fight. Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and used immortal goo to protect herself, then waited for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun gradually felt unease. She knew her situation, she had just recently become a goo immortal. Most of her battles came from during her training time. It would be an extremely huge blow to her if the memories of this period were erased. Memories began to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated, and surrendered to He tribe. I didn't think we could still live, Lady Xiaoyun. Ma Hongyun held Zhao Lianyun's hands and spun round and round on the spot. Ha! Let me down, you big fool! Zhao Lianyun shouted. Imperial Court Blessed Land. You kid are truly lucky, you actually became Chang tribe's son-in-law, ha ha ha. Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder. Ma Hongyun chuckled while scratching his hair. Lady Xiaoyun, don't worry, you have helped me so much, I will treat you well. Zhao Lianyun gave a sound of acknowledgement and nodded. Then I will rely on you. Inside, however, she felt strange. Why do I have some feelings of loss and bitterness? Inside 88 True Young Building. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. Hee, you have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately. You met me. Giant sons will exuded strong killing intent. Zhao Lianyun felt like she had fallen in an ice cave, shouting in her mind. Damn it, there is still such an obstacle? Transmigrators are otherworldly demons? This world is too big of a trap. Oh no, my death is certain this time. I am actually going to die here? But the next moment, Ma Hongyun stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. He spread open his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sons will sharpen his tone, his expression becoming ice-cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk as she looked at Ma Hongyun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will, this fellow will still stand up for me? Why? I am clearly an otherworldly demon, and not a person of this world. You idiot, you are going to die. By protecting me, you are offending Giant Sun's will, that is your ancestor, you idiot. He Lu Lan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun started showing killing intent. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you must not harm her. Ma Hongyun was extremely determined, he wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. However, Giant Sun's special will did not care about Ma Hongyun, directly making a move against Zhao Lianyun. No! Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south, he called out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugging Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. During this moment, time seemed to have become endlessly slow. Zhao Lianyun was curled up in Ma Hongyun's chest, her heart beginning to beat wildly. An unprecedented feeling of safety and warmth filled her heart. Following that came a kind of panic. This panic was not towards her life hanging by a thread, instead it was a strange feeling that came from the depths of her heart. Zhao Lianyun found at this moment that she had hopelessly fallen in love with the stupid Ma Hongyun. In this world, there could be guys who would watch the stars with her, accompany her to shout at the valley, heal her and give her flowers. But who would sacrifice their life for her? In this world, otherworldly demons were despised by even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who would be so stupid to protect her. Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun. The memories surfaced one by one in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Then, they started to disappear one by one. No, stop it! Tears filled Zhao Lianyun's face as she called out with incomparable sorrow. Xiao Fei-Fei's voice transmitted. He, when you are struck by my immortal killer move, you will lose your most precious memories. Do you feel pain? It doesn't matter, the more you forget, the more relaxed you will be, maybe you will even smile. The memories disappeared. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Lianyun's face. Don't smile. This is Xiao Fei-Fei's famous sinister killer move. It will kill people while they smile. The longer you smile, the more easily you will lose your life. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn her. However, Zhao Lianyun seemed to have turned silly, as her smile became increasingly wider. Damn it! Mu Linglan knew he had to take action. He unleashed his killer move after a long period of preparation, creating an incredible effect. You actually. Xiao Fei-Fei had exposed her location while attacking Zhao Lianyun, and was struck by the fatal move while unprepared, losing her life miserably. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and helped Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun still had a smile on her face, but she was no longer in a daze. 2 streams of translucent tears dripped down her face from her eyes. Her eyes were blurry from age and her hair had turned white. She could only use goo worms to transmit her voice. What should I do? I have forgotten almost everything about him, even his appearance. I only remember his name. I only remember that I love him. Chapter 1267. Central Continent's Reinforcements. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Snowy Peak. Once more. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a ball of lightning in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun nonchalantly rolled his eyes. Lady Wanshou snorted, throwing the ball to Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning sparkled all over Ma Hongyun's body. Ma Hongyun was clenching his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the lightning assault. When the lightning assault ended, Ma Hongyun did not faint, but was sweating all over, with a flushed face. I failed again! Lady Wanshou could not believe it. What is going on? Something is not right. She had already failed who knows how many times in trying to lightning refine Ma Hongyun. Even though the success rate of rank 8 Immortal Goo was extremely low, there was no reason for being stuck at this one juncture from the start. Lady Wanshou felt like vomiting blood. Especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already advanced to rank 5 peak stage. Moreover, because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, many lightning path Dao marks were engraved on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt give him tremendous help. Aren't you tired of always doing this? How about changing to another method? Even I am bored. Ma Hongyun knew his death was certain, so he no longer cared at this point, making fun of Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou's eyes shot out cold light that shone on Ma Hongyun, and incomparable pain immediately attacked his body and mind. He no longer had the content expression, as he raised his head and cried out miserably, his whole body twitching non-stop. Lady Wanshou silently listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, but the cold light from her eyes did not stop flickering. Ma Hongyun yelled himself hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lady Wanshou gave a cold snort. The cold light from her eyes gradually dissipated and revealed her thoughtful expression. Zhao Lianyun is already close to dying. The number of times Love Immortal Goo can show its might has become limited. It seems Lady Wanshou has also noticed something. Far away in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, South Desolation Immortal was well aware of this situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Right now, he was also somewhat impatient. Central Continent's Goo Immortals had still not appeared. What on earth were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was preparation Ancestor Giant Sun made in the past. We, his descendants, shall complete this perfectly. Black Extremity, prepare to move! South Desolation Immortal sent his command to Longevity Heaven through information path methods. In Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar and besieging 5 Elements Grand Master. As they heard the command, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals immediately separated from the formation, Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. "We shall go now," Black Extremity said to the others. "Come back quickly." Heaven Extremity did not dare to split too much of his attention. Without 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, they were even more helpless against 5 Elements Grand Master, and could only maintain the current situation while they waited for Black Extremity and Flood Extremity to return. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. If this continues, Love Immortal Goo and Mahon Yun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Goo Immortals, if you still don't make a move, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal thought to himself. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The entirety of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shook violently and was actually forced to reveal itself. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace! So all of it was your doing? Destroy this Heavenly Palace, take revenge for our companions! 2 immortal Goo houses were floating in front of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. One was giving off sounds of hundreds of canaries singing together, extremely agile. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was surrounded by strong winds and stood lofty and tall. It was Wind-Sweeping Building. The 2 immortal Goo houses had imposing air, but cracks could be seen on both of them. Clearly, Central Continent's Goo Immortals had to pay a huge price to get out from the spaceless tunnel. Humph, all of you finally appeared? South Desolation Immortal gave a cold snort, as he quickly controlled Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend themselves. The 2 immortal Goo houses from Central Continent Pincer attacked Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace from in front and behind. Although there was Giant Sun Immortal Zombie inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he showed no intention of making a move. He had been sitting here for countless years, only retaining enough strength to make one attack. It was to repay a debt to someone. Right now, even though Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was still sitting cross-legged at the center of the palace, aloof and indifferent. Soon, sweat started forming on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, but it had one big weakness: it had to stay at this place and could not be moved. The moment it moved, even if it was just a hair's breadth of distance, it would destroy its 300,000 years of effort. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years before it was able to influence Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. The moment it moved, this effort will be wasted, and it would no longer be able to influence Black and White Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge defensive umbrella that firmly protected Northern Plains. This was the arrangement Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind for his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's motives just because he was being attacked? He could only choose to face the attacks head-on. Central Continent's side had come prepared as they erupted in explosive offenses, actually gaining the upper hand against Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come help me in controlling this immortal Goo house and fight off the enemies! South Desolation Immortal spoke. Yao Huang quickly agreed and moved to help. With a second rank 8 Goo Immortal controlling the immortal Goo house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal's expression was filled with doubts. Strange, why did these Central Continent Goo Immortals' attacks suddenly fall off? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. I remember there were clearly 3 immortal Goo houses. Where is that strongest one, Edge Link Camp? Was it destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. Edge Link Camp has appeared above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus South Desolation Immortal was extremely clear of the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Boom! A huge explosion resounded, and a continuous and intense tremor spread. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were all shaking violently. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp's power was extremely high. After all, this immortal Goo House had 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. One was Wei Ling Yang, the other was Bai Chintian. Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind-Sweeping Building while also using Canary Pavilion, restricting Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edge Link Camp had great might. Even if it was in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it was contending with the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly floating in the air like a nail. We are saved! Reinforcements have come! Why is there only Edgelink Camp? What about the other two? The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals who were at different snowy peaks simultaneously raised their heads and looked at Edgelink Camp, their spirits greatly lifted. Edgelink Camp also discovered these 5 Gu immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun, who had love immortal Gu. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qingtian naturally wanted to save them. However, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was not for show. Edgelink Camp tried to charge down, but was met with a very strong formless force. The Super Gu formation here is not simple, it actually uses Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is actually in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands? But this Gu formation relies on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it is rooted to the Blessed Land. We cannot deal with the Gu formation, but we can destroy Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, thus destroying its roots. This Gu formation would then collapse by itself. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qingtian discussed for a moment before deciding on the plan. Boom boom boom. Edgelink Camp let out fierce offense. Giant horned shadows continuously bombarded at various areas of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, causing extremely huge quakes. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land turned into an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches took place at all the snowy peaks, huge rifts opened on the ground, and countless birds and animals fled in panic. Husband! Lady Wanshou had stopped Gu refinement for the moment. She was standing beside old ancestor Shui Hu with a worried expression. Dear, if we let this immortal Gu house continue to attack, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, this refinement path Gu formation will also be destroyed. But you can relax, what can a mere immortal Gu house do to me? Let me teach these meddlesome Central Continent Gu immortals and make them have no way back. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly, as he boldly charged towards Edgelink Camp. Both sides fought an intense battle in the air. Edgelink Camp, which was being controlled by 2 Central Continents rank 8s, was actually suppressed, unable to obtain an advantage. Chapter 1268. Shadows and Snowy Mountain. Old ancestor Shui Hu displayed the power that belonged to the strongest of northern plains. In possession of such vast might that shook heaven and earth. His great power would drive off deities and scare off ghosts. Old ancestor Shui Hu is indeed worthy of being called the strongest of northern plains. Bai Qingtian was not arrogant. These experts were beyond ordinary. With just a few exchanges of moves, Bai Qingtian knew he was not Shui Hu's match. Edgelink Camp was shaking continuously and even looked like it could not bear old ancestor Shui Hu's tyrannical offense. Unfortunately, old ancestor Shui Hu, you are only one person, while we have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered, and said to Bai Qingtian, I will leave the immortal Gu house to you. Bai Qingtian transmitted his voice in reply. You can rest assured I can hold on. If something is wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used his methods to quietly fly out of Edgelink Camp. He naturally could not resist the strength of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation by himself, but right now, most of the formation's power was being used to protect Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, so the pressure on Wei Lingyang had decreased, and he was confident he could use his methods to go to each snowy peak. Because he was a Rule Path Gu immortal. Rule Path possessed a huge advantage in this aspect. Old ancestor Shui Hu was stronger than Wei Lingyang, but he could not compare in this aspect. However, Wei Lingyang had only sneaked half the distance, when he was discovered by old ancestor Shui Hu's powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shui Hu furiously shouted, as he waved his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard rose up from thin air, heaven and earth changed colors, all living beings went silent. Wei Lingyang was immediately overwhelmed. Wei Lingyang was not discouraged by being obstructed, he constantly changed his directions to break through old ancestor Shui Hu's obstruction, and with Bai Qingtian's cooperation, it was a very good tactic of distraction. Lady Wanshou was breaking out in cold sweat, she did not have any mood to refine currently and was concentrating on this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shui Hu won, everything would be safe, any danger would also take a turn for the better. If old ancestor Shui Hu lost, then everything was lost, all their efforts would burst like a bubble. Although old ancestor Shui Hu had high battle strength, the other side had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals and an immortal Gu house, Edgelink Camp. On the contrary, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to a rank 8 Gu immortal like old ancestor Shui Hu. Wei Lingyang wanted to pincer attack, which no doubt attracted a lot of old ancestor Shui Hu's attention, causing the latter to find it hard to use his full strength. If one of the rank 8 Gu immortals attacks the snowy peaks, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wan Shou was filled with worries. Right now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already in danger that threatened its very existence. Lady Wan Shou, I have an idea which can let you resolve this danger. Right at this time, a message arrived in Lady Wan Shou's immortal aperture. This is? Lady Wan Shou was greatly shocked. Because the Gu worm that had transmitted the message was one which Lady Wan Shou had all along kept in her immortal aperture, and never used. Many years ago, not long after Lady Wan Shou had underwent immortal ascension. Inside a cave. Senior, so you were already here, this junior will leave. I don't dare disturb Senior from taking this true inheritance. Lady Wan Shou's heart palpitated at the surging aura released by this mysterious Gu immortal. But who knew this mysterious Gu immortal would suddenly say, "Little girl, you could become a Gu immortal at such a young age, and also know your own limits, knowing when to retreat or advance, quite good. I don't have the qualifications to take this true inheritance. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to tell its contents to me. You will also owe me a favor. If there is a situation in the future, you must help the person who uses this information path Gu worm." Lady Wan Shou considered for just a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree, she probably could not leave this place alive with her cultivation level. If so, it was better to take a bet on this. Good. Come, we shall set the agreement. The mysterious Gu immortal smiled brightly while stroking his beard. This scene of the past quickly flashed in Lady Wan Shou's mind. She immediately replied, "May I ask if you also have interest in fortune rivaling heaven Gu?" That Gu worm quickly transmitted the reply. "Haha, Lady Wan Shou, it seems you have genuine feelings towards old ancestors Shuehu. Rest assured, we don't have any ill intention towards you, we only need you to refine a Gu material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to force back these Central Continent experts. Then I shall welcome you, honored guests." Lady Wan Shou nodded after a bit of pondering. After a while, a group of 4 Gu immortals appeared before Lady Wan Shou. They were Ying Wu Xie and the others. "Hey Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Xing." Lady Wan Shou immediately recognized 2 of them. The destruction of 88 Truyang building had caused the culprits to be hunted everywhere. Hey Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Xing had become famous together with Fang Yuan. Right now, Lady Wan Shou was very surprised to see these 2 great culprits. After all, previously, such a huge super force like He tribe had taken the blame for He Lu Lan, and was besieged by various Huangjin tribes, before being annexed by Bai Zhu tribe in the end. As for Bai Ningbing and Ying Wu Xie, Lady Wan Shou naturally did not recognize them. However, what made her even more surprised was that the leader of these 4 Gu immortals was the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Ying Wu Xie. "Distinguished guests, I wonder how you can help us repel the enemies?" Lady Wan Shou asked. Ying Wu Xie smiled brightly, and spoke with assurance. "Lady Wan Shou, I know old ancestor Shui who had invited people to remove the alliance agreement on you from back then. But we indeed came with no ill intent, we both have mutual enemies, these Gu immortals of Central Continent. We are the best allies you can have. At this moment you let us in, it meant that you still acknowledge the favor from back then and that you realize the dangerous situation you are in. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material first, everything can be solved easily." "What immortal material? Take it out." Lady Wan Shou extended her hands. However, Ying Wu Xie shook his head, giving a bitter smile. "This immortal material is inside your immortal aperture, Lady Wan Shou." "Oh? It is that purple gold rock which old ancestors Shuehu took from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's graveyard in the past," Ying Wu Xie replied. Lady Wan Shou's pupils shrunk slightly, letting out wisps of sharp light as she took out an immortal material. "This?" The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was only the size of a palm and was shining in purple gold light. Ying Wu Xie heaved a sigh. "Yes, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect." Lady Wan Shou exposed the identity of Ying Wu Xie and the group. Ying Wu Xie was not surprised, admitting frankly, "Fairy, you have great knowledge, I will trouble you." Lady Wan Shou nodded. As such, Central Continent's Gu immortals were indeed enemies of her, and these Shadow Sect Gu immortals. As the common saying went, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Also, Lady Wan Shou glanced at the battle in the air, before turning her gaze to this purple gold rock. "What kind of immortal material is this? I was not able to identify it, and even others did not know." I won't hide it from you. I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I had no results. Ing Wuxia smiled brightly, his tone carrying some pride. That is because this is a special method of my shadow sect, Lady Wan Shou. You don't know the correct procedures and methods. I will teach you, you just need to follow them, and you will succeed. An ancient sword dragon was flying above the clouds as it finally arrived at Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. From the outside world, the scenes inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not be seen. Life and death battles were going on in the Blessed Land, storms and lightning razed the battlefield, but in the outside world, it was sunny and peaceful. They entered Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Strange. Fan Yuan could not help but have some doubts. He knew old ancestor Shui who had turned Snowy Mountain Blessed Land into a danger zone, to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Ing Wuxia and the others actually entered it. Was this true or an illusion? Would it be like that time in Eastern Sea when Ing Wuxia and the others made arrangements in the Gu formation, creating a facade and deceiving Fan Yuan's Ji-Lux sensation? But if it was true, it signified too many things. Fan Yuan hesitated. He had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but it was not wise to rashly charge in. He decided not to charge in for the moment, and simply wait and see. Chapter 1269. Rank 8 Miniman. Shui Hu, take this! Wei Lingyang softly pointed his right hand towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Immediately, a grand beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu gave a light snort as he waved his hand. A large wall of ice appeared and blocked the beam of light easily. Next, old ancestor Shui Hu breathed out cold air which flew towards Wei Lingyang, resembling spiraling hatchets. Wei Lingyang's expression immediately changed. These spiraling ice hatchets were extremely difficult to deal with. He had already suffered from them. The main thing was, he did not have restrictive methods against them. Helplessly, Wei Lingyang could only fly back into Edge Link Camp, and use the powerful defensive ability of Edge Link Camp to protect himself. Boom boom boom. A series of soft sounds echoed as the ice hatchets followed Wei Lingyang, and smashed into Edge Link Camp. Edge Link Camp shook intensely. Large amounts of cold air spread over it, instantly freezing many of its mortal goo to death. Quick, repair the immortal goo house! Someone is injured, heal them quickly! Activate the immortal goo house, use offense as defense! The goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were agitated. Wei Lingyang was breathing roughly, his right hand had frozen completely. Who knew when it happened? When was I hit? Even Wei Lingyang himself was surprised at the condition of his right hand. Old ancestor Shui, whose methods were endless, even when they were not very powerful, they were sinister and insidious, making people unable to defend effectively. Wei Lingyang had been struck by old ancestor Shui, whose move unknowingly, and was injured. He tried several methods, but the condition of his right hand showed no signs of improving. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Qingtian breathed sharply. It is not a big problem. I only need to seal my right hand for the moment. I am now worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon's end. He is controlling 2 immortal goo houses and also has the help of most of the goo immortals that came in this expedition, but what he is facing is Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace as well as Longevity Heaven. We must rescue Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun quickly, and join up with Myriad Tidal Dragon, then retreat to Central Continent. Wei Lingyang's gaze flickered continuously. Central Continent's goo immortals naturally had come prepared, although they met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's accumulation was more than enough. When these goo immortals reacted, they quickly and smoothly escaped the danger. But the current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. It was already difficult to deal with Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Now that they had split their forces, the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang, was facing great mental pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions occurred endlessly. Edge Link Camp was shaking continuously and was losing ground. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 goo immortals were elites among Rank 8s and were qualified to be members of Heavenly Court. They were naturally very powerful. However, Northern Plains excelled in battle strength among the 5 regions, and old ancestor Shui, who was the strongest expert among the Rank 8s of the current Northern Plains. Right now, he displayed such astonishing offense that Central Continent's side was not able to gain the upper hand since the moment they had started fighting him. This won't do! Treat your injuries and control the immortal goo house. I will go distract old ancestor Shui Hu, Bai Qingtian said through clenched teeth. You must be careful, Wei Lingyang said to Bai Qingtian with concern in his voice, as he knew his injuries had yet to recover. Bai Qintian flew out of Edgelink Camp and quickly used his immortal killer move, turning into a green ray of light, and flying down towards the snowy peaks. Bai Qintian intended to destroy the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. With its destruction, Edgelink Camp would not be obstructed and could dive down without resistance, directly saving Zhao Lianyun and perhaps Ma Hongyun as well. Old Ancestor Shui Hu might be powerful, but he would not be able to block Edgelink Camp's charge. Stop daydreaming! Old Ancestor Shui Hu had already seen through Central Continent's tactics. He activated his immortal killer move. Immediately, endless hailstones fell down from the sky. Each of these hailstones was enormous, the size of a mound. They crashed down with loud sounds, and started turning into snow monsters. These snow monsters were of at least Desolate Beast level, and among them were ancient Desolate Beast snow monsters as well. They stood on the snowy peaks and roared towards the sky. Old Ancestor Shui Hu suddenly took in a deep breath. 2 lumps of cold air, so deeply blue that they were to the point of being black, were forming in his breath. The cold air was emitted, giving rise to a powerful blizzard. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard. They were even able to soar with the help of the blizzard. Bai Qintian, however, was greatly restricted. So powerful! Old Ancestor Shui Hu knows he cannot use battlefield killer moves inside the Gu formation, so he actually disassembled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment is probably already at Great Grandmaster level. Whether it be Bai Qintian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shocked at this scene. At Great Grandmaster level, every killer move could be casually disassembled and interchanged at will. Their understanding towards the path was already close to the Tao. But what if you add me? Wei Lingyang sneered. The next moment, he also charged out of Edgelink Camp, towards the Gu formation. The injury on his right had already healed completely. He clearly had very high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's expression slightly changed. Facing 2 rank 8 Gu immortals at once, along with an immortal Gu house, he clearly appeared to be stretched thin and had slightly lost his control over the battle situation. After all, he was unable to destroy the immortal Gu house for the moment, and the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were also experts. Most importantly, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had to protect the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals could not break this formation, but rank 8 Gu immortals were different. Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang were attacking the enemy's weak points, gradually turning around their situation and gaining slight initiative. Immortal Gu House Edgelink Camp was controlled by a group of rank 7 Gu immortals and was like a turtle shell in defense, not seeking glory on the battlefield but content with not showing flaws, not allowing Old Ancestor Shui Hu to make a fatal move for some time. Boom boom boom. Every now and then, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and emitted buzzing sounds. This was the result of a small portion of attacks from Bai Qintian or Wei Lingyang that had escaped Old Ancestor Shui Hu's obstruction, striking snowy mountain-blessed land. Amazing! Hang in there, lords and our comrades of Central Continent! Zhao Lianyun and the group no longer needed to take a risk. They were standing at the top of their respective snowy peaks, and gazing at the battle above. Similarly, the surviving snowy peak lords were also gazing at the sky. Their faces were filled with worry. He is the power of rank 8 Gu immortals. It is truly astonishing and terrifying. Because of this formation, the after effects of the battle have not spread, otherwise we would have died miserably. Lord Shui Hu is strong, but the Central Continent invaders are extremely crafty. If this goes on, the formation will be destroyed sooner or later. And on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock immortal material had reached its final stage. I didn't expect that I had to use enshrouding fragrance to dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wan Shou's horizons had broadened at this moment. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal material to refine immortal material, this method was rarely seen, and Lady Wan Shou also found that the essence of this method was food path. Food path was rare, no wonder Lady Wan Shou had no ideas on how to deal with this purple gold rock. The last layer of the rock's surface was dissolved, and a dazzling purple light soared to the skies, forcing everyone to look away. Lady Wan Shou narrowed her eyes to a slit, and was barely able to see a figure in the purple light. This figure was very small, only about the size of an adult's thumb, and it had 2 thin purple wings on its back. Mini-Man? Lady Wan Shou was slightly stunned as she recognized this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Mini-Man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were a bright and deep purple color. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out of him. Rank 8 Gu Immortal! In an instant this aura caused a fierce battle in the air to slow down. Why is there another Rank 8 Gu Immortal? And it is the aura of Northern Plains! Bai Qingtian and Wei Lingyan looked at each other, both feeling this situation going awry. We pay respects to Lord Purple. Ing Wu Xia had already brought the Gu Immortals with him, to bow towards this Rank 8 mini-man. Only Bai Ningbing was still standing upright. I have woken up again. The mini-man Gu Immortal blinked his eyes, the expression of confusion quickly disappeared from his face, replaced by a cold and indifferent expression. Chapter 1270. Sub and Main Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. The mini-man Gu Immortal thought briefly before using an immortal killer move, calling out, "Big, big, big!" Thus, his body rapidly expanded like a balloon. Soon, he reached a normal human size. Furthermore, the wings on his back vanished as well. On the outside, he looked just like a normal human. Right now, the Gu Immortals present could finally see the appearance of this mysterious Rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an unimpressive old man, even looking a little disheveled. His only special feature was his purple hair, so messy that he resembled a beggar. Plop! Tai Bai Yunxing had tears flowing down his face. He knelt down as he shook in excitement, shouting, "Master! Oh! It is you! I remember I gave you a time path true inheritance." The Rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, exposing his uneven yellow teeth. "Even though our sex plan succeeded, many unexpected mishaps occurred. This was what happened." Fighting against time, Ing Wu Xia went forward and transmitted many wills and thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. "It was a pity, heavens will won by a margin. But all hope is not lost. Ing Wu Xia, you did well, it has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunxing, stand up. Now, while I am still conscious, we will join with Xue Hu and take down these Central Continent Gu Immortals." The situation was dire. The purple-haired old man noticed that the Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the key to this battle. He did not hesitate. His body turned into a purple light as he flew into the sky. In a moment, he stood beside Old Ancestor Xue Hu. "Friend, your name is?" Old Ancestor Xue Hu was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used a Gu worm to inform him about everything that happened regarding the group from Shadow Sect. With the help of the mysterious expert, Old Ancestor Xue Hu felt very excited. "I have many names, but—" The purple-haired old man said this and showed a smile with deep meaning. "Xue Hu, you may call me Purple Mountain True Monarch." At this point, Old Ancestor Xue Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch collaborated, dealing with the two Rank 8s from Central Continent, as well as Edge Link Camp. Purple Mountain True Monarch had incredible strength. Even though he only attacked sparsely, each of his attacks were extremely effective in turning the situation around. Any ordinary Rank 8 could already help Old Ancestor Xue Hu turn this around. Not to mention the mysterious and unfathomable Purple Mountain True Monarch. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qingtian fought desperately. They exerted all their efforts, but they could not stop the situation from tilting towards Northern Plains' favor. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, they were forced to return to Edge Link Camp. They could not defend against Old Ancestors Xue Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch personally. The Peak Lord saw this and cheered loudly. Without Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was obvious. Zhao Lian Yun and the other 4 Gu Immortals who were trapped in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had pale expressions. The battle had turned for the worse. Their hopes of survival were dwindling. What should they do? Outside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, an ancient sword dragon was hiding among the clouds. Shadow Sect actually has connections with Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Bai Xing not request for Snowy Mountain's help when he was fighting against Feng Jiuge in Luopa Valley? Or perhaps their relationship is not as deep as I think. Qi Luck's sensation was telling Fan Yuan that Ing Wu Xie and the rest were inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They did not leave. Fan Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He was waiting outside, to see if there was a chance. And at a certain place 1,000 li away, 2 Gu Immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than Longevity Heaven's Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. "This is the place," Black Extremity said as he used his Gu worms, causing a huge commotion. The small slope that was in front of them started to shine in rainbow light. Flood Extremity realized at once. "So you have set up a Gu formation at this place. You need me to control the Gu formation now?" Black Extremity shook his head. Wait until we get inside. He took a large step ahead, entering the goo formation, as Flood Extremity followed behind. Once they were inside the goo formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He said in shock. This goo formation has a grand aura, as expected of your personal arrangement, Black Extremity. I can tell that once activated, it will have incredible strength. But, towards the end, Flood Extremity had a hesitant tone. But what? Black Extremity looked at him with much interest. Flood Extremity said in a profound tone. But I feel that this formation is not complete, it is missing something. It is like a lake, there should be something connecting it to the sea. Black Extremity heard this and his eyebrows rose, he praised and clapped. As expected of a quasi-great Grand Master of Water Path, you are already proficient in comprehending other paths through your main path. That's right. This goo formation is just a sub-formation, there is a corresponding main formation. Then where is the main formation? Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he had an inspiration as he said in realization. I understand. The main formation is the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Indeed. Black Extremity laughed. I was tasked earlier to act as Sun Ming Lu and get near Lady Wan Shou. Eventually, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation which used reverse flow river. Even though old ancestor Shui, who is currently the strongest person in Northern Plains, he is not proficient in formation path, he could not tell that I had a backdoor. Right now, as long as I activate this sub-formation, I can make the main formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land break apart, and draw the reverse flow river here. Once the goo formation collapses, everyone and everything in the surrounding 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would all be swept here. Black Extremity said with an excited gaze. Flood Extremity was shocked. In this case, wouldn't those 4 rank 8 great experts be sent here too? Black Extremity shook his head. Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it is not ordinary, it has an incredibly large number of Dao marks. As long as one falls into Reverse Flow River, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any goo worms. When Rinzhu traveled up the Reverse Flow River, he did not use any goo worms within the river. Then wouldn't they be meat on the chopping block for us? Flood Extremity was excited. But Black Extremity shook his head. We are outside Reverse Flow River. If we make any attacks, it will be reversed and reflect back at us. This is Reverse Flow River, the word reverse naturally has deep meaning. Flood Extremity was confused. In this case, how can we save Ma Hongyun and capture Zhao Lianyun? Ha! Black Extremity laughed. Did you forget that Reverse Flow River is still subjected to the influence of both my sub and main fate reversing sacrificial refinement formation? When the main formation collapses, Reverse Flow River would flow towards us. By then, the order of everyone in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be arranged by me. Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun would be at the front of Reverse Flow River. Lady Wan Shou and the rest would be behind, while Central Continent's Goo Immortals would be even further back. Those rank 8 Goo Immortals would be at the end. Incredible! Flood Extremity said with shining eyes. He clapped. This way, in order to escape from Lady Wan Shou and the rest, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would desperately struggle and move forward, to pull ahead of the rest behind. But as long as they are ahead, we will be able to interact with them here and capture them alive. However, Flood Extremity frowned. If Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun are unable to persevere, would they be like Ren-Zhu and be washed away by the river? If that happens, they would fall behind the other Goo Immortals. Wouldn't it foil our plans? Black Extremity smiled bitterly. This is the biggest flaw in the plan. But traveling in Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level or strength. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are not at a disadvantage. But this is not an assured result. Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want from a rank 7 Goo Immortal like me? This is the best way already. After all, we are not plotting against 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, but the entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and Central Continent's Goo Immortal experts, involving multiple rank 8 great experts, a total of 4 at that. Flood Extremity was speechless. He nodded helplessly. This was their limit indeed. In fact, it was already very impressive that Black Extremity could achieve this much. Don't worry, we are just part of the arrangements. Lord South Desolation has woken up, he definitely has other plans. We just need to do our part, that will suffice. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder in consolation. Chapter 1271. Implicating Fang Yuan. Boom, boom, boom! The silhouette of the giant horn shot around in the sky, sending out a barrage of attacks. Around old ancestor Shui Hu, frost energy was oozing, turning into blue icy cold frost that swept at Edge Link Camp in layers. The two Central Continent Rank 8s in Edge Link Camp were desperately gritting their teeth. The Gu Immortals behind them were trying to repair the Immortal Gu houses. They were covered in sweat and had panicked expressions. Meanwhile, beside old ancestor Shui Hu, Purple Mountain True Monarch was covered in dazzling purple light, radiating in the entire Snowy Mountain blessed land. Central Continent's group was attacking Snowy Mountain. Purple Mountain True Monarch was tasked to defend it. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would lose. What should we do? Bai Qintian had a frantic expression. If this continues, not only will we fail to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, we will also lose this immortal Gu house and our own lives. Wei Lingyang was the leader of this expedition. He had a grim expression. The situation was very disadvantageous for the Central Continent Gu Immortals. It could even be said they were hopeless. According to the plans of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, they were split into two. One group would restrain Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, before they joined up and left Northern Plains together. But now, the group that went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already close to defeat, and the other group was also waiting for their rescue. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 Rank 8s and 3 Immortal Gu houses, along with a band of Gu Immortals, were still a relatively small number of people. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were prepared. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan was not known to Central Continent. Central Continent struck with a powerful attack. According to the planning of this assault, there was a huge chance of success. But as the situation progressed, the targets of their sneak attack became strong foes, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu Immortals fell into this dangerous situation. Wei Lingyang's thoughts were churning rapidly. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and gave his orders, seemingly exerting his last bit of strength. We will retreat! Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. After Purple Mountain True Monarch appeared, the situation went beyond Wei Lingyang's control. If this dragged on, Central Continent would suffer even greater losses. Wei Lingyang decided to retreat back to Black Heaven, and join up with the other 2 Immortal Gu houses and escape to Central Continent. Edge Link Camp was directed to leave. Old ancestors Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch could not stop it together. After all, they had no Immortal Gu houses. They could not stop it from charging away. However, just when Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of the Gu formation, a change occurred. The entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was rumbling intensely. A great earthquake. What is going on? The Blessed Land is collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the remaining peak lords, were extremely shocked. Rumble. With a loud sound, the snowy peaks started to break apart. What is going on? Old ancestor Shui Hu showed shock on his face. The entire formation is breaking apart. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes shined brightly, before he corrected himself. No! This formation. Before he finished his words, the Gu Immortals present heard the sound of waves. At the next moment, giant rushing waves appeared out of nowhere, sweeping the battlefield. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Oh no, my wife! Everything happened too quickly. Old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to charge back to the first peak, but he was engulfed by the river along the way. Within Reverse Flow River, no Gu worms could be activated. Old ancestor Shui Hu could not defend himself. He was washed away by the rushing tides. He had the highest battle strength in this place. If this happened to him, there was no need to mention the rest. Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp broke apart in the river. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were washed along the river like falling dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Lady Wanshou, Ying Wuxie's group, and Ma Hongyun, were all inside Reverse Flow River. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land completely collapsed. Only a framework was left as the winds of assimilation started to blow. They're coming! Far away, Black Extremity's head was bulging with veins. He manipulated the sub-formation with all his strength. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's destruction. And beside him, Flood Extremity was defending him vigilantly. At the final moment, Flood Extremity had to use his water path methods to direct Reverse Flow River. What? Fan Yuan felt his vision turning bright as a huge torrent engulfed him in an instant. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation broke, everyone and everything within the surrounding 10,000 li of snowy mountain-blessed land was engulfed by reverse flow river. Fan Yuan was within this range, he was not spared. From the raging river water, Fan Yuan's head emerged on the surface. This is reverse flow river? He had a wide range of knowledge. After his shock, he realized the origin of the river that he was in. Snowy mountain-blessed land contains reverse flow river? No wonder my ancient sword dragon transformation was removed for no apparent reason. This was natural. Inside reverse flow river, goo worms could not be used. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move. It needed immortal goo and mortal goo to activate. Thus, the moment Fan Yuan was swept in, all of his goo worms stopped working. He returned to his original form. Thankfully, I can swim. Fan Yuan moved his limbs, swimming skillfully. He looked ahead. On the surface of the raging river, there were many things floating or swimming. Large numbers of wild beasts, trees and grass, and even rocks. Reverse flow river's waves were extremely rough. Gushes of currents caused rocks or trees to move around randomly, creating chaos in the river. Fan Yuan's heart sank. In this situation, he could not use goo worms. His battle strength was at rock bottom. He could only rely on his own body's defense. At this time, Fan Yuan heard something that did not sound right near him. He quickly turned around. He saw that a giant metal tree was flowing along the river. The trunk was as thick as an elephant. It rushed towards him. Danger! Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He wanted to dodge. But in the torrential reverse flow river, he could not move easily. His speed was very slow. The metal tree crashed into his waist. Fan Yuan was quickly knocked into the depths of the river. Next, he rapidly moved his forelimbs, before resurfacing above the river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He breathed raggedly, taking in fresh air as he inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was shocked when he checked it. Because he had no injuries. He only had a bruise on his waist. But soon, his bruise vanished. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He realized. Oh right! My body is not normal. I have the sovereign immortal body. Inside reverse flow river, Fan Yuan could not use any goo worms. He could only rely on his own body. However, his sovereign immortal body was not normal at all. Chapter 1272. What is that? After the Battle of Etian Mountain ended, Fan Yuan had tested this body's limits. He did not use any goo worms, but he was fast like a charging horse. By just leaping gently, he could jump 10 meters of distance. Jumping down from 180 meters while pointing his head downwards, he felt a little dizzy, but it only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and was gone before he knew it. He had great strength and endurance as well. He ran for minutes without feeling any fatigue at all. His 5 senses and visual acuity were beyond amazing. His vision was outstanding. Looking 10,000 steps ahead, everything was clear to him. His heartbeat returned to normal after exercising intensely. Every time it beat, it was very strong and lively. His thinking speed was extremely fast as well. Even if it was under the light of wisdom, he could maintain it for a long time. Even goo immortals could rarely reach this extent with only their bodies. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal hill crashed at him, Fan Yuan would be intact. This was the sovereign immortal body's own physique. It had nothing to do with goo worms, it had to do with his Tao marks. Inside reverse flow river, I cannot use goo worms, but the same goes for others. Meanwhile, my sovereign immortal body is sufficiently strong. My Tao marks are also high in quantity. Fan Yuan thought about it. His mood turned into excitement. Ing Wu Xie! He flung his limbs as he swam forward like a swordfish. The whole reverse flow river was running quickly, but the overall flow was affected by the formation. It flowed towards black extremity and flood extremity. Roar! A striped tiger was climbing onto a plank with its limbs. Fan Yuan swam to the tiger, but it was unmoved. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan panted as he took a little rest on the plank. But this plank could not endure the weight of both the human and tiger. It started sinking. The tiger was anxious. It bore its fangs at Fan Yuan and wanted to bite him, but Fan Yuan snorted and stretched out his arm, crushing the tiger's head as he raised his fist and punched this tiger to death. Thankfully, this is not a desolate beast but an ordinary beast instead. Against the desolate beast, the sovereign immortal body was not enough. Snowy mountain blessed land did not lack desolate beasts. But to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, in activating the formation and defending against enemies, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had already been modified. Gu immortals with desolate beasts had kept them in their immortal apertures. They would not allow enemies to kill the desolate beasts. That would just be stupid. Fan Yuan swam in Reverse Flow River. He wanted to find Ying Wuxie. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land collapsed. Reverse Flow River was pouring out. Fan Yuan did not know that Purple Mountain True Monarch had awakened. He was still thinking of old ancestor Shui Hu as the main enemy. He estimated that Ying Wuxie had some relationship with Snowy Mountain, but it was not close. Otherwise, why would old ancestor Shui Hu not help during the Battle of Yitian Mountain? Fan Yuan's analysis was not wrong. But his information path methods were too lacking. He did not have enough intel. Right now, even if I meet old ancestor Shui Hu, I can survive. Because in Reverse Flow River, goo worms cannot be used. It is a special environment. Since Ying Wuxie has some connection with old ancestor Shui Hu, if I miss this chance, they will definitely grow rapidly under his protection. If I miss this chance, I might not have another opportunity to eliminate them again. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan moved ahead after resting shortly. But he met Bai Qingtian, a Central Continent Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan was shocked. What is going on? A Rank 8 Gu Immortal who isn't old ancestor Shui Hu, and is from Central Continent. Bai Qingtian was in a terrible state. He was covered in injuries as he rested on a huge turtle's back. These injuries were not from Reverse Flow River's journey, but were sustained in the battle earlier. He was a Rank 8 Gu Immortal. His down marks conflicted and it was harder to heal from injuries once he sustained them. But in that battle, he was in a weaker position. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation collapsed, he was swept by Reverse Flow River and could not use his goo worms to heal himself, all the way until now. But fortunately, while being washed away in the river, he met a floating turtle and managed to get a chance to rest on it. Fan Yuan discovered Bai Qingtian. Bai Qingtian also saw Fan Yuan. But Bai Qingtian did not recognize Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan was in his sovereign immortal body's appearance. His original appearance was exposed by Heavenly Court and was spread over all 5 regions. Even though Bai Qingtian did not know Fan Yuan, he frowned and became alert. Because Fan Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. This was also because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing the regional wall, Fan Yuan could change his aura into that of the region he was in. He was a Gu Immortal of the region and could perfectly fuse into it. Who is this? He is not one of the peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. However, he could have been recruited by old ancestor Shui Hu secretly. Bai Qingtian stood up on the turtle's shell, looking at Fan Yuan's every movement. Inside Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Qingtian had rank 8 cultivation level, his goo worms could not be used. He had limited battle strength. Fan Yuan also looked at him alertly. He did not get close. Even though Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he would be stupid if he thought he was the strongest person in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River did not allow goo worms to be used, but his body was intact. His down marks were effective. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very powerful, because of the down marks on the immortal body. Similarly, if a goo master used black boar goo to gain the strength of a boar, he would have the strength path down marks carved into his body. If this goo master falls into Reverse Flow River, and is unable to use goo worms, he would still be able to use his body and attack with the strength of a boar. As for other goo immortals, over the long course of their cultivation journey, how could they not use any goo worms like black boar goo to increase the number of down marks in their bodies? This was natural. Anyone who was not a fool would know the advantages of such down marks. Fan Yuan's body had its advantages, so did other goo immortals. The extent simply varied from one person to another. For rank 8 goo immortals, they had deep foundations. Fan Yuan did not want to fight against Bai Qingtian at the moment. You are a Central Continent Gu Immortal? I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, but I have a grudge with old ancestor Shui Hu. I saw him trying to refine the rank 8 Immortal Gu. I did not want him to succeed, so I went to the outside of the Blessed Land and tried to find a way to break in. Are you a helper for him to refine the Gu? Fan Yuan probed. Bai Qingtian's frown eased a little. He answered, Old ancestor Shui Hu is also my enemy. Not long ago, I was fighting against him in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but this unexpected surprise happened. My injuries are all caused by old ancestor Shui Hu. The two talked and exchanged information. Fan Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. But Bai Qintian was very vague about many things. Fan Yuan could not get much intel. They did not trust each other after all. This was natural. They only had interacted a little. It was hard to tell what the other person's intentions were. And in this situation where goo worms could not be used, both sides were at their highest alertness. Fan Yuan knew he could not get more information from Bai Qintian, and decided to leave. He left that huge wild turtle. Even during the conversation, he did not get closer, while Bai Qintian did not invite Fan Yuan to rest on the turtle's back. Bai Qintian saw that Fan Yuan was leaving and his expression relaxed a little. But at this moment, an unexpected surprise occurred. Ping! A soft sound echoed. A fist-sized thing was washed down by the river, landing on Fan Yuan's face. This thing was soft and tiny, like a jellyfish. It stuck to Fan Yuan's forehead. What is this? Fan Yuan was stunned. He wanted to pull it away. But at this time, he heard Bai Qintian call out, "Be gentle, don't crush it." Oh? Fan Yuan was surprised. What was it that made a rank 8 goo immortal nervous? Chapter 1273. Affection Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan held this jellyfish-like goo in his hand, looking at it. At the next moment, his eyes shined. This was an immortal goo. But he did not know its rank. Because in Reverse Flow River, no goo worm could be used. These goo worms that fell into Reverse Flow River were like fossils. They were sealed and their auras could not be felt. This made Fan Yuan unaware of the nature of this jellyfish immortal goo earlier, when it was on his face. Only when Bai Qintian reminded him did Fan Yuan realize. If this were in the outside world, without Reverse Flow River, immortal goo aura would leak. Fan Yuan would detect it from far away, and determine what its rank was. As for what immortal goo it was, that would depend on the goo immortal's own knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo? Fan Yuan's knowledge was wide. After looking at it, he could guess what this goo was. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Since there was love immortal goo, there was also affection immortal goo, of course. Fan Yuan's guess was right. Bai Qintian could not help but feel anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent's goo immortals. Why? Because this immortal goo was temporarily used in Edgelink Camp, there were many mortal goo along with it. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, could create a new effect in Edgelink Camp, that was to track the location of love goo. Even if love goo was in an immortal aperture, it would not be affected. That was how Edgelink Camp managed to find Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Otherwise, inside the spaceless tunnel, when love goo sent Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shi Jingyi, Bu Jinzi, and Mu Linglan away, who would know where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, Edgelink Camp could detect love immortal goo and traced it to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. But afterwards, because they fought with old ancestors Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch, Edgelink Camp sustained great pressure, and took much damage. Before this, due to the long journey and the collapse of the spaceless tunnel, Edgelink Camp was not complete to begin with. And now, after Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation, destroying the main formation, Reverse Flow River flowed out and struck the heavily damaged Edgelink Camp. This way, the immortal goo house broke apart, and the immortal goo and mortal goo inside were all swept away by the water. If this were the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo would fly towards the goo immortals who had their wills contained. But inside Reverse Flow River, these goo worms were restricted by the special environment. They were forcefully sealed, hibernating like they were no longer alive. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms that made up the immortal goo house. Or rather, it was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms had flowed along the river and were destroyed by the waves, or crashed into rocks or trees. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse Flow River became their grave. Of course, there were different types of goo worm body types. Most were broken with one squeeze, but some were like jade or rocks, as tough as jade. Affection goo was different. It had a soft body. It could survive even if there was an impact. Evidently, this was how it survived in Reverse Flow River. But after ending up in Fan Yuan's hands, it was not in good shape. The jellyfish body was very tattered. There was a huge injury that was about a quarter of its size. It was terrifying. Bai Qintian's eyes were very sharp. Seeing that Fan Yuan was about to pull away this affection goo, he called out in worry. But after reminding him, he felt great regret. If he did not say it, Fan Yuan might have thrown it away without care or concern. But now, Fan Yuan's eyes were shining, he realized the truth. Bai Qintian withheld the unease in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fan Yuan. Friend, this goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't you give this immortal goo to me? You will gain the friendship of Central Continent. Is that all right? Fan Yuan squinted. I can consider that, but what goo is this? You need to tell me. Bai Qintian answered. This is Affection Goo, a Wisdom Path Goo worm. Wisdom Path Goo immortals were rare. Bai Qintian emphasized that this was Affection Immortal Goo because he thought that Fan Yuan was not a Wisdom Path Goo immortal. Affection Goo was not useful to most Goo immortals after all. It was a waste to give it away, but it was a burden in one's hands. Why? Goo immortals needed wills as their assistants. Be it in sect meetings or in Treasure Yellow Heaven, any will goo could be used widely. But mortal level will goo could achieve this. There was no need to waste one's effort in raising an Affection Immortal Goo. After all, if one was not a Wisdom Path Goo immortal, with their conflicting down marks, using the immortal goo of other paths would have lower effects. At the same time, just Affection Immortal Goo could not form any immortal killer moves. Unless it was an immortal killer move of other paths that needed Affection Immortal Goo, or any special methods that needed it, then the Goo Immortal would desire it. Not all Immortal Goo were popular with people. Goo Immortals had different paths, so did Immortal Goo. Goo Immortals were of rank 6, 7, and 8, so were Immortal Goo. For Goo Immortals, only suitable Immortal Goo had value to them. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, Goo Immortals often held trading sessions to exchange their Immortal Goo. But Bai Qintian would not think that Fan Yuan was the most special Goo Immortal of all. Firstly, he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level. Such a person had to be considered a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Secondly, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, he could cultivate any path. Lastly, Fan Yuan had been fretting over this matter. Even though he had Wisdom Path attainment level and methods, he did not have relevant Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Thus, this Affection Immortal Goo was very important to Fan Yuan. Thus, he placed Affection Immortal Goo into the pocket of his shirt. Inside Reverse Flow River, the Immortal Aperture's entrance could not be opened, he had to carry it with him. Bai Qintian saw this and his heart sank, his tone was even more anxious. Friend! Take out that Immortal Goo, we are not enemies, we can go through a transaction according to what we need. Fan Yuan looked at Bai Qintian. We can have a transaction but not here. Chapter 1274. Fighting Rank 8 in the River. If possible, Fan Yuan wanted to use Affection Immortal Goo to trade for Immortal Goo that suited him more. But in Reverse Flow River, transactions were impossible. Because no Goo worms could be used, information path methods that allowed two parties to engage in transactions were unusable. Fan Yuan wanted to exchange for Immortal Goo, but Bai Qintian could not take out any Immortal Goo, because Goo worms hibernated while inside Reverse Flow River, let alone those in an Immortal Aperture. They would not respond to any of a Goo Immortal's summons even if they were inside their bodies. Thus, Bai Qintian did not have any chips to use for trade. Bai Qintian knew Fan Yuan's concern, but should he give up this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's action, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was gone, Central Continent's Edge Link Camp was destroyed as well. If Central Continent's group fought again, they would fall into an even deeper disadvantage. Central Continent's Goo Immortals were barely able to defend themselves. Once they escaped Reverse Flow River, wouldn't they flee immediately? Thus, there was no chance to undergo trade with Fan Yuan. If they did not do the transaction now, what about in the future? Fan Yuan was a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, while Bai Qintian was a Central Continent Goo Immortal. Both were in different regions. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Central Continent could not dictate Fan Yuan to do a transaction with them later. What if he made a deal with someone else? What if he raised prices to an absurd level without fear? There were worse situations possible. Bai Qintian was someone with the foresight to consider bad outcomes in advance. Seeing that he could not coax Fan Yuan to give the Immortal Goo, his killing intent rose. I am a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Even if I cannot use Immortal Goo here, with my down mark foundation, how can I lose to a rank 7 Goo Immortal? Thinking like this, Bai Qintian jumped into the river water and swam towards Fan Yuan. At this moment, his hostility was obvious. Fan Yuan sneered internally, as he charged towards Bai Qintian as well. Bai Qintian saw this and became joyful, thinking, this Northern Plains Goo Immortal looks like a battle maniac. He's simply brainless. The river water moved rapidly. but both parties had extraordinary bodies. They quickly met in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. Fan Yuan raised his fist and punched at Bai Qingtian thrice. Bai Qingtian was a woodpath Gu immortal. He had great stamina and eyesight. He blocked all 3 attacks. He was shocked. This person looks so young. How can he have such strength? Does he cultivate strength path? He felt that his arm was numb from blocking. But while he was shocked, Bai Qingtian still retaliated with his other hand. Both sides exchanged fists. They quickly got into a scuffle. Fan Yuan's entire body was a weapon. His head, knee, elbow, and all sorts of jabs were used. Bai Qingtian was on the back foot, but soon, he held up evenly against Fan Yuan's attacks. Because he had incredible foundation, and his close combat skills were very deep. Even though he had rarely used these techniques after becoming a Gu immortal, currently in actual battle, he was recovering his combat skills. As for Fan Yuan, he had become a Gu immortal more recently. Many years ago, he was a mortal Gu master roaming northern plains and southern border. He was familiar with close combat. The two fought in the water. At times, they lifted their heads above the water and breathed roughly, temporarily resting. Reverse flow river moved rapidly. Most of their energy was spent in swimming. They did not actually fight too much. When they fought, the environment was very complex. Because at times, logs or wild beasts would float down the river and force the two to evade them. As a result, after tens of rounds of battle, both sides were breathing roughly, but they could do nothing to the other party. This rank 8 Gu immortal is truly deep in foundation. I wanted to kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but now it seems to be wishful thinking. Bai Qingtian, however, was filled with shock. How can this be? This person is on par with me? I have used Grass Python Immortal Gu previously to gain a huge amount of strength. I have also used Immortal Killer Move Wood Armor to carve down marks in my body. My body has naturally strong defenses. I even turned my heart into a wood heart, and turned my blood into green blood, giving me super healing abilities. These Immortal Killer Moves in Immortal Gu, along with my Dao marks as a rank 8 Gu immortal who has so many calamities and tribulations, I definitely outclassed this rank 7. But why am I simply evenly matched with him? Bai Qingtian stared at Fan Yuan, as if he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as the rank 8 Bai Qingtian, but in fact, his Dao mark accumulation surpassed most rank 7 Gu immortals. Even though he only became a rank 7 Gu immortal recently. What resisted Bai Qingtian was the sovereign immortal body. The sovereign immortal body was not a normal human body, it was refined from a Gu worm. Be it Wei Ling Yang or Bai Qingtian, they were humans. But Fan Yuan's body was made from a Gu worm. It could therefore be said that Fan Yuan being a complete otherworldly demon was one of the reasons. The sovereign immortal body made up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Qingtian, allowing them to fight evenly. Fan Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose, his intention was to kill the huge threat Ing Wu Xie. Earlier, when fighting with Bai Qingtian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill a rank 8 Gu immortal. But in fact, Fan Yuan was overly optimistic. He could do nothing to Bai Qingtian. Fan Yuan had to give up. He did not want to stall it out with Bai Qingtian. His objective had not been met yet. Fan Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qingtian did not allow him to. Even though Bai Qingtian could not do anything to Fan Yuan, affection Immortal Gu was still with Fan Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to keep him here. If my companions come later, we can encircle him together. I cannot let him escape. Damn it, this guy. Fan Yuan quickly frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Qingtian's speed and strength were not inferior to his. Even though Fan Yuan wanted to leave, Bai Qingtian was preventing him from doing so. This gravely affected Fan Yuan's plan. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. Obstructed by the wild beast corpse ahead, Fan Yuan's speed fell and Bai Qingtian reached him again. Fan Yuan turned around to fight him. Both were fighting with their fists and legs in reverse flow river. It was a draw. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan stretched out his arm and placed affection Immortal Gu in front of himself. Bai Qingtian wanted to punch at Fan Yuan's torso. If he hit, Fan Yuan would lose his oxygen supply and would need to go to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points of fighting underwater. But Fan Yuan suddenly took out affection Immortal Gu and put it in front of Bai Qingtian's fist. Bai Qingtian turned pale from shock. He quickly pulled back his fist and revealed a flaw. Fan Yuan laughed coldly on the inside. He used this flaw and charged. Bai Qintian had made a mistake and could only block and defend himself, preparing to counterattack. But Fan Yuan suddenly raised Affection Immortal Gu in front of himself, causing Bai Qintian to be unable to attack and exposing a flaw. With two flaws exposed, Fan Yuan made use of his advantage and kicked at Bai Qintian's stomach. Bai Qintian was hit, and immediately opened his mouth as air bubbles floated up. He did not have enough oxygen now. He changed his tactics and wanted to escape to the surface. But Fan Yuan did not allow this. He stretched out his arms and gripped with them like pincers, pulling Bai Qintian and preventing him from reaching the surface. Bai Qintian suddenly twisted his waist and escaped with a difficult maneuver. He moved like a fish, bursting out with strength. Fan Yuan's left arm could not catch him. Fan Yuan praised on the inside towards this response. Bai Qintian was a Central Continent Gu immortal, but his rank 8 foundation really held no weaknesses. In terms of fighting underwater, he even slightly surpassed Fan Yuan. There was a need to mention, Fan Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for a long time during the 500 years of his previous life. This way, Bai Qintian instantly swam until he was on top of Fan Yuan. Chapter 1275. Kicking a rank 8 Great Expert. Fan Yuan's grasp earlier had failed. He raised his arms and grabbed upwards. His left arm missed, but his right arm grabbed onto Bai Qintian's leg. Bai Qintian was obstructed. His other leg kicked towards Fan Yuan's head like a fierce dragon. This blow was heavy. If it landed, Fan Yuan would become dizzy and Bai Qintian would easily escape. But Fan Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu and raised it up. Bai Qintian wanted to curse. His leg stopped. Fan Yuan managed to obtain some time to react. He moved his head backwards as his entire body went upside down in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Qintian, they were floating upright. But now that he grabbed Bai Qintian's leg, he became upside down. Bai Qintian saw this and his heart sank. He gasped in his mind. This was because Fan Yuan was grabbing onto his leg with one hand, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Gu. He could not attack with strength. But at this moment, in this scene, Fan Yuan had two legs to use. Meanwhile, Bai Qintian's leg was held by Fan Yuan. He could only attack with one other leg. Bai Qintian was shocked. The leg that was free moved around like a butterfly. It was extremely nimble. After kicking for several times, Fan Yuan could only see many shadows of his moving leg. But Fan Yuan had no fear. He kicked with both legs, as he unleashed a flurry of kicks moving like shadows as well. Both parties were fighting in the water, causing huge spirals to form around the river water. Each time their legs collided, a loud sound was emitted in the river water. Bai Qintian could only use one leg. How could he compete with both of Fan Yuan's legs? During the process of fighting, he was often hit by Fan Yuan's legs. Bai Qintian mainly defended himself, as he felt downcast. I am a great rank 8 Gu immortal, to think that this would happen. Scoundrel! As long as I get to the surface and recover my breath, I will deal with you. His arms flailed furiously, dragging Fan Yuan towards the surface as well. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance, as he blocked Bai Qintian's kick with one leg, while his other leg kicked at a crucial location. Ah! Bai Qintian was kicked by Fan Yuan. It landed on his crotch. In an instant, his entire face stiffened. He stared with wide-open eyes. He was about to gasp out his last bit of oxygen left. Bai Qintian was a rank 8 great expert after all. He had superhuman endurance. He forcefully endured it, and moved his arms, wanting to swim up to the surface. Boom! Fan Yuan kicked again. Bai Qintian's body shook this time. He could not help but breathe out a chain of bubbles. Boom, boom, boom. Sensing his huge weakness, Fan Yuan continued to kick. Bai Qintian's face was flushed red. His eyes were bloodshot. He no longer thought of getting to the surface. He wanted to kill Fan Yuan. Who would fight you to the death? Fan Yuan let go, kicking Bai Qintian away with another blow. At the same time, he was pushed away by the force, pulling some distance from Bai Qintian. After getting free, Bai Qintian was dazed for a while before giving up on Fan Yuan. He went to the surface to recover his breath. Fan Yuan turned around and escaped successfully from Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian's head came up to the surface as he breathed in deeply continuously. His crotch was hurting, waves of pain was assaulting his nerves, he felt himself getting dizzy. This accursed fellow! If I have a chance, I will tear out your tendons and burn you to ashes! Bai Qintian watched at the river surface as Fan Yuan swam away rapidly. Their distance was enlarging, he could not catch up. Fan Yuan successfully escaped from Bai Qintian. he slowed down to recover his stamina. His legs were numb. Bai Qingtian's crotch was not easy to kick. Fan Yuan had immense strength, but his legs still felt numb from kicking it. Evidently, Bai Qingtian had thought of defending his crotch. There were many woodpath down marks there. At the final crucial moment, Fan Yuan did not fight with Bai Qingtian. He knew that with Bai Qingtian's methods, even if he killed him, he would have to face a terrifying retaliation and would likely get heavily injured or end up dead. Fan Yuan did not want this outcome. He did not need to fight to the death with a rank 8 Gu immortal. He had the sovereign immortal body, his future was bright. And his goal to begin with was Ying Wuxie. If he died with Bai Qingtian, wouldn't Ying Wuxie be laughing his head off? Even if only Bai Qingtian died, Fan Yuan would still be heavily injured. He would lose the ability to kill Ying Wuxie. Of course, there was something crucial. Even if he killed Bai Qingtian, Fan Yuan could gain nothing. Immortal apertures could not be opened here. Bai Qingtian's corpse would be a burden. Fan Yuan could not carry this corpse around with him. Even if he could, what if he met Ying Wuxie? Even if he did not meet Ying Wuxie, what would he do if he met Central Continent's Gu immortals? Rank 7 Gu immortal killing rank 8, this would be a grand feat that would grant him unparalleled honor and glory. But this honor was worthless to Fan Yuan. He continued to swim ahead, trying to find Ying Wuxie. Fan Yuan, is that you? Ying Wuxie heard this and turned around, expressing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up, he quickly said. After a moment, Ying Wuxie dragged Tai Bai Yunxing onto a huge lotus leaf. This is the leaf of the king lotus, it can float on the surface of the water. To think that you are so lucky. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. Ying Wuxie laughed, thinking, I am luck connected to Fan Yuan, how can my luck be bad? But soon, his smile faded as worry appeared on his face again. He looked at the flowing river. Reverse flow river state is really strange now, we cannot escape. We have to meet up with Purple Mountain True Monarch now, we might be able to take back Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun, and even kill that ancient sword dragon that was chasing us. At the mention of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Tai Bai Yunxing showed admiration on his face. Yes, we should meet up with Master. Achoo! Purple Mountain True Monarch sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression, sighing. Oh, to think that I would end up like this so soon after waking up. Sigh, I am old, my body is weak now, I seem to be getting a cold just because of some water. He was sitting on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. Old ancestor Shui Hu was swimming, he looked around, trying to find something in reverse flow river. Hearing Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, he snorted. You are doing nothing but you are still complaining? Don't you have wings? Why don't you fly out of reverse flow river? Purple Mountain True Monarch was in his original form now. Like how Fan Yuan turned back to a human from ancient sword dragon form, Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 Miniman Gu immortal. He had turned large earlier using an immortal method. Now that he was in reverse flow river, he became a Miniman again. Precisely because of this, he could sit on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. You think I don't want to? But this reverse flow river is affected by some power. It is very chaotic. I cannot leave the river. He, who created this Gu formation for you? Purple Mountain True Monarch asked. Old ancestor Shui Hu had a grim expression. Sun Ming Lu. Purple Mountain True Monarch responded with an O. It should be him. This was out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shui Hu said. He is a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu was astute. At this moment, it was not hard to guess where Sun Ming Lu came from. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were already in danger, in the entirety of Northern Plains, who could have the ability and guts to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu? Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. Longevity Heaven is definitely after Ma Hong Yun, as well as Zhao Lian Yun. They must be in front. I need to find my wife. Old ancestor Shui Hu said. Purple Mountain True Monarch patted his shoulder. Then we need to go ahead. Lady Wan Shou was right beside Ma Hong Yun at the time. She was swept away by the river along with them. She should be near them. The fate-reversing refinement subformation was shining with a brilliant white golden light. The light burst into the sky, like a huge unconcealable pillar. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, manipulating it and directing the flow of reverse flow river. Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, preventing any intruders from approaching the pillar of light. Chapter 1276. Perseverance of the Miniman. So impressive, this goo formation can actually control reverse flow river. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light and praised sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I merely created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river channel and letting reverse flow river move in it. We dug the river channel, thus, we can influence the direction that reverse flow river goes. When we retrieve reverse flow river, longevity heaven will gain another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity anticipated. Black Extremity instructed again. When we collect reverse flow river, the sub-formation will be destroyed. You have to take note of the time and direction, opening your immortal aperture and letting the river flow in. You are a water path goo immortal, you have a big advantage in doing this. Flood Extremity was troubled. What if reverse flow river changes direction? Are there really no goo worms in this world that can control reverse flow river? Black Extremity frowned slightly. Well, no, there isn't, but maybe not necessarily. There might be another possibility. What do you mean? You know the contents of. It stated that, Renzu sighed, as long as he had that immortal goo, he would conquer reverse flow river. You mean immortal goo, perseverance? No way, perseverance immortal goo has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in cultivating and to never give up easily. Chapter 4, Section 26, Renzu's daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, was trapped inside Ordinary Abyss. She made friends with a mini-man. The mini-man brought Boundless Forest Samsara to see his home, City Well. After Boundless Forest Samsara saw City Well, she raised her head at the sky. I understand now. Boundless Forest Samsara looked above her. She was trapped inside Ordinary Abyss. She was just like the mini-men who were trapped under the well. The mini-men raised their heads and saw the sky within the well. It was like the sky that Boundless Forest Samsara saw when she looked up at Ordinary Abyss. I have decided. I will work hard and get out of this abyss to meet with Father again. Boundless Forest Samsara raised her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was overjoyed. Sure. I want to leave Ordinary Abyss and see the world outside as well. I see that there are many trees here in Ordinary Abyss. We can chop them down and make a ladder to climb up. Boundless Forest Samsara gasped, looking at the mini-man. Oh mini-man, don't you have wings? Why can't you fly out? The mini-man smiled bitterly. Oh human, I might have a pair of wings, but they are flimsy and weak. They can only carry me for a short distance. When I left City Well, I also used a ladder. So that's it. Boundless Forest Samsara realized. In the following days, she stayed with the mini-man, chopping trees and creating a ladder. Trees were chopped down one by one, Wisdom Goo flew out from them. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Wisdom Goo, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary. Of course I can be here. Wisdom Goo answered. Next, Wisdom Goo said, You are all very smart, you know how to use the achievements of predecessors to escape from being ordinary. But if you too want to leave Ordinary Abyss, you need to build your own ladders and complete them alone. Otherwise, you cannot leave. Boundless Forest Samsara quickly nodded. Oh Wisdom Goo, thanks for reminding us, we will take note. She and the mini-man made their own ladders. The ladders became taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man. The mini-man's ladder was short and small, the distance between each step was also small. In comparison, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless Forest Samsara teased the mini-man. Mini-man, oh mini-man, the ladder I make in half a day is as tall as the one you make in half a month. At this rate, when can you make a proper ladder to step on and escape from Ordinary Abyss? The mini-man was helpless. I can't help it, I am already doing my best, but this is all the wood I can carry after spending half a day, while you only need one hand to carry this over. I need to use a long time to chop down a small tree, but you only take 3 swings. I am already doing my best to reach this extent. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity we can only make our own ladders. The mini-man replied. That's right, to leave Ordinary Abyss, we can use our predecessors' achievements, but we truly need to rely on ourselves. Let's continue working hard. Boundless Forest Samsara and the mini-man continued to chop down trees to make their ladders. Trees fell one by one, from within, Strength Goo flew out. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Oh Strength Goo, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary, of course I can be here. Strength Goo answered. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and asked. Oh Strength Goo, can you give us any advice? Like Wisdom Goo. Strength Goo said. I have no advice to give you, but I can grant you great strength, as long as you give me your youth. Boundless Forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Goo said, according to your current strength, when will you be able to build a ladder tall enough to escape ordinary abyss? Boundless Forest Samsara thought. Very long, I will need 20 to 30 years. Strength Goo said, yes, by then, you will no longer be young, you will lose your youth and become middle-aged. Rather than that, you might as well give me your youth. Even though you will become middle-aged, you only need a few years to build the ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. You are absolutely right, Strength Goo, I will rely on you. Thus, Boundless Forest Samsara obtained Strength Goo. Her speed in building the ladder became very fast, she could chop more trees at once. A year later, her ladder was extremely tall. She stood at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was a field of green, she was very happy. So when I stand at a high point, things that are big usually will become small. It is just like Citywell. She looked down at the mini-man's ladder, it was very short, less than 1% of hers. She pouted. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down and said to the mini-man, why are you still so slow? My ladder is already so tall. The mini-man looked at her ladder in admiration, saying helplessly, I really admire you, your strength surpassed me to begin with. But now you also have Strength Goo, it is too bad that I have no help, I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best, every day, other than eating and resting, I spend all my time building this ladder, but it cannot match yours. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. That is natural. Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara continued to build the ladder even taller. She stood at the peak and looked down. The trees were like grass, while everything smaller than trees could not be seen clearly. She looked at the mini-man's ladder, even though it was taller than most trees, it was less than 1,000th of hers. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder, laughing at the mini-man. Mini-man, oh mini-man, stop wasting your efforts. Your strength is too low, you will not be able to build that ladder even if you spend an entire lifetime. You might as well use this time to enjoy your life. Actually, you are already very amazing, compared to those mini-men, you actually walked out of Citywell, you should just enjoy your life now. The mini-man thought about it and shook his head. I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not happy with being ordinary would be like an abyss to me, I want to go out. Even if I cannot succeed, I want to try, if I do not try hard enough, I will not be happy. Thus, the mini-man continued building his ladder. The third year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was extremely tall. She stood at the peak and looked down, only to see that clouds were blocking her vision. She wanted to look at the mini-man's ladder, but she could barely see it, it was less than 1/10,000th of her ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara sighed, she felt lonely. When the wind blew, she shuddered, feeling cold. So when I stand at this tall point, not only will I feel lonely, I will also feel cold. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and told the mini-man about this. The mini-man shook his head. My ladder is not tall enough, I don't know how you feel. Boundless Forest Samsara felt bored. She continued to build the ladder, but the time she spent on it was decreasing. Strength Goo asked her, "O human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara answered, "The ladder is too tall and cold, I need to rest and regain warmth." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara felt extremely bored. She was still building her ladder, but she was spending less and less time on it. Strength Goo asked her, "O human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara answered, "The ladder is too tall, when I look down, I get afraid. I need to rest and let my heart calm down." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara became even more lazy. Strength Goo asked her, "Look at the mini-man, he has never stopped building his ladder, he is giving it his all. If you continue being lazy, he will surpass you one day." Boundless Forest Samsara laughed. "How can that be possible? One day of work for me is a month of his. How can he ever surpass me?" Like this, years passed without stopping. Finally, one day, the mini-man found Boundless Forest Samsara who was resting under a tree, saying to her, "Oh friend, my ladder is at the edge of Ordinary Abyss, tomorrow, I will step out and leave Ordinary Abyss." Boundless Forest Samsara laughed. "Oh mini-man, don't lie to me, this is too funny." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "Grandness and being laughable is merely an inch apart. But I am not laughable anymore, I am grand and can finally leave this ordinary abyss. If you do not believe me, watch as I leave. Thus, the Mini-Man started to climb his ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked at this. The Mini-Man was really at the edge of the abyss. He could leave if he continued like this. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted, "Oh Mini-Man, do you not feel cold?" The Mini-Man said, "Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh Mini-Man, do you not feel lonely?" The Mini-Man said, "Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh Mini-Man, do you not feel afraid?" The Mini-Man said, "Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here." After saying those 3 lines, a bright light flashed on his body, rapidly forming into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance, oh Mini-Man, thank you for giving me life." Perseverance Goo thanked the Mini-Man. The Mini-Man laughed. "Great, even though I do not have strength, I have perseverance," the Mini-Man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw someone. It was Renzu. The rate of time inside ordinary abyss was different from the outside world. Renzu sighed as he saw the Mini-Man. "This is Perseverance Goo? What a pity if I had it, I would have been able to conquer Reverse Flow River." Chapter 1277. Meeting of Ma and Zhao. Flood Extremity believed that Perseverance Goo was only a goo worm found in. But Black Extremity shook his head, saying, "Perseverance Immortal Goo is not a fictitious goo worm. In fact, it has existed before." Flood Extremity was shocked. How did I not know that? This was something I had learned while traveling Northern Plains. The person who refined Perseverance Immortal Goo was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River out into the world. He was the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? Then why is Reverse Flow River in the hands of old ancestor Shui-Hu? Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. I am unsure about the details regarding this. What is going on? At this moment, there was a loud sound. Inside the fate-reversing refinement subformation, some mortal goo had exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change disrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. A portion of the goo formation was destroyed. Aren't you repairing it? Black Extremity shook his head. This situation is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing refinement subformation cannot endure the might of Reverse Flow River. It will be destroyed. And this formation has a weakness. Once it activates, it cannot be repaired, unless the entire formation stops functioning. Flood Extremity frowned deeply. Reverse Flow River has not reached here yet. What do we do now? Black Extremity smiled. Don't worry, I created this formation. How could I not see this coming? In fact, there are benefits in destroying the goo formation. Flood Extremity was confused. The goo formation being destroyed has benefits? Every 10% of destruction would reduce our influence on Reverse Flow River by 10%. The back part of Reverse Flow River will return to normal, and stop being drawn to us. That way, it will display its original might, and wash out everyone and everything behind. Black Extremity explained. Incredible. Flood Extremity clapped and praised. His eyes were shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are all at the front. That means, they will be the last to be washed away. Black Extremity nodded. Precisely. Inside Reverse Flow River. Lord Bai Qintian. 3 Central Continent Goo Immortals greeted Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian nodded. At this moment, there were 5 people gathered around him. With the addition of these 3 and himself, there were 9 people. Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun? The Goo Immortals shook their heads. Then did you see this person? Bai Qintian described Fan Yuan's appearance and clothing to them. The Central Continent Goo Immortals looked at each other. One of them said, I think I saw him, but I did not stop him. I was hiding behind a floating plank. He swam ahead without noticing me. Bai Qintian nodded. Lord, this person is not in our information. Is he an ally or foe? Someone asked. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were very perplexed. Because Bai Qintian was a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal, he would not ask for information about a Rank 7 Goo Immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan's cultivation level was not outstanding. Most of the Central Continent Goo Immortals were Rank 7. But Bai Qintian's following words made all of their hearts shake. He is a strong foe. If you meet him, be very careful. I am merely on par with him in terms of physical brawling. The Central Continent Gu immortals nodded solemnly. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have many people with us. We will swim up and get rid of our enemies along Reverse Flow River. That would be the best outcome. Bai Qingtian said this as killing intent surged in him. This was a good tactic indeed. The Central Continent Gu immortals were not the match of old ancestors Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch if they fought normally. Right now, they had lost Edgeling Camp. They were completely outclassed. The sudden change with Reverse Flow River gave them a good chance. Bai Qingtian felt that, as long as they could make use of this opportunity, they might be able to get rid of their enemies in Reverse Flow River and obtain victory. What is going on? At this moment, a certain water path Gu immortal among the Central Continent Gu immortals felt a change in the river water. Next, these Central Continent Gu immortals saw that the water of Reverse Flow River around them started to calm down rapidly from a turbulent state. Finally, the river flow slowed gradually, before starting to have small ripples. Large amounts of rocks and wild beast corpses, which were flowing along the river currents, were washed away rapidly. It was 5 times faster than the speed of flow earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Gu immortals were caught off guard and were washed away by the river. In the blink of an eye, they were 300 steps of distance away from Bai Qingtian. Bai Qingtian was the first to react. Quick, swim, do not stop for even a moment. Reverse Flow River has returned to its usual state. If we stop for a moment, we will be washed away by the currents. He called out. Getting Bai Qingtian's reminder, the remaining Central Continent Gu immortals reacted and tried to swim earnestly. It is so difficult. The water is flowing slowly and smoothly, but it is actually many times harder than the raging tides earlier. These floating logs and corpses are annoying, they are blocking our paths. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly found that it was far more difficult to swim in this river that had returned to normal. What is this? The higher we swim up Reverse Flow River, the harder every step is. We need to persevere. We do not need to reach the upper part of the river. As long as we meet enemies, we can kill them. If we kill one rank 8 Gu immortal, we will be able to obtain victory later. Bai Qingtian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu immortals cheered in response. This way, Reverse Flow River is our opportunity. Lord Bai Qingtian, look ahead to the front, the river is extremely turbulent. Bai Qingtian heard this and found something weird. He frowned. This was a nightmare. Swimming in this calm part of Reverse Flow River was much harder than swimming in the strong currents. At this rate, as time passes, when the Central Continent Gu immortals met the enemies that were washed down by Reverse Flow River, they would already be exhausted and out of stamina. Quick, we need to get in front and swim in the turbulent water. Bai Qingtian had a grave expression. He gave the most accurate instructions. The Central Continent Gu immortals increased their speed in response. Fan Yuan swam in the river. He continued to pursuing Wu Xie, but he could not find any trace. The river water was turbulent. Huge waves were created from time to time. From within these waves, wild beast corpses and countless rocks would flow along them. The situation in the river was very complex. And most importantly, the river was very wide. Fan Yuan could not get on high ground for observation. Even though he had good eyesight, he could not see much. However, he had found many Gu immortals, among which there were Central Continent Gu immortals and also Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Peak Lords. Fan Yuan avoided them all. He did not deal with them. Fighting these people would waste his time, and would not reap any benefits. This river is too wide. I might have passed Wu Xie earlier while I was diving. I might be in front of him. This is totally possible. But Fan Yuan did not give up. Because Wu Xie had a higher chance of being in front. He swam with all his strength, moving agilely in the complex water like a fish. The sovereign immortal body gave him incredible eyesight, stamina, and his recovery speed was on par with rank 8 Gu immortals, and most importantly, he had practiced his own incredible swimming ability. All these caused him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, Bai Qingtian had to keep searching in the river for the other Central Continent Gu immortals. He was at the very back. A leopard fox was swimming in the water, charging at Zhao Lianyun. The leopard fox was smaller than regular leopards, but it could swim, thus, even inside Reverse Flow River, it survived. Go away! Mu Linglan slapped as he killed the leopard fox which came. His other arm was grabbing onto Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was a false immortal created with a phantom aperture. She had low foundation and barely any down marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a mortal. Thankfully, while she was inside Reverse Flow River, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Linglan was around her. With Mu Linglan defending her, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan was covered in water path Dao marks. He could actually breathe freely in water. He could also swim well. Along the way, he protected Zhao Lianyun and resolved crises, while swimming ahead and bringing her along. Quickly look, there is a mound in front. Mu Linglan killed the leopard fox and suddenly said this with shining eyes. There was a mound floating ahead in the river. This mound is made of float soil. No wonder it can float on water and not sink. We will go rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun along and climbed onto the floating mound with much difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired. She was barely alive. Once she got on shore, she laid down on the mound and stopped moving entirely as she rested. Mu Linglan was extremely tired. He was breathing roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound! Mu Linglan suddenly stood up with a ruthless expression. Calm down, calm down! A figure had to walk out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and became stunned. Zhao Lianyun was frozen like a statue. Because the one who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. All of the immortals were in terrible conditions, but Ma Hongyun was wearing clean clothes as he chewed on a half-eaten fruit. You are Ma Hongyun! Mu Linglan shouted in surprise. Ma Hongyun took a step back. Are you also here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun tried her best to get up, as she stood shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun. Her throat was moving but no voice came out. As the price for using Love Gu earlier, she had been using Gu worms to speak, but inside Reverse Flow River, no Gu worms could be used. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the lover that she had been thinking of for so long. She was extremely agitated. She took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. How did she look like now? She was clear in her heart. She was no longer young, she was an elderly woman. Her hair was white, her face had deep wrinkles, and she was dry like a twig. In this appearance, could Ma Hongyun recognize her? Could she meet her lover in this appearance? Could she bear to let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun lost all of her courage. She lowered her head. She did not dare to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant, but she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun call out. You are Lady Xiaoyun? Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head, only to see that Ma Hongyun had thrown away the fruit as he ran towards her. Lady Xiaoyun, Lady Xiaoyun! I miss you so much! Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this and felt a lot of emotions. He explained. Fairy Lianyun became like this because she rushed here from Central Continent to save you. Lady Xiaoyun! Ma Hongyun grabbed Zhao Lianyun's hands as he stood before her. He was also unable to speak. His words were choked in his throat. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun felt, this was truly immense bliss. All of her sacrifices were worth it. Chapter 1278. Dog-tail life-extending ferret. Boom! A loud sound was heard in the fate-reversing refinement sub-formation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised. After taking a glance, he looked away. During this period, the Gu formation's pillar of light had shrunken by 50%. This Gu formation is quite interesting. Right at this time, a voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked. His Gu immortal aura burst out as he prepared to use his powerful methods. Little one, don't be afraid, and don't make a move, the voice said again. At this moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he was in a frozen river. This person was powerful beyond imagination. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal, one of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities. But he could not react before he was suppressed completely. You are the descendant of Master. As long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you. The voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge, hill-like beast revealing its figure in front of him. This was a 4-legged beast with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. It was covered in shiny purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like color. The most eye-catching thing was its tail. This was not a ferret tail, but a dog tail. A giant ferret with a dog tail? Flood Extremity was stunned, before he thought of an existence. Indeed, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's letter came from an information path Gu worm in his immortal aperture. He could not leave now. This giant beast was sent here to help. It would deal with any enemy who dares to obstruct Longevity Heaven. You are the dog-tail life-extending ferret? Ancestor Giant's son's steed? Flood Extremity stammered. The giant beast nodded before opening its mouth, speaking. Stop calling me a steed, I have my own name too. I am Mao Li Chiu, you can call me Grandpa Mao. Mao, Grandpa Mao. At the other end, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied, he was still in great shock. Okay, forget about this goo formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and retrieve Ma Hong Yun and that love goo. The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, slashed with its claws. Intense winds blew, countless goo worm auras were exposed, forming an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing refinement subformation that Black Extremity had created with much difficulty broke apart, turning into rubble. This? Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out. Stop stammering, is it very fun to disrupt my sleep? Quickly finish this business, your Grandpa Mao has to go back to sleep. The giant ferret, Mao Li Chiu, said this as it breathed out deeply. This breath flew rapidly, tying up Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. The giant ferret jumped, and its huge body flew into the sky. Beside it, Black Extremity and Flood Extremity were pulled along by the special breath, going towards Reverse Flow River. What is going on? The sudden change in Reverse Flow River affected all of the goo immortals in it. After an intense change, the entirety of Reverse Flow River calmed down, the river water became smooth flowing and had small ripples in it. Reverse Flow River went back to normal? Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly, he felt the pressure intensifying in the river. There was a large amount of junk unable to move on their own, they were washed down by Reverse Flow River. Seeing this, at once, many goo immortals chose to go downstream and leave Reverse Flow River by getting to the end. This was the only way to get out of Reverse Flow River. The situation is not looking good. Fan Yuan had not found Ing Wuxia and gang, he continued moving forward. In the sky, Bai Qintian and the other Central Continent goo immortals were looking down at Reverse Flow River. These people were originally trying to swim forward, but Reverse Flow River kept returning to normal as the subformation was destroyed. Bai Qintian saw that this was not going well, he could continue, but the other goo immortals could not. They went downstream and left Reverse Flow River, flying towards the sky after they got out. But this way, they became outsiders, any methods used on Reverse Flow River would be reflected back at them. Bai Qintian soon found Fan Yuan, who was inside Reverse Flow River. Our fight can be disregarded, as long as you hand over affection immortal goo. Bai Qintian spoke to Fan Yuan. This is the rank 7 goo immortal who could fight evenly with Lord Bai Qintian. How did he cultivate? The other Central Continent goo immortals looked at Fan Yuan with shock and curiosity. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, he ignored Bai Qintian. One of the Central Continent goo immortals flew into a rage. Such audacity! You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Qintian! Bai Qintian snorted coldly. You think I can do nothing to you if you hide inside the river? Before I get washed away, you should worry about yourselves. This is not Central Continent. Fan Yuan replied fearlessly. Bai Qintian's key concern was pointed out, his face turned cold as he ignored Fan Yuan, he started to move in the upstream direction. Fan Yuan was a small matter. What was important was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life-extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complex situation at the surface of the river became easily observable now. The junk was all swept away, only some goo immortals were left in the river. Mu Linglan, Zhao Lianyun, and Ma Hongyun were at the front. The second group were old ancestors Shui Hu, Purple Mountain True Monarch, and Lady Wan Shou. The third group was rank 8 goo immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as some other Central Continent goo immortals. The fourth group was Ing Wuxia and gang, as well as some Snowy Mountain Peak lords. And the fifth group was Fan Yuan alone. When he was swept into Reverse Flow River, he was too far from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, thus, he had fallen to the back of the river. Even though he tried to swim upstream, the others were also working hard. Honestly speaking, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward! Mu Linglan looked at old ancestors Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch who were close behind, he spoke anxiously. The floating mound earlier was already swept away, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had to swim forward to avoid getting captured by old ancestors Shui Hu. The second group of old ancestors Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch were chasing after Ma Hongyun to capture him. The third group including Wei Lingyang also did not want to give up. As long as they stalled old ancestors Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have the chance to go downstream and the crisis would be resolved. Ing Wuxia and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path goo immortals also had the same idea as Wei Lingyang, They were at the back, but there was still hope. Quickly look to the back! He Lu Lan suddenly alerted. Ing Wu Xie turned back and looked, his heart jumped. He actually chased us to this place. This river was calm now, there was no junk left, everyone's field of vision was clear, thus Ing Wu Xie easily saw Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan still did not know about Purple Mountain True Monarch. Even though he could see old ancestor Shui Hu at this position. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a mini-man, he was the size of a thumb and was sitting on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder, it was hard to see him clearly. Fan Yuan had no idea what happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though he met Bai Qingtian, he had only understood that a battle of rank 8s happened here. As for who had the advantage, would Bai Qingtian tell him? Thus, Fan Yuan had always thought that killing Ing Wu Xie and gang would resolve his crisis regarding Shadow Sect. Therefore, after seeing Ing Wu Xie, his eyes shone as he swam even more quickly towards Ing Wu Xie. He is our enemy? A Snowy Mountain Peak Lord sneered at Fan Yuan. Let's work together and kill him. Outside, the situation is complex with countless Gu immortal methods available. But here, he is all alone, he is just one person. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were ready to attack. Ing Wu Xie was moved too. If they could kill Fan Yuan now, and obtain his sovereign immortal body, it would be a great opportunity. However, the sovereign immortal body is not easy to deal with. I should meet up with Lord Purple first. Our main body is still in the dream realm after all. Ing Wu Xie thought about it and decided to play safe. Come with us, we will meet up with Ancestor Shui Hu. He is not important, our biggest enemy is Central Continent. Ing Wu Xie did not expose Fan Yuan's foundation, he successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu immortals. That's right, let's meet with Old Ancestor. Snowy Mountain's peak lords could not go downstream now. Because a rank 8 Central Continent Gu immortal was in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would need to face off against the rank 8 Gu immortal, they had to stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon, they realized that it was not easy to stay in Reverse Flow River. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, the river would push them backwards. In the past, Renzu had failed in Reverse Flow River, he had failed at the final step before success. Nobody thought that they could achieve what Renzu did. But in this situation, every wave of Gu immortals had their own reasons to remain in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had a cold gaze as Lady Wanshou smiled continuously. Quick, quick! They are catching up. Mu Linglan and Ma Hongyun dragged Zhao Lianyun along from either side. Fairy Lianyun, hang on, we are going to reach soon! Wei Lingyang shouted. Ing Wu Xie was behind them, waiting to strike. He felt a headache regarding Fan Yuan at the back, he needed to move forward more quickly, to fight for more time later. Ing Wu Xie! Fan Yuan was shortening his distance with Ing Wu Xie. Soon, the first person to be unable to persevere appeared. It was one of Snowy Mountain's peak lords. He had used up all his stamina, he floated backwards with a pale expression. Fan Yuan avoided him. Now was not the time for that, if he stopped for a moment, he would be pushed backwards as well, even if he killed the enemy, his progress would be greatly affected. Be careful! In the sky, Bai Qingtian shouted. I finally caught up. You little rats! Old Ancestor Shui Hu was already right behind Zhao Lianyun's group. Zhao Lianyun knew that she had no strength left, if this continued, she would only burden Ma Hongyun. She gave Ma Hongyun one last affectionate look, she suddenly mustered her strength and broke free from his grasp, swimming towards Old Ancestor Shui Hu instead. Chapter 1279. Fervently approaching death. Mu Ling Lan! Behind Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Wei Lingyang shouted angrily. Mu Ling Lan was already resolved, he gritted his teeth, moving even more quickly than Zhao Lianyun, he pushed the weak Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. You have to live well! Saying this, he turned around and grabbed Old Ancestor Shui Hu's waist. Old Ancestor Shui Hu struggled intensely, but he still stopped moving forward and was pushed away by the river. The danger from Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun was averted. Quickly go! Ma Hongyun held on to Zhao Lianyun as his heart beat rapidly. Meddlesome fool! Old Ancestor Shui Hu hated Mu Ling Lan to the core, he kicked Mu Ling Lan's chest several times in the water. His down marks far surpassed Mu Ling Lan's. Mu Ling Lan was rank 7, how could he possibly match him? Soon, his bones were broken, he was spitting out blood, dyeing the water red. More than 10 breaths of time later, Mu Linglan could not take it anymore. He stopped breathing as he lost his life. Seeing that their companion had died like this, the Central Continent Gu immortals were all anguished. Mu Linglan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice, Heavenly Court will remember it. Wei Lingyang called out, charging at Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was stalled by Mu Linglan. He had fallen behind to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious and upset Central Continent Gu immortals. Shui Hu! Lady Wan Shou was worried about her husband. She quickly went to help him. Both sides fought for a while. They were pushed backwards and quickly encountered Ying Wuxia and the others, who were the fourth group. As a result, a large number of Gu immortals were fighting in this river. It was a chaotic scene. Bai Qintian and the rest were watching in shock. Grand Gu immortals had lost their sagely demeanor. They were fighting in the water like brutish mortals. But it was too late for Bai Qintian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings as many Gu immortal corpses flowed down the river. Ying Wuxia! Fan Yuan joined the group. He had finally arrived. Where is our lord? Ying Wuxia finally found Old Ancestor. Shui Hu amidst the chaos, he asked this loudly. Upstream! Old Ancestor Shui Hu answered. It turned out that while Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mu Linglan were fighting, Purple Mountain True Monarch had swam upstream to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Precisely because of this, Old Ancestor Shui Hu could fight with the Central Continent Gu immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemies. Ying Wuxia got his answer and quickly swam with He Lulan and the rest, away from the fighting as he went towards Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fan Yuan called out, Ying Wuxia, where are you going? Ying Wuxia sighed, saying, Tai Bai Yunxing. All of you leave first. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. He charged at Fan Yuan with a resolute expression of someone disregarding death. Fan Yuan was obstructed. Ying Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam bam bam! Fan Yuan's attacks were powerful. Tai Bai Yunxing soon had broken bones and fractures. But Tai Bai Yunxing was resolved. He stalled Fan Yuan and grabbed onto him. He even used his teeth to bite and head to slam. Fan Yuan could not break free for a period of time. In this urgent situation, he exclaimed, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a ruthless light. His fingers pierced into Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes without mercy. Tai Bai Yunxing was heavily injured. Blood was pouring out of his eyes. Fan Yuan used this chance to unleash the finishing blow as Tai Bai Yunxing stopped moving entirely. He was dead. Humph! Fan Yuan shrugged off Tai Bai Yunxing's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Ying Wuxia. During this period, the groups with Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Wei Lingyang were engaged in fierce battle. They had finally separated as both sides suffered great losses. Bai Qintian looked at Reverse Flow River from above. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the lead. Purple Mountain True Monarch was at the second position. Ying Wuxia and the other two were the third. Fan Yuan was fourth. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou were the fifth. Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were sixth. Bai Qintian was anxious. The Central Continent immortals were in an extremely disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in front, but there was no longer anyone protecting them. The second-placed Purple Mountain True Monarch was an enemy, while Ying Wuxia and Gang were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth-placed Old Ancestors Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou were also out of the question. Without any choice, Bai Qintian could only approach Fan Yuan. You just need to protect the lives of those two in front. You will obtain the friendship of Central Continent and Heavenly Court. You can request anything. Do you want immortal Gu or cultivation resources? Will my great Central Continent not be able to satisfy you? As long as you help to protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. This again. Fan Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Back then, he had to make a choice too. If he chose to save Ma Hongyun, it would have been extremely profitable for him. And now, the situation was quite similar to back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Fan Yuan remained silent. He only continued swimming. He was bent on eliminating Ying Wuxia and Gang now. Forget about Ma Hongyun, he could bugger off. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further one traveled up Reverse Flow River, the harder it was to keep going. Stamina and down marks were secondary. It was a test of one's will. Lady Xiaoyun, we need to persevere. I believe that there will be a chance. Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun. The river water was icy cold, but inside Ma Hongyun's embrace, Zhao Lianyun felt immeasurable warmth. This warmth was a huge driving force for her. She gritted her teeth and persevered on. Behind them was Purple Mountain True Monarch. Ma Hongyun! Zhao Lianyun! Hee hee! As long as I catch you, I will be able to restrain old ancestor Shuehu. At that point, I will get him to deal with Southern Border's Super Dream Realm. Purple Mountain True Monarch was planning deeply. Protect Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia was worried. Dear, wake up. Something happened to old ancestor Shuehu's group. Lady Wan Shou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the battle. After enduring and persisting for a while, she fainted. Old ancestor Shuehu was flustered. He gritted his teeth and stopped swimming. He carried Lady Wan Shou as Reverse Flow River swept them away. Wei Lingyan allowed him to leave. They wanted to have one less competitor. Old ancestor Shuehu quickly left Reverse Flow River. He used his Gu Immortal methods to stabilize Lady Wan Shou's condition. Bai Qintian was nervous. He could not deal with old ancestor Shuehu alone. The Gu Immortals around him, without any immortal Gu houses, could not interfere in a rank 8 fight. I will kill you first. Old ancestor Shuehu carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wan Shou in his immortal aperture. Next, he charged at Bai Qintian. He was the #1 person in Northern Plains' demonic path. He was a ruthless person. How could he give up this chance to deal with these weakened opponents? It's only death at worst. Bai Qintian was resolved to die. He neither evaded nor dodged. But right when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they felt an intensely strong aura. The hill-like dog-tailed purple ferret carried Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, as they arrived at the bank of Reverse Flow River. Chapter 1280. Perseverance. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old ancestor Shuehu wanted to kill Bai Qintian, but at this moment, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay inside its cave all the time? Old ancestor Shuehu was surprised. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Steed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had subdued it in his later years. His motive was clearly to find a lifespan extension method. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's Dao marks were very numerous and mystical. As it grew older, the dog-tail would shrink as its lifespan decreased. When its lifespan nears its end, the tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it sensed that its life was ending, it would devour an immemorial desolate beast dog. After consuming it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would gain the lifespan of this immemorial desolate beast dog, its tail would grow out, and it would continue living. Precisely so, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, the dog-tail life-extending ferret still lived until now. This giant ferret was enlightened by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It gained intelligence and learned to use Gu worms and even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast to begin with. Now that it had wisdom and could use immortal Gu and other methods, it had unfathomably deep strength. Even old ancestor Shuehu was wary of it. Old ancestor Shuehu had wanted to deal with Bai Qintian, but with the dog-tail life-extending ferret's appearance, he discarded this plan. To think that Mao Li Qiu would save me! Bai Qintian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Immemorial desolate beasts of this level were too famous. It was like Central Continent's Wukong, or that evil dragon Di Zhangxing. They were unique existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old ancestor Shuehu quickly focused his gaze on the two longevity heaven Gu immortals accompanying the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old ancestor Shuehu's gaze focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Minglu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven had targeted me since so long ago. He had already made a guess earlier. Now that he saw Black Extremity, it was confirmed. Black Extremity greeted old ancestor Shuehu respectfully. Old ancestor Shuehu, we meet again. I am one of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities, Black Extremity. Sun Minglu is simply a name I use when I travel in Northern Plains. Old ancestor Shuehu chuckled coldly again, but he did not attack. Because Black Extremity was beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. It was not like old ancestor Shuehu feared Mao Li Qiu, but he knew that the crux of this issue was not the three of them, it was the events in Reverse Flow River. With the situation in Reverse Flow River unconfirmed, it was not time to fight. A third party would benefit if he did. After Black Extremity and old ancestor Shui Hu exchanged greetings, their gazes became fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Grandpa Mao, the two at the front are our targets. Black Extremity reminded the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Bai Qingtian frowned slightly. Old ancestor Shui Hu's cold laughter became even colder. But Mao Liqiu nonchalantly curled its lips, its beast face made a very human-like expression. No rush. Wait for them to decide a victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. We can use goo worms, but we cannot affect the river itself. Any method used on Reverse Flow River will be reflected back upon us. Why would I waste my effort? Reverse Flow River would only lose some water when it reflects an attack. This river is huge. How long would it take to dry out this river? I would not do something so time-consuming and pointless. Saying this, it paused before saying, "Don't worry, these people can't continue for long. The further they swim, the more it tests their will. Hee, they are swimming in Reverse Flow River. Any thoughts of persevering in this river would be reversed by the river. Any sort of determination would waver. They would eventually be washed away by the river." The three rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not fight. Outside the river, there was a deadlock. The Gu Immortals thus looked towards Reverse Flow River. Inside the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the lead. Purple Mountain True Monarch was second. He was inching closer to them. Ing Wu Xia, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan were third. Next was Fang Yuan. The fifth position was originally Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had given up the contest for the sake of his unconscious wife. He went outside the river. Thus, the fifth position went to Heavenly Court's Rank 8 Rule Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang, and several Central Continent Gu Immortals. Purple Mountain True Monarch moved with all four limbs, flapping his thin wings at times. Ma and Zhao were already close by. I need to persevere and capture these two. I will be able to control Old Ancestor Shui Hu and deal with Central Continent. Purple Mountain True Monarch was filled with determination. Reverse Flow River's water continued to assault the will in his mind. He shrugged his head, trying to get rid of his hesitation. 90,000 years ago, heavens will attacked. I deduced with all my effort and found a trace of hope for survival. By sealing myself, I turned into a purple gold rock. But to think that heavens would still harm me and I would go into a crazy state at times. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced great danger. I only escaped from danger and survived with Shadow Sect's help. Right now, my main body refined Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but it was stolen from us. My main body is stuck in the dream realm, being in great danger. The Great Shadow Sect is just a shadow of its past. I cannot fail in this situation. I need to persevere. I need to capture Zhao and Ma. I am about to succeed. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes were shining. He was extremely close to the two. Oh no, Purple Mountain True Monarch is about to reach Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were shocked. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Ing Wu Xia had expressions filled with joy. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Unless they come out. Ah. But at this moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly grabbed his head as he screamed. He struggled intensely as he showed intense pain on his face. What is going on? What happened? The Immortals were perplexed. At this very moment, damn it! Ing Wu Xia internally cursed Heaven's will. At the crucial moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch fell into madness. He went downstream with the currents. Thankfully, Ing Wu Xia and gang were following Purple Mountain True Monarch as insurance if he went crazy. He quickly grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch as the four swam upstream together. Thus, Ma and Zhao escaped from the dangerous situation. They were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch had fallen behind, becoming second place with Ing Wu Xia and gang. Third was Fang Yuan. And fourth was Wei Ling Yang and his Central Continent Gu Immortals. Lord Wei Ling Yang, it all depends on you now. Bai Qingtian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started cheering. It was good news to Central Continent that something happened to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan. They felt that right now, only Central Continent's Rank 8 Wei Ling Yang was left. Even though he was in last place, he could still win. Wei Ling Yang was gritting his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was rising, and more importantly, the Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thoughts of persevering and swimming ahead would be obstructed by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that was rooted in Wei Ling Yang's mind. I need to persevere. I am the only hope left in Central Continent. If we capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will be able to return victorious. I cannot fail. Central Continent's pride, Heavenly Court's honor, they cannot be lost because of me. Wei Lingyang swam ahead stably without any hesitation. The Gu immortals around him also followed. These Gu immortals formed the biggest force in Reverse Flow River. It was eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, said, "Oh, it seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Heavenly Court still likes meddling so much. This will not do. Ma Hongyun is a northern plainsman." Bai Qingtian frowned. He looked at Mao Li Chiu, an old ancestor Shui Hu whose face was cold as ice. He was worried. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats the competitors and obtains Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Qingtian thought from all angles. He could not find a way to escape. He could only continue watching. Time passed by the seconds and minutes. The situation was still the same in Reverse Flow River. Ma and Zhao were first. Yingwu Xia and Gang were second. Fan Yuan was third. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were fourth. The positions did not change, but their mutual distances had evidently shrunk. Oh? These people have all lasted until now. Strange. Why are there so many outstanding people here? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, quipped. As expected, the great era is coming. In an era which would create a great number of geniuses and talented individuals would emerge like a tide. Bai Qingtian's eyes were shining too. He was assessing the Central Continent Gu immortals, and memorizing their faces. These people had firm determination. If they grew without any accidents, they surely would be important pillars of each sect. Persevere! The mission of protecting Fairy Lianyun is in my hands. I cannot give up. Bu Jinzi frowned. Just like refining dew, no matter how tough it is, or how unpredictable the results, as long as I persevere, I will be rewarded. Yu Yizi encouraged himself. Shi Jingyi had an angry expression. Lord Mu Linglan was sacrificed to protect Fairy Lianyun. How can I back down? Work harder. Shi Jingyi. For the sake of love and justice, you cannot back down. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He stared ahead at Yingwu Xia. Such a close relationship. That rank 8 mini-man Gu immortal who went crazy must be a member of Shadow Sect. I must kill him. I must eliminate them all. Inside Reverse Flow River, it is the best opportunity for me to eliminate these threats once and for all. Chapter 1281. Washed away, Reverse Flow River flowed silently. The further they went ahead, the calmer the river's surface. However, to the swimmers, Reverse Flow River was like a torrential tide. It defied all thoughts of traveling ahead. Destruction of the body was not scary, destruction of thoughts and the mind was scary. In the past, even Renzu failed in Reverse Flow River. These Gu immortals were doing the same thing as Renzu now. Damn it, I cannot continue anymore. At the next moment Yu Yizi reached his limits. He could not continue anymore. He was washed away by the tides. And the second Central Continent Gu immortal, followed by the third. Shi Jingyi gave it his all, but he failed and was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Bu Jinzi was unwilling, but he could only float away. Bai Qingtian and the rest were showing ugly expressions as each Central Continent Gu immortal got eliminated. Not long after, out of the Central Continent Gu immortals, only rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left. Being able to reach rank 8, he truly had shocking willpower. Wei Lingyang showed the foundation of a rank 8 great expert. As for those Gu immortals who were washed away, they were all gathered by Bai Qingtian and went back to the group. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui Hu, or the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Chiu. Why is it that our Gu immortals were all swept away, but these random people are still inside the river? Some Central Continent Gu immortals were very unhappy towards Yingwu Xia's gang and Fan Yuan. At merely rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we were all defeated, they will fail soon. A Central Continent Gu immortal who was just swept out of the river said. But they did not manage to see Fan Yuan or Yingwu Xia fail, before a situation occurred around Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming forward, choked on the river water as he was nearly swept away. Be careful! Bai Qingtian couldn't help but call out. Yingwu Xia was overjoyed, but soon, Ma Hongyun continued to swim forward, moving his arms. It was just a scare. It's that girl, hee. Her willpower is shocking too. Mao Li Chiu could see the subtle details. At the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had helped Ma Hongyun and stabilized his condition. The truth was, after Reverse Flow River went back to normal, the river's surface became smooth. It did not challenge one's physical stamina as much. Especially towards the upstream, the river became more shallow, but its reflective power against willpower and mental energy became stronger. Hongyun, we cannot be separated anymore. Do you know, in order to be with you again, how much have I experienced, how much hardship have I gone through, and how much I have lost? Zhao Lianyun had lost her voice and could not speak, but at this moment, she had no such energy anyway. Her aged body was unleashing strength that even Zhao Lianyun could not believe she had. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her stamina and age. She was purely wanting to be together with Ma Hongyun. Even if they were swimming for their lives, and could not even look at each other. Even if she could not speak, and danger was right behind them. No matter how bad the situation is, I need to persevere. Every minute and second that I spend with him, fighting alongside him, regardless of the situation, I have never been so blissful. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued moving forward. Even though they were slow, the situation was stabilizing. It was just a scare. Bai Qingtian and the other Central Continent Gu immortals, and even Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were having their hearts shake from the shock. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he did not conceal his disappointment. The immortals watched Reverse Flow River. Every action caused deep emotions to form in their hearts. Even though some of them were rank 8 existences, and even though the rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were experts among those with the same cultivation level, elites of their regions. Even my immortal zombie body is feeling tired? Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. Purple Mountain True Monarch was on his head, pulling Ing Wuxia's hair. He was causing a din as he cried or laughed at times. I am just a split soul of the main body. I have not lived for a long time. But since coming to life, I knew that I had my own responsibilities. Right now, Lord Purple is crazy. I cannot ignore him. He might choke to death in the river. I am Shadow Sect's only hope. Even if I die from exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun can I stall for time until Lord Purple awakens again. His duty was making Ing Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Her chest was pumping up and down. Hee hee. She even laughed lightly. Her face was distorted. Excitement was in her eyes. Exciting! This is truly exciting! In Reverse Flow River, I have experienced a new type of excitement never felt before. This is the road that Renzu once walked on. Interesting, this is simply too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip was worth it. Even if I die, this life was worth it. He Lulan was filled with anger. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not avenged yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands yet. Arg. I need to persevere. He Lulan was trembling. She was showing indomitable willpower. However, as time passed, some people could not persevere. Will my excitement end here? I have not taken revenge yet. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were out of energy. They were washed away. But their safety was ensured. Old Ancestor Shui, who was already waiting for them outside. This way, there were only 6 people left in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at first place. Ing Wuxia and the crazy Purple Mountain True Monarch were second. Fan Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Right now, Old Ancestor Shui, whose hopes were all on Ing Wuxia. As long as Ing Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao, Old Ancestor Shui, whose side would gain the initiative, they would be able to threaten Bai Qingtian and the others, as well as Longevity Heaven's dog-tail life-extending ferret. But if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were swept away, then everyone would have a chance. A huge battle would occur. It was unclear who would win. It would depend on their strength and also luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it will depend on you now. Bai Qingtian thought. He clenched his fists that were full of sweat. The dog-tail life-extending ferret was laughing. Its eyes were staring at the river, thinking of something. Ah! The glory of Heavenly Court! A moment later, Wei Lingyang sighed out loud as he reached his limits. Despite his unwillingness, he was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Central Continent's Gu immortals were shocked. They were completely stunned. Someone screamed in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a rank 8 Gu immortal. How could he lose to these people? Swimming in Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level. It depends on your willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu immortals were silent. Did this mean that the great rank 8 Central Continent Gu immortal, Wei Ling Yang's willpower, was inferior to these people? Bai Qintian slowly spoke. Don't forget, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had rested on the floating mound earlier. According to the information, they even had fruits to eat. When Reverse Flow River engulfed everything, they were at the front. The Gu immortals behind them also went through many struggles. Their stamina and willpower were greatly expended. The Central Continent Gu immortals finally realized. That's true. Even though Lord Wei Lingyan lost, if they had the same starting point, he would definitely be the victor. Because of Bai Qintian's words, the Central Continent Gu immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Qintian was expressionless. His mood was heavy. What do we do now? Bai Qintian was hesitant. The Central Continent group had a huge disadvantage. The wise choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. They could go to Black Heaven and try to meet with Myriad Tidal Dragon, using the Immortal Gu House to see if they could turn this around. There was a third option. It was to stay here and contest for Ma and Zhao with old ancestors Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret. We should discuss this after Wei Lingyang returns. This was a huge matter. Bai Qintian could not make the decision. He was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was. But while they were waiting, another change occurred in Reverse Flow River. I will not give in! Ing Wu Xie bellowed as he raised his head, but Reverse Flow River engulfed him as he was swept away. Is it finally ending? Ing Wu Xie die! Fan Yuan screamed internally. He was waiting for this moment all along. He collided heavily with Ing Wu Xie. Both sides were fighting in the water. They stopped advancing. This way, Fan Yuan and Ing Wu Xie, as well as Purple Mountain True Monarch, could not help but be washed downstream by Reverse Flow River. Sovereign Immortal Body versus the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. Undeniably, Ing Wu Xie was at a disadvantage. He was quickly beaten until he suffered bone fractures by Fan Yuan's punches and kicks. But the Immortal Zombie body was dead to begin with. Its only weakness was the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fan Yuan had become an immortal zombie for some time. He naturally knew this. But Ing Wu Xie was defending his head. He disregarded the rest of his body and only protected his skull. Undeniably, this was a wise decision. Once he stalled for time and Fan Yuan was swept out of Reverse Flow River, Ing Wu Xie would counterattack. Don't forget, He Lulan, Bai Ningding, and old ancestors Shui who were already outside the river. Among everyone here, Fan Yuan was the only one who was truly alone. He was racing against time. Fan Yuan wanted to kill Ing Wu Xie and Purple Mountain True Monarch before they got out of Reverse Flow River. While Ing Wu Xie was stalling for time, trying to survive, Fan Yuan was not able to do anything to Ing Wu Xie at the moment. Chapter 1282. Surpassing Renzu? The most important reason was, fighting in water greatly affected Fan Yuan's ability to attack consecutively, because he needed to breathe outside the water at certain intervals. In this aspect, Fan Yuan was inferior to the dead Mu Linglan. He was a water path Gu immortal. He had special water path Dao marks that allowed him to breathe underwater. On the other hand, the immortal zombie did not need to breathe, as it was dead to begin with. Humph! Fan Yuan could not attack successfully. He changed his target towards Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was in Ing Wu Xie's arms. Ing Wu Xie was worried about Purple Mountain True Monarch's safety. He wanted to try and save him. But Fan Yuan changed his target again, poking at Ing Wu Xie's eyes. This was a vicious move. As long as he succeeded, Fan Yuan would be able to stab into Ing Wu Xie's brain and end his life for good. Ing Wu Xie's heart was jumping. It was too late to defend himself. He fell into despair. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly stood up and charged at Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan had the initiative. He could easily defend himself. He grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch and tried to squeeze his fist and kill Purple Mountain True Monarch. But Purple Mountain True Monarch had unfathomable capabilities, and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal with deep Wisdom Path Dao mark accumulation. Fan Yuan felt like he was grabbing an eel. It was so slippery. Purple Mountain True Monarch somehow managed to squeeze himself out of his fist. Purple Mountain True Monarch escaped Fan Yuan's demonic clutches. He moved agilely in the water. His wings gave him more mobility. Fan Yuan actually missed all of his attacks. Next, Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to Ing Wu Xie and grabbed his shirt, swimming desperately and managing to get free from Fan Yuan. Ing Wu Xie was shocked and overjoyed, seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch regain clarity in his eyes. He knew that at this crucial moment of life and death, Purple Mountain True Monarch had regained his senses. This is great! Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. With Purple Mountain True Monarch now clear-headed, they could capture Ma and Zhao again. Quickly leave! Purple Mountain True Monarch carried Ing Wuxia as they moved downstream, rapidly escaping. He was tiny, but he had great strength. Lord Purple! Ing Wuxia understood something immediately. As soon, Purple Mountain True Monarch fell into insanity once again. Oh! Ing Wuxia sighed deeply. He knew why Purple Mountain True Monarch wanted to retreat, because his condition was not stable. Because of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Fan Yuan could not eliminate Ing Wuxia. Furthermore, he was lagging behind. He was far from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had an unhappy expression. Because Ing Wuxia and Purple Mountain True Monarch left, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Fan Yuan. Who is this? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but he dares to foil my plan. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had deep killing intent towards Fan Yuan. He Lu Lan was already standing beside Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Hearing Old Ancestor Shui Hu's words, her heart jumped. Fan Yuan clearly had deep enmity with Ing Wuxia. She had to answer this question now. He Lu Lan was a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fan Yuan's true identity. But thankfully, he had another identity, so she said, "He is Lu Guani." Lu Guani? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kun Xing and cultivates ancient sword dragon transformation? Old Ancestor Shui Hu was stunned before replying. He knew about Lu Guani. Even though he was refining Gu in Snowy Mountain, he still paid attention to the situation in Northern Plains. Because the rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains were all obstacles for him in refining fortune rivaling heaven. As for Lu Guani and Chu Du, Old Ancestor Shui Hu was not too concerned about them. But to think that this insignificant character was actually foiling his plan at this moment. Ha ha ha, luck is truly on our side. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed loudly. Waves of noise billowed. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yan had gathered together. Central Continent's Gu immortals waited solemnly. They had chosen to stay and wait for a chance. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, He Lu Lan, and Bai Ningbing stood together. The 3 parties were all at the starting point, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be swept away. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if us Gu immortals of Central Continent have to sacrifice our lives, we will defend you. Wei Lingyang called out. Laughable! You Central Continent fellows want to snatch them from me, Grandpa Mao? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, was furious and spoke in displeasure. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Liqiu's scary appearance would frighten Ma Hongyun. He quickly added, Ma Hongyun, you are acknowledged by fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and have giant son's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the origin of our bloodline. It is the grotto heaven of Ancestor Giant Sunday. We are here to bring you home. Old Ancestor Shui Hu snorted, pressuring Fan Yuan. Lu Guani, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the 3rd peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shui Hu, am one to hold my word, you can rest assured. If you succeed, I will back you up. Your future cultivation journey will be smooth sailing. Hearing this, the other Gu immortals started to look at Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan lost the chance to kill Ing Wuxia. There was no other way. He had tried his best. But the foundation of rank 8 was immense, the advantage of the strength path immortal zombie body in Reverse Flow River and most importantly, Purple Mountain True Monarch's moment of clarity, pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed again. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was horrible for him. Out of the 3 rank 8 existences outside the river, he could only join Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But Old Ancestor Shui Hu was with the members of Shadow Sect. If I leave Reverse Flow River, these 3 rank 8s will attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Feng Zi. Even with myriad self and familiar face, the hope of escaping from them is likely very slim. Fan Yuan was very clear on his current situation. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, I will have the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to transact, not to mention Old Ancestor Shui Hu as well. By then, I could use them to help eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam upstream, charging towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fan Yuan's movement. They were the only ones ahead of him now. His animosity was obvious. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming. Persevere! I have just escaped from Snowy Mountain. I cannot be captured again. There is also Lady Xiao Yun. She became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it. Work hard. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth. He desperately swam. Even though he was very tired, he had strong driving force in his heart. Fan Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But because he had fought with Ying Wuxia earlier, he was pushed back by Reverse Flow River for some time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were very safe, unless they could not hold on anymore. As time passed, this mystical competition was reaching its end. Outside the river, large numbers of Gu immortals were observing the three people in Reverse Flow River. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression suddenly changed. While swimming, her legs had touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from Reverse Flow River. Her head and shoulders was exposed above the water. This change made both her and Ma Hongyun extremely joyful. How could this happen? Flood Extremity was extremely shocked. The dog-tail life-extending ferret yawned. Are you ignorant? Upstream in Reverse Flow River, it gets shallower and shallower. Did you people not read? Back then, Renzu wanted to walk out of Reverse Flow River. He failed at the last step. So it is like this. Mao Liqiu spoke loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals finally realized it. Unknowingly, the two of them have already reached the end. Look, they are only 100 steps away from the shore. Does this mean Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will be able to break the record and achieve what Renzu could not do, forcefully getting out of Reverse Flow River from the front? That might not be. Renzu had swam from the bottom of the river. Ma and Zhao had a much easier time. Even so, this is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is simply shocking. The Gu immortals were all discussing this. Even Mao Liqiu was moved. This is true, Ma Hongyun is really something. He might be able to charge out of Reverse Flow River. Hee. Black Extremity and Flood Extremity looked at each other. The former said arrogantly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was still swimming, trying to reach them, when Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in Reverse Flow River. Almost all the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the record of human history, and in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of Reverse Flow River from the front. One step at a time. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun supported each other, as they walked forward shakily but with determination. They were extremely tired, their bodies were numb, but they still persevered. Almost every step, their bodies would shake like tree branches in the wind. It would not be strange if any of them fainted at the very next moment. But in this condition, they continued to advance. This situation created a huge impact on these immortals' hearts. What sort of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them are supporting each other through thick and thin, and are walking side by side. Regardless of the result, I feel deep admiration towards the two of them. The river water's turbulence gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun finally approached the end of the river, everyone held their breaths in anticipation. Chapter 1283. Immemorial Secrets of Reverse Flow River. Am I going to fail? Fan Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart sank. No, until the final moment, I still have a chance. I cannot give up. The final step. Bai Qingtian cried out. The immortals did not dare to breathe loudly. They were nervous, staring at this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready to save Ma Hongyun. We will fight for them the moment they get out. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life-extending ferret. But the latter replied, no need. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. Because now, Ma Hongyun was holding Zhao Lianyun's hand, taking the final step. His left leg was still in Reverse Flow River, but right now, the river water was not even at the sole of his left foot. Meanwhile, his right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this moment, nobody could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy or if Ma Hongyun gave up. But none of these happened. Ma Hongyun took a step forward. Ping! With a soft sound, water splattered. He stepped on water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They saw clearly that when Ma Hongyun took the final step, the river water also moved forward by a little. Thus, Ma Hongyun was still in Reverse Flow River. How can this be? Ma Hongyun could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and took a second step. This time, a similar thing happened. Reverse Flow River moved ahead again, causing him to remain in the river. The immortals were shocked. How could Reverse Flow River do this? This was simply too shameless. Ha! Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed out loud. This is too fun, this is too fun! Look at your faces, ha ha ha, this is too funny, too funny! The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity understood something after recalling Mao Liqiu's earlier words. He realized that once that Mao Liqiu was sure Ma Hongyun could not step out of Reverse Flow River, that was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch them. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity was impatient. He asked curiously. Ha ha ha, you fools, look at your faces! Mao Liqiu was laughing as his claws slammed on the ground. He was extremely overjoyed. Reverse Flow River itself is like this. It has upstream and downstream parts, but it is impossible to try and forcefully leave the river from upstream, because Reverse Flow River has no end. Every step you take at the final stretch of the river would just create a new extension of the river. During the immemorial era, Renzu wanted to save his son, but Fate Gu dictated the life and death of all beings. How can a dead person have a second life? That was against the rules of heaven and earth. Thus, Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu that there was such a mystical aspect in Reverse Flow River. Ha ha ha, this is too funny, to think that we would encounter something so funny. Mao Liqiu said this as it laughed maniacally. It even rolled on the ground, patting its tummy. The immortals' expressions completely changed. This was an immemorial secret. Everyone was hearing it for the first time. This means that in the legends, Wisdom Gu entrapped Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is there was no final step. Because Reverse Flow River is endless to begin with. This is a scheme. Wisdom Gu specially set this trap. Wait, does that mean that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are trapped inside Reverse Flow River forever? Someone said that and reminded everyone. The immortals turned their gazes towards Reverse Flow River. But this time, they paid no attention to Ma and Zhao. They were looking at Fan Yuan, who was not far behind. Fan Yuan! He did not give up. As a result of his perseverance, there was a huge opportunity now. This Lu Guanyi was not swept away. He is still persevering. He is very close to Ma and Zhao now. That means with his speed, he can definitely catch up to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Lu Guanyi has immense battle strength. The battle earlier states everything. He had fought Lord Bai Qintian evenly in Reverse Flow River. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fan Yuan, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were left. Right now, even if the Gu immortals outside Reverse Flow River wanted to catch up to them, there was no time. And more importantly, they were all eliminated. All of their mental energy regarding swimming upstream had been consumed. They had no determination to swim in Reverse Flow River anymore for this period of time. Damn it, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi will overly exert himself? Bai Qintian thought about it. His forehead was full of sweat. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao. Walk slowly, don't rush. As long as you maintain your current speed, you can stay in Reverse Flow River. Bai Qintian had fought with Fan Yuan. He knew about Fan Yuan's immense strength when fighting in Reverse Flow River. On this point, Ing Wu Xie, who had just escaped from Reverse Flow River, could prove it with his injuries. He had Purple Mountain True Monarch's help and was an immortal zombie, but he was still one step away from dying. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun on Central Continent's side, they should avoid meeting with Fan Yuan. They needed to stall for time until Fan Yuan could no longer persevere. This was Central Continent's only hope of victory. But Fan Yuan continued moving ahead. He was not fast, but compared to the turtle-like speed of Ma and Zhao, he was like a rocket. Not long after, he also stood on the riverbed. He was just 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui Hu suddenly spoke. Very good, Lu Guanyi, capture the two of them. You can ask for any request from me. Right now, you are wanted by both Lu tribe and Yilui tribe, but if you hand them to me, I will be your ally. Anyone who tries to deal with you will have to face me, Shui Hu. Wei Lingyang was stunned. He also spoke. Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects, as well as Heavenly Court's members. If you can protect them, you can join Central Continent. We can modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. After this merit, Central Continent will not disappoint you. Whatever old ancestor Shui Hu can give you, we can give you several times that, or even tens of times as many benefits to you. Humph. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huangjin bloodline, as long as you protect both Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, and hand them to Longevity Heaven, we can make an exception and allow you to become our external Supreme Elder. Joining Longevity Heaven will grant you unthinkable benefits. You will be in Northern Plains' righteous path, and not demonic path. Not only will you no longer be wanted by anyone, all the Huangjin tribes will welcome you. Flood Extremity also said in response. Chapter 1284. Ma Hongyun's death. This was indeed a funny situation. All three sides gave Fan Yuan attractive offers. Fan Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in this attempt, regardless of which side he joined, he would gain great benefits. However, Fan Yuan did not respond. He had no spare energy to speak. He stepped on the riverbed as he stood up and walked ahead. He knew that talking was pointless. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could he qualify to make conditions and negotiate with the three forces outside. The distance was shrinking. The people outside Reverse Flow River were watching Fan Yuan's movements. Some were speaking and trying to raise their offers. But there was something strange. Nobody said anything to threaten Fan Yuan. Because everyone knew that Fan Yuan's public identity, Lu Guanyi, was someone who could kill Yi Lui Kunxing. He had outstanding battle strength and even dared to offend Lu tribe. He was a vicious and lawless person. Threatening such a person would only have negative consequences. I must live. I want to be together with Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun sobbed. She chanted in her heart. Every step was difficult for her. She was inching forward slowly. I am here. I am right here. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun. I will protect you. Ma Hongyun was pale as paper. He was holding Zhao Lianyun's arm as his vision turned dark. Every step he took, he felt an assault of intense dizziness. He felt that he would collapse at any moment. Where are you two going? Fan Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao shook. They turned around. Fan Yuan's hands were already on the shoulders of both Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No! At this moment, Ma Hongyun shouted loudly, pushing Zhao Lianyun away as he charged at Fan Yuan. But how could Fan Yuan allow Ma Hongyun to succeed? Earlier, he failed to deal with Ying Wu Xie and Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fan Yuan was already furious. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, it was too easy. After some dazzling moves that made Ma Hongyun's head spin, the two were subdued by Fan Yuan in turn. They were carried in each of his arms, unable to move. Ma and Zhao reacted, struggling intensely. But at this moment, Fan Yuan's cold voice spoke. Move and I will kill the person you love. Instantly, Ma and Zhao shuddered. They looked at Fan Yuan with immense fear. Fan Yuan's words targeted their greatest weakness. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. He carried these two captives as he walked forward. In this dangerous situation, Fan Yuan had finally found a way to survive. He looked outside the river, saying, We can negotiate now. Ha ha ha, lad, you are quite good. You are like me back in the day. We can talk it through. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed. Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy your needs. Wei Lingyang also said. Boring. Mao Liqiu pouted, lying on the ground as it wagged its tail, relaxing. Black Extremity smiled bitterly. Lu Guanyi, just tell us what you want. At this moment, a change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He was dead. The immortals were shocked. There was pure silence. At once, even Fan Yuan was shocked. I did not exert any strength. Oh wait, Ma Hongyun died of exhaustion. He carried Zhao Lianyun as they traveled in the river. He was completely overexerting himself, surpassing his limits. Eventually, not only was he out of stamina, he was also drained of mental energy. After I caught him, his body relaxed and he died immediately. Fan Yuan quickly understood. This change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun was dead! The immortals gasped. Damn it! Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will tear your bones and tendons out. I will make sure you die a terrible death. Old ancestor Shui Hu fell into a rage. He screamed loudly as his eyes turned red. Ma Hongyun died. The effect of fortune rivaling heaven also completely dissipated. Only a living Ma Hongyun had value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was just a rank 5 Gu master corpse. This was why Lady Wanshou had been keeping Ma Hongyun alive and did not kill him before trying to refine the Gu. Like the Spring Dream Fruit Tree, Luck Path Immortal Materials also had a special trait. If it was a living Luck Path Immortal Material, it had to be alive. Refining the Luck Path Immortal Gu would require a living refinement in that case. Ma Hongyun. Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang were downcast. Little worm, you actually killed Ma Hongyun, you squeezed him to death. Mao Liqiu shouted even more loudly than old ancestor Shui Hu. It was furious and bared its sharp fangs, it was agitated and its hair was standing, it was ready to pounce to devour Fan Yuan alive. Ma Hongyun actually died? Never mind, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fan Yuan held in his shock. Zhao Lianyun was covered in tears. Hong Yun. Hong Yun. The person she loved had died right in front of her. Unparalleled grief and sadness assaulted her and overwhelmed her like a tsunami. But she could not scream, she could not shout, she was unable to emit any sound. She could only scream in her heart and cry. She had spent so much effort to reach this step, she had just reunited with Ma Hongyun, when they were separated for good. What was Zhao Lianyun going to do now? Her tears flowed like a river, the pain was engraved in her soul, extreme grief was causing her to tremble intensely. Oh no. Fan Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to knock out Zhao Lianyun. It was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying on the spot as well from grief. However, right when Fan Yuan was about to hit Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light burst out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Goo! At the most critical moment, it displayed its might again. This aura. Rank 9 Love Goo? Wait, aren't goo worms unable to be used in Reverse Flow River? Flood Extremity called out. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can anything be absolute in this world? Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is filled with down marks, preventing goo worms from being used. But if it is a rank 9 immortal goo, they are not down marks but fragments of the Great Tao. And a fragment of the Great Tao cannot be suppressed by Reverse Flow River's down marks. The immortal goo's power can be used. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed, she screamed in her heart. But Love Immortal Goo could not be controlled, the blue light brought Zhao Lianyun into the sky, escaping Reverse Flow River. It then went to Wei Lingyang and Bai Qintian, the speed was simply too fast to react to. Meanwhile, Ma Hongyun's corpse remained. Fan Yuan was holding on to it. Even though Ma Hongyun died, his soul was still in his body. But old ancestor Shui Hu lost all interest in this corpse already. If reviving Ma Hongyun would help, Lady Wan Shou would not have used this difficult living refinement method. Mao Liqiu was staring at Fan Yuan, ready to attack. Fan Yuan had grasped the chance earlier, but to think that this sudden change would cause Fan Yuan to fall into even bigger danger than before. Such a mishap, it is definitely heaven's will. Instantly, Fan Yuan understood. He had fallen into Reverse Flow River, his immortal goo were ineffective. After such a long time passed, heaven's will had already started its plotting. He was first swept into Reverse Flow River, followed by the events of Purple Mountain True Monarch and Yingwu Xie, and finally, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Heaven's will! Fan Yuan raised his head. At this moment, he was completely trapped. Not just old ancestors Shui Hu, Mao Liqiu, and Central Continent's goo immortals, even heaven's will was everywhere, trying desperately to eliminate this biggest uncontrollable factor. A desperate situation. Then, what should I do? Fan Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish, he was expressionless. He could not think of a way, just old ancestor Shui Hu alone was an enemy Fan Yuan could not face. That giant purple ferret was unfathomable, it was giant sun immortal venerable steed. Not to mention the other goo immortals. Fan Yuan had no way, he could only continue moving in Reverse Flow River. The clamoring of the goo immortals around him continued. Lu Guanyi, you cannot escape death today. You committed so much evil, you have done yourself in today, the fact that you are in this state is truly heaven's judgment. Kill him, we need to kill him, he actually foiled our plans. Do you know that you killed someone you could not touch? You will die for sure today. Howl! The dog-tail life-extending ferret howled, sound waves resounded endlessly. If not for Reverse Flow River, it would have attacked Fan Yuan already. I have no choice now. If Reverse Flow River sweeps me out, with my current methods, there is little chance of escaping. Fan Yuan was completely stumped. He could only continue moving forward in Reverse Flow River. Step by step. He was at the front already. Every step he took, Reverse Flow River would move forward by a bit, causing Fan Yuan to stay in the river forever. Reverse Flow River had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fan Yuan did not feel anything. In my life, I have experienced too many instances of despair. Fan Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was clear, he was still expressionless. In the current situation, I can only wait for the three sides to fight. I will then be able to escape. I can only persevere in this river. Fan Yuan thought. Step by step. Time passed. The Gu immortals who were waiting for Fan Yuan to be swept out became frustrated. Is he going to stop? What's the point of moving forward in reverse flow river? You will still die. Come out, you coward! I will kill you with one slap. It is hopeless now, Lu Guanyi. Suiciding is the only way you can retain your honor. Some Gu immortals were laughing, some were watching coldly. In their opinion, Fan Yuan was just struggling futilely. Chapter 1285. Fan Yuan's perseverance. If you think that there will be a chance to escape when we fight, you can forget about it. Today, I only have one target, that is you. Do you know how much of a price I've paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu? You foiled my cultivation plan, you are the person I hate most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will never be appeased. Old ancestor Shui who looked at Fan Yuan with deep hatred, his words were like an icy river pouring on Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf person, anyone's words, be it threats or promises, had no effect on him. As time passed, Fan Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the growling of the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, became softer. This giant purple ferret's expression had changed. It spoke in a weird and incredulous tone, looking at Fan Yuan. No way. What? Black Extremity was confused. At this moment, old ancestors Shui Hu, Bai Qin Tian, and Wei Ling Yang also had changes in their expressions. They sensed something. Soon, the other Gu immortals present were stirred up, they quickly shouted. This is a Gu worm's aura. But it doesn't seem like it. What Gu worm? Impossible, does he also have a rank 9 immortal Gu? This is weird, this is not an immortal Gu's aura, or rather, it is not complete, this is so strange. Suddenly Yu Yizi's eyes shined, he guessed the truth as he said. This situation, he is refining Gu. A Gu immortal immediately mocked. How can that be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river? That was true. Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river, unless it was a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fan Yuan had wisdom Gu, it was inside Langya blessed land, he could not use any Gu worms, not to mention refining Gu. Fan Yuan also felt the change inside his body. He was expressionless, but he was shocked on the inside. It seems. I really am refining Gu? What is going on? Every step I take, the aura in my body strengthens. What is going on? Even though Fan Yuan did not understand it, he knew that this was a turning point. The situation was at its worst, no matter what, Fan Yuan wanted to try. He continued to move forward. Step by step. He walked steadily, he was expressionless, but it gave others a feeling of strength. Why does he show no expression? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was true. Other than Fan Yuan, everyone else who had been in this situation had distorted expressions, they were in pain, or they were going crazy or sobbing. But why was Fan Yuan expressionless from start to finish? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually was asking about something else. And that was, why is this Lu Guanyi able to persevere for so long? Furthermore, he seems to be able to continue, it seems like he can persevere forever. How was it possible? Everyone was eliminated, swept away by reverse flow river. How could he remain here with so much remaining strength? Why was it him? Why was it him? Nobody could answer that, the Gu immortals were all silent. A moment later, as Fan Yuan continued to advance, the Gu worm aura in his body continued to strengthen, it was at its peak. Soon, from inside Fan Yuan's body to the outside, he started to shine in a bright pure white light. It really became like this. Mao Li Chiu saw this and his eyes were staring wide open, he was gaping, unable to believe the sight in front of him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Black Extremity could not endure it, he asked. Sigh. At this point, there is no reason in me hiding it anymore. Mao Li Chiu sighed deeply, showing a defeated look on his face. There is an immortal Gu nurturing inside his body. This immortal Gu's name is Perseverance. Mao Li Chiu said some shocking things. Perseverance immortal Gu? Black Extremity was extremely shocked. The other Gu immortals were too. It is said in that Perseverance Immortal Goo was the crucial immortal goo that could allow the user to conquer Reverse Flow River? Isn't it just a legend? Yu Yizi asked. No, it exists. Bai Qingtian said. He was a Heavenly Court Goo immortal. He knew many ancient secrets. There was a person who had once owned it. That person was a former leader of Heavenly Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Lingyang added. What? The immortals went into shock again. But we had never expected the refinement method of Perseverance Immortal Goo to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had never mentioned it. Bai Qingtian sighed and shook his head. Of course he didn't. This is a shameful event in his life. Mao Liqiu interjected. It was very interested in anything that would ruin Heavenly Court's reputation. These words made Shi Jingyi shout. Rubbish, how dare you slander the reputation of an immortal venerable? Daring to yell at a legendary immemorial desolate beast, Shi Jingyi was truly courageous. Many Central Continent Goo immortals were worried for him. Mao Liqiu did not get angry. Little boy, what do you know? Immortal venerable or demon venerable, even if they have high cultivation level, they are still human. Humans have emotions, they have flaws, they have weaknesses. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged through Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Eventually, he painstakingly traveled to the end of the river and refined Perseverance Immortal Goo in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River and became the first Reverse Flow River Lord in history. The first Reverse Flow River Lord. Even old ancestor Shui Hu was shocked. This Reverse Flow River had been his for so long, he did not think there were such secrets. This means. At once, the immortal's gazes landed on Fan Yuan. Mao Liqiu sighed. With his gaze fixed on Fan Yuan, who was bathed in white light, he said helplessly. That is true. At this rate, he will refine Perseverance Immortal Goo and become the second Reverse Flow River Lord. The immortals were lost for words. They looked at Fan Yuan, who continued moving forward. He was expressionless. No matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River was always still below his feet, as if fate was mocking and laughing at him. But he continued walking. He had traveled through 500 years of experiences over his previous life. He did not know how much longer he would have to walk. But he knew where he needed to go. As if nobody could stop him. At least, inside this river, nobody could stop him. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan sat inside the bamboo house. He looked at the village. He looked at Qingmao Mountain. His fists were clenched. Hope was displayed all over his young and tender face. It is time to give up the past. Transmigrating here is my greatest opportunity. Because here, I can attain eternal life. I have to make good use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I live with myself? How can I give up this chance? Of course, right now, I need to improve the living conditions of me and my brother. That little fellow. After the Aperture Awakening. On the battle stage, Fan Yuan lowered his head. He was filled with shock and anger. I was set up. Who set me up? Who does not want me to win in battle? The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our differing aptitude, we are fated to be different. Guyu Fangjing said with glee and smugness in front of him. Fan Yuan turned around and left. He was filled with determination. Since the village refuses to nurture me, since my aunt and uncle are purposely pushing me aside, what is the point of staying here? If I stay here, will I be able to get stronger and gain eternal life? Why don't I leave? Inside the caravan, Gu Master Big Beard died. Fan Yuan stood in front of his grave. The youngster was filled with tears. He sobbed. Uncle Big Beard, rest in peace. Thank you for the final present. You said, when you were a child, you wanted to be a grand hero, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were a youngster, you wanted to be a clan leader. When you were an adult, you were satisfied with becoming a clan elder. When you were a middle-aged man, you were exiled from the clan. You felt that you could live by yourself just as well. You were satisfied with just raising your goo worms and yourself. But I am not like this. I will not forego my dreams just because of age. This world is too big, but we are all minor characters. I will work hard. I will definitely do my best. Childhood, adolescence, adulthood. Qingmao Mountain, caravan, he walked all along. Middle age, old age, and eventually, lifespan Goo. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and central continent. After his rebirth using spring-autumn cicada, Qingmao Mountain, Three kings blessed land, Hu Immortal blessed land, Imperial Court blessed land, Etion Mountain, and Reverse Flow River. Step by step, through difficulties and ordeals. Bai Qintian frowned, he stared at Fan Yuan's figure thinking. What sort of willpower is this? Why does he persevere? What makes him persevere to this extent? Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted coldly, solemnness showed in his eyes, he no longer looked down on this rank 7 Gu Immortal. This means, there was Genesis Lotus 300,000 years ago, and now, there is Lu Guanyi, the Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Li Chiu looked at the light on Fan Yuan's body. There was nothing it could do. It bore its fangs and scratched the ground with its claws, causing deep marks to form. Bai Ningbing's and He Lu Lan's eyelids were twitching, they were evidently moved. Zhao Lianyun had woken up, she looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, held in Fan Yuan's arm. Her tears were flowing out. She cried in her heart. Hongyun, how could you leave me like this? Without you, I am all alone in this world. What is the point of living? Do you know, the perseverance of one person is so difficult? How difficult is the perseverance of one person? All of the Gu Immortals here could answer that question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, and some persevered because of love. And Fan Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless, he continued to move forward relentlessly. I had once screamed, gradually, I lost my voice. I had once cried, gradually, I lost my tears. I had once grieved, gradually, I became able to withstand everything. I had once rejoiced, gradually, I became unmoved by the world. And now, all I have left is an expressionless face, my gaze is as tough as a monolith, only perseverance remains in my heart. This is my own, an insignificant character, Fan Yuan's perseverance. A dazzling light erupted out. Perseverance Immortal Gu, at this moment, was refined successfully. Chapter 1286. Wisely urging old ancestor Shui Hu. Perseverance Immortal Gu, at this moment, was refined successfully. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals who saw this all fell into dead silence. They watched as Reverse Flow River continued to flow slowly. A rank 7 Gu Immortal, with the appearance of a young man wearing a long white robe, with long hair and deep dark eyes, was standing in the water. He was as free as the wind. He actually managed to refine Perseverance Immortal Gu! Bai Ningbing muttered, having complex emotions. He actually did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent Gu Immortals could not believe this. Look guys, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot. Reverse Flow River is no longer sweeping him away. Shi Jingyi pointed and shouted. Fan Yuan shut his eyes, half his attention was inside his immortal aperture. A brand new Immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance Immortal Gu! It was like a monolith, it was huge, at the size of a giant whale. The bottom was wide while the top was thin, it was squarish and metallic black, the sides were very straight. At one glance, it looked like a rock that could not be eroded by the sea in the span of 10,000 years. It was like a huge rock that could not be melted by magma over the ages. It was really a very special Immortal Gu. Because in terms of size, it was the largest Immortal Gu Fan Yuan had ever seen. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan could tell this Immortal Gu's rank from the aura it was emitting. It was not rank 8, nor rank 9. Fan Yuan was happy about this. Having a higher rank Immortal Gu was not always better, this was something that every Gu Immortal knew. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu best fit Fan Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What is the food of this Perseverance Immortal Gu? What effect does it have? How can I make use of it? Questions appeared in Fan Yuan's head. He did not think any further, he placed his focus on the outside world again. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were still waiting to strike. The other Gu Immortals were also ready to attack any time. By owning Perseverance Immortal Gu, I really conquered Reverse Flow River. Fan Yuan soon found that Reverse Flow River was as obedient as a pet dog around him. The immense pressure it gave him earlier had vanished. Fan Yuan stood here without moving, Reverse Flow River no longer worked against him. Not just that, Fan Yuan also found that he could use Gu worms freely in the river. He could even open his immortal aperture's entrance easily. Good! Fan Yuan was excited. He first placed Ma Hongyun's corpse in his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul was also inside Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul contained the luck path, true inheritance of all living beings' luck. Fan Yuan paid attention to this. During Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were protected by the all living beings' luck true inheritance. They had each gained a portion of the inheritance. Right now, Ma Hongyun's soul is in my hands. The portion of all living beings' luck that he has belongs to me. It is a pity Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 love immortal goo. I could not capture her. In Fan Yuan's opinion, Ma Hongyun's soul had great value, but his body was merely a goo refinement material, even though it had gone through many living refinement attempts. But Fan Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might have been able to use her and negotiate with the goo immortals outside. But earlier, Zhao Lianyun had escaped from danger due to love immortal goo. She had returned to Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would establish your fame. Wei Lingyang sighed. I want you to die, I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a shrill voice. Her gaze towards Fan Yuan was filled with hatred and grudge. The love she had for Ma Hongyun became hatred for Fan Yuan. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, so what? Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled coldly. Lad, you are quite capable. But this is it, you killed Ma Hongyun, you caused me to fail before even trying. Walk out of reverse flow river and let me kill you in one slap. I will let you off without much pain. How? Grandpa Mao said with a ruthless expression. Damn it! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. He was the only person in reverse flow river now, but the situation did not turn around for him. He was trapped inside reverse flow river. Even though he refined perseverance immortal goo and conquered reverse flow river, he could not gain the initiative and escape with his life. Especially after killing Ma Hongyun and losing Zhao Lianyun, Fan Yuan was in a passive state. 3 rank 8 goo immortals, many experts, as well as heaven's will. Fan Yuan looked around, he was trapped. Refining perseverance immortal goo made him the target of everyone now, he had attracted too much attention. Huff! Old ancestor Shui Hu suddenly breathed out, he grunted as he spat out a mouthful of cold air. The cold air soon landed on reverse flow river, the water was still flowing slowly, the surface of the river was flickering with light as the cold air was reflected back at him. Old ancestor Shui Hu dodged it, staring at the river water as he laughed. Lu Guanyi, you foiled my plans. If you surrender now and hand over reverse flow river, I can spare your life, you can become my slave. But if you insist on resisting us, I will make sure you cannot die even if you want to. Saying this, he spat out more cold air, attacking reverse flow river. Reverse flow river continued to reflect all of the attacks back, but old ancestor Shui Hu dodged them all, he continued threatening. Lu Guanyi, you can forget about it if you want to use reverse flow river to protect yourself. Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has immense might, but it is not a living being, reflecting attacks consumes its water. Eventually, the river will dry up, by then, you will die. As old ancestor Shui Hu continued to attack, reverse flow river started being expended, even though only traces of the water were used, eventually it would run out. But Fan Yuan retorted, Old ancestor Shui Hu, you are the number 1 rank 8 goo immortal in Northern Plains. How can you not know that Central Continent's goo immortals were the ones who foiled your goo refinement plan? Furthermore, Longevity Heaven's trap might also be involved. I just happen to be here due to a coincidence. Are you ignoring these great enemies and targeting an insignificant character like me? As he said this, Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang became extremely alert, they moved back by a bit. Mao Liqiu pouted. This lad is good at sowing discord. Old ancestor Shui Hu stared slightly in surprise. Lu Guanyi, you seem to be forgetting that the reverse flow river under your feet belonged to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth, you are an enemy of mine. You caused the death of Ma Hongyun and ruined my hope. If I do not kill you, my anger will not be appeased. Fan Yuan quickly said, Old ancestor Shui Hu, we are both Northern Plainsmen. Among everyone present, this ferret is from Longevity Heaven, while these Central Continent goo immortals are all from the 10 great ancient sects or Heavenly Court. They are all righteous path, only we are in the demonic path. Righteous path and demonic path cannot intermingle, we can work together. Yes, I took away reverse flow river and by chance became the reverse flow river lord. But we can cooperate, I can lend reverse flow river to you. With my help, reverse flow river will be much more useful to you now. Yes, I killed Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not intend to do that. I only held him lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was completely worn out, he was mentally exhausted, or maybe he suffered too big of a shock and could not endure it. Without me, he was going to die anyway, I was merely implicated. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect vanished, I can understand that you want to seek revenge with me. But you need to undergo tribulation. Will killing me and venting your anger help you pass the tribulation? Saying this, Fan Yuan shook his head. He continued, not just that, your tribulation might even become more dangerous. Because of how vast Reverse Flow River is, you will exert a lot of effort in draining its water, and yet, you cannot refine fortune rivaling heaven to deal with your tribulation. Old ancestor Shuehu, you have a family, you are a grand overlord, the #1 demonic path overlord in Northern Plains. If you die from tribulation, or even if you are just heavily injured, all of your enemies, and the righteous paths of Northern Plains and Central Continent, will be overjoyed. At the same time, Lady Wanshou would grieve. Even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was destroyed and this refinement failed, as long as you are around, you can build another Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. If the refinement fails, you can snatch resources from others and get enough materials to refine Gu again. These righteous path Gu immortals have ill intentions, we can take them down. I, Lu Guanyi, am a demonic path member of Northern Plains. I am willing to cooperate with you to achieve our grand ambitions. Fan Yuan spoke with confidence and assurance. He had a glib tongue. Old ancestor Shui who heard these words and felt that Fan Yuan was not so detestable anymore. Because what he said was right, even though old ancestor Shui who was furious, he had not lost his reasoning yet. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was considering him and putting himself in his perspective while making plans. How could old ancestor Shui who not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even after this major setback, his ambitions had not wavered. He was still going to refine Gu later. Where would he get the materials? Old ancestor Shui who subconsciously looked towards Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang, as well as the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Seeing old ancestor Shui whose gaze, Wei Lingyang and Bai Qintian became nervous, while Mao Liqiu felt offended. His hair stood on end as he opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs to old ancestor Shui who, not showing any weakness. This fellow is still as crafty as ever. Ing Wuxia was frustrated. If this was earlier, he might encourage old ancestor Shui who to cooperate with Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the fruit of shadow sex efforts after 100,000 years, it could not be lost. But now, after being hunted down by Fan Yuan, and seeing him conquer Reverse Flow River, Ing Wuxia's wariness towards Fan Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Ing Wuxia would definitely kill Fan Yuan, and eliminate this terrifying foe. But Ing Wuxia did not speak. Purple Mountain True Monarch had fallen into deep sleep in his hands. When he awakened, he would regain clarity for some time. Currently, Ing Wuxia had to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was Shadow Sect's weakest moment. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were also like this. Even though they got back Xiao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat easily. If they did, they might attract unwanted attention and become everyone's targets. The situation was in a deadlock. It was quite peculiar. Old ancestor Shui Hu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven, Fan Yuan, none of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and perspective, and most importantly, none of them had overwhelming strength that could suppress the situation. Old ancestor Shui Hu's attitude became the crucial thing now. Everyone stared at him. Old ancestor Shui Hu thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Sure, we can make an alliance." Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1287. Myriad Self-Second Style. Seeing that Fan Yuan was about to successfully convince old ancestor Shui Hu, be it Central Continent or Longevity Heaven, their expressions all changed. Old ancestor Shui Hu was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path. If he fought with his full strength, he could definitely bring Fan Yuan away even against the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Liqiu, Bai Qintian, and Wei Lingyang. However, old ancestor Shui Hu gave Fan Yuan very strict alliance agreement rules. Fan Yuan's joy vanished. According to this alliance agreement, he was not an equal ally of old ancestor Shui Hu, he was a slave. Old ancestor Shui Hu, such an alliance agreement. Are you joking? Fan Yuan's expression was ugly. Old ancestor Shui Hu started to laugh. Of course I am not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze this thoroughly earlier? Among the people present, only we are from the demonic path, we are natural allies. You killed Yilui Kunxing, You killed the Lu tribe Gu immortal and plundered their resources. Are you going to hand yourself into longevity heaven? Or will you leave your homeland and go to Central Continent? And be the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and heavenly court? I am your only option. Saying this, he paused before looking at Ing Wuxie. You know, I have my own difficulties. I have an agreement with these people, but it seems that you are enemies too. I cannot offend another rank 8 existence just because of a rank 7 Gu immortal and reverse flow river, right? Ing Wuxie's heart jumped. Old ancestor Shui Hu was indeed trying to convince Fan Yuan, but he was also probing Shadow Sect's and Purple Mountain True Monarch's background. After all, everyone saw that Purple Mountain True Monarch went crazy. If this Purple Mountain True Monarch was truly crazy and unable to control himself, old ancestor Shui Hu might attack them. After all, killing a crazy rank 8 Gu immortal would grant enough benefits that would move old ancestor Shui Hu. Furthermore, old ancestor Shui Hu had failed the Gu refinement and Snowy Mountain blessed land was destroyed. All of his investments were wasted. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. Old ancestor Shui Hu was a demonic path overlord. He was not easy to fool. His words earlier had truly moved old ancestor Shui Hu. But old ancestor Shui Hu had his own schemes and plans. He used Fan Yuan's words to deal with him in return. Old ancestor Shui Hu's words were filled with suspicion and probing. But Fan Yuan knew that he could not cooperate with Mao Liqiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was defensive in regard to its descendants. Fan Yuan killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, he offended the Huangjin tribes, and after killing Ma Hongyun, going to Longevity Heaven was courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Central Continent. Even though he had methods to defend against Wisdom Path, they could not be relied upon. Normally, he was relying on the isolation of being inside an immortal aperture or the southern border Super Gu formation to defend himself from the deductions of Central Continent's Gu immortals. If he went to Central Continent, Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei would know about it. By then, his identity would be exposed, he would be put on trial. After all, he was listed on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among everyone here, old ancestor Shui Hu was Fan Yuan's only choice. But now, old ancestor Shui Hu had stated that he could help Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan had to accept these conditions. If he did, he would be signing a slavery agreement, he would become old ancestor Shui Hu's slave. If you agree, I will ensure your safety. If you do not, I will attack Reverse Flow River, you will die here today, there is no other option. Old ancestor Shui Hu was domineering, he stared at Fan Yuan fixedly, forcing him to make a decision. Fan Yuan had a struggling and hesitant expression. Let me think. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Shui Hu had a cold expression, he breathed out cold air as he gave Fan Yuan 3 breaths of time to consider. It was truly merciless. Fan Yuan smiled, he knew that he could not deceive old ancestor Shui Hu, there was no way to stall for time, he stopped acting. Then, old ancestor, I will have to see your methods. Ha! Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly, he had a ruthless expression. I knew it, how can someone who is qualified to be the Reverse Flow River Lord submit to others so easily? Therefore, I will beat you until you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Shui Hu was happy to have this prey, he seemed to be unwilling to kill Fan Yuan. But who knew if this was his plot? Old ancestor Shui Hu attacked, waves of cold air assaulted, unceasingly with grand might. Reverse Flow River's water was raging, reflecting Shui Hu's attacks, while consuming the river water. Fan Yuan did not move, it was still too early to affect him, even though he was bound to lose, because he could only take attacks passively, and could not counterattack. I need to find a way to get out of this predicament, and escape with my life. Fan Yuan smiled, looking at Central Continent's group. Guests from Central Continent, what are you waiting for? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to collaborate and take care of you? Wei Lingyang's and Bai Qingtian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lianyun cried out shrilly. Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die right in front of me. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent, they looked at the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Qingtian did not move, they were like statues, not making a response. Fan Yuan was about to speak to the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed. Little boy, no need to say any more, sowing discord is pointless. I am right here, even if Shui Hu doesn't want to kill you, I will kill you. Saying this, it attacked. It spat out traces of purple aura. It was like mist that was reflected by Reverse Flow River, intensifying Reverse Flow River's expenditure. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly on the inside. These rank 8 existences, be they human or beast, were astute. Words could not cause them to waver. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. The new move that I created is powerful, but in front of 5 rank 8 existences, it will be too difficult to escape. 5 rank 8 existences, they were old ancestors Shui Hu, Mao Li Qiu, Bai Qin Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the crazed Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fan Yuan looked at the water below his feet. He actually went into a daze for a moment. The attacks outside the river were powerful and unceasing. Incredible might could be felt. But Fan Yuan had no regard for the surroundings, because in his current state, an inspiration had formed in his mind. Activating an immortal goo, the river water below his feet started to create ripples according to his will. It seems that if I continue activating Perseverance Immortal Goo, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. Inside this river, I can use other immortal goo as well. Earlier, he had tried to use Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water, Fan Yuan found that he could move Reverse Flow River just like any other river or stream. But with just this, Fan Yuan could not leave the place. Pulling water Immortal Goo was just rank 6, it could move rivers and bodies of water, but it moved very slowly. Trying to escape with this was impossible. Old Ancestor Shui Hu seems to have a way to make use of Reverse Flow River and create a formation. Why can't I do the same? I am the Reverse Flow River Lord, I have Perseverance Immortal Goo, I can freely manipulate this river. Or maybe, I can form an immortal killer move. This idea appeared in Fan Yuan's mind and began to take root deeply. Perseverance Immortal Goo allowed Fan Yuan to get Reverse Flow River's compliance, and pulling water Immortal Goo could manipulate rivers and water. This was the basis of an immortal killer move. Adding more goo worms to form a complete immortal killer move, it seemed that it was nothing too hard. Fan Yuan felt that he could do it. This was not a random guess. It was his attainment level. Fan Yuan had incredible attainment levels. One of them was Water Path. He had just become a Water Path Grandmaster. After adding more Water Path goo worms in, he quickly compiled this immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough. Strength! Fan Yuan realized. The framework, the skeleton of the killer move was created, the wings were spread, but he lacked the crucial muscles for strength. Just 2 immortal goo were not enough. Then he would add more. Fan Yuan first thought of Strength Path. Myriad Self. His most familiar technique, and also a unique immortal killer move that he had created after rebirth. A solution was found. Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Water Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, they allowed him to naturally reach success. But wait! Fan Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move came from Yilui Kunxing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was like Fan Yuan trying to use Reverse Flow River, they were using external forces. And now, he even had the blood vessels. Skeleton, muscles, wings, and blood vessels, he had them all. Fan Yuan actually created an immortal killer move in this short period of time. This is Myriad Self's second style. Fan Yuan's eyes were shining brilliantly. Chapter 1288. Practicing the killer move. With sufficient attainment level, Fan Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because he used Myriad Self killer move as the foundation, Fan Yuan named this move Myriad Self's second style. But because this move was just created, it was far from being usable. Bam bam bam! Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, these 2 rank 8 existences continued to attack Reverse Flow River, causing huge ripples in the water. Countless attacks were reflected as the water level started to fall. Fan Yuan's actions had gone past their bottom line. And because he was unwilling to give up, Old Ancestors Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu were expending their energy to attack Reverse Flow River, in order to kill Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked at the river water thinking, at this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart eased slightly. Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth indeed. It endured the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences, only falling a little in water level. Of course, a reason was that Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other, and Wei Ling Yang and Bai Qin Tian were together with the other Central Continent Goo Immortals, awaiting their chance. These people restrained each other, they guarded against each other. How could they use their full strength on Fan Yuan? Because of this complex situation, a lot of pressure was lifted off Fan Yuan. He could test his killer move without rushing. The first activation. Fan Yuan was careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Goo. It had been expending Red Date Immortal Essence to allow Fan Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River, remaining unrestricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were a large number of Waterpath Mortal Goo. They flew up in Fan Yuan's Immortal Aperture, surrounding the huge Perseverance Immortal Goo as they moved in the air. Soon, large amounts of water vapor rose, as faint blue light appeared in them. But soon, this blue light vanished. Some of it had even turned red. The originally ice-cold water vapor had turned warmer. I failed. Fan Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not what he wanted. He stopped his immortal essence expenditure. Crack, crack. Large numbers of Waterpath Mortal Goo exploded, destroyed on the spot. Fan Yuan calmed down and started to think. According to his planning, there should be blue light shining as the water vapor became colder. Why was there red light and warmer temperature? Fan Yuan deduced in his mind soon, because of his wisdom path attainment level, he found the source of the problem. It was because he had used two conflicting Waterpath Mortal Goo. Fan Yuan immediately changed one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his Immortal Aperture and connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase Waterpath Mortal Goo easily. After modifying the entire Immortal Killer move, Fan Yuan tried to activate it again for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Goo was still in use. The surrounding Waterpath Mortal Goo started to rise and fly around it. First was water vapor and blue light. He soon passed this stage as Fan Yuan used Immortal Goo pulling water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. This was the second core of the Immortal Killer move. The first core was undeniably Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan was careful. While activating Perseverance Immortal Goo, he activated pulling water. It was a very risky thing. If he could not manage it well, these two Immortal Goo might interfere and cause harm to each other. They might even get destroyed. Testing Immortal Killer moves was not just risky to the Goo Immortal. The Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo involved were also in danger. And because Immortal Goo themselves were fragments of the Great Tao, when they suffered a backlash, the damage was much more severe. Fan Yuan was very vigilant. He was quickly rewarded for it. He met with difficulty. Although pulling water Immortal Goo was activated and its mystical power was used, it could not integrate into the framework of the move. What is the problem? Fan Yuan stopped. A lot of Waterpath Mortal Goo were destroyed. Experimenting with Immortal Killer moves had a price. A complete and effective Immortal Killer move needed conceptualization and experimentation. The Goo Immortal needed to put in a lot of effort and resources. As the attacks in the outside world continued, Fan Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body. His thoughts were produced rapidly as they moved around and collided. With his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, Wisdom Path Tao marks, as well as Wisdom Path methods, his deductions were progressing rapidly. It was faster this time. In just a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan found the problem. The powers of Perseverance Immortal Goo and Pulling Water Immortal Goo could not fuse together. It was because the quantity and types of Waterpath Mortal Goo were not appropriate. These Mortal Goo were the bridge between the two Immortal Goo. They had the effect of linking them. Fan Yuan thought about it. He reduced a portion of some Waterpath Mortal Goo and while increasing others, at the same time, he added a new Waterpath Mortal Goo. The third activation. This time, it was smooth sailing. He successfully fused Pulling Water Immortal Goo into the killer move. The moment he succeeded, there were waves forming in the Reverse Flow River water below him. It was finally starting to work. But he was still far from reaching his goal. Fan Yuan did not rest. He could not waste time in this situation. He continued experimenting, activating the Immortal Killer move. His aura strengthened and weakened at times, flickering continuously. What is Lu Guanyi doing? Goo worm auras are appearing on his body from time to time. It looks like he is experimenting with an Immortal Killer move. Other than old ancestors Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu, the other Goo Immortals were just watching. Every time Fan Yuan experimented with his Immortal Killer move, the Goo worm auras would leak. It could not be concealed from the Goo Immortals. If he wanted to conceal the auras, he needed a special Immortal Killer move. These types of Immortal Killer moves were very rare. Like Fan Yuan's Dark Assassination, it was among these Immortal Killer moves. Fan Yuan reached his limits and conceptualized Myriad Self's second style. He could not consider adding aura concealment to it. But it did not matter. Goo worm auras alone could not determine the types of goo worms. Furthermore, He had just created myriad self-second style. It was complex and used many different goo. It was not possible for them to find out its flaws by watching. Fourth time, fifth time. Fan Yuan continued to activate the immortal killer move. Sometimes he made great progress, while sometimes, because of some adjustments, he backtracked by several steps. Fan Yuan was not dejected, he persevered on without any expression. He is really testing an immortal killer move. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot, does he think he is an immortal venerable or demon venerable? Even if he creates an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all of us. The Gu immortals watching all commented on Fan Yuan's naivety and mocked him in disdain. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some of their expressions changed. They found that some mystical changes were occurring in Reverse Flow River. 21st try. Fan Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing towards that river below his feet. Rise. At the same time, he muttered lightly. Bam. A soft sound occurred as a huge ball appeared on the river surface near him. This ball was completely made of Reverse Flow River's water. After rising, it burst as water splattered everywhere. The killer move activation failed. Fan Yuan's nose was bleeding as 2 streams of blood flowed down. His immortal killer move has effect on Reverse Flow River? Yui Yizi saw this and his eyes shined with sharp light. No, more accurately speaking, he is using Reverse Flow River to create an immortal killer move, Bujinzi said. Laughable. Black Extremities smiled coldly. Back then, I used Reverse Flow River to create the sub and main fate reversing refinement formation. It used up several years of my time. Lu Guanyi, even if you are the Reverse Flow River Lord, you are simply too arrogant. You think you can create an immortal killer move using it in such a short amount of time? Evidently, none of the Gu immortals here thought highly of Fan Yuan's chances. But soon, Fan Yuan started his testing again. Pew! This time, a small mound appeared on the river's surface near him. The mound quickly collapsed as the water doused Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression turned pale, his body wavered. Not only did he have a nosebleed, even his ears were bleeding. I failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, he was completely healed. I should find the reason for the failure. It seems that a small problem occurred at the final juncture. Fan Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 1289. Reverse Flow Protection Seal. A moment later, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, activating the killer move again. This time, a segment of Reverse Flow River's water was moved by him, causing huge waves. The immortal's expressions changed. Even Old Ancestor Shui Hu's attacks stopped. But at the next moment, Old Ancestor Shui Hu shouted loudly and erupted with even stronger attacks. This is so hard. Because I added in many goo worms of different types, many problems occurred. But this is already my current limit. To create a concise version, I will need years to deduce, or an increase in my attainment level once again. Fan Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many goo worms involved. It was too complex and had many issues to deal with. While Fan Yuan was sighing at the difficult progress, the other Gu immortals were filled with shock. Even though they did not speak, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this fellow. Such fast progress. He could really mobilize Reverse Flow River. Unbelievable. Is he really human? He could achieve such progress in this short period of time. No, there is no way he can succeed. How can he really create an immortal killer move in such a short amount of time? Undeniably, Fan Yuan's rapid advancement had broken the common sense of these immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time, and gain such rapid improvements through experimentation. But right now, they were seeing it live. Fan Yuan continued. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, subconsciously increased their attacking power. But Reverse Flow River was too huge. Even after their endless attacks, they consumed less than 5% of the entire river. Once more! Rise! Fan Yuan had a serious expression. He grabbed at the air towards the river below him as he called out. This time, the entirety of Reverse Flow River was affected. It was like a long dragon awakening from its slumber. It started to stretch its entire body freely. How could this happen? Someone cried out subconsciously. The entirety of Reverse Flow River started to fly in the sky like a rising dragon, ready to soar and roam the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Wishful thinking! Old Ancestor Shui Hu shouted, slamming with his palms as an icy light shot out towards Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River was hit and reflected it. The icy light seemed to have collided into a mirror. It was sent right back at him. In the blink of an eye, all of the vast surrounding grassland turned into an icy plain. Frost energy permeated, the sky was snowing, the temperature was falling. Strong winds blew intensely, the entire world seemed to have changed colors. This was the power of a rank 8. Fan Yuan could not help but feel shocked. He was temporarily safe in Reverse Flow River, and the other Gu immortals were protected by their rank 8 existences. Ing Wuxia was covered in cold sweat. Purple Mountain True Monarch had awakened again at the crucial moment. If not for him, Ing Wuxia and the rest would not have survived. "We will leave," Purple Mountain True Monarch said. "But this..." Ing Wuxia hesitated, but Purple Mountain True Monarch waved his hand and several rings of light appeared, capturing Ing Wuxia and gang, sending them towards the sky. To think that Shadow Sect was the first to retreat. Purple Mountain True Monarch left rapidly without saying a word. The Gu immortals present were stunned. "Lord, that is the sovereign immortal Aperture." Ing Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Purple Mountain True Monarch. "Don't worry, I have already deduced that he won't die. He can definitely escape," Purple Mountain True Monarch said confidently. Ing Wuxia was not very convinced of Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, but he could not express his doubts. But at the next moment, he saw that all of Reverse Flow River started to glow in a bright blue light. Blue light flickered like rumbling clouds or raging currents. The immortals' gazes were all attracted to it. Fan Yuan stood in the middle. Great winds were blowing, causing his hair and sleeves to flutter in the sky. His eyes were eerie. He said softly, "Rise." Instantly, the river water surged and the immortals could hear the sounds of the waves. It resembled the roaring of 1,000 men. The scene was domineering and grand. Immediately after, the blue light condensed. Reverse Flow River shrank. It became a tiny dot in an instant. The huge Reverse Flow River vanished. It condensed towards Fan Yuan and turned into a light blue-colored robe. This long robe had wide sleeves. It was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as Reverse Flow River earlier. Not just that, the surface of the white robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fan Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, had been successfully activated at this moment. He succeeded? Impossible! He actually used Reverse Flow River to create a new Immortal Killer Move in this short time? The immortals saw this and became tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Shui, who was staring fiercely. "I refuse to believe this." He thrusted with his palms in Fan Yuan's direction. Immediately, an icy light shot out at incredible speed towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was prepared to face it. The icy light landed on his body, but it was fully blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered as the terrifying icy light was reflected back at its creator, Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Success. Fan Yuan's heart was jumping. It gradually calmed down. Even though the Immortal Killer Move was activated successfully, he needed to test it. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's attack confirmed that Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was incredibly powerful. Old Ancestor Shui Hu dodged the icy light. His expression turned ruthless and harsh as he looked at Fan Yuan. "Let me try," Mao Liqiu shouted. Its body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, it appeared behind Fan Yuan. Its ruthless claws were raised and they landed harshly. Boom! A loud sound could be heard. Fan Yuan flew out like a cannonball that was shot out. His field of vision changed. Fan Yuan had landed on the ground a breath of time later. Next, with a loud explosion, a huge crater was formed on the icy ground. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Fan Yuan slowly stood up in the deep crater. He was expressionless and his body was intact. There was not even a graze on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had turned into a snow-white robe with an azure sash. There were almost no changes to it, but the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated to a large extent. If one observed closely, the snow-white robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Fan Yuan before turning to look at its claws. Its right paw was covered in blood. Its flesh was exposed now. Fan Yuan suffered no injuries, while Mao Liqiu was quite severely injured. Gasp! Sounds could be heard coming from the Gu immortals present. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Qintian's eyes were twitching rapidly. He actually did it! Black Extremity was speechless, his expression was of utter shock. Even an immemorial desolate beast's physical attack was reflected back? Old ancestor Shui Hu frowned deeply. How can this be? Ing Wu Xie, who was far away in the sky, saw this and felt like he was dreaming. There had never been a case where a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked a rank 7 Gu Immortal and resulted in the rank 7 Gu Immortal being unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu Immortal was actually injured. Rank 8 and rank 7, the former always suppressed the latter. In the last few thousand years, Feng Jiuge was the sole monster who had overwhelming talent. He was unparalleled and could battle rank 8 existences. But now, after Fan Yuan created Myriad Self's second style, and successfully used it, Feng Jiuge no longer held this title alone. From now on, this supreme glory was shared with another person. Lu Guanyi! Central's Feng Jiuge, North's Lu Guanyi! Bu Jinzi muttered in a daze. Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled lightly. Lad, I underestimated you after all. His arms were behind his back, he stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu was furious. Little lad, you are courting death, you dare to make me lose face! The immemorial desolate beast attacked Fan Yuan furiously. Fan Yuan was not its match, he was slammed away like a rubber ball. But after dozens of blows, Fan Yuan was unharmed, he still had a pristine air, but Mao Liqiu was panting roughly, bleeding profusely. Every one of its attacks was reflected back at itself. Mao Liqiu was staring furiously, thinking, this lad is a porcupine, I'm hurting myself, since when did Northern Plains have such a monster? Fan Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu was at a loss against him and laughed, charging at the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like frightened birds, they dispersed at once. The two Central Continent rank 8 stayed and attacked Fan Yuan. But it was no use. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was reflecting their attacks back at them, they landed on Mao Liqiu, who was chasing after him. Mao Liqiu was suffering greatly, so angry it was about to blow up, it spat out a vast amount of purple light. Its attack engulfed an enormous surrounding range. This attack caused a huge battle. The situation became chaotic, the Gu Immortals of all three sides were attacking. This was the last thing Ing Wu Xie saw. He was in deep admiration towards Purple Mountain True Monarch's decision of retreating. At the same time, he understood, after this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions, it would shock the world, his reputation would rival Feng Jiuge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed the regional wall, arriving at Eastern Sea. It was Fan Yuan. I finally got free from that crazy animal. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Shui Hu, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and Longevity Heaven engaged in fierce combat, they fought with all they had. Fan Yuan managed to escape from this chaotic battle, but Mao Liqiu refused to stop chasing him. Fan Yuan was not Mao Liqiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains' regional wall, Mao Liqiu could only watch helplessly. It was a wild beast born in Northern Plains, it was restricted by the regional wall. Fan Yuan managed to escape from these pursuers. Time to go back to southern border. Fan Yuan did not stay, he flew into the clouds. Chapter 1290. Truce between Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan? On the dark stone wall, eerie flames were burning. The flames were not big, they were like fireflies or lanterns in size. They were green flames that were cold and icy, the pale flames reflected on the faces of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Ing Wu Xie, Bai Ningbing, and He Lu Lan. Being the first to leave the Reverse Flow River battle, they were brought here by Purple Mountain True Monarch. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch returned to a state of insanity. Looking at Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was nibbling on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Ing Wu Xie. This is your plan? This is the rank 8 great expert who will kill Fan Yuan. In this trip to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, even though Ing Wu Xie saved Purple Mountain True Monarch, he lost a lot. Shen and Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. He Lu Lan was silent. This rank 8 Gu Immortal was unreliable. But due to Shadow Sect's alliance agreement, He Lu Lan kept quiet. Ing Wu Xie was mocked by Bai Ningbing, but his expression remained the same. After so many setbacks, he had gained a disposition of being calm no matter the situation. He slowly spoke. I underestimated Fan Yuan, to think that he would refine perseverance in mortal Gu and become the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder heavens will choose him as a tool. This person can only be killed, he cannot be defeated. Ing Wuxia praised Fan Yuan without hesitation. Even though they were enemies, Ing Wuxia had an open mind. He admitted that Fan Yuan had both the advantage and superior strength. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, thinking about the scene where Fan Yuan conquered Reverse Flow River. She no longer said anything. In the tiny cave, only Purple Mountain True Monarch's screaming echoed throughout the place. A moment later, Purple Mountain True Monarch stopped shouting. His tiny body shook before he stood up calmly. He straightened his back, clarity returning to his eyes. "Lord, you are awake!" Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. He quickly got closer. Purple Mountain True Monarch held his forehead, feeling pain in his head. His expression was distorting from the pain. "Earlier in Reverse Flow River, I forced myself to awaken, thus it was only for a moment. But now is different, I have quite some time left." "How long has it been? How did the battle end?" "It has already been half a month. Fan Yuan escaped Northern Plains through the regional wall. I assume he entered Eastern Sea. After all, he has some foundation in Eastern Sea. As for the battle, the result has yet to be determined. Central Continent's Gu immortals wanted to leave, but old ancestors Shui who pursued them. During the dangerous situation, an immortal Gu house descended from the sky, as both parties went to fight in White Heaven." Ing Wuxia answered. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "This time, Central Continent's Gu immortals will likely lose. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose Northern Plains as his domain. How could he not make arrangements here? For example, none of Longevity Heaven's rank 8 Gu immortals have shown up yet." "Lord, what do we do from now on?" Ing Wuxia asked. He was once in charge of Shadow Sect. Now that Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up, this rank 8 great expert was naturally going to lead Shadow Sect. Ing Wuxia had to step down. Purple Mountain True Monarch was about to speak when the sound of winds echoed in this cave. Next, the eerie fire on the cave walls started flickering intensely, as if a strong wind was blowing. Purple Mountain True Monarch's gaze flickered. "I arranged this cave as one of our escape methods. These eerie fires were nurtured by me to create a natural Gu formation. It allows us to defend against deductions from others. When I was insane, how many times did they flicker?" 807 times. Bai Ningbing said plainly. "I am afraid Fan Yuan's deductions are included in this. His investigative killer move can use the profundities of Luck Path and find our locations. Even inside an immortal aperture, we cannot hide from him," Ing Wuxia said grimly. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. Fan Yuan is indeed worthy of being the person nurtured by Heaven's will, as the crucial key to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is very daring and has incredible talent. His willpower is unparalleled. He is truly an absolute genius seen once in 10,000 years. Purple of Shadow Sect actually gave Fan Yuan such a high evaluation. But the 3 Gu immortals present were silent. They agreed with Purple Mountain True Monarch's words. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued. "And now, our plan is to reach a truce with Fan Yuan." These were shocking words. "What, a truce?" Ing Wuxia and the rest were shocked. "Is that very strange?" Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the 3. He was very clear of the current situation. When he woke up, Ing Wuxia had used information path methods to inform Purple Mountain True Monarch of everything he knew. "You are all too young, you know too little. Our biggest enemy now is not Fan Yuan but Heavenly Court." Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head, looking at Ing Wuxia. "Do you think rescuing our main body's soul is easy? Other than the Super Gu formation in southern border, and that giant dream realm, I can assure you that when we strike, Heavenly Court will interfere. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower and attempted to thwart our plan. Or like this time, when they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to save Ma Hongyun." Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. "Lord, I considered that before, but our main body is in great danger. He is trapped by the dream realm and is being consumed by it. That's why I was so anxious. That is exactly why we need to cooperate with Fan Yuan," Purple Mountain True Monarch added. "Firstly, Fan Yuan's strength is already extraordinary. That immortal killer move alone can stand up to rank 8 Gu immortals. Secondly, Fan Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He is listed on the Demon Judgment Board, and is a common enemy of Heavenly Court. Finally, cooperating is a win-win situation for us. Our Shadow Sect has huge amounts of cultivation resources. While he has the killer move to unravel dreams, he can help us conquer the giant dream realm and save our main body's soul." Ing Wuxia frowned deeply. He cast aside his personal emotions and tried to consider the possibility of this. But soon, he expressed his worries. Fan Yuan is scheming and vicious, he thinks of us as huge threats, he wants to eliminate us all. Now that he is the Reverse Flow River Lord, he is already able to contest with rank 8 existences. We desperately need methods to unravel dreams, while he needs cultivation resources less urgently. It is hard for us to cooperate. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. You are completely right, but do you know about the biggest flaw of the sovereign immortal body? What do you mean? You mean the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Ing Wuxia asked in confusion. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks are the sovereign immortal body's biggest advantage, far surpassing the weaknesses that they bring. What I mean is that hidden problem. Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. There is an important hidden problem? Ing Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine a rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo can be considered perfect without any flaws. But evidently, we only refined a rank 9 version. That huge drawback has not shown itself yet, but it will force Fan Yuan to cooperate with us regardless. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. The sovereign immortal body had a major flaw. As for what flaw it was that made Purple Mountain True Monarch so certain that it would restrict Fan Yuan, Ing Wuxia and the rest were curious, but Purple Mountain True Monarch did not answer it. At the same time, Purple Mountain True Monarch had his own questions and suspicions. Strange. From Ing Wuxia's information, our sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo very hurriedly. It is not like our original plan. What is the reason that made our main body act so urgently? It seems that alongside getting in contact with Fan Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. Above the blue sea, Fan Yuan rapidly moved through the white clouds. His target was southern border. Happening again! While flying, Fan Yuan's expression changed. He could sense that the power of dark limit on him was rapidly consumed. This consumption was so fast that it was going to be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing matters about him. When he saw that no one was around, Fan Yuan quickly placed his immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, isolating him from the outside world, and preventing the deduction of the other party, Fan Yuan's danger of getting exposed was alleviated. Fan Yuan sighed. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was met with countless deductions. Lu Guanyi's identity became extremely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert goo immortals were very curious about Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was a fake identity, but he was still Fan Yuan. This way, Fan Yuan endured all of the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal goo, he had to constantly stop and hide inside his immortal aperture. Along the way, Fan Yuan met with about 400 to 500 deductions. This greatly interfered with his traveling. He had to constantly stop, and resulted in him still being in Eastern Sea now. With his usual speed, he would be in southern border already. If not for dark limit immortal goo, the situation would be worse. However, it is to be expected that I created such a huge commotion. After all, people are putting me in the same class as Feng Jiuge. When I destroyed 88 True Young building in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help and felt no pressure, but now I do. It seems that getting an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions is necessary. Fan Yuan was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Deducing an immortal killer move was not impossible. But it would not be as easy as creating Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After all, when deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal, there were many elements involved other than his water path attainment level. Most importantly, he had the appropriate immortal goo along with a strong foundation, thus he met with no problems. But currently the immortal goo that suited this was Dark Limit. It was not Wisdom Path but Dark Path instead. Fan Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was not outstanding. Chapter 1291. Huge Assets. While evading deductions, Fan Yuan did not waste time. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. The sizes were incredible, beyond this world's common sense. 335,000 square kilometers of space was already shockingly huge. Nobody would believe it if they heard of it. But now, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had exceeded 335,000 square kilometers of space already. This was because he had been slaughtering goo immortals and annexing their immortal apertures recently. Because of the sovereign immortal body's special characteristics, Fan Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb all their Tao marks without any wastage. These immortal apertures added up to create many unique areas in the sovereign immortal aperture. These areas were mainly managed by land spirits. Fan Yuan could save a lot of effort. They were like tiny pearls scattered all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have incredible amounts of space path resources. Normal Gu immortals try by all means possible to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fan Yuan was satisfied with this. On the other hand, regarding the time path resources, he had a different feeling. The sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time had slowed a lot. It was 1 to 60 earlier. This was simply unmatched. But now, it was below normal standards. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Before Fan Yuan changed his cultivation method, in order to stall calamities and tribulations, he had to do this. He used the time path methods in He Fan's true inheritance to slow the time in his immortal aperture. With fewer time path resources now, Fan Yuan's immortal essence production fell greatly. Not just that, all of his gains in his other resources also fell. Thinking over it in detail. Inside Mini Central Continent, there was the Bloodji Forest, and Mirror Willows. They were from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Other than these, there was a small jade light pit. This small jade light pit had light path mortal goo in it. The quantity was large. This was created in his immortal aperture after Fan Yuan took reference from the jade light pit resource point of Northern Plains Lu tribe. Not long ago, Fan Yuan ransacked the jade light pit and took away all of the light path mortal goo in it. A portion of the light path goo worms were placed into the aurora lights in the 9 heavens, but the rest could not be sold easily. Fan Yuan thus created a small jade light pit to temporarily store these light path mortal goo. Of course, this small jade light pit could not compare with the genuine article. The latter was a true resource point. It had a lot of light path Dao marks, and any insect group placed in it would become goo over time. But the former was only created by Fan Yuan haphazardly to store his light path goo worms. It had no production capabilities. Mini Central Continent had the least development among the 5 mini regions. Mini Northern Plains was at a higher level. Mini Northern Plains had flat terrain that was mostly covered in snow and ice, becoming an icy plain. But snow and ice were not its only features. Closer to Eastern Sea, there was a shallow green beach. Pieces of rocks were piled together to form a special lake. The aquatic plants inside were growing well, as spirit snakes lived in it. This shallow beach was the blessed land of transformation path Gu Immortal Handong. After Fan Yuan annexed it, even the pinkish-red spirit snake land spirit was moved over and managed the area for him. Nearer to Western Desert, there was a bone burial field. There was a mountain of skeletons here of all types, collarbones, skulls, leg bones, even those from flying animals. There were lots of immortal materials that were very valuable. This bone burial field was the bone burial field that Fan Yuan took from Lu tribe. After killing Lu tribe Gu Immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial field directly into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that could generate bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial field, my bone burial field may have a lot of bones, but the bone path Dao marks cannot match the original. In the original bone burial field, even the surrounding soil had bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can rebuild their bone burial field with no problems. Fan Yuan knew this deeply. Of course, Fan Yuan had already taken 80% of this bone burial field. The most valuable thing were these bones. The remaining 20% was the soil terrain. Lu tribe could rebuild their bone burial field, but to regain its former scale, they would need to expend a lot of resources. And closer to Central Continent. This was a sparse grassland with all sorts of wildflowers and grass. There were mainly blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These were from Hu Immortal Blessed Land too. This grassland was huge, surpassing Han Dong Blessed Land. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolf groups, earth skin boar groups, poison beard wolf groups, and others. There was even a shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They were living in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature. Because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered here, the soil was sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first were the eerie fire dragon python dens. There were a lot of them in a particular area. The second was the sand gull soil beach. It produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a goo material. It was also the food of Connect Luck Immortal Goo. But Fan Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo anymore. Sand gull soil was now a resource sold to help Fan Yuan earn immortal essence stones. At the center of the sand gull soil, there was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. It was filled with cracks, there were several small holes on it, as transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly. Using the life essence in this egg, one could turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. The third was the rotten black swamp. This was formed when Fan Yuan went through tribulation. It was filled with dark path down marks. Fan Yuan had already modified it to become a dark path goo worm resource point now, but because it had just been made, its production was low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land resembling a rotting swamp. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters inside, and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the small mudman land spirit. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were more than 20 dog desolate beasts in it. These desolate beasts were all purchased in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fan Yuan. This was because Lu Yong blessed land's ownership requirement was to have 20 hound-type desolate beasts. Among those were his 6 bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a black hound land spirit. Mini Eastern Sea's development was about the same as Mini Western Desert. Wui Hai's blessed land was here. This was a sea that was well managed by Wui Hai. There were 3 ancient desolate beasts horned divine tortoises, a huge field of ancient desolate plants silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls, managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there was the original dragonfish group and 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish group, as well as some rare literature carps and some oil water. There were large numbers of blue jade carps, blood jade carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was another blood lake. It had a large amount of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Fan Yuan had once placed blood acid immortal goo here to recover. Right now, blood acid immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake remained. In the 5 mini-regions, mini-southern border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain and others, for a total of more than 10 mountains here. Stalactite Cave, Regretful Spider Group, a small number of rockmen, a huge forest with musical trees, tea streams, and she-death birds singing. There was a Become Dragon Mound. Fan Yuan had used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it into his immortal aperture from northern plains. And in the 9 heavens, a small field of aurora lights were in mini orange heaven. There were a lot of floating flowing light fruits in the aurora lights, and because he had obtained a lot of light path goo worms from the jade light pit, the scale of the aurora lights and flowing light fruits expanded greatly on its original foundation. And in mini yellow heaven, there was a small gold fragment current. In mini azure heaven, there was a lot of pale azure incense. This was the food of changed soul immortal goo. There was a heavenly crystal storage pool. It came from Heifan Grotto heaven and had no use for now. Mini black heaven had the walking meat tree. Mini white heaven had multicolored overlord flowers, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. Mini purple heaven had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, although it had only desolate beast strength. More than 80 eagle nests were floating here. These were the loot from attacking Iron Eagle blessed land. The original eagle nest had already been fully eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. In mini blue heaven, there was a lot of cloud soil. On top of them were the arrow bamboo forest, a star fragment grass field, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 desolate beast spy infant star dragonfish had already been sold, during the battle to defend Heifan Grotto heaven. There was also a meteorite pit that produced stellar fire goo and falling meteor goo. After killing Yilui Kun Xing and obtaining his blessed land, Fan Yuan also placed it here. It was a floating island filled with star fragments. The star core land spirit was managing it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, and some other desolate beasts and desolate plants. There was no need to discuss them in detail. As for Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, they were in Langya blessed land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fan Yuan. As for goo worms, rank 9 wisdom goo was in Langya blessed land. Sovereign immortal fetus goo had already been used, it would not be counted. Rank 8 immortal goo, attitude, wisdom sword, years flow like water. Rank 7 immortal goo, sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, sword escape, calamity beckoning with chu-du, year, after, dragon breath, affection, perseverance. Rank 6 immortal goo, unravel mystery, woman's heart, blood asset, dark limit, dog shit luck, change form, strength chi, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes, spring autumn cicada, contains heaven's will, stored in the immortal zombie body, bone spike, perceivable Tao. The mortal goo were of all different types, they will be skipped. He Qing's dark arrow immortal goo had self-detonated, Fan Yuan did not obtain it. In terms of captives, there was Fan Jing, He Qing intact body, Ma Hongyan's soul, Lu Yong's soul, Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul. As for Shinu's soul, Fan Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect had incredible attainment in soul path. Fan Yuan could not stop the soul from dissipating even though he captured it. As for the rest, like Dong Fan Chang Fan's soul, the Featherman Gu immortal soul, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal souls, they were all sold to Langya Land's spirit for sect contribution points. They were probably absorbed by Dang Hun Mountain and made into Guts Gu by now. There was also the Featherman Gu immortal slave Zhou Zhong. He was sent to Western Desert by Fan Yuan to establish another plan. Huge assets. This was Fan Yuan's current portfolio, it was no exaggeration. In total, even though he was rank 7, he could fully rival ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals in assets. Just those secluded domains of heaven and earth were incredibly valuable. And his Gu worms were plentiful, the number shockingly high. Look at Gu immortal Heifan, he was a rank 8 Gu immortal. How many immortal Gu did he have? But many immortal Gu would create the problem of feeding them. Fan Yuan was still at this stage, trying to provide food for his immortal Gu. The rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu were basically fine. The problems were Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword immortal Gu, these two rank 8 immortal Gu. The new Perseverance Gu that he obtained fed on Reverse Flow River's water, Fan Yuan could easily feed it. Affection Gu fed on the same thing as Love Gu, Hope and Fear, Fan Yuan could easily resolve that. He bought a large number of Hope Gu and Fear Gu from Treasure Yellow Heaven. For Fan Yuan, developing his immortal aperture was not the main point now. As long as he slaughtered Gu immortals and annexed their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would continue to grow. He was facing the problem of insufficient immortal essence. Pursuing Yingwu Xian Gang, the Reverse Flow River battle, and escaping from Maoli Chiu, Fan Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. This caused his Red Date immortal essence storage to fall to a critical level. Originally, with my time path resources, the rate of time was fast. My immortal aperture produced a lot of Red Date immortal essence. But after using my time path methods, the immortal aperture's time is close to the 5 regions' time. I can only replenish my immortal essence through transactions. Reverse Flow Protection Seal used a lot of the Gu immortal's mental energy and immortal essence. Thankfully, Fan Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal now. If he was still using Green Grape immortal essence, he would have ran out of them. Without Red Date immortal essence, Fan Yuan did not have much confidence. While resting, he sold all of the Desolate Beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These Desolate Beast corpses were immortal materials of high quantity. Fan Yuan had exterminated these Desolate Beast groups while he was pursuing Yingwu Xie in Earth Trench. Among them were a group of nightmare demonic cults. If these Dream Path immortal materials were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, a huge commotion would arise, many Gu immortals would fight for them. But Fan Yuan kept all of these nightmare demonic cult corpses with him, he had better use for them. After resting for a while, he made several transactions. After subtracting the transaction fees of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fan Yuan earned a lot of immortal essence stones. 1 immortal essence stone could convert to 1 bead of Green Grape immortal essence. Fan Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Using 100 immortal essence stones would create 1 bead of Red Date immortal essence. While he was replenishing his Red Date immortal essence stockpile, he received some information. This is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fan Yuan felt strange. After checking it, he felt shocked. Shadow Sect wants to negotiate a truce with me. They even want us to work together? Author's note: collating Fan Yuan's assets was too tiring. Chapter 1292. Attitude Gu's Problem. Fan Yuan's gaze was flickering. Shadow Sect's letter was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was completely logical. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fan Yuan did not obtain a lot of cultivation resources, his battle strength rose drastically. He was at the level of the strongest person under rank 8, on par with Feng Jiuge. The increase in his battle strength gave rise to his heightened status. Actually, before this letter, he also received others. Like the one from Chudu spoke very politely in the letter, congratulating Fan Yuan for his victory and expressing regret at not being there. Next, he talked about his own situation. Chu sect was now Chu tribe, and the Supreme Elders were now all external Supreme Elders. The disciples of Chu Du were his godchildren now, and finally, Chu Du talked about his own difficulties. Because he created a tribe and became part of the righteous path, he had to expel Fan Yuan from Chu's sect. This was not his own wish, he was forced to do so. There was also one from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Other than congratulating Fan Yuan, they invited him enthusiastically to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They said, even if Northern Plains did not welcome him, Crazed Demon Cave would always be his home. These words were very mushy, it showed their brand new attitude towards him. Regarding Longevity Heaven, they were putting up arrest warrants for Fan Yuan. After all, he killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yilui tribe, who were pursuing Fan Yuan earlier, had quietened down. Fan Yuan's battle strength shocked them completely. They quickly recalled the members they sent out to find him. Instead, they were afraid that Fan Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fan Yuan's strength was incredibly famous in Northern Plains now, well beyond Chu Du. And now, Shadow Sect has sent a letter seeking cooperation. Hee. Shadow Sect has a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he has a major weakness, he becomes insane at times. Fan Yuan thought about it. He had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch in Reverse Flow River. He learned something about his condition. Actually, if Fan Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and create the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have likely lost in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Ying Wu Xie's trap. All along, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were Fan Yuan's biggest threat. Heavens will set an arrangement using Fan Yuan to steal Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, causing Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect to have unresolvable enmity. If Shadow Sect wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu again, they would follow a method similar to what old ancestor Shui Hu was using to refine Fortune rivaling Heaven. He used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fan Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not escape that fate. He would be used as the immortal material for that Gu refinement. He would be better off dead. But now, Fan Yuan's strength grew to a point where he could stand up to rank 8 Gu immortals. Thus, Shadow Sect sought cooperation with him. This difference in attitude made Fan Yuan sigh deeply. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was like a weaker immortal Gu house. He could be unscathed against rank 8s. This gave Fan Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like walking on a tightrope. Even though Sixth Hair was saying the truth, and the reasons he gave were legitimate, there were indeed benefits to all of them if they cooperated. Disregarding anything else, just the soul path trap in Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, and the secret of the sovereign immortal body, could be settled if they cooperated. However, Fan Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was still the same problem. Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. They were mortal enemies. How could they easily turn into allies? Even if they were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not a person's reputation, but their information path methods instead. However, Fan Yuan was lacking in information path. This was his weakness. And Shadow Sect possessed powerful information path methods. Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster in all paths, ignoring everything else, just looking at Zombie Alliance and the organization Defy in Central Continent. They had used very powerful information path methods. Any organization was built upon the basis of alliance agreements. Fan Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect and did not dare to. If by cooperating, he was plotted against by them using information path methods, he would be an idiot. However, Fan Yuan did not reject them. He sent back a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he listed a request: give me Attitude Gu directly if you want to cooperate. Speaking of which, even though Fan Yuan had been using Attitude Gu all along, it was not his, it was borrowed from He Lu Lan. Back then, when lending the immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement. There was a time when he needed to return it. If he went past the time limit, Fan Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Gu. That was because He Lu Lan's will was inside Attitude Gu, not Fan Yuan's. And now, there was little time until the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm that could be used with mental energy alone. It had outstanding effects with relatively low costs. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained it, he had passed many difficulties with its huge help. Even though Attitude Gu had no offensive methods, it was legendary in the support aspect. It had unlimited uses. Without Attitude Gu, the influence on Fan Yuan would be huge. Firstly, Familiar Face would be unusable. Even though Fan Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster Attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without that rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would weaken severely. The chance of getting exposed when he pretended to be Wu Yihai would be huge. It was very dangerous. If I can use this opportunity to resolve Attitude Gu's problem, that would be best. Fan Yuan was feeling somewhat hopeful. It was about time. Fan Yuan used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to increase its effect on him. Next, he stored his immortal aperture and set off towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei sat as she used her immortal killer move. Her entire body was emitting faint purple smoke from all of her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to deduce. Soon after, Fairy Ziwei's forehead was full of sweat as she opened her eyes. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I could not deduce the location of our Gu Immortals. Fairy Ziwei sighed. Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked Northern Plains. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan fled the scene as Central Continent fought against old ancestors Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven in an intense battle. Central Continent wanted to reinforce them and send help. But this first batch of Central Continent Gu Immortals had gone missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce their locations. How could she save them? There was nowhere to send these reinforcements to. Duke Long beside her opened his eyes. He was still very weak. He was thin and frail like an old man. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. He seems to have defensive methods to resist wisdom path deductions, but they are not strong. However, we know too little about him. If we had some crucial information, he would be exposed to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. After a while he spoke. So be it. Continue deducing the location of our Gu Immortals, as well as Lu Guanyi. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan sighed helplessly. He had to place his immortal aperture down again. Lu Guanyi was famous in all 5 regions. Dark Limit's power was constantly being consumed on Fan Yuan's body, at a rapid rate. To maintain his secret, Fan Yuan had to stop many times. His immortal aperture's entrance opened, he drew in large amounts of heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi from all 5 regions. Ordinary Gu Immortals could only absorb the heaven and earth chi of their region. If they placed their aperture in other regions, even though they could absorb it forcefully, because of the differing heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures would shake and many resources would be destroyed. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources, along with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Each time he absorbed heaven and earth chi, the commotion was huge. It was like a typhoon occurring. Especially after he obtained Reverse Flow River, this secluded domain of heaven and earth had a heavy burden on the immortal aperture. Chapter 1293. Thoughts of Trading Gu. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it stayed in the immortal aperture for long, it would consume a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once he lacked heaven and earth chi, his immortal aperture would be unstable. Thus, Fan Yuan had to constantly place his immortal aperture outside to absorb heaven and earth chi and replenish it. After he finished his absorption, Fan Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he held an immortal zombie body. It was his original body. He tossed the immortal zombie into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body flowed along it. Using Perseverance Immortal Gu and Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan made his experiments. He used all of the methods he could think of. However, it was pointless. As expected, the immortal zombie body's soul path down marks cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, these are soul path down marks, not immortal Gu. Rank 1 to 8 immortal Gu cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But down marks still work. It is like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, my down marks still defended me. Thus, rank 8 Gu Immortals were the strongest in that river. Fan Yuan continued to analyze and think about his failed experiment. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve his soul path trap. It was impossible. Fan Yuan was not disheartened. In fact, he had expected this before trying it. He placed the immortal zombie body back inside Heaven's Sealing Mountain, using the Gu formation to seal it again. Next, he refined Gu. A nightmare demonic cult corpse was in front of him. Fan Yuan's fingers moved like blades. Golden light shone as he moved them. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body and vanished. The nightmare demonic cult's front leg was cut off. There was no blood. These nightmare demonic cults died in battle. Fan Yuan asked his immortal aperture's land spirits to process these materials first. The blood had been drained and kept elsewhere. Fan Yuan lifted the leg and immediately tore it away. Next, he breathed out fire and started to process this leg. 3 days later, the leg was finally melted into a dark purple liquid. Fan Yuan continued to throw in goo worms to refine goo. Over a dozen steps took up only 15 minutes. The dark purple liquid exploded, as 100 Dream Path mortal goo flew around chaotically in the sky. But Fan Yuan willed and they quickly went back to Fan Yuan's side. 100 Dream Path mortal goo. This was only a leg of this nightmare demonic cult. Processing this immortal material took the most time. This step took 3 days. The rest of the steps only took less than an hour. Such efficiency was very high. It was a clear contrast to Fan Yuan refining goo in his dream realm previously. In the dream realm, Fan Yuan had to collect Dream Path goo materials before refining goo. There was a risk in entering the dream. He even sometimes had to use the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, to pass the dream realm. Refining Dream Path mortal goo but using immortal killer moves, the cost was very high. But now, Fan Yuan had these nightmare demonic cults. Refining these Dream Path mortal goo was no longer like before. It is like earlier, when I used the Spring Dream Fruit to refine mortal goo, the efficiency was great. Actually, my goo refinement method can be improved. Like the cutting method earlier, I used Metal Path methods. It was not the best. Some of the Dream Path Dao marks were consumed. When processing immortal materials, I can try other methods to see if there is a better way. While he was refining goo, Sixth Hair sent another letter. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair was already the middleman between Fan Yuan and Purple Mountain True Monarch. In the letter, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not give in. He said bluntly, if Fan Yuan wanted to control Attitude Goo, he would need to cooperate first. As long as they worked together, Attitude Goo would be his. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's drawback. As for what it was, they did not say it. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are truly hard to deal with. Drawback? Is Shadow Sect lying, or is it true? This information had a huge impact on Fan Yuan. But soon he calmed down. He had gone through many difficulties. This scheme or threat was nothing to him. It seems I can only work hard myself. Fan Yuan sent a letter. He bargained and continued negotiating with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before cooperating. Fan Yuan started to design a new immortal killer move. He wanted to use this immortal killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He was soon met with a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal goo, they were not suitable for this purpose. It was not like the creation of Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fan Yuan had Pulling Water Immortal Goo and Perseverance Immortal Goo. They were suitable as the two cores of this immortal killer move. But now, Fan Yuan's other immortal goo were not especially useful for refining Attitude Goo. They had limited connection to it, and a lot of mortal goo were needed. If only there is a chance to trade goo. This thought appeared in Fan Yuan's mind and rooted itself deeply. Trading immortal goo. Fan Yuan had too many immortal goo now. It was shocking. But in fact, a portion of the immortal goo were not suitable for him, or rather, they did not have much use for the time being. Wisdom Sword, years flow like water. Even though they were not usable now, they were rank 8, Fan Yuan would not exchange them. Fan Yuan did not have many Sword Path Dao marks. His Sword Path attainment level was ordinary as well, but Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, and Sword Escape, these Sword Path immortal goos sustained a portion of his battle strength. He could not lose them. Looking over the situation, Change Soul immortal goo could be traded. Woman's Heart was Poison Path. It had little use as well. Flying Bear's Strength immortal goo was Strength Path, but Fan Yuan used Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. This immortal goo was not useful. There was also Bone Spike immortal goo. It was completely irrelevant to Fan Yuan's current circumstances. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical use, but to Fan Yuan, it was not very useful. He had to weigh up its value later. All in all, Woman's Heart, Flying Bear Strength, and Bone Spike, these three immortal goo had little use to Fan Yuan. If they could be traded for other immortal goo, that would be best. But trading goo, how difficult was that? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very common. But now, there were few opportunities for goo immortals to undergo high-end trading sessions. This way, Fan Yuan continued to travel and stop. He wanted to go faster, but it was too difficult. Along the way, when placing his immortal aperture, he refined Dream Path mortal goo and deduced immortal killer moves, attempting to refine Attitude Goo to make it his own. This time, as Fan Yuan stored his immortal aperture and prepared to set off, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed traces of Gu immortals fighting. Chapter 1294. Reappearance of Chu Ying. We're finally past the regional wall. Ing Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the sea, he felt mentally fatigued. He Lu Lan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were in no better condition. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sex Group left for Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Each time they passed the regional wall, it was a huge test. Thankfully, they were all powerful and were elites among Gu immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not die. They were not leaving urgently. After entering Eastern Sea, they chose a random island. On this nameless island, Ing Wuxia directed by Ning Bing and He Lu Lan to start arranging a refinement path Gu formation. The Gu formation succeeded in activation. Ing Wuxia came to the center and took out the purple gold rock, processing this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lu Lan, they were outside the Gu formation, standing to defend against any intruders. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted as the mini-man Gu immortal, Purple Mountain, True Monarch woke up again. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. If he wanted to cross the 5 regions, he would normally have to use Black Heaven or White Heaven. But now, the parts of Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains were influenced by Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. It was controlled by Longevity Heaven. Shadow Sex Group were not going to enter a trap. The outcome of Central Continent's Gu immortals were displayed to them. Shadow Sect had deep foundation. Purple Mountain True Monarch went into hibernation again as a purple gold rock formed around his body. His aura was completely concealed, his vitality was indiscernible, he was just like a dead object. Using such incredible methods, Ing Wuxia brought Purple Mountain True Monarch through the regional walls and arrived in Eastern Sea. The thin layer of purple gold rock was easily refined by Ing Wuxia, who had the right method. It was way easier than the time when Lady Wanshou had to process it. Eastern Sea. Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up and sighed as he looked at the vast sea area. Under his lead, Shadow Sex Group first dismantled the Gu formation and stored its components, wiping all traces of it. Then, the 4 Gu immortals started to use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived in the turbulent flow sea area. Purple Mountain True Monarch led the way. None of the sea currents could pose as obstacles. Soon, Shadow Sex Group arrived at the center of the turbulent flow sea area. Where is the tributary of the River of Time? Unable to find the thing they needed, Ing Wuxia asked this in confusion. Don't tell me this tributary of the River of Time is already gone. It is at the fringe of the turbulent flows. He Lu Lan guessed. After some investigation, Purple Mountain True Monarch found some clues. That tributary of the River of Time has been taken away by someone, he said grimly. How can that be? Who did it? Is it Fan Yuan? Ing Wuxia first thought of Fan Yuan. But Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. This method should not be his. It is someone else, forget about it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next location. There is a tributary of the River of Time there too. Shadow Sex Group left the turbulent flow sea area again. Elsewhere in Eastern Sea, there was a vast sea and sky. Above the sea, a life and death battle was unfolding. Quickly leave, I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense my location. I cannot escape. I cannot implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai lay in a man's arms, speaking weakly. This woman was dressed in a raiment. Her sleeves were fluttering. She wore light pink. Her eyes were showing signs of weakness. Blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Her injuries were severe. Especially on her skin, there were tiny sparks shining at times. It was the sign of the immortal killer move lightning soul needle's effect. No. The male Gu immortal rejected unhesitantly. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist. He wore a suit of battle armor, and even though he was covered in injuries, his valiance could not be concealed. How can I abandon you? If I escape now, how can I face Lord Miao Mingxin? Even though he said that, when he looked towards immortal Hua Dai, there was love in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, immortal Hua Dai, Gei Qiyi, these 3 were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin wanted to find a tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Thus these 3 Gu immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they saw any Gu immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Then you lovebirds can die together! There was only one person in pursuit. he had rank 7 cultivation level. He was named Gowin. He wore a blue robe and had tough, dry skin, like tree bark. His eyes were shining with red light, his teeth were sharp, he had a sinister expression. This person was quite a senior, and had some reputation in Eastern Sea. He was a Lightning Path Grandmaster, but once when he was using an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash, leading to him having no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength, he possessed 2 immortal goo, the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were forced to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder, you two are quite daring to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over, I might leave you a proper corpse. Gowin chuckled as he approached with overwhelming demonic aura. Immortal Hua Dai was anxious. We found this year's cycle powder first, how can it be yours? I have been here for half a month already, but the moment I looked away, you two took it. Gowin growled. Immortal Hua Dai was incensed. Lord Miao Mingshin found this year's cycle powder 3 years ago and set a goo formation here. Once every few months, I would come there and take care of it. No matter how you distort the facts, you cannot change them. Immortal Hua Dai said the truth. Gowin stopped denying it, his expression turned grim. Humph, you have a sharp tongue, you will be the first one I kill. Demonic scoundrel, don't be cocky. At this moment, there was a clear voice that resounded in their ears. Who? Gowin's expression changed, he shouted. The moment he said that, the sea level rose up like a small mound. Next, from within the mound, a fierce beast charged out, causing winds to blow and water to splatter. A blue-scaled sea dragon appeared before the 3 immortals, speaking. Demon, hand over your life. The 3 immortals saw this and understood that this blue-scaled sea dragon was a goo immortal's transformation. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were happy and shocked. Gowin was furious. Why are you a busybody? Take my killer move. Saying this, he breathed in deeply, spitting at his right palm. He did not spit out saliva, of course, it was an egg-sized flash of lightning. The lightning entered Gowin's right palm and exploded into a beam of lightning that shot out from his palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not dodge, it opened its mouth towards the approaching beam of lightning. Dragon's breath. Gowin saw this and laughed in his mind. My move can last for several minutes, while dragon breath needs to be used breath by breath, how can he last? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's breath did not end. The dragon's breath was like a beam of water colliding with the beam of lightning. Next, the powerful dragon breath smashed through the lightning pillar. In a few breaths' time, it got to Gowin. How can this be? What dragon breath is this? Gowin showed disbelief and shock on his face. He quickly dodged. But the blue-scaled sea dragon turned around and its dragon breath continued to sweep the battlefield. Gowin frowned deeply, grunting. You guys are lucky, I will spare you this time. Saying this, he retreated, turning into a flash of lightning with incredible speed. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not give chase, it watched as Gowin left. He wants to return to the goo formation, a lot of the year's cycle powder is left. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out Gowin's plan. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down, and cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. Virtuous friend, you defeated the powerful foe, we will not forget the gratitude of saving our lives. I would like to know your esteemed name. The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking goo immortal, he smiled. I am Chewing, Fairy Hua Dai, have you been well? Immortal Hua Dai was surprised and joyful. To think that you are Chewing. Seeing Feng Jiang's gaze, Immortal Hua Dai explained. It was thanks to Chewing that we found that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. He was the reason Lord Miao Mingshin could take away that tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 1295. Eastern Sea Trading Convention. So there was such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's words, Feng Jiang's expression turned to joy, his suspicions were dispelled. This Chewing was naturally Fang Yuan in disguise. After he stored his immortal aperture, he found that there were traces of goo immortals fighting in the sea areas around him. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces and wanted to see if there were some gains for him. In the end, he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another person, Feng Jiang, were being pursued by an enemy. And the pursuer was a rank 7 immortal zombie. At this point, such a person was a weakling to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai some time ago. He wanted to get in contact with the Space Path Goo immortal expert, Miao Mingshin, who was behind Immortal Hua Dai. This person knew of a method to enter and explore the Blue Dragon Whale. And this Blue Dragon Whale was not ordinary either, It was nurtured by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and awakened its immortal aperture. It possessed a huge treasury. It was like the dog-tail life-extending ferret Maoli Chio of Northern Plains. But the blue dragon whale's wisdom was not enhanced. It could only swim freely in the ocean according to its instincts. Not only did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable awaken its immortal aperture, he also used an immortal killer move on its body. Thus, this blue dragon whale had almost no predators or dangers. The blue dragon whale was mild in temperament, and posed no danger, but its defensive power rendered all of those who wanted to harm it helpless. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. According to a secret rumor in the 500 years of his previous life, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left a true inheritance in the blue dragon whale's body. Fan Yuan remembered that Miao Mingxin had explored the world inside the blue dragon whale many times. However, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance from start to finish. Fan Yuan naturally cared about this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being pursued, he realized that this was a rare chance. He could express goodwill to Miao Mingxin again. Thus, he intervened and chased the lightning path Immortal Zombie Guwen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon form could not be used openly now, because Lu Guanyi had used it to kill Yi Lui Kun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi was the reverse flow river lord that was able to go unscathed against rank 8s. His reputation was renowned all over the world, almost everyone knew of him. Countless people were interested in Lu Guanyi. They tried to deduce his origins. The fact that Lu Guanyi possessed an ancient sword dragon transformation was known to all. Thus, once Fan Yuan used the ancient sword dragon transformation, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of reputation. Even though Fan Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form Immortal Gu. He could turn into countless things in this world at will. Thus, he transformed into the blue-scaled sea dragon that was exclusive to Eastern Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. But its might could not rival the ancient sword dragon. However, Fan Yuan's dragon breath Immortal Gu could still be used. Worth mentioning was that the dragon breath of the blue-scaled sea dragon was also used breath by breath. Earlier, he could defeat the lightning path Immortal Zombie Guwen because Fan Yuan had used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. After obtaining it, Fan Yuan had tried to learn more about its ability. Gu immortals nurture, use, and refine. These three aspects needed a lot of time and investment. After being in Eastern Sea for several days, Fan Yuan had already understood some of the uses of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to last for a longer time. For example, the blue-scaled sea dragon's breath. If Fan Yuan used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu solely, it could not break away from the normal limits of Dragon Breath. It would be used breath by breath. It could only be increased in strength. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu along with the Dragon Breath, then the Dragon Breath would be used for a long time without stopping. Of course, he could not sustain it for too long. Dragon breath had a huge burden on the throat. Even real blue-scaled sea dragons breathed it out breath by breath. This was the self-defense mechanism of lifeforms after a long process of evolution. Thankfully, although that Guwen had some fame, he retreated wisely after a short battle with Fan Yuan, realizing that he was a strong opponent. After all, demonic path Gu immortals focused on profits. This friend is? Fan Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am one of Lord Miao Mingxin's subordinates, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my savior. I wonder how I can thank you. Feng Jiang immediately introduced himself. It was very passionate and filled with gratitude towards Fan Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a helping hand. I met you two coincidentally, thus I stepped in. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have been moving around recently. I cannot stand these demonic acts. I have this personality. And because Fairy Hua Dai is an acquaintance, I had no reason not to help. Fan Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard these words and felt closer to Fan Yuan. The three immortals talked for a while as Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. There was so much your psycho powder, they are mostly in Guwen's hands now. Our efforts have been in vain. We should have made that Gu formation even more hidden.